Run that up, Rico.
Caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution. Look at my face, pay me respect, please do not play with my line. If you want taste, what you gon' get? Shit that gon' bury your mind. All that's at stake, where is my check? Need every nickel and dime. You play with my race, put you in check, but stopping the vision to climb. They mad that these niggas done woke up and now all our visions to go. Where is the bag to get us so caught up? Yeah, that is the mission and goal. Staying on cold, some of y'all doing too much. Straight up be looking like hoes, never gon' grow. Can't count on you and cuz most of y'all doing the most. Like this is a show, doing it for entertainment, or you're doing it for clout, or you're doing it to sit at the table with crackers for words in your mouth. I don't play with enslavement, these are the days of the South. These days we play differently, this is what black empowerment's about. Wait, I said there's no time for no friends. Either you with us, against us, don't switch it, cause one of us die in the end. Hey, I'm keeping my eye on the lens, watching the ops despising the picture cause they wanna see the one end. Hey, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind. Hey, I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Hold on, wait, see a black man doing great with black-owned businesses, building in a different state. Why you snakes way late in the grass, plotting on what you can take. Black money in the black bank, mean black money is safe, protected, like it's heavily protected. If he ever feels threatened, then he go a lead and knock him off his check. Check this. For the record, he can never be weak. Disrespecting any checking your cheek. Rep your city, reppin' red, black, and green. Never fall, won't quit. There's no limit to what I do for mine. But you so they don't take coming with the anger and hate up all of my ancestors combined. You wanna get one time? I keep it fully loaded, extended in the fully auto effing to keep you from crossing that gun line. Hit you in violation. I ain't never shot a caveman. Should be the first, I'ma give you this work. You get in the way of my occupation, yeah. Like I'm the boss and I don't like the way that you talking. This is my office, get permission before you walk in. The yellow tape across the door means
caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution, wait, please do not play with my mind, ayy. I do not play with my lines, wait. I keep protection for mine, you will not touch what is mine. I do not play with my shine, caution.
Nigga, you gave my mother's crack, nigga. What you thought you was gonna get? Gang. You put dope in the hood, what you get? Gang. You get a nigga like me running around, creeping through your back door, pause. Look at a nigga like Wade out running around, Let's go. This is the reason why I am the way I am. It's poison, baby.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. You know we know it's these nights. The government's eating they steak while they sitting there feeding us nothing but lies. The people they stuck with their faith and they praying, but stuck with the sky. Why would we ever know change? How will we ever know cause? All that we know know is this lane. All that we know is the laws. How will I grow? How will I ever see gain? How will I ever get paid? How will it stop? How when I'm talking and talking, but all that they see is a slave? Why when I'm talking improvements ain't first? Why when I'm speaking my movements is words? Why when I'm teaching the real shit is curved? Why when you see me as cursed? Let me divert, nothing but truth that I'm speaking. Shots go off at the beacon. All of my leaders been killed. Wonder why we stuck with figures that's preaching. All dirty cops at the precincts. All politicians that's leeching. Can't find no doubt for no treatment. This is the life with the demons. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
All I ever knew was game. All I ever knew was pain. Bobby Brown moving Ricky Bell. Call me poison, can you stand the rain? Helmet game supposed to change. All this Henny in my veins. How I'm supposed to feed my seed. Mind full of greed, do it for the game. Teachers lying where the school is found. You say you love me, then you shoot us down. Gave me crimes, label me a slave. Destroy my hood, put me in the grave. A lot of people, they don't wanna change. All my homies fell in love with game. Without burst the enemy. When you see me, had that energy. I ain't going to no FEMA camp, turn Uncle Tom into a memory. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. If I rule the world, it be Tennessee. All I know is getting paper, praying to the Savior. Had to get it right. All I know is pulling bangers. Baby mama had to give me life.
All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we got was these nights. All that we know is this game. All that we know is this life. All that we ever did see. Nothing but strife. Yeah, we know we need change. Yeah, we know we ain't right. So all we got was these days. And all we know is these nights.
That's all y'all gave us, man. So we taking the rest. It's anarchy in the streets, nigga. Huh? That's all it is, nigga. Blood dripping. For the red, black, and green, nigga.
Well, it's Sunday. Get y'all black asses up and get to it. Oh no, what did I just? Damn, I just stepped in the mud. Take that in the car. Everybody doing well. Motivation. Sense of black power, love to you. Just waking up, doing your day. Talk about it. I didn't have a topic. I was gonna do some clickbait, but we just be debating and it be mad verses. So I just was like, you know what, Sunday Rumble. Try to catch it at the 12 o'clock. And it's up. You know, I'm just gonna say it like that. So whatever you want to debate about, it is what it is. I will aggressively be telling people I need the help in the chat, the early people that's here, raising funds. It's lit right now. I can't even. I'm waiting till more people get in so I can let y'all know like the yo, it's crazy, it's lit. I can't even stop talking about it. So get involved. Like it's I feel history's in the I don't even like to say shit like history in the making. You know what I mean? So thank anybody that's been supporting, contributing, helping to make this mission happen over here. It's growing every day. And it's really, it's an honor to say that, man. It's an honor to be doing what I do. So, shout out to everybody else that's involved. Everybody trying to get involved. You know, shout out to y'all, man. Everybody doing work in the community. Wherever you at, however you doing it, however large, small, you know, connected you are, don't stop pushing, man. All we got is us. All we need is us. You know what I'm saying? So, topics. Shout out my man Miz. I know everybody was like, where Miz been at? Miz is studying. He got a really big job offer, and it requires him to do a test that's like kind of challenging, especially if he wasn't in the field. So shout out to Miz. So y'all wonder where Miz at. He's studying. You know, anytime you like, you come on hit the live button, you're like, yeah, I gotta go study. And you gotta respect that, y'all. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect it. So shout out to Miz. Shout out to everybody in their 40s going to school, doing things to change their life, and just keeping the pursuit alive. Like, you're not dead at 40, not dead at 50, not dead at 70. You know, so you're alive. Push, make something happen. You know, keep adding to your story, man. Don't let nobody tell your story is finished. You know, don't let nobody tell you that the story might just be beginning, might just be starting. Who knows? But keep adding in chapters, man. Keep adding in pieces to your story. So we will be expanding to North Carolina. Yes, we will be. Mad hype. Mad hype. And the woman who owns the property and we're going to be partnering with was the commissioner for the national assessment. Yo, you can't even make this up. The national assessment, national evaluation and assessment, NAAP, NAEP. This is crazy. I can't. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. So lit about that. Always more people getting here, and I'm really going on about that. I be going in on that about every day. So just know it's lit. We is out there a lot of New York is popping. Got this about to secure a new space. Trying to get 2 new spaces in the city. Shit, 3 if we could. You know, elevate. Shout out to the chat. Ryan, what's good, sis? Demi said, what does FBA mean? Foundational Black American. You know. So yep, shout out to everybody putting the title. Shout out my boy Identity, man. I know he been like, man, what is science debates, man? Where all the science heads at, man. So all you anti-science heads, we might have to do some videos this week, just bothering anybody that's anti-science, anti-evolution, anti-physics. I heard somebody talking about there's some pseudos out here that be really trying to dress up as if they not pseudos, and they be hilarious. It's like, and you got pseudos that be trying their hardest to sound like they understand science in every way possibility to justify their freaking religious belief. Like, you're not gonna justify your religious belief with a physics book. I'm gonna let you know that right now. There's not one physics book you're gonna open and justify your religion. It's not gonna happen. It's not. Sorry, it's not gonna happen. There's no mystical thing about electricity. Evolution is a real thing. You know what I mean? Like, these are just facts that are observable. Gravity is real. The fact that we may not understand the depths of certain things does not, invalidate. It just means that we still have more to learn. And so all the anti-DNA people, shout out to y'all for holding society back. I'll be real, It's the Rumble Day. The Black conservatives, shout out Mike and Chad, man. They got to get over their hump. But I did also was like, it's a Rumble Day. But again, the platform I push communication, and I know that if we increase the amount of communication we have as a community on whatever platforms we have and however we have, it's a positive thing. So for me, that's what I try to push over here. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, they got the kids inside a little, I don't know what you could about 4 kids in this. I guess it looked like I don't know what this thing is. But yeah, man, kids inside of it. But yeah, so that's the beginning of the Sunday. I don't have current events. I've been on the road all night. So I have no clue what's going on social media, what the talking points are. Um, yeah, no clue. So if y'all got topics that y'all want to discuss, you got smoke. Saw smokes, Rumble Day. Ain't nobody gonna hold you back. No, you down. No, no. You got to keep on debating. So that's what's going down. Well, while we in the mix of that, so y'all know May 24th, full concentration on the science fair, inviting people out to speak and people to come out and participate. Um, June is looking like going to be the beginning of the building month. So right now, trying to raise as much money as fast as possible to get locations, and then all of June, July, August, renovating, build out, fix up, and goal is to have everything up and running by September. Real time. So real time work. And it's the jealous folks and the haters and like, damn. Right, yeah, whatever. Watch the show. This is legendary. Like I don't even know how legendary this is. I don't want no smoke with nobody. I'm like, man, actually I got all smoke, but it's like knowing that if you just continue to focus and concentrate on what you're doing and know that you're doing stuff that's positive and it's evidence based, you're just not pulling stuff out of your head, random ideas and just saying like, yeah, it's gonna work. Just keep pushing. Just keep pushing. I should have got something to eat before I started the stream. Having this action now. Gotta get ready for this week. We go back to class tomorrow. Just hype. Yeah. So looking at the state of the conversation we have, I was like, yo, it'd be smoke all the time for people. I'm like, man, listen, can we all get along? I was gonna do can we all get along? But ain't nobody trying to get along. I try to be cool at the same time as one. I'm with peace. That's what I'll tell you quick. If it's two of you too weird, I'm gonna ask you to leave. Like, look, man, I think it'd be in both our best interests if everybody just did. Now you might be, and I don't mean I can't, I get along with everybody, Israelites, atheists, 5%ers, Muslims, Moors, but y'all be doing too much. It's like, come on, G, you're doing too much, bro. Come on, bro, the light just changed. And we all know we're doing too much. Looks like we've all seen the woke chronicles. Like, come on, man. I'm doing too much. Doing way too much. But all right, so Save just sent back mom. Oh, all right. So I got 7. Save publishing only allows you to do 6 tables of figures. I think I got 7. Oh, you can only publish in Times New Roman. All right. I don't think mine's in Times New Roman. And you have to remove your name and institution. So, all right. Fix that up and resubmit. Fix that up and resubmit ASAP. But yeah, so it's up, man. Y'all got y'all smoke. Come with y'all smoke back. Let's get it popping. Where's the feeling? Get it happening. You know, the black conservatives. I rock with man. I get the black conservatives. They just grew up in a certain way, and that's how they see the world. I kind of put that name. I could be cool. It's just when people be jumping out the window with their stuff, it's like, bro, did you hear what you just said? And certain people not gonna ever let you unlive what you said, or they always gonna remind you of the shit you said. Like, you forgot you said that, right? You know we was here when you said that, right? But people are allowed to change. But at the same time, with that change, you got to recognize that there was a change. And there might be people who remember who you was before the change. That's just the way life is. You know, we should all give everybody some grace. The conversation flow. Excuse the background. Someone said to do. Oh my goodness. My bad. Excuse the wind. I'm getting into the bedroom. My bad. Y'all can hear me? I ain't realize I was muted. Yo. Money. Like in the building. Right. Get it ready for the mall. It's a wrecking here. So yeah, black family. So talking points. You know, don't be so harsh on people. They talking points. I'm lying. Tear people up, man. It's Sunday. It's Jesus Day. Have fun. Don't let none of these other people come in here try to ruin your space of hate. It's really the right move. Janice hates me. It's crazy how small this is. The perspective, man, it's crazy. Y'all got so much space in the south. It's crazy. This space looks like a freaking can compared to the south. Hey, to make it do what it do. So yeah, the link is in the chat. Black power to the family. You know, keep it respectful. But yeah, so while they doing that, elevating the conversation, and I know that me saying that while I'm doing the show on the Rumble, right? It doesn't seem like pretty contradictory, but you know, it's still a conversation. But in the back line of it, the work is right there. And when this shit, yo, my goodness, this takes off. It's crazy. When and how we get this to take off is something to the conversation. And that's the show. The picture is crazy. So, all right, let's stop. Drink, wake all the way up. Got a couple more people getting here so I can brag, make sure I got enough haters. There'll be people watching that dead don't fuck with me, but it's cool. I don't fuck with y'all neither. But the progress ain't gonna stop. Progress ain't gonna get out. And the show is on full blast. So what's up next? We got more programs, more space, more STEM, and more staff, more programs, throwing CTE in there. And no, we're not talking about football injuries. I mean, we're not talking about concussions. We're talking about career and technical education. And that's the tool that the Black community definitely going to be using to level up. That's without a doubt. Without a doubt. So, that's what time it is. We're waiting for this letter in the mail. It's always nervous when we open up the IRS letters. It's like, oh my goodness, what they about to say? What they about to say? Man, the suspense was crazy. They said we're working on your case. You another 60 days. Come on, man. We changed the status of the nonprofit to a larger nonprofit, but we filed late and they charged us a crazy bill. However, during a period of time, I was going through mad, unfortunate circumstances, which fit the criteria for them to remove the bill. So I'm hoping on. So we're hoping on. So yeah, so let's get to it. Let me get my laptop. Let's get to it. Black motherfucking power. Now these pseudos, damn, oh man, I do got some new pseudos for you. I ain't gonna hand with the pseudos, but I should have felt for, went in on the pseudos for y'all today. But I figured since there was so many, conversations going on that typically centered around debating and arguing, let me let y'all do what y'all do. Let y'all do what y'all do. Where's the we got y'all winning today. It's crazy too. This project we working on for the environment. The states of North Carolina got flooding issues, and they're trying to set up an IoT program there. It's crazy. We already got one set up. We already set one up. Can't make this up. Can't make this up. You feel me? It's like, how the hell did all this line up together? So I'm like, yeah, the Most High, well, call it what you want. It's working, and I ain't stopping it. We only gonna keep pushing, keep pushing, keep pushing. I'm locking on the laptop. It was popping over here. Too poetic. Everybody keep telling me watch this movie. I ain't see whatever. Some movie everybody watching right now. Get this laptop set up. Get some sharing going on. Y'all can hear me? Yo, y'all can hear me? I switched my Bluetooth. Hold on. My bad, yo. Let me get this audio right. Get this audio right. Where the Bluetooth too fat. Crazy how much space I got in the South. Y'all can hear me now? Y'all can hear me now? I think my Bluetooth should be set up on the computer now. Got spoiled with the Bluetooth. I know it don't sound as best with the audio, but yeah, there we go. All right, Liddy. Let's get some sharing going on. Where we at? So let's see. All right, cool. Sound is good. There's some jokes going on while everybody getting their life together. Supporter, a black female conservative, I said, no, you are anti-abortion. You are not pro-life. When I challenged a black Trump supporter, a black female conservative, I said, no, you are anti-abortion. You are not pro-life. I said, y'all want to y'all want to end Affordable Care Act. Y'all want to make cuts to Medicaid expansion. Y'all want to cut Social Security. You're cutting housing grants. You're cutting DEI programs. You're cutting job training programs. You're cutting. So if a woman, so let's be real clear. They ain't providing services for daycare. So let's just really, if we want to break this thing down, listen, I have not had biological children, but I've raised 6 of my nieces. And I know what it was like when my twin nieces came to live with us. And all of a sudden, boom, when I challenged a black Trump supporter, a black female. You know, all I heard was I haven't had biological kids. It's crazy. How many of y'all dudes in the chat that's over 40 ain't got no kids? Y'all better get y'all life together, man. I had to tell Miz that. Like, man, you over 40, you ain't got no kids. Get your fucking life together, man. Some niggas doing, B. Get out there and go out there and find yourself a woman, nigga, baby. Stop playing, son. More black babies. More black babies. So yeah, if you over 40, and if you got bread, that's kind of crazy, and I ain't gonna lie. I never had those problems, so I don't know. Star Wars, you over 40, don't have kids, get your fucking life together, bro. I know you ain't, bro. I know you got your life together. You better go find yourself a black woman. You better go to one of the little conscious community things. Find yourself a sister with a little sundress on. You know what I'm saying? Shalom, sister. Shalom, sister. Shalom. Yeah, get it poppin'. You over 40, you ain't no kids, and you on, especially if you're on this side of YouTube. There's a lot of black brothers that I will say, you know what? Yeah, you're not hurting the community by not reproducing. You married? All right, that's too much personal. I'm gonna leave it right there. I ain't gonna add on to that one because there could be a lot of dynamics to that conversation. So I'll respectfully leave that one alone. So you get a pass right now. I ain't going, you know what I'm saying? That's too personal. But everybody else in the chat, you know what I'm saying? The son got bread, bro. That's kind of whatever. I'm gonna say that's not biblical, right? That's not biblical. We don't kids as what you doing. It's crazy. I raised 6 nieces and nephews. All right, I guess whatever. The pro-life conversation and shout out to Renee, because Renee definitely has been on the alarm from the beginning with Trump. You know, no cap. She's been on like, yo, son, these white folks is coming for black folks. As a white presenting Asian man, I don't think the sisters want this. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. I need 9 more children. Yeah, I ain't even mad at you. I would definitely let it at least get to a solid 5. You know what I mean? The 10, that's a solid. That's old school numbers. Old school numbers. Old school numbers. But at least get something, I would just say, don't leave the planet with just yourself. You know what I mean? We need more babies. Only way the community will grow is if we actually make children. The only way the black community will grow is if black people are making babies with black people. So we need black people to making babies with black people. Now I know some of y'all Israelites gonna be like, hey, make a baby in anybody is the seed. This is a scientific channel. As much as I try to keep you in the conversation, but especially just me here, you're not gonna get away with that one. You're not gonna get away with that one. It's like, hold on, jeez. That baby's half mommy, half daddy. So that baby half whatever the other half is. You want to go make a baby, go do what you're gonna do. Let's just be clear. Only way to further the community, the population, is by black folks making babies with black folks. Now, I don't know what part of people's brains they get that twisted in. I don't know what Drake video they've been looking at to give them faith in their ability to make babies with other people. I don't know. I'm not trying to figure it out. Not at all. Now, black conservative who is saying they're anti, what if they, that's why I said that if they can't have kids, that's a different situation. Black leadership is actively advocating for I don't, that's been a conversation in the black community. I don't subscribe to that. I understand the option, but we need more black babies. So I know some people like, yo, who's taking care of babies? So what you're really saying is we need to increase the family value system. The babies aren't there. The family system is there. And how families are supported and relationships and mommy and daddy relationships. That's the reality. So yeah, we need more support from mommy and daddy and relationships and pushing black love. Not the content that's centered on just, making money off of the sad realities that can be created or unfortunately, experienced with some of these relationships. It'd be crazy online. But yeah, black conservatives. Female conservative who was, I said, no, you are anti-abortion. You are not pro-life. I said, y'all want to y'all want to end Affordable Care Act. Y'all want to make cuts to Medicaid expansion. Y'all want to cut Social Security. You're cutting housing grants. You're cutting DEI programs. You're cutting job training programs. You're cutting. So if a woman, so let's be real clear. They ain't providing services for daycare. So let's just really, if we want to break this thing down, listen, I have not had biological children, but I've raised 6 of my nieces. And I know what it was like when my twin nieces came to live with us. And all of a sudden, boom, when I challenged a black Trump supporter, a black female conservative who was, I said, no, you are anti-abortion. Now, this is a Damo type argument, and not in no disrespect, but he cooked. I mean, he cooked. He's like, no, you anti-abortion, but you're not pro-life. Shit, was I muted? Damn, how long was I just muted for? It's crazy. That's crazy. I'll repeat what I said. So I agree, and I don't know if did y'all hear me say anything about Damo in the chat? That's crazy. I was just muted. All right, cool. So I was just discussing Damo, and I said I feel like his response was like Damo, and not in an insult to Damo, but in the sense for like he gave him you're about abortion, but you're not about pro-life, and that's a great tool because they're gonna completely respond to that. That's a gaslighting response, but it's a quality one because at the end of the day, you can stand on that. So it's not all the way gaslighting. It's just like, but the mechanism I think in the conversation that would get a nice response because they're gonna be like, what? I'm not pro-life. Yeah, how you gonna say you pro-life, but you cutting all the programs that are centered on the quality of life a person has? What you talking about? Stopping abortions. But you getting rid of daycare. You getting rid of child care. You getting rid of food lunch. You getting rid of these things. Like, make sense. You telling these people to have a baby and just be struggling, no insurance, no food, no help, and just pick yourself up by the bootstraps. And like all that niggas anyway. What gave you some projects? It's like, come on, y'all. It got to make sense on both sides. And I think this era is going to start because I mean, this is what's his name again? That was this guy's name again. Roland Martin. Yeah, Roland Martin has definitely been on some bullshit in the past. But is that to say he couldn't elevate, change perspective? Because right here he's 100% right. And there's other times I've heard him speak on issues, and the angle he was speaking from was actually very right or correct. Or at least I aligned with the perspective or angle in which he was arguing. So I stand with him on some points, and that's how it is in many conversations with people, especially online news people. You're not gonna agree with everything they say, and you may not disagree with everything they say. Give and take. But this argument right here, I thought was actually a really good one. It's like, bro, are we serious? Like, are we really serious? Like, what are we talking about, Chiefs? Like, come on. So much to freaking work on. It's crazy. Oh my goodness. Are we serious? Like, how you gonna say you about life and you cutting all these programs? Your identity was goody. I put the title in there. I was like, yeah, I know my man Identity went to some science. Oh, that verse was fire too, Identity. My bad. You sent it to me. Did I pass out? Or did I see the space? Last 2 days was kind of blurry. But yeah, that was fire. I would do say though, Denny, I would like maybe have a little direction on it, like attack somebody or make it, about something. You was just like going over. I gotta listen to it again. Y'all know Identity got bars, right? Wifey said she liked it too. When we in our 40s, and I think most of the 40-year-old heads over here can rap though. Haven't heard anybody who was like trash. Like everybody can put together bars. You know what I mean? Like it ain't no. my mama said. So I heard you spit before Identity, so I know you can spit. You were the first time that she start coming up with a. Mama said, "My name is Identity. Don't mess what I do. I like electricity and I play ball and I do how I move. It's the time of day. Listen to the words I say." That's how Truth. That's why Truth be scared of the student. That's how he rap. I get it with Truth though. He was around, like he went to junior high school with Cool Herc. What you call it? He did what's the other shit he was with? He used to baby. I think he tutored KRS-One. I think that's what he told me. I think Truth said he used to tutor KRS-One. So shout out to Truth for that. But you know what I'm saying? So I can get Truth rapping like that. True story in the place, and I'm bringing the info. Watch what I'm bringing to you. I got a book, knowledge, things I got, and best believe it's true. Want to learn these words I speak? You gotta sit there and listen to here. And I got the words for you, kid, and best believe it's real. Black power. True, he gonna end with his hands around his shoulders like they used to do on TV. Word. Gotta love it, man. Gotta love it, baby. Oh, y'all didn't know that? I thought y'all knew Truth used to when Truth pop up in the chat. Don't even ask me. Just be like, yo, Truth. I heard you used to tutor on KRS-One. That's fire. Watch what he gonna tell you. He might get mad. I told y'all this stuff. He used to be in he got a lot of history in the community, so but something he don't want anybody to know. But yeah, Truth used to tutor on KRS-One. So yeah, man. The Buffalo stance, you feel me? That's a fact. With the Kango. Like for real, G. That's how we doing. That's how we moving right now. 2025. That's how we moving in 2025. All right. Truth was Sammy Davis Senior and Junior first dance instructor. That's crazy. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's history. That's history. You should be proud of that. Not everybody. I mean, not a lot of these young people don't know who Sammy Davis Jr. is. So that's dope. Shout out to you, Truth, man. All the old heads that's still around doing it, man. Oh yeah, always, man. What would the world be without y'all? What would the world be without y'all? Let's see who's next in the. Let's see. I gotta upload my I don't have that many new pseudo videos. You said old head slander on a Sunday? I wasn't. It's Sunday Rumble, man. It's up, man. None of y'all old heads are getting no peace, man. It's up for everybody, man. It's war. Let me stop. I'm technically an old head too. You forgot? I'm listening to young old head box. Young old head box. Yeah. And shout out to all the young old heads like me and shit that. There's a couple of y'all in here that's a little older. Remember them Converse you used to play ball in? But yeah, I ain't gonna joke too much. Young old head? I made that. I ain't make that up, man. Come on, Jackson. I thought you was with me with the young old heads, man. We ain't crossed over yet, man. You can't fully put us in the box with all of the old heads. They got the. How old is an old head? Anybody older than me is a real old head. My age and below is. How we gonna do it, all right? You know what I'm saying? My age, how old am I? Damn, 40. Yeah, damn, son. I'm 44, bro. That's crazy this year. Fucking old head, B. Can't make that shit up. That boy an old head, son. Once the YN call you Unc, you done. I get OG. I ain't get called Unc yet. Jane, it's your birthday? Liddy. Liddy, shout out to Jane, man. You gotta keep throwing your cash app in the chat. Somebody gonna buy you some weed for your birthday. Like, yo, here's $7. Go to Dollar Tree. Get anything you want, man. You 1 year younger than me, so you're not an old head. Yeah, you're not old head. You know what I'm saying? You approaching the young old head age, but you're not up there with like Truth. You're not up there with them. Truth was he got Ray Charles' first mixtape. He got all them old shits. He up there with them heads. But you're not an elder though. Yeah, everybody shout Jane in the chat, man. Happy birthday, sis. Many, many more. You know what an 8-track play is, you an old head. Well, if you use the 8-track after you were old head. Done the cat, not a cougar. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Oh, my bad. Let me find the next thing to joke on. Let's see what we got right here. Let's see where you at. Oh, they got mad memes on the Latino supporters. Mad memes on them. This is hilarious. Somebody said black and brown supporters, you're next. Let's go with testing Trump supporters. Aaron, what it look like? It's early Sunday. You know, a lot of y'all still in church, so it's cool.
Trump people, you know, they just don't want to see it.
Hey, I wanted to take you over here with me to the Trump supporter side, and maybe you can show me if there is racism over here. He wants to know if he's going to be safe inside there if he goes.
Yeah, come on in. You go with us.
We'll welcome you with open arms.
Hold on, a few more, I might change my mind.
You're with us. That's all that matters.
Black, white don't mean shit.
Now, I'm going to go over with the demonstrators with him, and he's going to follow me around and see if I get treated with love and tolerance.
No, Nazi.
I can hear what you're saying. You can't. How do we become black?
The Democrats hate that this video exists.
The Trump people, you know, they just don't want to see it.
Hey, I wanted to take you over here with me to the Trump supporter side, and maybe you can show me if there is racism over here. He wants to know if he's going to be safe inside there if he goes.
Yeah, come on in. You go with us.
We'll welcome you with open arms.
Hold on, a few more, I might change my mind.
You're with us.
Man, y'all play that game if you want. Play that game if you want. That shit feel weird, first of all. Like, there's so many people over there. But I could I think the racial game is going to kind of fall apart in his next letter. Yeah, because the racial game that they throw inside of it, I definitely can see how that is involved. But like, it's like y'all gotta move a little past that argument. You gotta step it up, y'all. And I'm not, the race card is real, but throwing the race card in every goddamn conversation. Yes, I said God. I know I owe you push-ups for that. But it's like, come on, y'all serious? Like, ask them something serious. Like, what do y'all feel about providing, services for black students? Or how do you feel about pro-choice and white parents in communities adjacent to black students getting their children getting the exact same amount in pro-choice? What are your thoughts on Black days being celebrated consistently throughout the school year and not just on Black, what is it? Black History Month? Do y'all think that Asada Shakur should have her FBI warrant removed? You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the questions I want to hear. Like, yeah, anybody be like, yeah, we met some black people. Now, are you pro-black though? Oh, I think I might come over here. They gave him some hugs. They was about to offer him some chicken. They had a white girl. Oh my goodness, the white girl touched my arm and brought me to the family, and they all received me. I think this is it. Disproportionate school funding is tied to property taxes. Are you supposing the taxes should be raised, or the lines should be changed, laws should be changed, or how would you approach that particular issue? That is the reason why federal funding is extremely important. Title I schools, Tier 1 environments, environments that are filled with people who are economically distressed, who don't live in areas that that garnish high amounts of tax revenue. What are we saying about that? And I'm wording it like that specifically because majority of the people who live in these areas are white people. You know what I mean? And I know black people, we're dealing with that part, and that's a sad reality we're dealing with. But that's what's being attacked now. However, whatever reasons people have for it, but Title I funding schools is important. Not everybody lives in the area that collects or garnishes high amounts of taxes. And I don't think that's something that should have been taken off the table. Like, there's plenty of space to discuss expenditures by the federal government, and I'm all for efficiency within the federal government. However, I don't think they should have started with the Board of Ed. I would have, and so I think it was like a broken windows kind of concept. Start with the low hanging fruit. Let's see, with broken windows. Yeah, I just feel like that was super low hanging fruit. And it's like, but maybe that I know, like in New York, they were doing the low hanging fruit criminal crimes, and the idea with that to attack these crimes is going to make people more likely to recognize that if they're attacking petty crimes, then you're going to make people who are doing crimes that are above petty less likely to do it because they see that if they're doing just hard enough that or something like that, and then cleaning up the community and locking up the broken windows. That's kind of how I remember it being introduced. And then New York City going haywire with it when they started giving people tickets for sitting on milk crates. They banned milk crates in New York City. So, like, in the history of like, those type of petty crimes and the associations of black based off of the environmental pressures that create those petty crimes, vagrancies and trespassing and stuff like that, which is like, y'all doing the most. Y'all doing the most. Afro was goody.
Peace, brother. Peace, Q, brother.
What's good, Ken?
Respect, bro. I think that's a great point you made too about the federal funding in reference to education. It should be federally funded. When we look at it at the state level, that's the way it's structured, with most of it coming from the state level for the local and public schools. It gives them the room to redline and do a number of other things, though. That's a very important point. It should be federal, so we can ensure that funding gets equally allocated, throughout the country. I agree with that. They don't mind federally funding prisons, but you won't federally fund, education the way that they should. And I think that also goes into the conversation of where the nation is in manufacturing. I think that's an issue where we're looking at federal funds being misallocated that should have been going towards educating engineers and people in STEM, just in general within the country, but particularly from my point of view, Black people first. But it just shows with the lack of engineers, and it's America is at a deficit, And to the point you made about Asada too, she definitely should be totally exonerated. She had a great book too. Asada, that's a fire book, family. If you can get it out there, she talked about her experience in the Panther Party. She talked about the treatment that the New Jersey State Police was giving her when she was when they first locked her up. They was abusing and torturing the sister, but her spirit was unbreakable. That's a good book. She talked about a Black woman that she met when she was in Clinton Correctional Facility that she thought was unbreakable. She wrote a poem to the sister in the book called Rhinoceros Woman, but she talked about how the sister would go at it with the officers. Just a good book though, but shout out to Ashada Shakur. She definitely should be exonerated and celebrated.
And this as a basic question as a standard, like when white folks be saying that they're for Blacks, like that's the time to really check their pro-Blackness. Like, oh, you pro-Black? So what are you pro for Black people?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I'm pro-America. All right, so what do you feel about reparations? You want to go straight hardball? What's up with what's your thoughts on reparations?
That's hardball that's hard for them. Yeah, that's a tough question for them folks.
That would have changed the entire tone. Soon as he went over there, he was like, "Yeah, come over here, brother. We don't see no." That's what's up, man. I appreciate. I feel like the white folks. How do y'all feel about reparations? The whole shit would have just changed. Like, well, brother, America. It's been 300 years, brother. It's been 100. It's been two. Look, I wasn't alive during slavery, brother. You're gonna start hearing all of that stuttering coming out.
Yeah, that's a hard question. Pause.
Zip, he said there's no one more stupid than the pretendians. That is a fact.
And yeah, definitely salutes to you and the trip, that y'all had. I happened to view it, I happened to be around when y'all was in North Carolina. Look nice down there, man.
Yo, it's lit, bro. I can't even. Motivation, bro.
That's it. No doubt.
And when we had a next conversation, be it's crazy. Liberals ain't giving up no reparations neither. No shit. You gotta ask them that question too. I don't liberals or conservatives or whichever one you want to pick. Once they say they for Black people, that's why you can start light. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about, expanding Black History Month? Well, start with what do you think about expanding Black history throughout the year for curriculum? Triangle View. I'm not sure what you discussed, but you can click the link.
Yeah, I think that would be good though, and keep it consistent throughout the year for especially for Black students, with a particular emphasis on Blacks in STEM and things of that nature. I would agree with that, bro. keep the emphasis on blacks in STEM, blacks who have relevant inventions, who have contributed to today's technology. There are many, but they are under celebrated, under highlighted.
This one said Black history is American history, should be taught year round. Facts. Triangle View said, I don't click the link, I just did. So here's the Cash App, because we definitely need all the support. North Carolina is on the full level up. And Brooklyn. Who that? Wally, what's good, OG?
Hey man, I came to apologize to you for the other day.
Now let me start first. You the elder, you the OG. First, let me start off. I was, I be trying not to have those moments with you. That was not cool. My bad, Wally.
Well, I want to apologize because I allowed myself to be insulted by you.
And I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have did that. You ain't got to allow it. Like, I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't, there's no excuse for that.
And there's no excuse for me to feel insulted. And I had put myself in that emotional position with you, and then I was able to feel insulted. So I want to apologize to you for taking it that way so that you don't have to carry that. To me, that was my responsibility. I appreciate everything. No problem.
Vice versa, man. You the OG, man. I come to Jamaica, like the first one I'm hitting, like, yo, Wally, where you at, son? What up, son?
Well, I'm going to get back at you. I want to start some fires, so I'm going to go start these fires and then come back.
All right, OG. You said, I wonder if there's any STEM programs that's related to material manufacturing and distribution, mechanical engineering, you got industrial design, automation design. Governor DeSantis said queer history is not a part of Black history. Black Democrats and Ben Trump were offended by that because they wanted to push liberal agenda on Black children. Yeah. Need at least 3 months of history, 1A and 1B, South American, Black history, Black history in the States. I would go further than that, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I definitely agree with you. I just feel like the way it's for a culturally responsive curriculum and to attack the biasness that's found in the country, people have to be educated. And if the general population really understood the contributions that Black people have made to this country and the struggles that Black people have made, it would create a better space of conversation.
Yeah, that's a critical point that you make too, with Black people being able to develop a healthier curriculum for Black children. That's definitely something that has to take place.
I mean, but if we look at the LGBT community as a model, right? And we look at like their push, they got definitions changed. They got laws made. They got curriculum created. And of course, there's largely white folks that's in front of the conversation. But to me, that should be the basis of the argument now. Like, bro, like this is what we like. Yeah, we're following the LGBTQ. How was y'all able to make these curriculums so fast? Y'all created an inclusive. We've been fighting for 100 years, bro. We ain't got no inclusive curriculum. How the fuck y'all get one this quick? And the argument is because it was largely white men who were in front of the LGBT community. White gay men, white trannies were in front of it. And still are. So somebody say Globe Earth is a joke. American Lotus said Globe Earth is a joke. Click the link, man. We want to hear it's smoke, man. So we can be nice or disrespectful up front, but I don't know none of y'all too. So you know what I mean,
Yeah, though, bro, you're 100% correct. They had that curriculum on deck. They influenced. You just see it injected all into the public and charter school system.
With the quickness.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really see how, as far as looking at it long range, it's difficult to place yourself in a thought where you saying you support healthy nuclear black family, but you support LGBTQ like it's antithetical. They don't go together. No disrespect to nobody, but that's just how I see it. That's my opinion on that. They just don't go together. No disrespect to those people out there who live alternative lifestyle, but I don't think that that's really supportive of black family. And I know people of that persuasion. I interact from time to time in the public space with people from that persuasion, but it's no disrespect to those people. But yeah, man, that thing down there in NC, that that looks great. It's just plush in the South. Period. It just makes sense to me, from my point of view, it makes sense for people from the North to connect with black folks in the South. That's where many Negroes migrated from to begin with. I think it's just a natural order of things. But the South definitely has a lot of benefits when it comes to nice plush land, plenty of space, fertile soil. It's a lot of fertile soil in the South.
And that's a fact. Whole damn thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah. My folks come from South Carolina. It's a lot of, my family owned little pine down there. It's, land, things of that nature. But yeah, South Carolina, yeah, to Jersey. And some of my folks went to New York, Brownsville, Queens. But yeah, black folks definitely got roots in the South.
Hell yeah, we got roots in the South.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Maybe it's a possibility. One day our people would develop a co-op and get back into cotton production. I know we turned off by it because of our history with slavery, but we definitely need garments. And the most where it would be most profitable for us is to get it from the ground. Like everybody, like many other intelligent people are doing. Cultivating cotton and develop your own fabric. We can do it. Our people have we got the talent to do so. We was doing a lot of seamstress work and cutting garments for Europeans in the South. And it's a lot of our people that are engaged in that type of activity now. We just got to move towards getting hold of land collectively or on an individual level, but we shouldn't be turned off by cotton production and just the cultivation of soil period. That's a part of life, cultivating soil.
That's 100% fact. Homeboy asks, I've always wondered how did they come up with or who invented calculus? Isaac Newton is the main person behind calculus. I know it's Lorenz, the other French or white guy that was contributing to it. But it's part of the conversation of measuring motion. That's what when flat earthers be talking about motion, I'm like, and gravity. I'm like, when I discuss gravity and don't discuss the history of analyzing motion, it's the real disconnect. So that's why, so that's what makes Newton, not to say it like that, the badass of physics and science. His contributions to the development of calculus as we know it, the fundamental theorem of calculus, which is used to measure the instantaneous rate of change. That is
Right. And I'm not nowhere near that level in understanding in it, but I got a stationary engineer's license. That's a boiler's license, basically. Simplified. But all of the measurements for the pressure begins with 14.7 pounds per square inch at sea level, and everything is built on that. So that pressure at sea level actually exists. That has a lot of implications, in the conversation for the weird flat earth stuff and all of that, but yeah, it exists, 14.7 pounds per square inch. And that's from a little lightweight stationary engineer's license. But that's basic stuff, family. Basic engineering.
They be like, no, the white man made that up. I was like, bruh.
Yeah, when I got to troubleshoot, when I was in that field and I had to troubleshoot, if the water pressure wasn't right, or you had static on the surface level, meaning that the steam wasn't able to get through because the chemicals were imbalanced. All of that is based on that 14.7 psi at sea level. So all of that is ran on that. It's math. It's real for those out there who, this stuff will blow up if it's not correct.
Hey, no, they just write that on any box just so people can see something on the box. Those numbers don't mean anything.
Yeah.
Whoa, for real? All right. Got you. I got you. I'm going to leave.
Shout out to the Norky MD&J too. They let us.
Man.
They let us train for our boiler's license on their system. Shout out to UMD&J Hospital North.
Oh, that's loud.
Is this thing on and working, man?
Yo, we hear you.
Oh, you just be moving around so much because I was up there lighting the fire. And I heard the dude talking about cotton and making fabric and this and that. And I'm like all excited. I got all that stuff. I'm working in that lane. I'm coming down to get tell him that information. And then he started talking about the other thing you were talking about, the geography and stuff. And then I just got some more information on that. And I'm excited about that. So I'm saying you're moving around so much. It's beautiful to see how much is being moved around. And I wanted to comment on a couple of things. So I came and got my headphones. I said, I'm going to go up like these fires with my headphones because things keep coming to my mind as I'm listening, because I'm listening anyway. So things keep coming to my mind. Maybe I could make a statement, which is this. I have 5 of those machines to make thread, rope, or whatever you want. I was using, I anticipated using them to make hemp clothes because hemp clothes are actually last longer than cotton. Cotton only lasts as a finite, maybe 5-6 years, maybe, don't nothing bother it. But hemp will last 20-30 years. And it could be weaved to where it's actually as soft as cotton.
That's interesting.
And like I said, I have 5 machines. I have to move them because anyway, they came to my mind. I had to move them. So when I heard you talking about it, I said, hey, man, I got 5 machines. All now you need is a loom, and you could build a loom. I know how to work looms. So, but you could easily build a loom, and then you got 5 looms real quick. But I bought these 5 machines from China a couple of years ago.
Hemp is an
3 years now.
interesting textile. That's an interesting textile right there.
It kicks ass. It kicks ass. Hemp kicks ass.
And it probably deserves some research and product development. You know, probably a lot of potential in hemp.
The biggest hemp laboratory that I know of to exist on this side of the world is in Jamaica at the University of West Indies. Matter of fact, just herbs all together. They pick blood. They can tell you 89 things you can do with it.
Yeah, you kind of muffled a little bit, Wale.
Oh, like walking back up the hill. Which no problem.
Yeah,
and then the thing about Kaku, I think his name is Kaku, or Haku, the Japanese guy. He was just talking about that space thing, and he had the moon. His purpose was his focus was on the moon. He said the whole thing needed to be rethought. He calculated with people. He said whatever the people think, it ain't right. Can't be right. Whatever they've been saying for the past whatever amount of years is a, not even a miscalculation. He says, I mean, you could actually check him. You know what I'm talking about? Aku?
No, I'm not.
Kaku?
I'm not familiar.
He's one of the guys that's left as a. What does Neil deGrasse Tyson call himself? That's what this guy is.
Astrophysicist?
Yes. He's from Japan. Kaku is. He's an older gentleman. He's about my age, but anyway, he's a professor and well-known astrophysicist. And respected as well, because they listen to him all the time. Because I guess he's been right on it. But I see they give him a lot of kudos. I thought that was interesting when you were talking about that space thing. And a lot of stuff he said, man, he was kicking butt. He was making the some of the statements of the flat earthers make sense. I was like, wait a minute, what is he doing? But hey, I'm just saying, those 2 things came to my mind about the clothes, which is something to do. We could talk about this is what black people need to, this is what our people do, this is what, yeah. And then doing it, that's the difference. And that's why I went and bought the machines, because I'm like, okay, somebody said they want to do it, let's get it done. Because I'm into getting stuff done, making it happen, producing a product in material world. So anyway, that's how I see it on those 2 subjects. I'll mute up now, man, and see what else come up. One love.
Yep. Products. Make new shit, black folks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we need a radical shift towards production. It's a lot of simple things though, but yeah, I think we need a radical shift towards production, controlling the means of production.
What up, dude?
What it look like?
I'm on my gangster shit today.
Oh shit, Taz be around later.
No, I can't. Taz, he be he be on some other stuff. That's still my dude, YouTube dude. You know what I'm saying? But I got a question for Wale. You said that the other astrophysics from Japan or China was saying something about flat Earth that made sense. Can you elaborate on that a little more?
I missed that part.
I just heard him say it, just not even 15 seconds ago.
He said, I'll say again what I said, so maybe this time it'll get you. I said some of the statements that he made were in sync and in the same logic as what the flat earthers sometimes you say. And I was asking, I said, what's up with this dude saying those things?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you. My bad. I misheard. I misheard you. My bad, Wale.
I mean,
I
the flat
suggest
earthers
you.
they be remixing shit though. But yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I'm
it's
saying, watch the guy, because I plan to put another guy, like, I have a channel also, but I plan to put another guy's video on my channel because he's saying so much of what I be saying in my channel. I just thought it would be better for my people my audience, to hear it from someone else with a different voice, with a different attitude, you know what I mean, or whatever, but it's the same subject matter. So I would suggest that you listen to Kaku, because
well,
I think he's very interesting.
I'm not watching anybody that supports
Hold on, but
anything
you
that
said me,
flat earthers say.
but he doesn't say flat. You said the guy. Which one? You said Miku, the astrophysicist, the famous one.
Yeah, Michio. Somebody put his name in the chat. I just read it and said, yes, that's the one I'm talking about. Michio Kaku.
Yeah, he be doing a lot of theoretical shit.
Uh-huh. And that's what he was saying. When he puts all the information together, information that's not on the public venue at all, he was saying, or at least he hasn't seen it on the public venue. The information he started putting together, some of it is, but not all of it. And when you put all of it together, then it starts making, one thing something is up.
So here's my take on a lot of it, Wale and Q and whoever is listening. In order for you to understand something, or even attempt to try to understand what they're saying, you have to know what they're talking about. Like, if a person don't know and I'm using something that I'm fully aware of. If a person doesn't know how a combustible engine works, how can he understand what someone's talking about dealing with an engine when he don't even know how it works?
Yeah, he's talking about he's talking about Mazda. He's like, yo, the rotary engine is everything.
Right. I'm just saying that you got to have some level of understanding to even be a part of the conversation, to even listen to the conversation and say, yeah, this is how a cam works. This is how a valve works. If you don't know any of that, how can you make the statement of I understand what they're saying? You don't. You really don't. You just agreeing because somewhere in the conversation you attach yourself to a part of the conversation to make you feel good. You follow what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. I do.
So for me, there is no conversation that I'm having with a flat earther anymore, because I understand that they're only flat earthers because they disagree with something with the government, or something they trying to disagree with to get some attention. But when its chips are stacked up, they have no platform to stand on. So it's like, why we continue the conversation?
Yeah, I like talking about science.
Yeah,
I
me
don't know how
too.
else to. I don't know how else to like. Except for I don't know how to make the conversation happen. I'll be honest with you. I'll be like, I'd be mad when the flat earthers leave. So I'm like, yo, bro, like we don't get to talk about. If you notice, identity. Certain people only hit the panel because they really want to argue science, or at least have those kind of conversations where you can, use what you learned in a way that's actually cool. But outside of that, the conversation is kind of like, yeah, the evolution conversation is like almost like a religious argument.
Right. I mean, scientists argue with scientists, right? But even the scientists that's arguing or having a disagreement with a topic, they have information that they can validate. These triangle earthers and these flat earthers, and the moon is a disc floating in the air. They have nothing. No, they have nothing to validate their claims. Zero, other than a conversation.
Yep.
So it's like, for me, it's like, what's the point?
Yeah, you're right about that.
Well, here goes Kaku. Kaku was saying that the abnormalities that that are reported that are admittedly slight in the magnetic and the rotation of the moon, the abnormalities of uh, uh, the the rocks from the moon versus the rocks from Earth, and they say the rocks from the moon are dated to be older than the rocks of Earth. So that one thing about Earth and the moon, whatever happened that came from the Earth, doesn't really play out in that scenario at this time. And then, you know, you can maybe, like I said about the what they call the lava tubes, excuse me, TUBES, the lava tubes, which I heard about a few months ago. He's saying now that they are big enough to hold a city, and I'm like, whoa, what just happened there? So then,
Who went in there and saw that?
no, I'm saying I didn't say anyone went in anywhere. Did I say that? So
Well, how
you're
they know
asking me
that?
who?
Well, how they know
So
that?
it sounds like your question would be this: did anyone go in there and see that? Is that your question?
That's the same thing, Wale. When people make those
No, it's
claims,
a different thing, man. It's a different
no,
thing. You
you're
said
playing semantic
who
games.
went in. You're
You're,
playing semantic games at this point, and
can I
because I'm,
respond without you cutting me off, or we gonna get into this today?
dude, you can talk to yourself as far as I'm concerned. I don't have to talk at all.
I just asked you a question. Who went in there? You went into this and then won't even let me respond. This ain't a. I'm not getting into all that. I'm just saying when people make statements like that, the first logical question should be who went into these tubes and saw it big enough for a city. Where did they get this information from? That to
That's
me, that's
not
the
that's
first logical
absolutely
question for me.
right because you seem not to have an appreciable grasp of logic. Since no one is on the moon, it would appreciate that no one went in there. And to ask who went in there doesn't breed logic.
It doesn't. How does it?
Did
How come it
anyone
doesn't?
go in there? Did anyone go in there? Might lend itself to logic. And then I could tell you, no one went in there because they used these instruments actually from the satellites and the Earth, the instruments that they are capable of focusing on the moon to determine that. You
Okay,
see?
I'm
Simple.
not. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on that because if I ask who went in there and the answer is the same as nobody, then we know it got it from an instrument. But the
But
claims
that's
that
your logic.
that's my logic, right? So, but the claims that people are making are so extraordinary, they deserve extraordinary evidence to back it up.
That's why I suggest that you watch the guy's thing yourself because I'm not backing up anything
No,
at
I'm not
all. It
saying you
is
are,
not
Wale.
my statements. I'm
And
only
I never
transferring
said,
those statements.
it was your statement, Wale. This is not me attacking you or us having you know, a beef conversation because that's not what it is. I'm just saying for the people that make extraordinary claims and the people that side with the extraordinary claims, they should have extraordinary evidence to back up those claims. A conversation that ain't backing it up.
That's why I mentioned the guy that mentioned the client that actually made the claim
Yeah.
and his acclaim and his prestige credentials and all that kind of stuff. So you could check with him, man. I'm out of this conversation.
Next, Q. What you got on deck next? Wale hit the exit.
Let's see.
No, cousin, I didn't hit the exit. I hit
Oh.
the mute button.
It's the
I'm
same
not
thing.
accustomed. No, not really. I just don't really appreciate spending my time talking to people who don't seem to be wanting to do anything. Just, jabber.
I don't know what you're talking about right now, Wale. What are you talking about?
The information that I brought forth and that was explaining to you, and therefore you can go and check it out. You didn't one time check it out. You're arguing from ignorant point. You don't know anything about the thing that I'm talking about at all, yet you argue about it the whole time and then think you did something with that stupid ass argument you made. And I'm saying I hit the mute button before I started cussing your dumb ass out.
Okay, so first of all, Wale, I don't know why your estrogen level is so high right now. I've not argued with you not one time. And I'm not going to get on that grown, childish stuff that you on. I just asked you for the person that was giving out the information, the extraordinary. I mean, I don't have to repeat myself. If you have a problem with listening without being in your feminine state, then I'm not going to respond to it. Now, I can check you and make you go back to grown man mode, but we on YouTube. It ain't going to matter. Because that wasn't the conversation I was trying to have with you. So on to the next, Q. What you got on deck next? What's happening next?
Well, all right. Let's see. Let's look at some flat tars real quick. What we got right here. Blessings on blessings for y'all Negroes, man.
Challenge the heliocentric model of the solar system is pretty blasphemous in today's world. So how do we start to unravel some of this stuff? What are some of the biggest red flags with our traditional understanding that should start putting those first cracks in the listener's preconceived notions?
Sure. Well, just our common sense everyday perception of the Earth, it is flat as far as we can tell. It is motionless as far as we can tell. And everything in the sky is revolving around us as far as we can tell. If nobody told us otherwise, we'd logically assume that the Earth was flat, motionless, with everything in the sky revolving around us. And you can
Crazy. That is the first set of arguments. The complexity of black. Yo, Memphis, let's do. Yo, bro, it's up right now. I didn't know what to put in. You know what I'm saying? So Memphis is whatever. The complexity of black holes, quantum physics. Yeah, I'm with that, bro. Is how do you make? Maybe I got used to the debating and stuff. But all ideas is welcome, bro. I'm not. Yeah, please. Yeah.
The thing with that, even with what that video just said, Q, he's speaking on probably, at a time where people wasn't traveling, wasn't migrating, they were stuck where they were at, right? And you would have the notion that it's flat and everything is traveling around you. But with today's technology, you can pick up the phone and FaceTime somebody in China and see that it's dark over there. Now, if it was flat, how could that be possible? Technology always reveals things that changes your state of mind.
Yeah, that's pretty much why it boils down to literacy. A lot of stuff boils down to literacy, in my opinion. But we can observe with the sun, moon, and stars. Two of the bodies we can observe with the naked eye, the sun and the moon. Well, you need a filter for the sun, but you can look right at the moon. Both of them around. So why would the other be? Why would the Earth be a cube? Be a cube or? when we see the eclipse, why don't we see a pyramid come in front of the sun or in between? It's silly as hell to me. You know, no disrespect to nobody out there, but
Yeah, I mean that's a valid point. Everything that we can observe is round, but why are we triangle? Whatever they want, whatever they
exactly.
will try to make it out to be is like I get, you know, some people they want to try to go against the grain to just have a conversation or make themselves feel like they know something that nobody else knows. But you got to come back to reality sooner or later in your life. And I just think that's just a state that our community is in. Everybody's trying to find something to talk about to make themselves feel smarter than the next person.
Right. So 16 minutes and 22 seconds ago, you mentioned my name. Why?
I didn't mention your name. I
Oh,
said
I
I'm
mentioned
coming
your
in.
name.
I said I came in on some gangster stuff, and Q said, "Well, Taz not here, so come on with all that, like
All
you
I heard was
and
you.
Randy Savage."
Nah, I said that, Taz. I said Taz not here. Y'all wait till Taz get here. Yeah, I'm here.
Like, can't nobody mention your name. What's gonna happen if they do?
Shit, nigga, nothing.
Oh, okay.
What's
All
up
right.
with it?
What you thought I put it? I put a jump on the next flight, nigga. Not a goddamn thing, nigga. Shit.
Listen, hey, I'd be happy to
Yo,
see you.
you and
That's all.
yo, Mike. Yo,
Hey,
Mike text me this morning about you, Tag. Yeah, Mike, if you listen, y'all gotta dead that man. Wait, what happened? Now Mike had texted me this morning. He was pissed. Damn, he still mad? you know, it's not an easy exchange. Like, this is a different social setting that we humans are learning to engage with. You know what I mean? So I think that's what nah, these niggas was so different, bro. Like, I forgot all about that shit, but yeah, because you used to this, you used to this setting, bro. I got people that scared of my YouTube channel, son. They were like, yo, Q, I fuck with you, but nah, I ain't going in your panel. So they be wildin', son. I shoot a nigga. Nah, y'all curse somebody out. Nah. I was like, damn, it's like that. Shit though, bro. I don't like niggas like that who can dish it but can't take it, bro. You can't be talking that fly shit, bro, then get mad when somebody clap back. That's my only issue with that type shit. But I be forgetting that shit, bro. I don't hold no fucking grudge against these niggas, bro. You know that nigga like that. Nigga ain't never did shit to me. But what's good though? Flat motherfucking power though.
that's crazy just to be emotionally attached to some shit after it's over with. You got it on your heart the next day. That's crazy right there.
That's true.
Yeah, but y'all be on the tube. Now everybody be on the tube and shit. I remember that, yo, son, because with the Cynthia G thing, from the Sinetta shit to the first Sinetta issue I had when calling out the scammers to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it really showed me the connect. Because dude in California sent me a video. He sent me a bunch of videos with his shotgun talking about, yo, Q, talk about Sinetta. Y'all need, and I'm like, you serious? I'm like, this shit weird as fuck, son. And Cynthia G, like there was somebody I knew in real life he cursed me all the way out on YouTube, son. He's like, yo, Q, nah, son, we Pan Africans. We don't fuck with nobody like that. I respect you, Q. Fuck, you know, yo, he cursed me all the way out, son. And I'm like, nigga, it's YouTube, bro. Like, I've never even been in the same room with these niggas, bro. What are we? It's not that serious. Yeah. The amount of people that hit me up over Cynthia, I was like, bro, this shit crazy. So I think it's
Yeah, but then you got to ask yourself, what is their collective interest in it? It's just YouTube, but there's got to be something else there for them to even go that crazy over it. There's got to be something else there. There's got to be, because when I hit this X on my screen, whatever the fuck me and Taz just argued about, it just disappeared the moment I hit the X. It's done.
yeah, that's because y'all used to it and stuff. That's why I said it's a different social set. Not everybody used to it.
I don't understand it. Now I might try the next day, try to bust him in the mouth first the next day when I catch him online, but it ain't nothing no simpler than that.
Nah, bro. Some of these niggas don't want to be outsmarted either, bro. It ain't even always about no gangster shit, bro. Some of these niggas want to be the most intelligent, the smartest, and nigga, you not, and they get mad, nigga. All this shit ain't got nothing to do with the streets.
Well, I'm gonna say this: if a motherfucker coming on YouTube and he wants to be the most intelligent and the most smart, he's actually the dumbest motherfucker.
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Like some niggas want to stand up on a pedestal and look down at niggas, and this what y'all need to do to fix yourself and all that type of shit. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's the type of dude he represents. So I could see why he would be a little upset that some lowly hood nigga that now twice bested him in conversation. Because like I said, it's not about the name calling this shit. If you can't stand on what you saying, nigga, you full of shit. Stop saying this weird ass shit about the black community and then can't go in depth into the discussion. Because I'm willing to stand on that, fam. Yes, we got some issues, but not enough for no niggas to be standing up on the fucking mountain looking down on my community, bro. Go stand your ass over there, bro. I don't want to keep hearing that shit. What do you have positive to say about this? And I think when it comes to that point where you have nothing positive to add, everything that you're saying about us is what we need to fix or change. Yeah, bro, you should be challenged on that. And some niggas don't like that.
Well, we all know it's a lot easier for motherfuckers to come in on the bullshit all the time. That's always the weak route.
Yeah, I mean, we gotta fix, we gotta change. We need to do this. We need to do that. Man, everybody trying to do that shit every day, man.
I mean, it's two sides because you critique the hell out of the community too. You know what I mean? So I think it's just, but you accept the pushback though, but not every. I say you accept the pushback, but not everybody's. That's why I said it's a conversation that people getting used to the dialogue and engaging with other people. You know what I mean? I think that's that's how I look at it. Some people it's just getting used to that. And we did Taj, we engaged conversations. You have debated a lot of people, Sam. More people than the average adult experiences in real life in their life. Niggas start making friends at like 10, someday 20, like what, maybe 10, 20 friends after being 25 years old? Unless you people you work with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the exchanges, how often, and then parents be gods and shit. Like they get to tell their kids what they want, how to live. They pay for everything, and don't be the boss in the house. You know what I mean? You God in your world. If your community respects you and it's small, then you get on the internet, and all of a sudden you went from being that God to shut the fuck up, nigga. You ain't nobody and you're dumb. That'll crush somebody's whole. Like, what the fuck just son? What just I see you. We done seen it. We done seen it.
Well, see it. So let's deal with Memphis down there, right? So when I call you niggas dumb, like I really have an example, right? So for example, when you say motherfuckers hypothetical as hell, what you would mean would be hypocritical. But since you're so fucking dumb, you're chasing an ideology that you can't stand on. I'm gonna keep dissing Dr. Ben till one of you stupid motherfuckers take the debate. Because that's what I do. I debate. I don't just sit here and diss them and say fuck them and fuck what you thought of them and whatnot. I actually debate to get to the points that I would like to get out because I don't lie on these people. Y'all just follow blindly. So again, I'm not being hypothetical about anything. The word you were looking for would be hypocritical. However, I'm not. I just don't support all of the people you do. You fucking moron.
But that's what I mean. That your approach is the same to like what you're saying about Mike. If somebody just met you, they're gonna be like, son, Dr. Ben is the elder. Why would you talk like, you know what I'm saying? It's like you looking down on the part of the community.
To an extent. I mean, like I said, Dr. Ben is an elder to a certain part of the community. And I do think that there's a part of it that's respectable, and then there's a part of it that I think we need to move past. And I don't think we ever have the moving past some of that conversation. Everything is about following anything the elder said. Is like, dude, they was wrong about some shit, bro. Like, it's some shit that them niggas can't say.
It's just, again, the shape of the conversation. You know, it's like that part. But and that's why I say it's like basketball though, because I was watching like, damn. I was like, damn, Mike, don't let Taz do it, son. Now you angry. The rest of the game you angry. Taz looking at you like, son, all I had to do is hit this thing with 2 elbows. You know what I mean? Like, take one foul, call him a bitch, and his game is over.
Like, nigga, you can't stop me, bro. Weak ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, because again, like, basketball is basketball. Now, keep in mind, you can go to a park where they get mad and you might want to fight afterwards, but I mean, it is what it is. It's been a while since, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've seen niggas fight over a basketball game.
I used to talk. I got jumped. I don't talk shit. So I took you. So I know how it goes, son. And I used to ball a long time ago. So yeah, I understand. But not everybody like that though. And it is people that used to, and you know from ball, there's people that's not like that. That's like, nah, this gonna be they can't take a foul, they won't fight, they're gonna try to shoot the park up, or because you told them N1. Like, bro, all I said was N1. So I'm like, nigga, you're trash. Like, it's not my fault. You want to shoot the park up, man. Like, come on, son.
So yeah, G-Style Media says you have to show work that's comparable or a better approach to certain time. I get what you're saying, right? But I'm saying the people who would even be fans and supporters of Dr. Ben would tell you that some of that shit is outdated. I mean, I don't, like, why would I go out of my way to diminish his work? That ain't really the goal. Like, you know what I'm saying? It seems like people want that to become the goal, though, because that's kind of what happened with the Garvey thing. It becomes something simple as, nah, fam, some of that stuff is questionable to, well, who are you to question Marcus Garvey? And so it becomes, okay, well, this is why I'm questioning him. And, you know, again, it should be a discussion. It should be something that you can talk about. But a lot of niggas be fans of these people, and they're really just elders, if you will. But you shouldn't be a fan of them. You should understand what they were writing and teaching. But like fanned out, nah, that don't help.
Yeah, but it's still the approach, though. You know, and that's what you were saying, son. But hold on, son said, Q, you have to admit your connection with Cynthia G is a contradiction to everything you preach. That would visibly, off the talking points, I understand why you would say that. But that's not how YouTube works, and that's not how, you know, it works in the world sometimes. Like in the real world, you'll be connected to people. I got a lot of friends that are conservatives, real straight liberals, people that are completely don't fuck with Pan-Africanism. You know what I mean? Like, that's the world we live in. I got mad religious friends. You know what I mean? So it's like, whatever. You're not everybody's gonna have the talking points you have. And then I was there and in and out when the conversation developed, and I always push back, you know, but that also where I kind of see how the need for conversations need to happen. You know what I mean? Like that was my angle at the stage at the time. But you know.
But no, I mean, like, for me, it's all like, you know, that we've had that conversation many times. What G-Style Media said in the chat, he says it's the approach. Yeah, it's the approach. That's my approach. Right? I don't complain about the response it gets. People complain about my approach. It's a, you know what I'm saying, it's a difference. Whatever response I get is what response I get. I'm not lying though. I said, I don't disrespect the elders purposefully, but I mean, I do think if that becomes the conversation, it is what it is. I'm just not one of those who think we should act like every elder is respected or not.
Hey, Tad.
What up,
Tad,
bro?
you hearing me on this? Yeah, man.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so check this. I agree with you. Okay.
No, I don't hear you now though, Wale.
Okay. Did I go somewhere? How about that? How about that?
Nah, barely.
Oh, that's tight. I got the Bluetooth, but I thought it could walk around, and it's not walking around. So I tell you what.
Right.
Let me put it like this. What the guy said is this. Ben said a lot of stuff I don't agree with. But
the Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
But Dr.
The
Ben
Bluetooth device is connected
might be
successfully.
correct about what he found. His extrapolation, you know what I mean? People find evidence and then they'll say what the evidence means. Now, if he found some evidence, no problem. I can't say, hey, man, the man didn't find any evidence. He's showing me the evidence. But he's telling me what it means, and I may disagree with what it means that he's telling me. So at that point, yeah, I find some disagreement. However, that dude did a lot of extensive work to find evidence. And to that, you know, I appreciate. And I appreciate his effort very strongly. But like you said, I don't agree with everything either. Just even so with Garvey, even though I like Garvey tremendously, I don't agree with everything that came out of Garvey. So that's where I'm at. I mean, I don't see why anyone would agree with everything, but you might. I don't.
Yeah, I think the right. So it is the approach, right? So a lot of times when people challenge the information in a nice way, it doesn't turn out to be you don't get to the bottom of the issue, right? Sometimes I do think it has to be, you know, not so nice the way it's presented. And I say that because again, people are fans of these people. So telling someone, well, yeah, fam, you know, it was questionable how that money turned up missing. Well, they have a million different excuses for that, right? Versus saying, well, dude was a fucking scammer and here's why. Okay, then what you'll hear is people start challenging the word scammer. They won't talk about the actual money that was missing. But either way, you don't get different results. No matter how you have that conversation. I've had that Garvey conversation 300 different ways. No matter how you have it, people aren't willing to receive the information based on how they feel about Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I get why people say it's the approach, but it's really not. You would have to have the same conversation 200 or 300 times to realize that it's people's feelings about who you're talking about, not necessarily the context or the amount of evidence that you have. Niggas ain't going, fam. Niggas don't like, bro, you say something bad about Malcolm, niggas gonna be like, what? And you know what I'm saying? Again, I said Malcolm was a bitch, bro. He followed Elijah as opposed to being his own man way too long, right? Didn't say it to hurt feelings, didn't say it even out of trying to come from Malcolm. I said it because niggas be following too much. And Malcolm lost time following when he could have been leading, and his message would have been a lot stronger as a leader. Instead, it's diminished behind the nation. And so, again, when I'm saying it, it ain't to diminish Malcolm, but that's how niggas gonna take it. They're not gonna deal with the fact that what I'm saying behind it is true, though. He would have been a greater man without Elijah or walking away from Elijah earlier. But you know what I'm saying? Again, it's the approach, and my approach is based on the fact that nothing's gonna change anyway, based on who I'm talking about. No matter how much info I got, nothing's gonna change.
But saying it that way is and then somebody coming up on the panel and saying dumb niggas in the community need to be taken. We need to deal with these dumb niggas. And so, like, what's the difference between that and how you describe, like, the vitriol? What's the difference in vitriol?
Well, okay, so when we're talking about dumb niggas in the community, I don't know if we can study them, right? You know what I'm saying? It seems like a judgment is being passed on people we can't look at, situations we can't actually identify, just assuming. Now, this is versus talking about something historically where, again, you out front, you telling the world, hey, because keep in mind, I'm just using Malcolm, what I was saying about him for an example. You're out in front of the world, everything you say, Elijah this, Elijah. Now, when you get ready to turn on Elijah and you start talking about everything about him, you're exposing so much now that it begs the question, okay, fam, why did you stay around so long? If he met with the Klan 3 years ago when they was about to lie to black people about getting land, why did you stay with him? Why did you continue to rock after that? Why did you continue to rock after you felt like they were putting their hands on people and whatnot? There's a lot Malcolm divulged that he knew was wrong, but he still stayed quiet on it until it was no longer a benefit to him. No matter how you view it, that's bitch shit. But because it's Malcolm, we're not willing to have the in-depth version of that conversation.
Yeah, but
yeah, I think it's the approach. I'm agreeing. It's the approach.
Yeah, so we have to pretend like Malcolm didn't cover up the fact that the NOI was lying for 4 years.
No, you can say all of that. You can say everything you want to say, but if you come in the door saying Malcolm a bitch, then that's the approach. It's gonna be fucked up. You ain't gonna get nothing else out of that.
Malcolm was not completely honest and forthcoming.
Okay,
well,
fine. Neither are you, but I'm just
used that approach before. Listen to me though, right quick. So I used that approach in regard to Malcolm going to the United Nations, right? I didn't say Malcolm was dumb as fuck. He don't know shit about the motherfucking UN, or he wouldn't have went there in the first place. I didn't take that approach, but it didn't matter. Either way, it was, well, you ain't Malcolm. What have you done? Can you go to the UN? So I get what you're saying, but you know what I mean. It don't change it no matter how you present it. It's like people have a feeling about history, and everybody thinks they know history. So you can't say it in a way that's nice, or it's just gonna go over somebody's head. You got to make a think about
when you said he followed the man too long, and then he went out on his own. I'm saying the moment Malcolm went out on his own, he was a dead man from that moment forward. As long as he kept that shield in front of him of Elijah Muhammad, he was not murdered. Malcolm would have been murdered just like he was murdered when he dropped that shield of Elijah Muhammad, or speaking on behalf of Elijah Muhammad.
I mean, I disagree.
That's what I see. That's what I see.
Did it to him though.
I don't think Malcolm would have made it 3 months any other time.
I think if he would have shut up, he would have made it.
Yeah, but that's not Malcolm. That's not Malcolm being maybe. What he's saying is, if he's gonna shut up, okay, fine. But
I mean, if you like to me, in my opinion, you was okay with it when you was there. So when you leave, bro, leave just as quiet as you was when you was in there, bro. Like in my opinion.
I know that's your opinion, but
you gonna burn this shit down on your way out on some hating shit, bro. That shit look like hater shit. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Ain't nobody even actually asked Malcolm. So he's this posthumous persecution to me. Okay, fine. The man's not here to defend himself. Okay, fine. I'm not going to defend him because I don't really know the guy. I just heard a story about a guy that was in New York.
Did he have a relationship with one of Elijah Muhammad's wives?
I have no idea.
Is there any truth to that?
His wife, his Malcolm. I don't know none of them niggas. And nobody else on here do. That's what I'm saying.
So look, so here's another thing, right? So check this out. Let me add another layer to this, since I already said now to hurt some feelings. Let's hurt some more feelings. So this is how you know he a bitch, right? Because when Farrakhan stood his ass up there and said that they took care of a traitor, ain't nobody say shit. Niggas still talking about Farrakhan right now. So, I mean, it's odd that Taz can't say nothing, but Farrakhan said this shit a long ass time ago. Niggas still be dick riding. He done had fake ass movements, fake ass marches. Niggas still following, supporting the NOI. Ain't nothing said about none of them. He called Malcolm a traitor.
And he said he was complicit.
I heard him say that. And I've been on his butt ever since.
Man, he said he was complicit.
Nothing. Not only was he complicit, but the little guy that called Malcolm a problem was the problem. Excuse me, is the problem. That little bitch that called Malcolm a problem, the little curly haired, don't get me started on this motherfucker. That's the problem.
Yeah, see, okay, and so that's what I'm saying, though.
Minister Barrett Con, he's telling you in his name he's conning you.
Oh shit.
Yeah, see, I gotta so going back to the original point, though, Ted, I would say this right here, in Paul's diction, you know, we're not talking about writing, but the words that you use to specifically to convey the information to an audience, right? Calling somebody a bitch, although provocative, you chose to use that word. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the point of the conversation.
The way you articulate that shit.
I'm not lying. I'm not saying otherwise. I mean, I understand that.
You can't qualify or call that. It's your opinion, though. You know what I'm saying? Your opinion will only be that.
I know, right? But I'm willing to accept that because I also know if I give you the fact, I'm going to give you a fact that you're not anyway. The only way people remember, and it's crazy to think about this when I say it. The only way niggas take this shit in is because they're offended when it's said. Other than that, it's gonna go in one ear and out the other.
So let me ask you this, Taz. You think Malcolm Red, right, becomes El Hajj Malik Shabazz without Elijah Muhammad?
You said this Malcolm?
Yes.
Right. When you look at his overall growth.
Wait. I want to answer that though, because that was easy. Wait, because now El Hajj Shabazz pursued actual Islam, right? El Hajj Shabazz ain't got nothing to do with the nation. El Hajj Shabazz pursued actual Islam. So yes, Red could have went to El Hajj Shabazz any day. He could have skipped Malcolm. Malcolm was the NOI bitch. What do you mean? I support El Hajj.
I get that response, right? But what I'm saying is in the process of his growth, it's a fact that Elijah Muhammad introduced him to a lot of the things that he grew into.
He may not have Islam. That's why he left it. He left it because he knew he was being a bitch.
I can agree with you on the Islam point.
That's why a nigga told him to shut the fuck up, nigga. Because he was a bitch. Nigga, let's do this shit for real.
But that don't change the question though, Taz. It was still a part.
The concept. Like, bro, like I'm not here to be y'all bitch. You can tell me to shut up.
Pin the link up because this finna get ugly.
Y'all want me to go around and say all this white man shit, and now I say it to the wrong white man. Now I gotta shut up. Nah, bro. I fuck with El Hajj. Y'all can have Malcolm. I fuck with El Hajj. Malcolm said the best shit. El Hajj was that nigga though, the nigga that walked away from that shit.
Yeah, but there's a reverence for we should have, or rather, I would argue that there should be at this point a point of reverence for the experience and how it all developed, and the way in which we choose to articulate our history also opens the door to how others articulate our history. So if Taz, being someone who's known for history, chooses to use words in his diction that describe people that would be that are held in a certain light, that just shows a disdain. You know what I mean? It doesn't show respect.
It shows a disdain in the moment. I mean, if people listening in a moment, which I mean most people do. But I mean,
I'm saying, but your example with Mike yesterday, those moments last. Like people are gonna remember that you said that. The same way you told Mike, you remember what he said. They're gonna remember your disdain. They're gonna remember your choice of words.
No. They can remember what I said, but I don't have no disdain.
The choice of words.
Disdain is for actually for the NOI.
No, it's the reason. It's the reason why you use the word bitch.
Right. Yeah, there's no. You can't get it. That
they pushed him around.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's a perspective, though. That's your perspective.
Okay. Carry on that way. See how far I get you, my man.
So you believe you in agreement with Malcolm after he left?
After he
agreement with what?
After he left the NOI?
Yeah, that is the person that I think we should hold the reverence with. The person who went around talking about changing things in his community and whatnot. The person who pushed voting and said it was okay to vote. Right? The person who said that we need to control politics in our local communities. But we don't.
That person that you're highlighting,
right? But
that person you're highlighting is
shock value was we ain't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. No, that was shock value. But I get it, fam. I understand.
That wasn't shock value. That was like the shock value is saying he's a bitch. That's the provocative point. Yeah, that's the provide. Like the point in which you highlight is built upon the history he had, and I don't think at this point we should be contextualizing history in that way. Like I think it should be always with a level of grace. Because if a white boy jumped on the panel and said the exact same shit as you right now, we would be they would look crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a white boy, but I get it.
I mean, but we open the door for others to repeat based off our action. We're like, that's how y'all treat yourselves.
Well, I mean, I get that, but I mean, I would rather the conversation happen in front of the white boy than them continue to repeat shit that ain't true. Shit that we can't stand on, because that's typically what we do. Right? I mean, are we supposed to pretend like Malcolm was treated great by the NOI?
I would say that Malcolm had an experience that went awry, but we can't say it didn't contribute to his greatness.
Wait a minute. Are you doing what Mike was doing, pointing out what niggas do that's bad? Now you're gonna try to fix it. That sounds like something Mike was trying to do. Is that what Mike was trying to do? Something similar to that? Talking about how need this, niggas need that, and I think I'm hearing the same thing from a different voice, but I don't know. It just sounds.
That's what I was saying to Taz. I was saying to Taz, it's like the same.
I understand why it sounds that way, because I'm just making an argument, right? This ain't my action. I know what to say to hurt motherfuckers' feelings, which is why I was able to do it just now. But no, Malcolm is somebody that I actually respect and revere in history. But because I can critique him, it bothers people. I know it hurts. Crying, motherfucker.
Nobody's.
I'm not Mike. Right, so
it's the critique.
You can't pigeonhole me with that shit, bro.
It's not the critique.
It's the difference between somebody did some bitch ass shit than calling them a bitch ass.
It's the word. It's the word on the screen. That's what it is. That's what it's not. It's not the critique. It's the diction. It's the choice of words that you're using while you're critiquing somebody, and that's what you were saying about Mike. Like his choice of words, how you describe it to me.
I'm saying that Mike does not like black people.
Based off of the choice of words you made.
You said who doesn't?
Like some nigga they be having over here named Mike, but that don't like niggas. You know what I'm saying? So and I'm starting to realize that maybe is the issue that I challenge that shit. I don't give a fuck. Whoever like that nigga, that's y'all niggas. I don't like bitch ass niggas like that think they can judge everybody.
But that's exactly what you're doing, though.
Who am I judging?
Malcolm.
And Mike.
Wait, so I thought we was talking about a historical moment.
That's what we're looking at history and how people acted in history. Like that too.
Right. So when we talking about niggas who hop up here and say they don't like niggas, because we don't know our history. And then I challenge that person on, well, what history do we not know? And then that motherfucker don't have shit to say. How is that on me? Because we weren't talking about Malcolm yesterday.
Oh no, we talking about. I'm saying the
off of his judgment.
No,
dumbass Wale. He made the judgment.
But later on, you told him it's because of his history.
Yo, mute your mic up if you're smoking, yo.
His history of doing that, his history of sitting up there bashing the community, he never has anything positive to say about.
Do you remember Willie making that argument to you?
Yes, I do.
You see what I'm saying? Perspective.
Yeah, but Willie was wrong. Like, I mean, it's because again, it's one thing.
I won't say I was wrong. I'll say over time,
you were wrong,
I had
fam.
a better understanding of your argument.
My community, my history, black folks, black people, these people we referring to, than anybody else on this motherfucker. So
yeah, but that's content though. You like
it's not
what he's
just
saying is that.
I mean, because in that case, this is just.
But it is. But that's your actions though. I'm saying like, and he's saying that over time he got to understand your actions. That's the same space that you may have with Mike.
No, there is no space, bro. You forgetting that the whole point I was making was I can say these things and watch niggas never make the argument around it. You're going to be hurt by what I said. Go back and rewind it, and you'll hear me say that.
I will say that is the problematic point.
Niggas don't be hurt and crying, but they'll never deal with the point. That is exactly what I said. Start the goddamn conversation. I didn't say, hey, y'all, by the way, Malcolm a bitch. I said, when I said, this is going to be the reaction. And look, that's the reaction. Nobody cares what actually happened. Don't say that about my daddy, nigga. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you see, that's not. Do you see that extra statement? Don't say that about my daddy, niggas don't care. How do you get that from somebody saying, why would you call him a bitch?
Because I explained why I would argue that. I explained it. There was no
again, but then the choice of words you haven't argued.
Right, but that's the
point. Again, do you have and I know you have the ability, but why wouldn't you choose a different word?
Because I don't know why you're trying to make the point that I made by saying it. I mean, you do realize that that's what you're doing. That's the point I was making when I said it. These words are going to hurt if I say them this way, but people won't even get to the conversation behind why the words would be said that way.
I disagree. There's plenty of space where you can have a critique.
Oh no!
You can write a research paper. You can write a research paper on the critique.
Write a research paper. Yeah, I was talking to black people though. That was the context.
You can talk to black people on it. The conversations on critiquing the actions of people in the past.
These things in specific ways.
But when did talking to black people not involve research papers or formal education environment, Taz?
When everybody began to know history, like now, like on this internet, when you log on and you talking to people, everybody knows history. It ain't like science where, you know what I'm saying, you can listen to people and know within 2 minutes they don't know what they're talking about. Everybody can talk about slavery. Everybody can talk about Jim Crow. Everybody can talk about redlining. Everybody can talk about gentrification. So in other words, it seems history can be put into a nutshell, and most of the time, that's what happens. Niggas don't
but that doesn't take away.
No, you separated black folks. You separated black folks from not being able to use research papers and all that shit.
You kind of misrepresent yourself, right? Because when niggas hear
when are
niggas a bitch, niggas don't hold on. When niggas hear Malcolm was a bitch, niggas don't hear I respect El Haj Malik Shabbat. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean that's again, it's not meant to say that.
But you do understand the point. Malcolm's a bitch seems like it's a blanket statement on his life. It doesn't inflect the point that you do respect El Haj Malik Shabbat.
It's not meant to.
You
But I
don't
can take
think
you
El
back.
Haj should be? You don't think El Haj was that
But
was
look, this was my
problematic?
point of the difference of
No,
saying
why?
a nigga did some bitch ass shit outside of a nigga's a bitch ass nigga. Those are two really different statements. You know what I'm
But
saying? Like you could do some sucker shit at a point that could possibly be made right. But if you just a bitch ass nigga, you just a Jason Whitlock bitch ass nigga. You get what I'm saying?
Right,
so
but
that's
see,
what I'm
here's the
saying.
thing,
Just to,
man.
go ahead.
I'm saying even if you make, you can make the argument. I'm just saying your argument to Mike yesterday was that you didn't like what he said and the way he contextualizes the community and his view of the community and your opinion. And I'm just
Right,
saying
well, because
someone could have the
again,
same way of view.
I challenged him directly again on the statement he made, and he ducked. So at some point,
And I'm
it does
saying, and
become, yeah, but so
that's
who's
a
challenging me on the
disrespectful.
statement though? But who's challenging me
Some
on the
people,
statement though?
the statement I'm challenging you on addiction. Like, how
Right.
does it? How
I
does that?
didn't challenge that pussy on his diction. I challenged him on his statement. That's what I'm saying. Like I don't get what you're doing here. I didn't challenge that bitch ass nigga off of his diction, because if we start talking about that, the pussy came up out of his diction and started trying to sound like me. What are we talking about?
It's the end
The
goal.
same guy. If anything, we should be talking about his fucking hypocrisy. If
It will be
anything,
the end goal. It will be the end goal.
but why aren't we talking about his hypocrisy?
Is this a white boy?
The argument to me was same. That's why I said it
Almost.
to me is like in the sense of critique, it was the same shit. I wouldn't say Mike is a white boy.
I'm just
I ain't
saying,
never.
bro.
I don't know, bro. I ain't never seen it.
Bro. That's
No,
odd to
he
me,
did
bro.
have
That
he
nigga's
did have
a
critiques of the
whole fool,
community
bro.
that up front. He had critiques of the community that up front. Like if somebody heard it, they're gonna be like, nah, I'm not fucking with you. Which I
Like,
do
what
agree with. And
is
he was
is he
told that by
mixed or
multiple people.
something?
Nah, there's some black people that get on the internet and they just,
Bro, he's one of
they
them
just
soapbox niggas that say, I love my community. We need to change. Here's all the things we need to do to change. He one of them, bro.
Like Candace Owens and shit. Oh, okay.
like most
I
of the
love
users
black
though.
people, but 90% of y'all fucked up. That shit. I know, bro. So I'm trying to figure out how that's comparable to me just simply saying, this person in history, I don't support their argument because ... and ... and ... That's a lot different than just saying that we need to change. Then when someone says, hey, man, well, what you mean by that? You shut down. I'm trying to figure out how you're comparing the two.
Because it's a critique. And it's the style of critique.
Right, but when you're challenged on said critique, can you have the intellectual dialogue about said critique?
The act of challenging the critique, to me, is where that can create a space of contradiction. Because you're both choosing to use a way of articulating yourselves that for someone else will be considered like outside the box, provocative, whatever it is. Which is whatever. That's why I ain't really say nothing, but I just, to me, it just kind of sound like the same shit.
I don't disagree, but I do think this "I'm the good boy" image is it should be challenged sometimes.
Good.
Like I don't think it should always be the guy who comes in the room and says, I'm part of the better part of the black community. I took the position of being on the low end yesterday. I hate black people like you. I hate niggas like you, ignorant niggas. I said, yeah, that's
But that's the basketball part. That's what I was saying in the beginning. Some people ain't ready for that
That's the
conversation.
basketball part for you. But I'm telling you, that's what he says
like,
for real. It don't take me to bring that out of him. That's what you're not acknowledging. It don't take me to say that for him to say that. You don't say that anyway. That's who he is anyway.
That'll definitely come out. Don't disagree. But that's why, you see me saying this is about communication and us being able to get used to exchange with other people. Because some of us are like in a very small ecosystem talking to the same people. And we might have been used to being on the soapbox because of what we accomplished in life. Like we're respectfully on a box. Like, no, where we go, I'm used to being on this box. And then they get on the YouTube arena and it's like, hold on. Damn, I'm shit. They got to get used to communicating.
Like I said, bro, like we could have listened back to it yesterday, bro. Like literally, he did it on the community like you always do. That he ignored me twice. He don't want to have that conversation. He don't want to talk about what his issues are with the community. So again, if you could just sit up and talk freely and ain't nobody gonna challenge you on the shit, then yeah, you look like an innocent party when a nigga start turning up. I'm sorry, bro. He's not innocent. He don't like black people, and he should be challenged on that point. He shouldn't be able to just come and hang out and say what the fuck he want to say about black people, and we gotta accept it. Not all of us. Some people might agree with the nigga. I don't look down on black people, and I ain't gonna look down on the least educated, the dumbest niggas, the wildest, the crash outs. I don't look down on none of them niggas. Fuck, dude. I'll ride with the crash outs before I ride with that bitch ass nigga. Like, you want me to sit up here and lie?
Yeah, but the conversation context was a question based off of surviving and being with black people, and he said he would be with black people, and then it was like, and I was the one I was like, yeah, but niggas is gonna wild out and do this and that, blah 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 blah. So that's where like that conversation was coming from. It was like a prompt that Marty was asking.
He want to be the executioner, bruh. He want to be the one to get rid of niggas. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's the shit that niggas let pass. When he sit there and say, yeah, you know, I don't know about the Pookies and Ray Rays. They can't come. We got to get rid of them niggas. Yeah, you fine with that nigga saying he want to pop some niggas off. You cool with that?
No,
that's the shit
that's funny about it for me is
you see how,
knowing the both of y'all,
cool?
knowing y'all stand.
You say it's cool.
He was actually arguing
it's a matter of sometimes
the
you gotta let
black
people,
point, and you was kind of arguing the Fox News point.
You see how you say the contested part is you gotta it's under, like I said, people gotta get challenged. Yes, I'm open with that challenge part. That's what GQ told him, because when he first said that months ago, GQ was got into argument. People got into multiple arguments with him. That's just the reality of, you know, communication. Like that's just, you know what I mean? That's just what it is.
He didn't want to communicate though. We had a conversation, but I said he didn't want to communicate. So I mean, hell, some people just
that's why I said the basketball part, because it was like that's why I tell people, I was saying earlier, be mindful of what you say, because at the end of the day, the same way you Taz, you have people that pop up randomly and they got smoke for you, and it's like, yo, this is because of shit you said. And it's the same thing with him. It's like, look, I remember what you said, and you kind of said it multiple times in different ways in the conversation. It's up.
Yeah,
so that's what I don't know if you was here on the
I ain't
panel.
gonna lie though. To the basketball analogy, all right, yeah, they both talk shit on the sideline, but then Taz was really at that point where he's standing on the half court line, dribbling the ball like, all right, so come play. You know what I mean? Get on the court. I'm saying XYZ, make the argument.
No, but you missed the part when I was talking to Taz. That's the part when I was talking to Taz, when I said people are not used to this level of like social exchange. Like, this isn't normal. This is becoming normal.
Yeah,
but
now he don't even want to get on the court. I get what you're saying. If it was presented different, all right, I'll play.
He's already caught off. That's what when I was saying to Taz, like before, I was like, Taz, we done had debates with, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that get into debates, and I guarantee you their hands are shaking online. You can hear them study. Watch, you know, when new people hit the panel, you can hear them, you can hear their voice shaking, and they get called a bitch. Bro, Taz, come on, so you done seen how many people we done been on panels with, and that first time getting called a bitch or telling to present, you can hear the voice shaking. Like, it's like people really be nervous. They got to get used to it.
Hey, Q, let me respond to the argument real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
So he said he called him a bitch because he stuck with the NOI, knowing that he disagreed with him and stuff like that. What was the exact argument, Taz, right quick?
No, that's not the argument. That was
I'm saying I want to. No, but right. So I feel like nobody up here has made an argument against it yet. Like everybody just keeps saying
that was an example. That's why we're not arguing. Well, I'm trying to keep it towards the original talking point, which was that part. We can go into the Rumble part about that, but it wasn't. That wasn't the conversation. That was just an example. Anybody here, Taz is giving that as an example. I know y'all in the chat like that, but he was just giving an example. Even though he
I know that, but it kind of veered off. It kind of veered off into that. You know what I'm saying? Like it turned into, well, don't say that. But I'm saying like it kind of turned into, it kind of veered off into that conversation. And I think in the conversation,
that's why I said I know how Taz played ball, so I understand the provocative speech, and so some people don't understand that. You see what I mean? Where people gonna say some shit, and now it's boom, you got to debate it. And then some people's not used to being able to switch from being called up, like going from this energy, this conversation tone to this one. That's not easily done. That takes emotional intelligence. Like not everybody's gonna have. You could be a genius and have low emotional intelligence. You know what I mean? In this type of social setting, is not easy for certain people, and I recognize that with the way people have certain conversations. People jump out the window quick. People, you know what I'm saying? People, we know the ones that's like start dropping the addies.
Well, I get that part, but what I'm saying is, do anybody have any argument against it though? Like why he was not? Because if not, it seems like it's still. Right, look what I'm saying. It seems like it's still.
That's the argument against somebody's opinion of like how you like your opinion of a car. Like I don't like this car. That's just for females. That's what we're arguing.
No, come on, man. No, I'm saying
that's what you're saying about the Malcolm X statement, though.
No, like, this is what I'm right. This is what I'm saying.
It can't be debunked. I mean, you can say it's an opinion, but it can't be debunked.
Right, and that's what I'm going with. So if somebody, if Taz is standing on that, and the only pushback is, well, we shouldn't call him that. That's what I'm saying. I have an issue with is that why is the argument not being made that he's not? Like you can say the comment. But it became a part of the. Like, but we argue opinions all the time. We argue opinions all the time.
I'm just saying that there wasn't from the beginning. You're looking for someone to argue something that's an opinion that you agree with. That's the bias.
No, I don't agree with it. I was coming to make an argument against it because I haven't heard one.
I don't even agree with it, bro. Like I'm making an argument, bro, for the fuck of it a lot of times, bro. There is a need for a conversation about the shit.
That's why I said I know. And that's why I said I know Taz does that. I know Taz does that. I know that from the. But Taz, for example, Mumu, you've been around when new Pan Africans come around and they don't know Taz and they hear him say "fuck Garvey," and he's a scammer. No, I'm just saying it to whatever. If it might be whatever criticism that may be harsh, even if it's said in whatever way, a new Pan African over here is not going to understand that. And they're going to be caught in the emotions before the response a lot of times. That's the reality of it. And that's just, and then they're going to look at me or they're going to look at like, oh, Q, you cool with this shit? That's what we was talking about earlier with the Cynthia G part. It's like, yo, people say how you feel. That's their opinions. But people had to get used to that. That's how I was saying people wasn't even used to the panels before. They would just see people on, you remember, Mumu, you was on panels with somebody? Y'all niggas agree with everything.
I mean, it's a, I don't never just disagree just to disagree though. Like that ain't my bag. I disagree with what I actually disagree with.
But the coach factor though, bro. That's what somebody in the chat. You missed the comment earlier when they talking about Cynthia G. Remember, just Cynthia G. If she was on the panel every day, we can argue with her every day. But just the fact that she would be over here, they would say, "Oh, y'all niggas is cool with
her." Right now, I get that part. I get you on that.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's how people understand this social setting.
Back to the original point I was making, though, Q. Motherfuckers ain't hearing the actual arguments. They're not hearing the debate points. They want to see some bullshit, which is why if I say something wild, but I can debate it, motherfuckers will just hear what I said wild, but never debate it. That was the point.
Oh, no, I know. I only brought the diction part up because it was aligned to me with what you were telling Michael yesterday. And the fact that how you didn't like him, I'm like, to me, that was a little hard. I'm like, nah, before. I'm like,
but Mike
got an opinion.
He don't like me or people like me or where I'm from. I don't hide the fact that I love my community, both sides, nigga. I'm not with that. Let's eradicate one side of the community because they make us look bad. Y'all sat up here and heard a black man say, and when I get around other people, I don't want to have to explain his behavior. Y'all listen to that nigga say that shit. Does that put y'all in question in some ways? You fucking right. You motherfucking right. I don't support that shit. I don't have to go around white people to perform for you niggas. Like you niggas, but like, are you serious? We out in public making sure white people don't dislike us. Like, no, bruh. That shit was insulting, nigga. That shit, I don't even want to be thinking about that shit because that shit gonna make me like not like the nigga for real. I forgot about that shit. But that nigga literally said he don't want us to be an embarrassment because when he go around his motherfucking friends.
Yeah, niggas say that. I gotta get.
I done already told him to stop talking about science when he come over here.
You know what I'm saying? He got called out on it. That's why I'm like, you're. It takes time. Like that's why he doesn't. He doesn't lead with it. The same. GQ even said that he's not the same conversation point, and he said that, yo, people grow over time. You grew over time.
Yeah, I've grown over time to actually listen to some of that shit before I snap.
Yeah, but also approach. You know, you know what I'm saying? Come on.
Fire.
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. That's what I was saying. Like, we don't have grace. We don't got grace for each other. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, brother. Like, how much grace is there when again, when people say we don't know our history, that's not insulting to you?
Bro, he's an Israelite. You know what I'm saying? That was you missed the very beginning arguments. Like that was, he got told by.
Wait, so that means I'm supposed to get away with Q. I'm trying to.
No, I'm just telling you. This was months ago. So but once he said certain things.
But what does he's an Israelite mean?
Because Israelites believe in certain types of shit. And this is what the whole panel told him. Like, nah, bro. Like, nah, we only want you to talk science. Like, and that was, imagine.
You weren't over here when we said that, Taz?
I didn't hear that.
Oh, nah, there was a good 100 people watching that shit. And he's up there telling about the black community. Like, yo, bro, nobody want to hear about this Bible shit. Nobody want to hear about that nigga. He came up here for a minute talking the nigga argument. We're like, yo, bro, you got electrical engineers, you got teachers up here, you got professionals up here.
He an Israelite.
I call anybody that's kind of like, I put people in the Israelite bag.
Hey, Chad, you tripping, man. We could have moved on from this, bro. I thought the nigga was.
But that's the whole point.
That nigga fanatic.
You know what I would have did if I'd have knew that, though, Q? I would have attributed all of his thoughts to, okay, this is one of them niggas who think we cursed. This is exactly it wouldn't have registered to challenge what he's saying. But if you're saying one Israelite, that's all they do is
yeah. Now you see why the pushback over time. Now you see why. So it's like, all right, and then the GQ said it takes time because that was part of, because he was also in the conversation like, how do you separate? And I think Damo brought him up one time. I was like, yo, bro, he's a nuclear physicist and he believes about God. Y'all ain't got no smoke for sun. It's like, we had mad smoke. Afro-Asiatic brought him up too. He's like, yo, bro, he believes in God. He's a nuclear physicist. Watch your mouth. And it's, you know what I'm saying? So there was a bunch. He got a lot of pushback in multiple times.
Yeah, I wasn't here, bro. I don't know him for that, bro. But now, like I say, that changes things as to how I would approach that, though. I probably wouldn't even jumped in that way because I would have listened a little bit more. Because on the Israelite side, he's one that calls himself black.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say he's an Israelite. I said he's an Israelite, but I don't know Christian Israelite. He's in that box. Like,
I brought up the Bible yesterday.
Yeah, he's like not a Madon, But I don't know. I don't know if Madonna's a Christian or
Yeah, he one of them free. He one of them camp Israelites. So he
But if
kind
you
of
think the
just
Bible is if you think the
he got no
Bible is
spirit.
black people, if you think the original people of the Bible is black people, I kind of throw you in the
Yeah, you
Israelite
were
box.
Israelite. Yeah, you were
You know what I mean?
Israelite
For
at that
real,
point.
you know what I mean? Like Jesus is black. The Bible's written for black people. It's a message for black people. I throw you in the, I don't know. Just so I don't know. It's okay. I get it. I get it.
But again, them the people I wouldn't be challenging on history because he would argue our history is Israel, bro. See what I'm saying?
No, that's what I'm saying. He's going to argue history from the Bible anyway. He brought it up yesterday, I think, before you came in.
He did that a minute ago, if I'm not mistaken. So these was old debates that we didn't like. Conversation was like, wow, it was like, damn, like how to. So I don't even do that.
And then see y'all grow a liking to these niggas, and then y'all don't like it when niggas start challenging them motherfuckers. That's what it is. Y'all niggas cool with that nigga.
We've been waiting on him to come back. We've been waiting on him to come back through and start talking about nuclear shit. That's pretty much what. At least that's what I've been doing. I told him off the rip, yo, when you come through here, don't talk about social issues. Just stay out of the topic altogether. It'll go well for all parties. It'll go well for you, for the rest of the panel, and people in the chat. It'll just go well. But every single time he come back, he said, we ain't gonna get nowhere until black people start treating each other nice. That's it. It's like a robot. So what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to beat him across the head every time he said? No.
Yeah, he wanted them
say that shit all you want to.
That's pretty much, so you see in this. That's what, and he's a nuclear engineer. So we like, nah, bro.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like and you know what this too? It's the evidence approach that I think like some of us are able to kind of like move in different places, and I guess I like the way we see the world. So some people, I could be like, yo, bro, everything you do is evidence based. As a scientist, we need you to take that kind of approach with this shit. You know what I mean? And then it's just a disconnect there. So that's what I.
What is he? So he's like, does he use it to like argue like for a God, or is he like just fucking with the Bible?
He just a believer. He just a believer that happens to be. Say we are a fucked up people. We are doomed.
Believer that happens to be a nuclear physicist.
Yeah, you know they on the panic button, bro. I ain't gonna lie. And yeah, that's what the Israelites do, bro. They be
he talks from that, and I get the urgency.
But it was crazy because the argument is they're barring this kid from the draft, and he literally got drafted while we were having the conversation. That was wild.
Like, every time I'm a lot talking, bro, about it, like they talking like the end of the world is in an hour, bro. They not playing with you.
That's one of them situations because you can't say, see how they doing Shador, he blackballed. And I'm like, bro, the draft is like still happening, bro. It's still a couple rounds. Like, just wait till it's over. You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, you can see it now. This is what the NFL do. Look back in 2021. They did this shit with the CTE and blah, blah, blah. So we broke off about 10 minutes, talked about that. And that was actually
we literally got the alert while we were having the conversation.
Good information. You leaving that shit out. That was good information. I saluted him on the information.
Right.
I didn't just take the information and say, nigga, nah, fuck you, let's argue. I saluted him on the information. The nigga got an attitude problem, bro. He don't like niggas. So you telling me I gotta conform or be better or some shit around this nigga? No, bro, he don't like niggas.
Hey, Taz, let me ask you a question real quick. Do you think that it probably could have been a better teachable moment for, to teach him? Because when I got into the middle of it, right, I'm like, damn, why Taz snapping on him and shit? But then as I heard you today explain it, and a lot of other people that came on the panel, they had arguments with him, but it started from that same concept. You remember when he said, I go every day and I prove myself, like he have something to prove to white people and shit. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That whole prove thing. And I'm not gonna lie, I remember when I was like that, until I start, getting knowledge of self. It was almost like I'm just as good as you, that type of thing. But if you really look at that, isn't that a
I must be old.
isn't that a sign of some would deem self-hate issues? Because you shouldn't have to do
Nah,
this
but
to nobody. You
I
see
don't
what I'm
think
saying?
so. I think he's confident in himself, but not in us. And so, I mean, that's you know what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. When you say a teachable moment, I can't. I don't believe he's willing to let anybody here teach him anything. Real
nah,
shit.
but that comes with the experience though, bro. He's a nuclear. There's like one of him per 100,000 in the black community. Like that's
But fam,
naturally
like,
gonna happen like that.
But Q,
I
I
hear
even
that.
showed it yesterday by showing him, thank you, bro, for the information. I said that off rip. But then I came back later and said, all right, bro, now you just showed me something I didn't know. I showed you stuff you didn't know. Can you at least acknowledge that I did that as I did for you? But you heard him say no. You were
Yeah,
ignorant.
nah, it was up at no. It was that's what I was saying. Like Ted, he that's a different. That's I said it. Was, I just call it bull. It was that's emotional. That's emotional intelligence. At that point, that don't have nothing to do.
So he get to keep it up forever.
But that shows,
but that also with Taz, you talk a certain way when it's up.
Right, so fuck that whole ass nigga in, bro.
You see, but you say if you say something like that to somebody, but if you say something like that too, bro,
I'm not trying to beef with this nigga, bro. He don't like me. There's an issue. He called another nigga instead of just deading the shit. So at some point, it's like, okay, bro, I tried to dead it with you. Whatever it is that I said that hurt your feelings, made you mad. I said it wrong. My diction, whatever, nigga. I wasn't trying to come for you in the worst way. But my nigga, you have an issue with black people. You fucking right, I do. You're ignorant. You heard him, bro.
But what I'm saying, Taz, is like, don't you think that some of us, when we come up, right, and some of us, and I would say a lot of us, have that sometimes have that the thing is like we gotta prove ourselves until you get a basic knowledge, understanding who you is. You like history, I like history, and the more you read history about yourself, you like, I gotta prove myself to nobody. I know what the hell we done. Like you say, when you say he looks at us like that, by automation, he looks at himself like that because he is us. You dig what I'm saying? So
I don't know about that. I would put
but
you
I'm
up
saying
until the last part.
you can't look at the whole race like something without a little self-hate. You dig what I'm saying?
No, what I'm saying is I do
Nah,
think
he right
he's
about
better
that
than
though.
niggas. I think I'm better than a lot of niggas.
You can't say
all
y'all
but in order for you to think that, you must be thinking that
except
you
me.
not a
You
nigga,
dig what I'm
bro.
saying?
That's
All
the
of y'all think
difference.
Nah, that's not true.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's
bro.
why I
If
wanted this
you
conversation
can't
to be
think
had.
that you better than niggas, bro, unless you think you not a nigga. Otherwise, what make you better?
Nah, I don't know, bro.
If you always only criticizing, if you always only criticizing us and not like everybody, like, we deserve our fair share of criticism, but Mike strictly criticizes us and talks about us in a way
But that wasn't the
differently
perspective he was
than
talking about with football yesterday. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It wasn't that one. He was talking about it from the black side. Like, that's a proud black father. They don't want to see the black community rise. And, they're against us. And
He was wrong.
He
That's
was
what I'm
wrong.
saying. You can tell one of these
No,
fake
I'm
ass
not saying,
Hold up, bro. Because they ruined my Super Bowl.
But
He wasn't wrong
he's
about
done it
that
a couple
shit.
of times, Taz, right? He'll come on. It's almost like he's venting, right? He'll come on in frustration. I would say he preached it to the choir, but it's like he's telling everything that's bad
But
with the community.
Taz wanna fight the nigga. He gotta fight. He can't keep making the argument and say, all right, I'm not gonna have this conversation and leave. I think that is the root of the whole problem. I don't need to have this conversation
I
with
just
you.
want him
You
to
little
stand on
ignorant
the
nigga.
argument, bro. Again, if it gets contentious by me telling you to stand on that shit, then so be it. But why don't he have to stand on anything? If this was another topic, Q would have said source up. Instead, we talking about fucking Shador Sanders, so Q don't care. Q don't give a fuck about sports, the draft, the NFL. You think he gonna say source up?
Technically, I did interject the conversation, and I actually leaned towards your side, but I was trying to take an unbiased because y'all both was giving quantified information, and I actually broke it down at the end. But once I realized that he was already in the space, I just think, when it's like that, I don't be trying to jump in. The only time I just like, come on, y'all, bring it down. Y'all. Other than that, y'all get, y'all gonna scrap. Y'all gonna scrap. It was just only because we were discussing that part.
You always get on me.
Nigga, for me, I was
It don't
sitting in
matter
the
what
park with the
happens.
nigga.
It's always gonna
I
be my
seen
fault.
Taz walking in the
I
park,
told
and
him
I'm
his
like,
argument
yo,
was wrong.
you gotta fight. He's
Niggas
gonna come over
niggas
here and
don't know
smack
it
the
though.
shit out you.
It
You
don't
gotta
always
fight.
happen. You gonna blame me, bro. It ain't never changed.
Nah, I ain't
It's
blaming
always,
you, bro. I'm making a joke. I'm
not
saying
you,
I
Willie.
get
You
what you
just
standing on,
started though.
right? And I get
You
that.
only like a year into that shit. No, I'm talking about Q, who's 6 years in, 6 years later, still every time some shit happened, it's all my fault. I could have. I could have did it better. I could have handled it better.
Yeah, Q. On this one, I'm gonna say you gotta fight.
You handled that right. Never once has he ever said that to me, bro. That's crazy. Never once.
You know what? One day I will.
Never once. Not one time. Speaking of which, now let me deal with this, brother. This some shit I seen this morning, bro.
Shit.
Now, do you remember that Brandon nigga, bro, that used to be over here, that Pan-Africanism Strikes Back nigga?
Yeah, he's a couple times over here. Bitch ass.
He said, look, a couple times, nah, nigga, he was over here. Look, I didn't know he was on the fucking no jumper thing, bro. Now, how the fuck does that happen? Like, what? Because the Flacco nigga
Where he
came from
from?
weirdo ass fake Pan-African communities too.
I could believe it.
I won't put it back because he don't. He says Pan African, but when you hear him talking, it don't even sound like Pan Africanism. It sounds like just the whole critiquing of African Americans. Just steady, belittling African Americans. So,
but their job over there is more or less to source up what we talking about.
But just keep in mind, though, because I don't know what basket Adam 22 is reaching in to get these niggas, but like, nigga, these are two people, nigga, that I've dealt with in what their content is, right? Just, you know what I'm saying? You know how, you going in on somebody, you going through their channel and showing the shit or whatever. The Flacco nigga used to shit on black people. He's not even Black American, whatever he is. He hates Black America. He used to shit on us, shit on the music, shit on everything, shit on the culture. Somehow he gets a job at No Jump. Now this Brandon nigga always goes against black people, black culture, black this, black that. But somehow he ends up on that same channel. And again, just they both came from these pseudo, not real Pan-African communities, the pseudo ones. The Flacco nigga came from the Umar Johnson version of the Pan-African community. See what I'm saying? So I just don't know where the fuck they came from.
That's a good
like, how
question.
the fuck did they make it there?
Oh, you man, that shouldn't have became capitalism, bro.
I know he changed his name. That's why he changed his name from. He got rid of the Pan African. So I really give a fuck about
that.
Where he from?
I call that nigga fake Pan-African, bro. Hell no.
Yeah, once you up, but I'm out of
the shit he do and call himself Pan-African. That nigga don't have nothing good to say about black people or black culture ever.
Yeah, he's the worst, right?
Like, nah, nigga ain't Pan-African.
Like to me, the way not to bring, but the way you describe it, Mike. Now Brandon, I couldn't even step there. He fully embodies what you're saying. Like, yeah, he does not like. I'm like, son, why would you call yourself Pan-African?
Yeah, but Mike, I think he, be honest with you, I think he love black people, right? But his whole thing is we not meet. He don't think the community is moving at the speed he wants the community to move in. He wants everything to move at God's speed as far as progression. And he comes on with his frustrations, and it comes off as like he doesn't love the black community. But it's a whole bunch of frustrations. But at the same time, it's a little. I mean, the guy is very smart, but when he talks about that, I go to work and I prove the white people that all this proven, that tells me there might be a little self-hate there, because he a man just like you a man, he shouldn't piss like you shouldn't piss, But again, I understand that because I used to think that way until I started getting to knowledge yourself and reading about the great idea, great inventions, great things that we've done in the past. So I stopped thinking like that, you know. But you know, that was like
Oh
in
yeah,
my
he talks like, but it's funny. I think listening to mad different. There's a lot of people who have a disdain for black folks. It's just embodied in different ways. Right? And I think that's unfortunate. It's part of the culture, the overt or the subvert culture in America has a disdain for black people. And I just think some of us, we picked it up. You know what I mean? And it's easier. It's some of us, however it comes, it just is there. The amount of channels that make money and people that make money off of just talking about how bad black people are and how many people watch it, enjoy it, and the black people that support it. Bro, we just saw a black dude on a fucking bus hugging a white dude, arguing with another black dude about how bad black people. It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Yeah.
But that's the new wave now. You see what's going on YouTube. I'm starting to see that is pretty much talk down on the African American community and talk about how they need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps.
But that's
the talking point.
And that well, not, I would say not like it is now though, Q. This done got, man, these niggas done took the shit over, bro. Cause like I used to be willing to do those videos pushing the line, but like even what I was saying earlier about Malcolm, I used to be willing to say that to push the line to create conversation. You can't do that now because so many conversations center around that already. That's not pushing the line no more. There was a time when that was provocative language, Q. That's all what I'm saying? That's why I say it was an example from a time you would remember that shit was provocative. Now that's normal, bro. You'd be surprised.
Now you are right. Because I told somebody that yesterday. I said like me saying I'm black only and do stuff for the black community. That shit sounds like bubble music now. That's not even 10 years ago. That was like, wow, you a whole racist. I got white folks that be like, that's so amazing. That's wow. Yeah, let me know if you need help. I'm like, this year, the time, the Charleston White. That's all we're going to say is Charleston White. Yeah. Yeah. But I ain't going to say that. I don't know. Maybe I'll say the other conversations kind of died off. They didn't last the test of time. Because they Tommy Sotomayor. You know what I'm saying? Like his whole channel was built on talking bad about black people. And in the bad black woman era, there was mad channels dedicated to just talking bad about black women. And pookies.
Yeah, but they trying to create another Tommy Sotomayor, but I don't think that would never be one, because his primary target was black women, you know what I mean? And
the black community, though.
He was talking about the black community, but he pretty much to me, he single-handedly created this whole gender war, if you ask me. Well,
nah, I think that shit was there brewing, but the conversation was needed. But regardless, I'm just saying, like the against black people rhetoric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, remember the community.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. That shit was mad. It took a lot not to get triggered by that statement from them. So that took me a lot. Like people like don't respond. But you forgot all these years in YouTube. I don't respect. I'd be mad when I get triggered. I'm like,
well,
you better YouTube.
Say that, it do make me think now, because so somebody like Wale, I didn't know Wale 4 or 5 years ago. So I mean, I do get your point when you say, about the diction part, because somebody like Wale does not know how much history of content I've done and how I've always said that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna push the envelope. Whoever don't like it, can you make the argument? Like that, he wouldn't know the years of praising Malcolm on his birthday and the years of talking about what happened to him and with the NOI and reviewing some of that shit. Look, you know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying because everybody wasn't here, 4 or 5 years ago to see, the grind to get information out and whatnot. Now everybody doing it. So it's like, again, it's like, damn, you one of them, you hate Malcolm? Like, and it's like, well, no, bro, like the fuck you talking about? But that's a normal conversation now. People do hate Black people to that degree where it's not pushing the envelope. You're not saying nothing crazy no more. It's like it's people out here like that now, like for real. Because people wasn't saying shit like that.
And some people saying dealing with the Black community, like I done heard different men articulate how they would deal with the youth in the community. And a lot of times it's around violence, expulsion, killing. And I haven't heard Black people say some crazy shit about how to deal with what they consider to be the Pookie and Ray Rays. From the conscious communities through.
Yeah.
I'm talking about all types of shit. Give these niggas special foods. They need to get their chakras aligned. They need to get kicked out. They need to get put in jail. They need to get burnt. I'm like, so Mike to me don't really, it's once I know that that's where your head is at, it's like whatever,
Yeah, but see them
like,
guys right there, Q. They don't have a solution, so they go to the bullshit. But we all got to be honest, because this has been going on for a long time. Talking bad about Black people and the Black community is big business. You're gonna get the hateful Black people that's gonna gravitate to you, and obviously the hate, the white people that need that to fuel they hate is gonna gravitate to them too. So it's big business. Most of them is doing it because that's the only way they can generate some money.
but also I would say that the disdain for Black in America is also part of the culture.
Yeah.
Either you're gonna have Black people that agree with it, and Black disdain makes money online. They don't let white disdain. Like, think about it. We got to think twice about, and that's fucked up. We should do a research on that. That'll be fire. The Black disdain versus because white disdain on YouTube. I know for me, I think twice, and that's not the so. I don't want my channel to get shut down. I don't have to worry about saying shit about Black people. Like I can get up here right now and talk, unless it's gay Black people, the only group of Black people that's protected online is gay Black. And I'm not trying to make fun of. I'm just being real. Like y'all know when we why don't say the F word. Watch if we put LGBT in the title. Watch what y'all say. We don't want to get the channel shut down. We get up here and talk about. We can say Malcolm X was this. We can say Garvey was that. The Black woman is this. Black man is that. And yeah, your channel is going to be monetized.
Yeah,
Can't do that with white folks.
You're gonna pick up two large demographic groups of people, which one group of people is the group of us, that hate themselves, that's their only talking point, and then you're gonna get those whites that love to hear that.
Yep.
You're gonna get them immediately. And it's not enough of us pushing back, against it. That's the problem. That's the biggest problem. We don't have a strong enough pushback because parts of us start pushing, each other because I might disagree that Taz said that Malcolm X was a whatever. And that's all I heard. I didn't hear the rest of the stuff he said. I just heard he said that Malcolm X was a con artist. So I'm not saying that's what he said.
Even that conversation stemmed out of the conscious community's attack on us.
Right, but can I finish?
So it's just a back to the circular thing, like, you know what I mean? Because I definitely went through a period of quote unquote challenging the conscious community, calling motherfuckers out. But shit, y'all got polite over there going to fucking jail on goddamn sex charges. So yeah, I'm not the conscious community, the online conscious community anyway. Because you know what I'm saying, again, it's it's two conscious communities.
No, the House of Consciousness.
Right. Cool.
You got the HOK. You got
corrected, brother. HOK. Right. I'll say it correctly because that ain't.
You got a whole gang of them cats going to jail and been in jail for that stuff.
The House of Convicts.
No, but what he's saying is from the outside perspective, it's like 5 years ago, Taz and them was calling out the conscious community. That's kind of, and they wasn't fucking, but they, yeah, that's how I got pulled into one of the arguments because I was actually defending Sonetta. And they were like,
Right.
nigga, anybody over there even mentioning the story, you niggas explaining. Once I saw Q niggas explaining, like, oh shit, Taz, Cynthia was like, you gotta get out of here, son.
But
You know what I'm saying?
that's the disadvantage
Only
of
time you ever
them
make Q
being able. But see,
Yeah.
that was the disadvantage of him being able to corner the market on it, create a market and corner it. Because most people who in that, they not like I can't get my cousin bro to come online for shit. He done been he done wouldn't been initiated and came back. We done did a bunch of shit, bro. He done built community gardens all over the place, all kind of shit. But he ain't finna get online. You know what I'm saying? And talk about it. But you know what I mean? That would be your conscious community, but he was able to corner the market and create a house of consciousness and it looked the same. But it's like, man, most people who doing work, they ain't with all that being on, you know what I mean, being online and shit.
Yeah,
Nah,
showing
that shit
showing
just got
shit,
lame.
showing people, and you know what I'm saying. Some of it don't feel right if it's authentic. You know what I'm saying? Like for real, my goal ain't to show you somebody who in need, like somebody that I'm helping or some shit. Like they become content. You know what I'm saying? But the bad thing is, I think about this generation. If you don't show it, you ain't doing it. You know what I mean? If they can't see it, nigga, we don't want to hear about it.
Well, I mean, I think that became in the community in the conscious, it became a reverse. It became we only want to debate and talk and act like we smart and act like we around work, but we really just want to debate and talk and act like we smarter than each other. And then you had a lot of people because the conscious community, a lot of the talking points was built on black people not being shit. It's just worded in a way completely different. It's like, y'all know y'all don't eat well, y'all niggas gonna die not well. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are 85 percenters. This just worded differently, but it's the same. How do we deal with niggas ain't shit? It's just y'all eat healthy and use African words and shit.
I mean, I think, I mean, to me though, I think the moment that you kind of take it, I mean, the moment to me that it was on Sonetta, it was that's where the shit is kind of it it kind of lumps everybody in one soup because it's a lot of people. I would say like it's been a conscious community in in Cali before I ever even knew about a Sonetta. You
Yeah,
know what I'm saying?
that's
And
why he
they
said
don't
the
even know
online
him.
community. But that's why he said that's why Taz said the online community. Because at first Taz used to lump everybody together. Man, people used to lump, and then the Manosphere lumped anybody who even said pro-black. They would put Taz in the conscious community.
Yep.
Be in the conscious community, nigga. Taz
They
and
was like, yo,
Sonetta. What, nigga?
yeah, y'all niggas is pro-blacks. That's when I got it. George Making, oh, y'all niggas is pro-blacks. Y'all niggas is hotepists.
Niggas calling me hotep and everything. Like,
Man,
what?
somebody called me that shit, bro. I was on the panel. Everything was cool, and they was like, "Oh, you with the Sonetta them, ain't it?" I'm like, "Huh?"
Hey,
Like,
peace,
I ain't
y'all.
never
Peace
been
out,
on
man.
this channel in my life.
Yo,
What the fuck? I'm like, how y'all just put me with this man?
Peace, everybody. Good job yesterday,
Well,
Blue.
good God. Appreciate you, God.
Yeah, Taz, you just didn't need to go and face it, man. You a remnant from the old space, man. Like Q Butter too, man. It's just like when these ideologies just pop back up, it just like off instinct, you just you know what I mean, good kick right back into gear. So like cause a lot of them ideologies that's from the old YouTube space, you know what I'm saying? They centralized in like certain places now, which is like the Anton Daniels them crews and all them people.
Yeah.
And they don't even really like
stay hard as the pause, like as the other dude, like the ones y'all was battling, Taz, like them niggas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the everyday niggas.
Right. That you know, a couple of them might be still around, but like they space just dispersed a little bit. Same
But
thing on
you're
the
right
other
with the
side.
talking points though, because that like
Yeah, and
the
people.
Israelite talking points or certain religious talking points, like they'll have an overtone and it'll sound like Manosphere. And then the
Right.
people in the chat over here who don't know the conscious community will start calling that person a Manosphere person. And they'll put them and they'll start throwing those labels on them and they will recognize, no, that's just an Israelite perspective. Like women need to be in the kitchen and clean.
Like even
Yeah, I
my
think.
antennas be popping up. My antennas go up like when I hear some of that red pill stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the only problem is like these dudes who say it, they don't be knowing where that stuff come from. So they just be saying some stuff that they think is facts. And you know what I mean? And Taz
Nah, they
keep
know, bro.
speaking
They
that
reading
shit.
the Bible. They ain't shoot for the
No, I'm
hip.
just talking about the red pill part.
Oh, you talking about the
Like
red pill? Oh yeah, yeah,
like
yeah,
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 they be
yeah. They
speaking
shoot
stuff
from the
like
hip.
that. Like they be speaking stuff that come from over there. But like and Taz is like sensitive, like his antennas go up when he hear it. So it's like he's back in battle because you know what I mean. Like I guess it's from them battle scars, man. He still got them scars. Just gonna kick in. You feel me? Like
I
that's
think
what
that's
I
what kind
think.
of what happened with Mike, because I'm like, I understand Mike from he's more like the conscious community side. So it's like you got people,
But I'm
and
saying
even
though, we
Michi
won
side.
though, my nigga. Like I ain't got no battle scar. We won though, my nigga. Like them niggas dead and dispersed, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Still
Like
have
I
a
mean,
battle
like, you
scar.
know what I'm
They were
saying? Like,
scratching and shit.
where? Like them niggas ain't never did shit to me. Niggas supposed to pull up on me, touch me, all type of shit. Niggas supposed to beat my ass, bro. All type of niggas threatening me to niggas coming on streams pulling guns and shit. Like
I'm
what
talking
the
about
fuck
I'm talking
happened to
about
me?
intellectually though, Taz. I ain't talking
Bitch
about
ass
like
niggas ran to YouTube and begged for help, nigga.
I ain't even talking about like actual life. I'm just talking about intellectually, bro. That's all.
Nah,
And you should know better than
I know what you
anybody.
mean, though, but for real, I'm gonna be honest with you though. If I got any scars, bro, it's from the other side, bro. It's from the side I threw all my support behind, and kind of like it didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? It would be with more women is battle scars there, because I really argued for a lot of women on their behalf, only for them to act like I never did. You know what I'm saying? So if anything, those would be the scars. Like them niggas was easy work. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the people I went out there, supported, put time in, research, data, challenge shit. You know what I'm saying? Falling out with niggas because these women did this and that. Like that's where the scars are, bro. Not with them
Don't
niggas.
let them bitch ass niggas clip that. Oh, he's a simp.
Yeah, I mean, shit. I always have been.
I ain't
Like
mad at you.
even like last week when that brother came up and was talking about how black people like get all their information from social media, you know what I mean? And then he started spitting the same social media stuff. You know what I'm saying? That he was saying that everybody else, you know, is influenced by. So he proved his own point. He was reciting stuff from
You
pseudo
it,
OGs and shit.
you got to think though, bro. We at the point where part of the reason why everybody think they smart, bro, they don't even know how to research. People think when you ask a question, you can Google it, and the first answer that's there, bro, is the answer. We
That's
don't
why they
go
put
to
that AI shit up there, but it's still
yeah, bro.
AI answer.
I'm like, bro, you gotta go in and click the link. You gotta find out if there's even a citation there, bro. Like half the time you go into that shit, bro, it's a citation needed.
Right, Blue. They don't even know that
Hey,
these points been debunked like a million times. So it's like, you know, that's the problem too. Like when new people come in, you know, like they probably been listening for a little bit and then jump in. Like y'all, man, this stuff goes back years, man. So yeah, I don't know, man. Every once in a while, Q, man, it might be good to just go through some of your old videos, man, just for like, you know what I mean, like on some bullet point stuff. Cause all you got all that shit. Taz got it too. Like a lot of these people don't know. Like that. Like I think you would be better
Them
served
shit's
to do
locked
that.
away in
Like
the archives forever, bro.
it'd be like it'd be better served to, like, instead of going at it with them, to pull up some shit where you just chop somebody's head off like 6-7 years ago, talking the same stuff like that. You know what I mean? That way you ain't even got to get into it. Like,
But that's why I said it's the communication component, because like these people need these exchanges because they have these pocket ideologies that haven't been challenged. Like you really are 35 years old and you're just now getting, like, think about it, you're not on social media, you're only on YouTube.
right.
Off the bat, you do not understand the engagement. Just think about it. There's mad adults who are on this channel right now are not on Twitter, not on Instagram, not on Facebook. You know what I'm
Nah.
saying? They don't got pictures posted. They're not taking selfies. They're not involved in social media. Like they have maybe out, and the people in the chat in this made a couple of platforms in their immediate life outside of their family. They got like 20 friends, and most of those friends, if they didn't come from their last job, were from high school.
I'm gonna tap in more on the gram. My wife
It's
sitting there playing
hard
that.
to, bro.
She said I ain't tapped in enough, Q, because I don't be on the gram and all that shit.
It's
Nah,
hard to, bro. Like YouTube is just, I don't know. Everything outside of that just don't be. I don't know, bro. YouTube is just where it's at right now. I can't even.
The internet's where there's so many different platforms.
Yeah. It's just when I be on the gram, it's like it's how you post is different. It's just like I don't know.
Just stop using me as an example, bro. I already know Willie. Come on, come on, son. So somebody and if you don't got no social and you click the link, yeah, bro. You know what I'm saying? There's a potential that it's up. But if you've been thinking that bullshit in your head for 10 years,
Hit the link, Pure Black. And talk that shit from the chat,
now, Blue, I
nigga.
gotta shoot at you, Blue, because you definitely just said that research shit, and your black ass was up there talking about we Asiatic black man.
Nah, but I proved that E-Haplo group is definitely Asiatic. You got an E-Haplo group. You Asiatic, buddy.
So Blue, according to what you're saying, I mean, like everybody in West Africa Asiatic.
Yeah.
See this nonsense?
Yeah. You know the people that was in West Africa, right? You know there were people that was there before the E-markets got there, right?
So that's kind of like one drop ruling, then, ain't it?
Nah,
let me ask you something. How many years ago
yeah,
was this?
it's just tethers.
How many years ago was this?
Well, since the Bantu expansion, probably like 10,000.
Yeah, ain't using the word Asia. The whole argument is pseudo. Let's take it right there. There's no such thing as Asia. That shit don't even make sense. We were still coastline hopping.
That I will agree with. I will agree with. I mean, righteously, I did the debate to prove, bro. I ain't gonna lie. If you follow that just going by what they telling you, the DNA and the genetics, they on some fuck shit with it, bro. That really was the point of the debate. They on some fuck shit. I wish Chris would have fought back on it. Like
that DNA is bullshit. Yeah, that's the again. Yeah, you talking about sources, man. You talk about Google and shit. Now, if you was Lance, I wouldn't be saying this, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, nah, it's like I wish Chris really. That was the disappointing part is he didn't give me an opportunity to like really, you know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't challenged. That's the fucked up part about it. So it wasn't like he ain't raised the questions that should have been raised in order to challenge what I was saying, and that's why you know what I mean, before we even did the title, I agree. You know what I mean, we had a discussion about what we were supposed to be talking about. So it's just kind of disappointing. It's almost like shit. The shit wasn't even challenged. And that was the point of it.
I thought there was a point where you had him, but you let go, right? When he was so what he had written on the screen, you were challenging that, saying that that's not what Elijah said. I
Right.
think if you stay with that point for that last, I think it was like 2 minutes left. Like, yeah, but what you got on the screen is not what he said. Yeah, but what you got on the screen is not the exact statement. We need to look.
Right.
I got the exact statement right here. Why won't you let me play it? I think if you'd have stuck to that moment, it would have been hard to get around that because he said he's not going to play it. And if you have an inaccurate representation of it on the screen, then you come back in your closing and play it and show it's inaccurate. It's going to be hard to get around.
I
But
saw
you still sourcing
like
Elijah Muhammad.
Yeah.
But what if you got something typed out on the screen that ain't what Elijah Muhammad said? You have a faulty source, though. You're sourcing something that ain't true.
Yeah, that's that debate to technicality shit. Like, man, listen, Blue said Blue talking about researching. And he over here, I'm not letting Blue get past him, but he just was talking about how people got to know how to do research and not look at the top of the screen.
Yeah. What part of my research was wrong?
The 66 billion years, bro. That's what killed you.
Oh yeah. I
And
mean,
he wrapped
but he didn't say that though. That's
no,
where he got lit.
he kept falling
Yeah.
back to that. He kept falling.
Yeah,
He kept
that's where
referencing it. And then that's what I'm saying. When I heard you say, well, that's not what Elijah said, that's a point of contention. That means what you saying that you have on your source right here, you're misrepresenting what he said. That's important.
Yeah,
I agree with
and
that, man.
and I should have made
That
that
was
more
it.
important too, because it was important. Like, and he really don't say that. He very specific about what he say. He say 60 the universe, and he clarified. Like, even if I play the clip, it's like the first minute of it. Like it's like the first minute he gonna say, and I ain't talking about the people. He said the universe was 66 billion years old.
You're sourcing Elijah Muhammad, though.
Yeah.
I
I'm with
mean,
Taz, Blue. You didn't go on and just pin him down. I mean, you was working at it or grappling with him, but yeah.
yeah. I mean,
There where, like I said, he's running. So I mean, like what is he running from? Well, he's running from the fact that what he has on the screen don't match what Elijah says, but it benefits him because what he's saying is this is the tribe of Shabazz.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be the tribe of Shabazz right here, the 66 million. And like I said, I'm watching it like, well, that ain't what Blue Source even said. So when you went back in your closing and you put your beginning back up and it said 50,000 years ago, I'm like, yeah, bro, he overplayed you with the 66 trillion shit because that's not your argument.
Yeah, that shit wasn't even that.
I agree with Taz on that, bro. But you didn't put the nail in the coffin. You was grappling with him, but you ain't never come back and just nail it down to that 50,000 time frame and that 66 billion sticks.
Niggas had me listening to shit about some tribe of Shabazz shit, boy. You know I was watching, bro. I don't.
Yeah.
That again.
Nah, hell no. Not with him. Yeah, I mean,
Bro.
And it was so because particularly like when we had the debate, he already knew I ain't give a fuck about none of that shit. I already told him I wanna have a discussion on DNA with the woo. The title is just what it is, so people will come in and watch the shit. But
you did good with the
he ain't want to fuck with that shit. Yeah, he ain't want to fuck with the DNA. He was like, fuck that. So he just rolled with the title. But I already know Kansu and them, they done told him something. For them to tell him that males is that's how the L3, that nigga said it was men carrying the L3 and then they fucked Neanderthal. It brought that shit back. I was like, bro, how the hell a nigga pass on the X chromosome? Like, bro,
They
get the fuck out of here.
they was hermaphrodites.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is you talking
Yeah, but
about, bro?
even then, you know, because like I say, when you go back and watch it, you'll see even then, I think you overplayed your hand right there because you got to let the mic sit silent. You got to let it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Ain't no point in talking after that. It's like, bro, I just asked you, how did they become? How did males mate with males? Now, what you went on to say was some shit like, well, I don't know if they turned into hermaphrodites or, you know what I'm saying? Nah, bro, like we can't, you know what I'm saying? Like, because what
yeah,
happened, he just did while you talking, bro. You know,
yeah,
like you was killing your own time at that point because it was getting low. I'm watching him glance at the clock. I'm like, oh, Blue, hey, you gotta leave the mic open. Let him, like, you know what I'm saying? Because he already,
yeah.
well, I can't talk. I can't talk. Like, Blue, you gotta slow down. You know what I'm saying? Let him talk. Like, you
Yeah,
again, though.
yeah, hell yeah. I can't wait though I'm ready for the season. I felt like that shit was but I sweated out. I was sweating out my shirt before the debate even started, man. That shit was he gets sweating early. I'm like, damn. Yeah, man, that shit felt good though. I ain't gonna lie. It felt good to just do that shit again. Be time. Have a shuckle buck. That really was what felt the best. Actually, just having a shuckle buck. Shit.
Yeah, Circle Buck is always fun.
Like, gotta have that damn shuckle buck, bro.
I don't know what that is. That shit sound like some coon shit. What the fuck is a chuckle butt?
That's just the end part where you get, you know what I mean, the moderator grill you on what you've been talking about. You're gonna probably see Psycho gonna probably do that shit today. So that's gonna be
Yeah.
fun to watch
Hey,
Psycho do it.
I like that. What Solomon did with that, man. Dude got a
Yeah, he
little
be
skill
getting
there.
over with that shit too, because the debate is over. It don't
Yeah.
count as points. So niggas ain't really engaged. Like, bro, come on, man, wrap this shit up. So we're like, for real, bro. You know what
Hell
I mean?
yeah.
Like,
And he like, nah.
he was waiting on the perfect moment to kick you off, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he
Hey, get
do it
this thing out of
equally.
here.
He be equal with it. Like, yeah, he find he got a little neck for that. I had to get that to him, for what I caught.
So,
Yeah,
brother,
you definitely gonna get got.
brother, did you just say Reconstruction was a success for Black people, and then turn right around and ask that shit the opposite way?
So how was it not? So, you sure?
Yeah,
Oh man.
I think bro he got a neck for that. But hey, I'm here to start some shit, guys. Who ready for the shits?
Hell yeah.
Go right ahead, my brother.
See, so here's the question. We had a lot of dialogue going on with Shador in this draft and everything. So here's my question: is Coach Prime and his family Boulay or not? And how do we really feel about Boulay?
Yeah, I'm with Steve Coakley, bro. Yeah, they definitely bootleg, bro. I'm gonna slide with Steve Coakley. They all with that Greek shit.
Oh, and I mean, and then it's not a point of contention or anything. It's just I just want to just see where we at with that.
So
Because go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, so I'm not really one that's crazed on the topic as like the Boule is hurting us or the Boule brings us down type shit. Like I understand some of the historical arguments, but that's not really something I argue. So I would ask what would be the thing beyond it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so if he is Boule, what does that mean?
But that would be my question right there, Tag. Because I mean, kind of like you, because I hear black folks at all levels, right? And everybody has a common enemy, and whether but it's like we get to a point. It's like that's them niggas over there, and you them niggas over here. Not you, but you know what I'm saying. So I be hearing this term boule and this and that, and like they the op, so to say. Are they the opposition? Are they not with us? But
I mean, they typically end up hurting us at the end because they
but
usually doing the same shit that the other folks is doing, except for they only gonna get away with it for so long. And then we didn't have the family up propped up. We don't have all of this just for some bullshit to come out.
okay, okay, I hear that, Blue. But what I'm getting at is, I kind of find myself in a lot of different discussions, and it be the same opposition in both discussions. I hear these niggas is bad, they us, and I know it do be some gatekeeping going on. It do be some dissension and contention going on, and amongst certain people, but not all, because they all come from humble beginnings or the
Yeah,
same place.
yeah, come
But
from home. Yeah, but they get turned out. They come from. They start out with that. That's like saying they start out with good intentions. They mean well. They meant well. But when they when they integrate into that system, they get acculturated. They get stripped of their whole black consciousness seems to elapse them. Seems to go past past them. But yeah, yeah, my bad.
no, it's not your bad. I mean, I'm just asking. So when we say they, does that happen to everybody?
California lawmakers, them black. It ain't all on Newsom. It ain't all on Newsom. It's on their ass.
I mean, Steve Harvey wrote a book called "Think Like a Man."
Undermining the black underclass. You know,
They do that all the time. And then it's crazy because all of the examples that they use for the problems going on, the issues, it be us. And it be people that come from a lower income community. And it's like, bro.
Wait a minute. Wait, clarify that, Blue, for me. You saying the Boule blames less fortunate black people for the condition of all black people?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Like we always the prop up and the example for what's wrong and why they scared to come around us and all of that type of time. Like my mom ain't never been scared to walk to the store, bro. Like she walked to it's people that might be might not want to walk to the store, but my mama ain't
Okay.
worried about
Wait. Let's not stray
She
too far away
comfy.
from. Let's not stray too far away from the overarching conversation. Is that because why? I'm just saying everybody is in an uproar over the draft for whatever reason, whatever side they own on it.
Well, my issue with it is I think that we just had Jalen Hurts win the championship, and I think that this was to throw a little salt on that.
Okay, is he Boule?
Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
No, yeah, black
No.
Why
No.
not? Why not?
yeah, black family.
Because I don't think he do enough. I don't think he in it for fame.
Anybody else?
Like Lamar Jackson. He ain't Boule. He put his mama.
Yeah, I don't think Lamar
But I'm saying,
Boule.
why not?
They don't like that. They don't like when you make your mama your agent.
I'm just saying, but why not?
I don't think they make them type of moves.
Wait, I thought the boule was directly referencing a college fraternity out of HBCUs and shit.
Yeah,
well, that's go ahead, Taz. Finish your thought, bro.
Well, yeah, no, I'm just saying I thought you had to be from like the Divine Nine type shit. Like I thought it was, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and then they'll bring you in on as honorary though. They be having a lot of little honorary.
Well, I heard that, but I mean, the Divine Nine seems to be the ones to get the weight of the real Boule. I can't think of their letters right now of what the original fraternity of the Boule now, but everybody looks at the Divine Nine and the Jack and Jill. But I also heard discussions that anybody that's at a certain level in the system that they Boule as well, or they gatekeepers. Like a lot of Congress people are we just heard a reference, Congress people in California. I don't think all of them are Boule.
I was talking about a specific the black delegation in California that that was an obstacle. They
What do we call them bootlegs? I thought it was a.
Pardon?
That's what I'm saying. I thought it was a specific like fraternity sorority thing that made you bootleg, not just being rich or having
Yeah.
fame. I thought it was like a college thing.
No, I agree. I agree with that to a certain extent. I don't even necessarily think the Divine Nine, but they probably spun off of the Boule. So I'm not versed enough in the history. I agree with you on that. But
Robert Smith not boule. Like, yeah, he married a white woman, but he a billionaire. I wouldn't put him in the same category as a boule because he's a very opulent black man. You know, he's yeah, like I say, he's very vocal about black issues. Yeah, he married a white woman. I take umbrage to that, but other than like the whole body of him is essentially black. Speaking out about how we deserve reparations, even though he's a billionaire. You know, like he's a billionaire, but still speaking that the people below me deserve that. That's still need to be issued. A billionaire's talking that talk, so I respect that.
okay, I'm just saying. See, I got the money. I got the water nice
all the
and
black
muddy.
man
I
colleges.
got.
He cleared the debt. And he cleared all the black men in particular. He cleared all that. That is going to be able to. Hopefully, them black men is they tapped in consciously, but that'll be able to like that. That creates wealth. Not being absolving.
He did that. He did that because he was under investigation, though, right?
Honestly, you may know. I'm not going to say that you're wrong or nothing, but I don't know. As far as that was his drive, like that was the driving primary reasoning as to why he did what he did. Damn, if it is, damn, now that kind of questions that that
nigga had to hide some money. I'll show you right quick, bro.
Yeah, he did get caught up with some money laundering, did he? But I mean, I still got much respect for the bro. But remember my question I asked was Prime and his family boule, and everybody said yeah. And I don't know anybody in there that's a member of any Divine Nine. Just to go to the Taz's point, I just bring it up because we throw that term around very loosely in
I
the
think
modern day.
Dion definitely. He may not be boule. He definitely one of them though. He definitely one of them.
Hey, we can't say he was forced to speak in favor of us getting reparations. Like we can't say that. I don't know. I'm trying to find. I'm trying to have grace with the black man, but now it's being conveyed to me that there was an ulterior motive, or there was a unscorped. It wasn't. It was unscorped. The morals like that. The morale wasn't there if he did it in regards to. If you're telling me that he did it to evade, the IRS or any type of that's kind of disheartening. That because
No, he was already caught, did he? He was already caught. But thank you, True Story. Is Sigma Pi Phi. That's the fraternity of the doctors and the top 10%ers back in the day of the Boule. That's who it is. And they not Divine Nine.
Okay, but it is tied to a frat though.
It was an organization. These was black professionals, Taz. I think that started back in the 1800s. That whole Talented Tent. They're a spinoff of that Talented Tent initiative where you had a whole bunch of backdoor agreements or whatever. But then the Divine Nine had this whole thing going on with the whole mulatto and brown paper bag test and all that type of stuff. But I'm just saying, we use that term loosely, but everybody's in an uproar about two. And I'm just saying, why would it matter over here if they boule?
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, I hear the boule conversation all the time. I think it's been overused just based on, like I said, if we talk about history, yeah, I think it applies. Yeah. But modern day, I don't think it applies as much modern day. I think it may work for them personally, but I'm saying like in terms of like setting up black people and holding the community back, these bootleg conspiracy theories, I don't agree with that. Not modern day.
No, well, I'm kind of with you on that, bro. I mean, I'm not saying that it's all good or it's all bad, but that's kind of where I'm at. There, it's gonna be some good apples
I,
and some bad apples.
I mean,
But
I ain't with. I don't think that they controlling like politics or nothing like that. Like even when we talk about like the Hollywood shit and that, I don't think they controlling politics, but I do think when you in them circles and in them gang, it's certain shit. It's certain ways that they move and it's certain ways they get down, and a lot of that is just compromise into how you know what I mean. Most niggas is used to moving.
it's okay, Blue. But to that point, what do we do about black politicians that don't do right about black people?
Shit, you know my answer. I don't think I need to say that.
No, I'm just asking the question, man, because we never seen it. We talk
We need
around
we
the
need to
point.
let the Most High judge them. Let me say it like that. They
Oh,
need to
come
be
on,
judged
Blue.
immediately. Immediately.
I'm glad
They
we
need to be
gave that.
judged
I
immediately.
did not expect
That
that
sounds
Live
like
on
from you,
TV.
Blue.
Live on TV.
that's kind of light for Blue. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
I did not
I'm
expect
glad he
that from
said it
you,
that
Blue.
way.
That's the
It's not like
nicest
the
way I
Hebrew
could put
Israelites do.
it.
You see, Blue is doing his Israelite Mike
Uh,
shit.
that's the nicest way I could put it. He need to be judged live
No,
immediately.
okay. I'm gonna read between the lines then. So, because we're not debating, bro. We talking. I hope we having a discussion and ain't nobody going into debate mode.
Nah,
But
I just I don't want to say no, gotta watch what you say. But
okay,
I
I
mean,
got you.
I
Yeah.
think I don't think everybody deserve to breathe, bro. Like in my opinion,
Okay.
and
See,
I
Okay.
think
I
some
got you,
people
Blue.
need to visibly see people not breathe,
you talking about these
and so
black
they know
people?
it's no okay. Yeah,
These black people you talking about?
yeah. That's where
Why
it
you ain't
started.
pushing back,
You gotta
Taz?
clean. You gotta clean up house.
Bro, I'm tired of pushing back on this crazy shit, bro. He'll tell you about how many times I done pushed back on this shit.
I
This
didn't
No,
say
shit
that.
exit.
So I'm we gonna do it
but
This ain't the first time Blue done said that. Don't act like this got no
yeah.
surprise. Y'all done heard this shit before.
Like that's why, nigga. I'm tired of pushing back against that shit, bro. We gonna set this shit up this
no,
season, nigga. That's what we gonna do.
no, you ain't gonna stop, Taz. That is in you to fight back, man. That's just your nature, bro. So
Yeah,
Tell
but,
you,
but,
man.
but but when we talking about a debater, though, the league is back, right? So you know what I'm saying? Like if anything, I would debate it. I wouldn't just argue it with Blue. I would debate it. You know what I'm saying? Because I
okay,
don't
I
agree.
got you.
But yeah, those are his positions, though. Typically, those are the typical. Yeah, shotgun, man. That's how you deal with it. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that what Harriet Tubman would have did. You know what Harriet would have did. He
Well,
can't let you make it back, bro.
hey, fair point, Blue. Fair point. But it is 2025 now. I'm just saying.
I think that make them even more dangerous. It's like the circle got to be even more tighter. We gotta make sure you left your phone at home. Like we gotta like all of that. You can't even. It can't be no mistakes. We can't even talk about what we got to do because it's like we don't even how. They can take a cell phone everywhere. It's like, man, you gotta leave that at home. It's a no cell phone meeting, bro.
I just came up to muddy the waters a little bit, man. Fuck the Sunday up, you know.
And it's a lot of people. It's people in the chat just dropping links.
About
You know what I
what?
mean? They could hit the link at any point in time. While they dropping link, hit the link. I'm right here.
Oh
Oh, you
no, we don't
click
want to
the
talk
oh my
about the
click the link. Click the link now. See here for the flat earth smoke, man. We here, man.
Oh, dude's last name was Delaney, the brother who I met from Liberia. So
Oh wow, that's crazy.
I thought it was Martin Delaney. I'm like, he said he knew who Martin Delaney was. He alluded to him knowing. He alluded to him being privy to him.
It gotta be if he a Delaney in Liberia, bro. You gotta be connected. That's about that cutoff point right there.
He said, "I'm the real African American."
They say you were the first. Nigga. It's wild too, bro, when you go see them, bro, because they dressed like they got on like you know what I mean, like right now it's so they get Liberia with like a Chiefs 2025 Super Bowl hat and shit, like fitted up though to the back and shit. That shit crazy, bro. That's it. Niggas be
Bad
getting
shit. Like the boule is
looking just like niggas over there.
doesn't exist in the same capacity that it did, way back yonder.
Yeah, I don't think they got the reach.
Oh, okay. So you're not saying like it like it is completely like defunct, or it's not
No,
like
no, because I think if we start talking about just the ideology of what it stood for and how people view it, I think that's still there. But I think in terms of influence, no.
Okay, all right, okay, cool.
Oh yeah, the influence. I definitely agree with you on that, Taz. I don't think the influence there.
There is like I do feel like there's certain prospects in the media that like what's her name? I used to thought she was cool until I thought what's her name? Angela Rye. Yeah, man. Like I used to think certain people was really for the people, but
Okay, but
Who is
even somebody like that, Joy Reid, Angela Rye, whoever, would they be boule or would they just be a cog in the wheel of a bigger system?
I didn't brother out here. I met her dad out here. I know her dad. They was pro. He was pro. We chopped it up. He was cool and all. He cool brother on me. Like, it's on me,
If
man.
you on MSNBC though, you most likely.
Yeah, what?
I say if you on if you make it a CNN and MSNBC though, you most likely the ops at this point.
Yeah, he was cool brother, man. But, yeah, she went to UW. She's a lawyer. I'm like, what did you do for like? Who did you represent? I be trying to figure out like what type of Obama like you have lawyers and shit. Like what's going on, bro? Like, Obama was a constitutional lawyer at that. Like, hell, like.
So you don't think you can make it on CNN and be a hardworking black person that grinded their way up?
Yeah, but I think at that point though, 9 times out of 10, if you won't see it, like your views is gonna have to be detrimental. Like I don't think you can be there and like I couldn't get a job there. You know what I'm saying? Even if I did it like thinking the way and then if I did it the right way, like they ain't finna hire me. I'd have to be talking a certain way.
But you don't
Your
know that,
view after last night's debate, Blue, is disqualified.
You don't know they won't hire you. That's something black folks always do to ourselves. They just might hire you, Blue. You got to put your mind into it and put forth the effort.
Man, they not hiring Domo.
I mean, I wouldn't hire that motherfucker either.
Domo couldn't get a CNN. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Domo ain't getting a CNN job, and this nigga ran a better campaign than Kamala for Kamala. Goddamn, they ain't finna let this nigga off. I said, hell nah. That nigga got up here and broke down economic policies she had. I never heard. I said, what the fuck? Said she should have ran on that, man. She would have ran on that, bro. She might have won.
That's cause y'all motherfuckers don't like to read shit that y'all don't understand. Y'all just like to read shit that y'all think that make y'all feel good.
Nah, that's the majority.
You read about religious shit that happened millions of years ago. You don't mind reading about that shit, but you don't like reading about current, up to date political shit.
Yeah.
No. I think what we fail to realize is
read about that.
I like to read about political and regular shit. Remember, majority of the country is illiterate, and they know that. So when when you're running a
Hold on, wait.
campaign
All
for a
right.
majority of the company
I just let him talk.
for the
Yeah, you
country,
gotta define
and you,
illiterate, Blue. A majority of the country is
they
illiterate.
they
Right.
comprehension is below is like below a fifth grade
Yeah, that
level.
don't make them
And
literate.
what does that make yours from that debate last night?
You ain't in part of that
People was on a
category. You different.
66 trillion years ago.
Here we
Wait.
go.
Over half the
Are you
country is
different,
below
Blue?
a fifth grade level. Come on now.
Comprehension.
But I'm saying though, Blue.
GA.
Are you saying that you not that though? You
No,
not on the illiterate side?
no,
Oh, okay.
GA and
no.
Dan.
What's up,
The
Savion?
Did y'all see
point.
that debate? Did y'all see that debate last night? This man's calling half the population illiterate, and he
Right,
had a source that said black
right,
people specifically was on the
right.
earth 66 trillion years ago. He's calling someone
That was
illiterate.
my source.
Yeah, I told
Oh,
you I ain't agree with that
That
66
was
Yeah, I
trillion or
told you.
that
trillion.
was my source.
Earlier, Blue.
Sabio, was that my source?
it was your premise. It was
That
your
was my
premise.
premise.
It was your premise that the tribe of Shabazz
I told you, Blue. I told
was on the earth
Yeah,
66 trillion years ago.
that's what
That was
stuck.
my premise, huh?
66 trillion years ago.
That was my premise.
That's what stuck, Blue.
Black people are the tribe of Shabazz from Asia, and they
Right.
were here 66
66
trillion
trillion
years
years.
ago.
And I looked it
Oh, I
up.
thought
It
it was a
says
billion.
Okay.
21%
I thought it
of
was a billion
America is
too, but
illiterate.
It was
21%.
66 trillion.
God damn, that's a long time.
And he calling
it said
somebody illiterate.
26. Okay.
Yo,
Regardless,
hey, thank you, Willie. That
that's
I can accept that.
21%. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I can halfway accept that.
But my point is the point I was making is that they ran a campaign. You like if you they know how people are thinking and majority of the voters are looking. Trump ran a simple campaign. Eggs was $3 when I was in, and now they're $20. Do you want them to go back to $3? They was running on the other side a difficult campaign, and they'll say it. People vote on their emotions. Well, you got to take advantage of that. You can't just keep losing every year and then fucking coming back saying people don't know how to vote. They vote on their emotions. Well,
I can
figure out a
agree
way
with
to
that as long as you're
to
not
get the
arguing he
ethos.
was right. I can
They
agree with
lose
that.
the ethos. No, I ain't arguing who was right or wrong, whether it was Trump or Kamala. My thing is they don't know how to run a campaign, bro. That ain't it. If you can't run a campaign that goes over most of your audience head, it's just crazy. The
Man, I don't
people
know
that
how
you
we got
trying,
here.
you know. I think I think we were just thinking I was saying something different. I was just trying to make sure, it was clarified. But we can, yeah, I think Sabio, I doubt you. I don't think you listen to my premise at all, bro. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
I did it. I watched the breakdowns. I didn't catch the full debate, but I did catch the
See what I
end,
mean?
the questioning round, and I did catch the breakdowns. Bruh, you got
Yeah.
thrashed.
How you
Elijah Muhammad. We're the Asiatic black man. You got thrashed.
how you gonna say you ain't watching the debate?
I watched
Bro
enough
said
of
I
it to
watched.
know. I watched enough of it to know that your premise was trash. We're not Asiatic black men. You were listening to people like Wallace Fraud Muhammad and picking up Wallace Fraud Muhammad, Wally the Fraud. That's
Who the
my
fuck
other
is that?
nickname for Wallace the Fraud Muhammad.
Oh,
You know
Master
who he is?
Farad.
One of your yeah, Master Fraud. Master the Fraud. Yeah, him, the turtle nigga. The white boy that you thought was teaching you to be black. The Asian.
So
The
he,
white
you
Asian.
know, he didn't say the tribe of Shabazz was 66 billion years ago, though, right?
The source that Chris was reading to you, because I watched it.
It's not a good source,
Clearly,
bro.
it was the radio interview. It was the radio interview
Bro,
that you
he did.
referenced.
Died,
No,
Bruh.
He would have
bro.
died. I'm telling you, Blue.
I
I'm not.
referenced the 62. The reference is from a radio in 62,
From a
bro.
radio show that you
Yeah, 62.
referenced.
That's not what he said, bro.
Oh, now you
Bro,
cool. It's okay.
Bro, you
It's
should have
okay.
clarified that point, bro.
Yup.
Man, yeah.
Hey,
This shit
no,
bad.
Blue.
Yeah,
I mean,
earlier.
hey,
Now you can hear it playing out.
yeah. Hey, so Blue, that Taz is exactly right, bro. Because I did not hear either one of you guys is like opening I came in when y'all was doing your question and answer period, and you did good in interrogating Chris, and when he came back, you let him get that off like I think like 4 or 5 times about
Yeah.
that 66 trillion.
They kept saying,
I'm not
Yeah.
making it up.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
didn't close the gap. You know, you try to segue back to that 50,000 and put it back in perspective, but you never got that deal. You let them get that off
I
like
wasn't able to, close the coffin on
and you
that
didn't
shit.
complete the call out of it because you
Yeah.
called it out. But when you called it out, you let him move on when he said, "No, I'm not playing shit." And I'd be like, "Well, shit, I ain't answering shit, motherfucker. You got that? That's not what the fuck he said."
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
if you go back and play what he said, he dies, bro. Because for real, like I say, I know what I saw, bro. Now when Sabio come up and say that, I know why he's saying it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know why.
Yeah.
Because it's Chris is a master debater, bro. He knew what he was doing. Like, he knew
Yeah, I needed to play that. All I needed to do was play that audio. I should have, and I thought too. I needed to ask. I should have asked Solar for the debate if I could just play that shit for real.
You could have
I
did
need
it
to
in your
play that
closing
bit.
argument. In your
Yeah,
closing, you know.
to use that shit for your closing. Because
cause that shit dead.
first closing, so shit, you could have did that shit too.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I say, I wasn't even interested in the topic. You know, no shade or anything, but I thought you did pretty good in the interrogation round. But then when he came back on his side, you let him get that off like 4 or 5 times, and I was like, damn.
Yeah, cause in that even in that message to the black man, he don't even go into that 60 billion years, bro. They making that up.
Yeah,
And
but
that
you
message to
explaining
the
that
black
now.
man,
You should explain that last night, bro. That's
yeah. Cause and that he wasn't even like most people didn't even know what he was talking about. He was just saying that's why I should have I just now seen what article he had. He got away with not having no sources on none of the goddamn articles. I'm trying to bro, yeah, he got away with that man had no sources on the screen.
Well, we all know that we did it. Come from Asia.
Do the E marker come from Asia, bro?
No.
You sure?
L marker, the L and the L3 sure isn't no Asian marker.
You sure?
I'm L3. I'm positive L3
Where
L3 is not an Asian marker.
Were Neanderthals in Africa?
Yes, some parts.
Yes? Okay. Case closed then. I ended right there.
But
I didn't know that.
Not an African marker.
What parts of Africa was the Neanderthals in, bro? I didn't know that. They were in Northern Africa?
Yes.
They found bones of them?
Yes. If
you
didn't know this, you need to study more.
Yeah, show me that.
I'm not showing you shit. Look it up.
Drop the link for it.
I'm not dropping.
So Baloo, you found research that and professors were stating that
Neanderthals were in Africa?
No, that humans, black people originate in Asia.
No, not humans. The E haplogroup.
Yeah, we talking about black people though.
Yeah, we are E markers.
So you're saying that we originate in Asia?
Our male side and mostly our male side. Yeah.
You saying black people originate in Asia?
Yeah, if you got a E1, B1A or L3, you originated in Asia.
L3 is the maternal marker that comes
and came
from
back.
Sudan. L3 is from the
Oh
black
my
of the
God,
Sudan.
bro.
I'm a L3E1E. I've done 2 DNA tests.
That's
My
L,
maternal
bro.
marker is L3E1E. It comes from the dark black of the
That's
Sudan.
L3, bro. That's way later, bro. You
Oh
tripping.
shit! This is mine.
Your
Is the one
timeline
my
is off,
my
bro.
maternal
I'm
line
trying to
is one
help
of
you
the
out.
oldest maternal lines, bro. What is
And
you
where
talking
at?
about?
Where at?
In Africa,
No, bro.
Sudan, specifically,
Bro,
nigga.
your line ain't even older than M
Oh
or
shit! This
N.
nigga slow.
You want to die on that?
My line goes back 250,000 years, nigga.
Bro, you dead on that, bro. M and N was already in Japan and Australia at this time, bro. You dead. The DNA already telling you that. You
Oh my
sound
goodness
dumb.
gracious!
It get M and N get older as you come in,
Now I'm finna
as
pull
you
up my
head back
DNA.
towards Africa,
Now I'm
as
finna pull up
opposed to
my
getting
DNA.
younger.
Now I'm finna pull up my DNA.
Okay, hey, can I ask a question and then I'm gonna leave? But Blue, so are you saying that a migration went from Africa to
No, he
Asia?
said it went from Asia to Africa back to Asia.
No, it went from Africa to Asia,
So
and then
okay,
in
that's
Asia back to Africa.
so. But what I'm saying is, so those that left or that group that left wasn't black. Is that what you're saying?
No, I wouldn't say that. But what they say is they technically say if you mutate, once your genes mutate outside of the continent, they would typically attribute you to wherever your genes mutated at. So
Now we're Asians.
if there was if you had a split that happened in Tibet, then they gonna label you
Tibet.
Asian. You see what I'm
Oh,
saying?
okay, I get that part, but it still started. Was Africa
Oh,
still the starting place?
technically,
No.
but that would be for everybody.
But so they wasn't black, or they was something else. That's
At
all
the
I'm
time, no,
asking.
the everybody's statement is trying to diminish it. Those were humans. So yes, humans originating in Africa.
Oh, but they weren't black. They didn't get black until they
Those
left
were black
Africa.
people. Those were black people in Africa, and black people who traveled around and eventually had some kind of biological change that, however it came in, it might have been a nose, could have been a freaking adaptation to food, could have been a big toe change, six toe. And
Whatever
most of
it
the features.
is,
Yeah,
we're the same though.
but no, that's what I'm asking because I thought I
Yeah,
heard
I
you
mean,
say that.
originally I mean, to be honest, if we just going by it, there's nothing really saying that these people weren't, for the most part, black for real. Because I mean, they would have had some act like it wasn't like they just mixed in with the Neanderthals. We had uh, like we came across them. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a fight, but then we just pushed back into Africa. But we that's the E is the first back migration into Africa. I don't think that there's that much of a change. I don't think you really get changes till much later on. Like in people and shit, that shit start coming much later.
Okay, so then today you're saying us today we are more E than we are from the original group that left up out of Africa. Is that what I hear you saying? Okay.
Yeah, we definitely more E.
All right, I'm gonna leave
And,
that alone. I'm going on mute. Let y'all continue the thing. I'll check y'all later.
yeah. So it's two things that it's a
He
few things
broke
we
his 2
picked
left
up.
shoes for Tay. He
We
broke his
we
2 left shoes.
so you just said that, bro, your L3 in the Sudan is the oldest one of the old. Man, stop that.
Yes, it is. And the mitochondria L3E1E. The mitochondria. All right, let's see. The L3 maternal line was formed when it branched off from L3-1, L3E1 plus 16124, and the rest of humankind around 6300 BC. Let's see. Where does it say it at?
Then it had M and N.
Hey, I'm not worrying about M and N.
Yeah, bro.
The
I
woman
know
who
you're
is the most
not,
recent common ancestor
because you
of
don't
this
know
line
what
is
you're reading.
estimated to have been born around 4500 BCE. She is the ancestor of at least 13 descendant lineages known as L3E1E1, L3E1E2, L3E1E3, and so forth and so on, all the way down to 11. Now let's see.
That's the
I'm trying
first
to
of its
find out.
line,
I'm trying
bro.
to see. Yeah, I know it's a line, nigga.
I said it's the
I know.
first of its line.
I know.
Of its
I
line.
know. I know.
Of
And my
LE.
maternal
You
group,
notice E,
my
bro. Do you
maternal,
notice what letter
bro,
you're
bro,
at?
bro,
L3E, nigga.
bro.
There's a L3A, stupid.
Hey, I do know this, you idiot.
So how the fuck is L3E old?
It's
You sound
older.
dumb, bro.
It's
Then
old.
what? Then what?
It's
What is
old.
it
It's
older
one of the
than?
oldest maternal haplogroup
Compared to who?
compared to you and the shit that you was saying.
Bro.
Let's see where it said it now. That's actually what I'm looking for, because it actually said how long ago. That's what I'm looking for.
Why you ain't just, that's what I'm saying, bro. If you watched the debate, you could have just looked at the source. I know Chris ain't look
Nah,
at none
your
of the
sources
sources that I
was
pulled up.
horrible.
They were?
Yes.
Like which one?
All of them.
See what I mean? Bro, you ain't got no intellect. Stop it, bro.
I'm more intellectual than you.
So which source was wrong?
All of them. None of the sources you presented was right. We are not
Really?
an Asiatic black man.
So I mean,
we are not Asian. It is strongly a haplogroup L3 is a human mitochondrial DNA. The clade has played a pivotal role in the early dispersal of anatomically modern humans. It is strongly associated with the out of Africa migration of modern humans about 70 to 50,000 years. Who was arguing against that? That's when it, so origin.
Sir. So it left Africa
to 4 to 84,000 years ago. Here it is. The dispersal originated in East Africa. Where did I say? And expanded to West Asia and further south and Southeast Asia.
Yeah, I know, nigga.
East Asia.
Yeah, I know, nigga.
East Africa, I said. Yeah.
Man, see what I'm saying?
And in the course of a few
you don't know what
minutes,
you
some
read,
research
bro.
suggests that L3 participated in this out of Africa migration.
Yeah.
A 07 estimate for the age of L3 suggested a range of 104 to 84,000 years ago.
Yeah.
That's old.
Yeah, that pushes back to out of Africa theory.
Who said it pushes out? Who pushes back on? Who's pushing
I
against?
said it pushes back. I said it pushes back. Nigga, the consensus say, nigga, you didn't leave Africa until 60,000 years ago, stupid. So how your DNA telling you it participated in the out of Africa 100,000 years ago? That's what I'm saying, nigga. You don't know what the fuck you read, nigga.
No, listen. A 2007 estimate for the age of L3 suggested a range, nothing to do with the out of Africa theory. How old?
When did it leave, bro? Oh my god,
age,
bro.
age, you idiot.
Maybe you ain't pay attention to what you was just reading, bro.
Oh, you didn't pay attention. Yeah, that's why you thought I was reading about the. I read about the out of Africa in the beginning.
Literally said
in the beginning.
Exactly.
That was at the beginning. That was to help you get an understanding of what we're talking about. Slowpoke.
What year did it say it left out of Africa, dumbass?
70 to 50,000 years ago, but that ain't what I was talking about, you moron. I was looking for the age, how old it was, because you said it wasn't old.
And no, nigga, that's L3, nigga. We talking about
that's
L3.
What the fuck we're talking about? L3.
No, nigga, you said L3E, bro.
We're talking about L3, period.
Bro, that's a different
now he
argument.
Wants to get specific. Now he wants
nigga,
to get to the L3E. Now he wants me to get to the one specifically. Nigga, I said I'm L3, period. My maternal line is L3. And then I told you it was L3E1E.
Yeah,
I got specific with you.
You said L3E1E
Mama Turtle is
was in this
L3E1E.
is one of the
Shut your
oldest.
dumb ass up.
If you would have said L3, nigga, we ain't got much of an
Shut up.
argument. You
Shut
said
up, dummy.
L3.
Shut up, dummy. Shut up. Quit trying to make a new argument.
Oh, listen to us.
Peace to the panel. Peace, Blue. Yeah, to your credit, I will say that we do have arguments within genetics that say basically the opposite of what Sabio read. We got carriers of mitochondrial DNA, L3 macrohaplogroup basic lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago. The geneticists are Patricia Merrow and Khalid Abu Amero. We go down to line 27 of it. It reads the results. The coalescence ages of all Eurasian MNN African lineages, L3, both 71,000 Ka are not significantly different. The oldest MNN Eurasian clades are found in southeastern Asia instead near of Africa, as expected by Southern Route hypothesis. This split of the Y chromosome composite DE haplogroup is very similar to the age of mtDNA L3, a Eurasian origin and back migration to Africa has been proposed for the African Y chromosome haplogroup E. Inside Africa, frequency distributions of mtDNA L3 and paternal E lineages are positively correlated. This correlation is not fully explained by geographic or ethnic affinities. It seems better to be the result of a joint and global replacement of older autochthonous male and female African lineages by
Still saying they're African.
Eurasian incomers.
Can you pull up the conclusion of that, Afro, of what you just read?
That is the conclusion, nigga. They came in and conquered Africa, you dumbass nigga. Did you not just hear it?
L3 came in and conquered.
I'm just that's
no, and E.
Yo, this shit is comedy. Yo, y'all comedy. Y'all comedy.
ResearchGate. All you need is a email address, and you can access the information.
Yo, L3 conquered. It conquered.
E.
It's
a E and L3, bro.
E and L3 conquered, but it was in the Sudan. It's from the Sudan, right?
How do you think it got
in the Sudan, right?
Bro, you do know that before that
y'all slow. Y'all niggas slow. Y'all niggas turtle slow.
Oh no, bro.
So do these Asiatic people not have like no African lineage at all? Like are they just developed or evolved in Asia?
Do China people not have any African lineage at all?
I don't think so.
They are African.
Chinese people have no African lineage at all.
People are African.
No, bro.
What? Not at all.
They are African, basically.
You're. I think you're thinking about it.
How did Chinese people get to China?
Hold on, wait. I think you're.
They were always there.
I think you're thinking about it in a modern sense, but when we're talking about like anatomy and like human beings, biology, all beings supposedly come from one area, which is the sub-Saharan African or sub-Saharan Africa.
What?
They are African.
So these Asiatic people, they don't come from Africa at all.
I mean, with regards to the argument, I'll be honest. The argument is on both sides. You have an argument that the origin is in East Africa, and you have an argument that the origin is in Asia or in Southeast Asia, Southwest Asia, the Arabian Peninsula, basically.
Oh, wow.
Who makes the argument for Asia?
You have doctors on both sides. You know what's far more plausible.
Okay.
What's far more plausible, in my opinion, is the Arabian Nubian complex. The Arabian Nubian complex.
Jumped up Jupiter.
The Arabian Nubian complex matches the dates for them to have been in there at the time of L3 and at the time of the Edis
Arabia.
diversification.
Y'all see how this shit? Do y'all notice how this shit runs everywhere but to Africa? They running away from
It is Africa,
Africa
bro. It's African.
1,000 miles per
Yeah,
hour.
I think
Y'all
that's the
niggas running
part
to
though.
Asia. Y'all niggas running to Arabia.
I think that's the part that people fail to realize. It ain't like, bro, you gonna leave, bro, and there's zero connection. Like people are establishing shit, bro, and move like this. They don't lose complete connection, bro. That like I
We
think
put
that's the part
we
Man,
put
But
too
no,
much.
I
that's the
agree.
We
point.
put
Every
too
time you
much.
hear L3 or E1,
We
B1,
put too
A,
much
location,
credence. We put too much credence
stop.
on the European nomenclature when they say Eurasian. When they
Nigga, you
say
speaking
that.
English.
Can you, okay, yeah, bro.
This
But
nigga said you put
what
too
I'm
much
saying
credit on the
is
European nomenclature speaking English. The
because we
pseudo is real in
differentiate
this one.
because we differentiate. We make them so non-African, but they're not non-African. They're African. They have to be African. They
This
only
shit
leave out.
That's the point.
They only leave out and settle the Arabian Peninsula, but it doesn't demonstrate. It does no lack in demonstrating the point that these massive population dispersals took place.
Can you say
Okay,
Yeah,
that
that's
in?
but
Can
that
you
was
say
the
that
okay.
in
But that's the
Chinese?
point, though.
Can
If that
you say
if
all
their
that in
origins,
Chinese
hold on,
nomenclature
Oh,
Afro-Asiatic so we
bro.
can better
You
understand it?
don't even
hold on. That's the point, though. If their origin is based off of Africa, you're calling them Asiatic is incorrect.
No,
They
no,
wouldn't be Asiatic.
no.
The Europeans nomenclature calls them
That's not
As
European nomenclature. First of all, you're using that
yes,
word wrong, and so
bro.
can you please stop saying that?
This shit is
Bro,
silly.
hey man, mute his
European
mic,
nomenclature.
bro. Cause I know you
Mute your
done after
mic.
what you just said, bro. That nigga said he
European
using that
nomenclature.
wrong the word
I'm
wrong.
using what word wrong?
Bruh.
European nomenclature.
You've never heard
Regular
that word,
words are not
bro.
You never
nomenclature.
heard the word
You
nomenclature?
never heard that word,
Regular
bro.
words are not nomenclature.
You know what Eurasian is? That's Eurocentric nomenclature. It's
What does that have to do for okay? So are you saying
Maybe
again
you
that
lost in the
these
conversation.
That
Asiatic
means
people
they
are not
label
African?
it that based off of where if your mutation, like let's just
This
say
shit is beyond.
if your mutation happened in Russia, they would say it was a Russian or whatever, bro. It ain't about what the people are. It's just they just strictly talking about the location of these things being added onto your genes. That's it, bro.
That's all.
Like you making it way more
Okay,
difficult than it has to be.
because your argument, okay, your debate was about Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad clearly made a distinction that he actually said that we're not Negroes. We come from the Asiatic background.
He never
So
said that.
he's not doing what you guys are
The most
doing.
honorable
He's
Elijah
not
Muhammad.
doing
I'm a
hold on. I
student
know
of the most honorable
I know
Elijah
you got a
Muhammad. He
response.
never
Go ahead,
said
but
that.
hold on. I know you got a response, but hold on. He's not Elijah Muhammad is not doing what you guys are doing. You guys are trying to sit up here and say that the gene came from Africa, but it I guess migrated to Asia and it became what it became over there.
Bro, we
That's not what
passed
Elijah
Elijah
Muhammad is
Muhammad,
saying.
man. We way past Elijah Muhammad, bro. We
That's
just having a conversation, bro, about the
yeah, I think
So,
you
DNA.
are way
Yeah,
past
we
and
can
we're
Elijah
talk
using
about
Muhammad.
genetics.
European nomenclature to
Talk
have this
about.
conversation.
We could
I
talk
want
about
y'all to I
genetics.
want y'all to understand that we are using European nomenclature to have this conversation, you guys. So when he says the colonizers nomenclature or the European nomenclature, understand he's using the nomenclature of the European. All right.
Nah,
So
but
so let's
That's
not
not
play
even
these
the
smart
context.
hold
games,
on.
Yeah,
That's
like
not
Afro.
even
That
the
shit is
context.
annoying as
That's not
fuck.
even the
probably
context that I
You,
said it in.
European
bro.
That's
nomenclature.
not
It's
even the
just words,
context
brother.
that I said it. That's not even the context that I said it in. I was just saying it in the context of when they say Eurasian. When they say
Okay.
Eurasian, that's what I was
It
talking
all
about.
it's they're
It's just
just
a
labeling the
classification.
people Asian
It's
and
nomenclature.
European from the European and Eurasian continent.
I'm
That's
about to
all
say,
it
what else
means.
will we call it, brother? What
Bro,
else will we call it right now?
Mental word.
man,
Man, this shit is sad.
but
It's
what
and
else?
ashy.
What else would you
it's
call the
crazy,
person from
bro,
Europe and
because
Asia?
Righteously, right now, you don't even know that you undoing all of the work that Dr. Ben did. That's the sad
I could
part.
care less.
And you think I know you don't. You're a
Undoing the
Christian.
work of
I
Dr.
know you
Ben.
don't. You're a regular
What the
Christian.
hell?
Care
People
less.
that say that,
I'm standing on the
Like, yeah,
shoulders of
nigga.
Dr.
no
Ben.
Dr.
Dr.
Ben.
Ben
Nah,
never
you're
said we
not,
came from
nigga.
Asia.
You're
Dr.
not,
Ben
bro.
never said we came from Asia, nigga.
You nigga, bro.
The
You
hell?
Tell you nothing Dr. Ben
bro.
said.
How are you going?
Y'all Muslims, y'all
How can you
ex-Muslims
back his
trying to
shit up,
scientifically
bro?
prove
That's
that
what be the
black
I
people
got his books and his
originated from
writings,
Asia.
and he never
Dudes that
said we
ain't
came
read
from
Dr.
Asia.
Ben, that ain't
The
Nah,
read
bro.
hell?
He said you ruled denial, though, nigga.
That's
And
not
DNA
Asia,
will say
nigga. The
that's a
Nile is in
lie.
Africa.
Now is not Asia.
Man,
It be dudes that
What the
ain't even read
fuck?
these dudes' work. They ain't
so
even read the
show
dudes'
me
work.
where
Talking about
y'all like. Yeah, I
ain't
could
read none
You
of
tell.
their
right.
work.
He got you all the way to Arabia, bro. You niggas is crazy.
Arabia.
You
Huh?
okay? So keep
Y'all
sub-Saharan
niggas is
African, bro.
sad,
You sound dumb, bro.
nigga.
His whole work was
None
about
of my
making sure
hey,
that you
hey,
knew that you weren't
hey.
sub-Saharan.
What? True
That's
story. Did you
falsehood.
just hear
That's
that bullshit?
falsehood.
Daddy.
That's
Hey, true
falsehood.
story. True
If
story.
you
Did you just hear that
sir, if
lie
you
this
never
man
went
just
above the
exposed?
Sahara, if you never went above the
Wow.
Sahara, Kemet ain't got nothing to do
Wow.
with you, stupid.
I don't who up
And
here stands on Kemet? I don't
and
stand on Kemet.
you're saying we're not from
What the
Africa,
fuck?
period. Who cares about Kemet?
I
You're saying we're not
bro.
from
The fuck is
Africa,
wrong with
period.
you? You Asiatic
I MIT, bro,
wannabes?
from America.
You niggas want to be from
I
Asia so
didn't
bad that y'all will lie on Dr. Ben. You niggas
righteously,
is sad in 2025.
Egypt is in
righteously,
Africa, brother.
righteously. The work was red, bro. I don't know where the emotions is coming from. The work was red. All you got to do is pull an article that go against it,
Negro
bro.
in America.
It's that easy. Explain how we got 33% more Neanderthal DNA in us as E markers.
Who is we?
Explain it. E1B1A. Explain how
See, this is why
33%
niggas shouldn't
more.
read, bro. This is why I say niggas shouldn't read. This
I
because here's
just
the
read and
premise.
you dismissed what was read. I just read a
Yeah, because
scientific
you're
paper.
reading
Like,
this and you
bro,
can
you're
prove
a
that black people
regular
come from
Christian,
Asia.
bro.
I read a
You're trying to
scientific
prove
paper.
that black people come from Asia.
You're a regular Christian. So I know you can't read.
What
You
does
can
that
shut the
have to do
fuck
with
up.
anything?
You can shut the fuck up. It has a
You're a
lot.
regular
This
Asian.
shit is
You're a
sad.
You're a
regular
This man
regular
just
Christian.
Asian.
said Dr. Ben whole teachings was to teach us that we not African.
Come on,
He
man.
just lied on Dr. Ben like a motherfucker.
You over there eating
That's a
smoked doggy for
whole
for dinner,
lie.
brother.
Sabio, we can't act like Dr. Ben
Yo,
didn't write We the Black Jews. He
oh
wrote a
fuck.
text called We the
Oh
Black
fuck.
Jews.
Oh, and
He
then
did.
oh my god.
It's
And
the
then
facts, bro.
and then he denounced that shit,
You gotta
didn't
deal
he?
with the actual facts.
Did he not say? Did he not say? Because I can play the video. You want me to play the video? I have it. I have the video where he calls that shit green pea soup vomit.
He wrote
Dr. Ben calls it. You want me to play the video for you?
He wrote 2 volumes, bro.
I'm finna play the video. Since you want to keep talking.
Play the video, Sabio. Play the
I'm finna
video.
play the video. Since you want to keep lying on this man.
I'm just saying, bro.
Since you want to keep lying.
He wrote 2 volumes.
I got you. I got you, Afro. I got you, Afro. I got you. Since I know he wrote that bullshit, but that man said, and for those of you who call yourselves black Jews, for those of you who think you are the real Jews, you ain't shit. And I was born in it. For people that was born in it. And it's a copy and a cop out from the African religions, and I don't mean religion. Worship alone and now. Go back and get you something new.
You
Call
niggas
yourself
is
unique. Hold
emotional
on,
as
I got
hell,
you.
bro.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Like the
Lying on Dr.
emotion.
Ben, you lying ass niggas. I
So
hate you
you-
liars.
So he
I
said
hate
we were
liars.
sub-Saharan.
I hate you liars.
So Dr. Ben said we were sub-Saharan.
Yep.
Okay.
Where's that video at?
You just
oh,
gonna
there it is.
You just gonna
There it is.
deflect.
Don't
You gonna
go.
deflect from that.
Don't go to Judaism, Christianity, and Islam.
You gonna deflect from that genetic paper too, ain't you? You're gonna deflect from that, ain't you?
Yeah, he can't deal with. They don't know shit about
You're gonna
it.
deflect from that.
So it's just wiggle and ask dumb questions.
I
So are
just know
you
what a manosphere
saying?
is. Know that you're using wrong.
You're doing it
So
too.
are you saying that they're not?
The
Why don't you
tablet.
read the word?
Here it is.
Read the word, bro.
Well, let's go to the science paper. We don't want to read
Here
that.
goes Dr. Ben, who y'all just lied on.
Shit, we can ask AI. What's his name? Dr. Ben? Dr.
Ben, he talking.
Trying to climb up, bro. You crazy, bro.
Hey, let him talk.
We can't hear it,
I
bro.
don't even hear nobody.
I'm
Oh,
inspired.
y'all can't hear it? Hold
Nah,
on.
I can't hear it.
Hold on. Let me get the YouTube video.
I'm
Because
inspired
my
to do the new
video
Tupac,
kind of low. I got y'all. Hold up.
not the
Let
one
me
who
get it
rap.
off, get it off of YouTube.
You
So y'all can
going
hear it.
you just going to deflect from that genetic paper, ain't you? That's the
That's
same thing. That's the same thing Chris did. Chris deflected from the genetics. He deflected from the genetics and the accuracy of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's dates. He deflected from the genetics and the accuracy of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's dates. See, math don't lie. Math don't lie. His dates are scientifically accurate. Modern genetics bears witness to the dates that the most honorable Elijah Muhammad was giving us in the 1930s. In the 1930s,
66 billion? Is it billion or million?
No, 50,000. The migration from the Arabian Peninsula into Africa, and the production of white people on this planet Earth, and the appearance of white people on the planet Earth. He was accurate on both of those dates, scientifically accurate.
That's a fact.
Scientifically, it's crazy.
He said 6,000. 6,000 years ago. What did he say?
Yeah.
6,000.
What did he say? Who came into existence 6,000 years ago?
Modern Europeans, according to the National Geographic and the Australian Center for
Shoot,
Genetic
that's what the
Studies.
Christians say too. They say the Earth was created 6,000 years ago. Why y'all all say 6,000?
National Geographic.
Because that's when the genes for blonde hair, blue eyes, and white skin came together. You don't get those three
Brother,
before then.
what the fuck that got to do with brother?
Correct.
What does that got to do with this?
This nigga,
you just described the whole white man. What that got to? What you said that was when the blonde hair, blue eye white man was what?
that's what it flew over his head. You just answered your own dumbass question, nigga.
I'm just wondering. So what? 6,000? I'm just making sure. 6,000 years ago, the blonde hair, blue eye white man was created.
That's exactly when those genes came together. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have those genes before then, bro. Not together.
So the white man was the first man on Earth,
according to the Bible.
According to the Bible, nigga, you got life all the way twisted.
This is a religious pseudo gumbo. This is
That's
where
the Bible
you take.
shit. I don't know.
This is where you take your Muslim understanding, mix it up with genetics, and try to picture
Is
a
it a
story
lie?
that says
That's a lie.
absolutely, absolutely, it's a lie.
So when did it come together then?
We don't
when
know.
the Bible came together.
We don't know. We do know.
So again, I understand why Afro will stand on this shit because he's a Muslim. So he's going to represent anything.
You do
he's
know that
a
we know
black
that,
Muslim. Right? Afro is a black Muslim who has adopted the culture of the Arabs from Saudi Arabia, where the book of where in one of the surahs Muhammad wrote, every prophet writes the book for the people who speaks the language, reads the language, and lives on the land. So this is a surah in the Torah that Muhammad wrote. So again, I don't know how this book became an African book or we became these Arabs or these Asiatics that these people are professing that we are. But I do understand that we are culture vultures, and we have become some of the best culture vultures on the planet. And that's
Nigga,
what
you
we
a
have
goddamn
decided to
no,
do.
nigga. You a
You
tether, and you become
culture
some of the
vulture.
best tethers on the
You
planet.
are a culture vulture also,
You're a
because you
tether.
are vulturing off of Asia also by saying that
You're a tether.
Africans
And the
come
sign
from
and the
Asia.
Khoi people wish that you
My
get the fuck out of their shit.
I don't say I'm
The Twa people wish
Khoisan.
you
I don't
move the
say
fuck
I'm
on. I
Twa.
know.
I don't
I
say I'm
know.
in
I know
none of
you
that,
don't.
because
I know
none
you
of that
don't,
is in my
cause you don't give
DNA,
a
you
fuck about
dummy.
them. Yeah, I know,
They're
cause you
not in
killed them.
my DNA. I didn't
Yeah.
kill none of them.
Yeah, your
Why you
DNA
killing them all?
eradicated them.
My
Nigga,
DNA, the Khoisan and the
eradicated them.
Twa still exist
Barely.
today.
Yeah, so do Native Americans.
Mm.
So,
Barely.
and your so-called
Barely,
ancestors
nigga.
eradicated
Barely,
them because
nigga.
you come from the Eurasians. You
No,
bitch.
nigga.
Wait, so do we all not
You're
agree we come from
Eurasian
Yeah.
West Africa?
bitch.
Yeah,
You
nigga.
Eurasian bitch.
Dead.
You Eurasian bitch.
God
Take that
Dead.
What's
Eurasian
wrong with
ass to
coming
the
from
You're
West
Eurasian
Africa?
dead.
channel.
I'm confused.
You're
Go
dead.
over there and argue with your Asians.
calling
Show
each
me
other
Tell
something
the
that say
Asians,
different.
go argue with the
so
Asians and tell the Asians they are not Asian, nigga.
Go
Why are you
apologize to
over
the Twa
here?
people for taking their land and claiming to
I
be a
didn't
West
take shit from
African.
the Twa.
And claiming to be a
My
West African. You a
my
fucking tether,
DNA
nigga.
tells me I'm West
You a fucking
African,
tether.
nigga. My
Yeah, I
DNA
bet it do,
tells
nigga. And the Twa people and the Khoi people will say
a
otherwise,
Eurasian.
nigga.
He's a Eurasian bitch.
They DNA West
He's
African
a
too. It's funny
Eurasian
they ain't there no
bitch.
more.
Hey,
That's funny.
hey, young Diddy. You see these niggas? You see how
That's
they run
funny.
from West Africa?
You're a
See how they run
tether.
from Africa to a whole nother continent? These niggas want to
Tether.
be anything but African.
Tether. And the Twa people will appreciate
Yeah,
when
I
you
don't know.
leave.
Me and the Liberian dude, he said he the real African American. I don't know. He was on the live the other day. You know, that's
Facts.
24 hours ago. If you ask the Liberian, he said, "I'm the real African American." Oh, you are? Huh? No,
He from Liberia.
It's like I said, you can look at that in a two-prong. You know, you can look at it side-eye, or you can look at
Right. Or you
it.
but you see this shit? You got niggas up here straight arguing that that 66 trillion years ago,
Man, come on, bro.
West Africans
You
Asians,
doing the
the
same
tribe of
shit Chris was doing.
Shabazz. The tribe of Shabazz. That's who you was talking about. We come from the tribe of
Keep
Shabazz,
running.
nigga. We
Keep
come from the
running.
tribe of Shabazz.
Keep running.
Nigga, you the one who said it.
Negro
we
in
come from the tribe of Shabazz.
Right, bro, pull up
Negroes in
some.
America, some
What's up with
magical
the
tribe
information, bro?
that was on the earth 66 trillion years ago, hiding in a pocket of rocks.
What's up with the information, bro?
This nigga slow.
What's up with the information? It's
And
a lot of
then he got
geneticists in the chat. Come on with it.
homeboy Afro Asiatic to jump on the Muslim bandwagon to try to give me some Muslim support with some fake genetic paper that leans the Asiatic way.
It's
this
a
shit
fake.
is
It's a
ridiculous.
fake. It's a fake paper. The paper fake. That's what you're saying.
Because I fit to the brother asked you. The brother Blue asked. He asked for you to make him privy, make him, make knowledge born as it pertains to. And you was like, fuck him, man. And, that's not teacher. That's not pedagogical. I'm just trying to understand.
Sometimes
they ain't got no information, bro.
I partially agree with you on that.
He ain't got no information.
There are some things I could have exposed him to that would have helped him learn, but at this point, it's obvious he don't care. So it's
pull it up, bro.
No, I'm not pulling up shit for you. I'm not asking Dev, Taz, or anybody who has control of this panel to pull up a source for you. I refuse, because your premise last night and what you stand on, you're showing again. So even if I do show it, it's not going to move you off of your stance.
Bro, if you
Now
right,
we
bro, you
come from
right.
the tribe. No, it's not about me being right. You felt you were right. And you still think you're right that the tribe of Shabazz is the Negroes in
Man, come on,
America.
bro. We ain't
Nigga,
even on that,
I'm
bro.
stand.
You running, bro. You
No, I'm
running.
not. I'm standing right
That's
where I've
a
been,
lack
yo.
of
This is
integrity,
no
bro. At this
this
point, you lack integrity in the conversation.
Nobody's running because that's what I mentioned when I first joined,
You're
nigga,
lacking
66
integrity.
trillion years
You're
ago.
lacking
Nigga, that's what
integrity
I've
in the
been talking about the
conversation.
whole fucking time. You
You're
bitch
lacking
nigga.
integrity in the
Now this
conversation.
nigga lying.
We
Now
just
this nigga
talking
lying.
about
Now
we just talking about E and L3.
what was the first thing I mentioned?
We talking
Before we
about
even got
E
into the
and
DNA and all that shit, what was the very first thing I mentioned? 66 trillion years ago, you weak ass nigga. Stop lying. I ain't moved off my stance. You the one who brought up all that bullshit trying to run. Weakling. Shut up, bitch.
So, like I said, bro, you made a
Lying
statement.
ass.
You made a statement that Neanderthals was in Africa, bro.
Hate niggas lying.
Can you at least share a source for that?
What?
Can I at least get the source for the Neanderthals in Africa? Can I get that one? That would clear up a lot of things for me.
Sure.
Teach me, my brother.
Yeah, please.
Fuck you, nigga. I ain't teaching you shit. Like, damn. That's why we can't come together. That's that small iota of a reason.
We can't come together with niggas that lie and then make up shit and then try to move the goalposts.
I mean, if a brother is
can't.
genuine, like, oh, I didn't know that. Oh,
he's not genuine. He's not genuine. He's not genuine. He's not genuine.
Oh, that wasn't genuine. That wasn't a genuine cry, not cry, but outburst of just of wanting to seek, get the understanding.
No.
Make understanding.
No, he was debating for clout and fame. That's why he debated.
Like, honestly, if you can show me Neanderthals in Africa, bro, I'll take back everything I said right now.
Hey, I don't want. I don't.
My whole debate is wrong.
Your whole debate is wrong.
If you could, so all you got to do is show me the Neanderthals in Africa, bro, and I'll stand on that right now.
So he was.
I don't want you to stand on. I don't want you to stand down on anything. Your claims is what you said. You said that there were humans on the planet 66 trillion years ago.
See what I mean?
You standing on it. You stood, yo. The tribe of Shabazz is the Asiatic black people. That's us.
I'm willing to take.
I don't want you to.
I'm willing to be 100% sub-Saharan African, bro. Right now.
No, you don't.
All
have
you got to do
anything.
I just want to see the Neanderthals in Africa, bro, and it's game over.
Anything.
You
don't
cut my camera on and take it back.
But I don't want you to take back.
I don't mind saying I'm wrong.
Listen, yes, you do, because you would have said it last night in the debate, and you would
if he would have shown me Neanderthals like you just explained to me, where in Africa, I would have definitely conceded.
And you would have answered the question.
I would have had no choice.
Four times with a definite yes.
I would have had no choice but to concede, bro.
No,
if you don't mind, shoot me that link.
You had a chance to concede last night. You didn't. That's why the conversation will continue, because in your mind, the tribe of Shabazz represents the Negro in America.
Okay, past that. We passed that.
No,
you said that the Neanderthals were in Africa.
And
I just want that.
Pulling it up. I will get that.
Thank
for
you.
you.
Yeah. Why you just go ahead and focus on that first. Let's do one thing at a time.
Nah. I can do both things at a time, and I want you to show me. I want you to show me.
Yeah, let me get them Neanderthal. Neanderthal.
I want you to show me the tribe of Shabazz 66 trillion years ago. Okay,
bro. I want you to show me Elijah Muhammad saying that. Let me hear the audio.
I want you to show me the tribe of Shabazz, these Africans on the planet, 66
Bro,
trillion.
he didn't say that
Asian
shit, bro.
Africans.
He
Well,
didn't
there
even
was a
say that,
source
bro.
that I was able to read last night when I checked the debate out,
You couldn't
and it
have, bro.
clearly said 66 trillion years ago. And
You
he
couldn't have,
said, if
bro.
you want to talk about this
It don't even matter,
tribe was
bro. They
here.
didn't exist, bro. Like, come
Oh,
on, bro. We
okay.
passed that. Like,
Okay,
that.
cool.
Show me the
So people wasn't
Neanderthals
here
in North
66
Africa,
trillion years
bro.
ago.
I
So
just want the
people wasn't here
Neanderthals in North
66
Africa
trillion
so I
years
could
ago.
tell everybody I was wrong,
66. So you admit that
bro.
66 trillion years ago
Bro,
there was no tribe of Shabazz, and that
bro,
shit was made. So
bro.
that was so that was a
Bro, I'm not
mythological
even
story.
I'm not even in the nation of it. I'm not even a Muslim, bro. I don't know how
Okay,
you like.
but
What's your point right now,
so why would you use that Muslim talking point?
bro? Bro? It was last night, bro. It's a damn debate, my nigga.
Exactly.
Like, it's
And
a
that's what you
debate.
stood. Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
nigga,
So
move
why would you
on,
present
bro.
that?
You emotional about a debate, my
I'm
nigga.
not.
It was
No,
a debate.
I'm
The debate
emotional
was
about.
over.
So you
Now
were
the Neanderthals in
you
Africa,
were
bro.
lying.
Bro,
So you were lying.
bro. I want to get to the Neanderthals in Africa.
So you were lying.
No, I wasn't.
Yes,
it had
you
nothing
were.
to do with my premise, bro. It has nothing to do with my premise or the premise
So
I
you were
sent Chris.
lying.
That's
you
not
were
even in
lying.
my premise or the premise I
So you
sent
were
Chris,
lying.
and I'm the affirmative in the debate. That's not even what we talked
So
about when we
you
set
were
up the
lying.
title. You sound stupid, bro. Just shut the fuck up about that shit, for
So
real.
you were lying. So for the first time, the Neanderthal genes present in modern day African ancestry, and this indicates that ghost DNA. So they never lived in Africa, but their genes got there. So there
Nigga,
is
ghost DNA is
Neanderthal
not
DNA.
Neanderthals. You
No, we're
dumbass
not.
nigga.
No. Are you
You
stupid? So
dumb
I'm going to.
nigga.
No, who
You's
said
a
it was?
dumb nigga.
Who
You
said
just
anything? Let me read the
No, he was
article.
saying that
Stupid.
the ghost
Let me read.
DNA is what links it. It's not.
no,
You
It's
it
not the
doesn't,
stupid
DNA.
son of a
sir.
bitch.
That
All
links
right,
it to a homonym, sir.
people of European
Sir,
and African ancestry have got more Neanderthal DNA in their genomes than previously thought. This is a finding of a
bro, that's
study
my
that
article. You
identified
dumbass nigga.
for the first time the Neanderthal genes
He read
present in
my
modern day
source.
people of Africa. From where? New Scientists?
He read my source. You
From where? New
dummy. You don't
Scientists?
even.
From New
So read down.
Scientists?
Hold on. Go all the way. Hold on. I'm finna show you where to go. So your dumb ass could get cut, nigga. Yeah, bro, you stupid, bro.
So this your source from New Scientists that
This is
I've
what
been
that was
having for
my source, bro, from
from New
yesterday. That's how I
Scientists.
know you
From
didn't
New
watch the
Scientists.
debate.
From New Scientists.
Bro,
From January. Who wrote the article?
that's
Who wrote the
my
article?
source.
Who wrote the article?
Hold on, bro. I'll share it in it. Hold on.
Who wrote the article? And when was it wrote?
Let me
If
go to
this
my
is your
slides.
source,
It's on my slides.
if
I'm
this
gonna show
is
you right
your
now.
source, if this is your source, why don't you show me?
Stupid,
Just tell me
bro.
the date of the short source.
Like,
Tell
that's
me the
literally
date it
my
was written.
source.
Tell me the date it was written.
Identifying and interpreting apparent Neanderthal ancestry in African
Wrong source.
individuals.
Different source.
2020
Wrong source.
by Lu Shin. Nigga.
No. Different source. Different source.
Bro.
This is written by Allison George, January 30th, 2020. Neanderthals never lived in Africa, but their genes got there anyway.
Bro.
Okay,
How?
so can you explain to me like their genes getting there, but their existence, they didn't inhabit the area, the region. So I need some.
Yeah, he's dumb as fuck. It's because we came in contact with him during our back migration. That's what forced us to back migrate.
We got the DNA through sex.
Yeah, but in order for you to have sex, you would have to be in contact with them, right? But you're sub-Saharan African, stupid.
Oh shit.
So how did you have contact with somebody that was never in Africa at all? Sir, if you're only sub-Saharan, sir.
Who said that? When did I ever say that?
What?
When did I ever say I was only sub-Saharan African?
See what I mean?
I said, huh?
When did you leave Africa? Did you leave Africa?
My DNA left Africa long time ago.
So it was a part of the back migration.
What black
which is what
migration?
contact, which is how the first back migration.
The
Who's
transatlantic
denying?
slave
Who's
trade? What are you
denying the
talking
back
about?
No,
migration?
bro, stop,
Who's
bro.
denying back migrations?
You wouldn't have that much
Who's denying
Neanderthal
back?
DNA, bro, if
Who's
it was from
denying back
slavery, bro. Stop.
migrations? What is wrong with it? No one's denying back migration. What is wrong with this nigga? What are you
And
talking
Desmond
about?
Gamble, let me help you out. You said from back migrations of Eurasians coming in back into Africa. Sir, they on that study, they test Yoruba farmers, sir. And the
This shit
Yoruba
is
farmers
sad.
had 33% more, which meant that they had to have
This
had
nigga slow as
direct
turtle shit.
contact. Direct contact, buddy.
Slow as
No.
turtle shit.
So when you talk about the people who got it from back migrations from the Europe, yeah, they talking about the Khoi and the San people who we contacted with. We gave them
Everyone living
admixture.
today bears that legacy of admixture with the Neanderthals.
Yeah,
We
because we
show
got it
compelling
and we
evidence that
came into
migrations
Africa
both out
and
of
gave it to
Africa and
everybody
into Africa
else.
have played a prominent role in shaping patterns of human genetic variation. Who denies that?
Bro, you're
You.
denying how we got it.
No, I'm not.
How we get it?
Back migration and sex. How else? Intermingling with them. People
Oh, you
traveling
say
across the
I don't
That's
country.
deny
game
that. I'm
over,
wondering. I'm
People
bro.
wondering
traveling
what are
across
we
the
denying?
Then
world
that if we agree on that,
following
then I don't
food
get what we
sources.
why we acting like I'm slow and stupid for you to
Because
come
Because
to
you
that
you're
are.
saying
conclusion.
that the origin of the black man is Asia. That's what we
Bro,
disagree
This
on.
nigga
bro,
retarded.
That is what
bro,
we disagree on.
bro.
What are
I
you
ain't
talking about?
calling them nothing, nigga.
Special.
Nigga.
Special.
Oh, brother.
This
Let's just
nigga just him and
strictly stick to what
Afro-Asiatic
hold on,
just
bro.
tried
We
to
just
paint the
said,
picture
bro, that
that
shit that
the
they labeling,
Asiatic
bro.
black man is what we are.
That we just told you, he even admitted that that's just what they labeled them based on the area.
That
Oh shit.
doesn't matter, brother.
That's what they're
Whatever they label
labeled
them
based
doesn't
on the
matter.
area.
What
It
they can
does
call
matter,
them
So
red,
nigga.
white, and blue. It doesn't matter. The name doesn't
Huh?
matter, brother. It's about
If
the
you reading a
location.
scientific article, bro, you telling me what the names that they use don't fucking matter.
The name is the representation of the land.
somebody help
They can
this
call
man.
that
Man,
whatever they want to.
exactly, stupid.
That's the.
Oh
Oh
fuck.
my
So
god.
Asiatic ain't got nothing to do with your goddamn
Oh fuck.
phenotype, you
Oh
dumbass
Oh
my
nigga.
fuck.
god. Oh my
Oh my.
god.
This shit is getting worse and worse.
This nigga funny, man. This nigga funny.
Bro,
This
you niggas are
Oh
nigga
man.
horrible,
is on
bro.
Because you're
another
trying to.
level.
Okay. I'm just trying to break it down.
You
Because
niggas is
your
horrible, bro.
argument is
No,
basically
don't,
that the
bro. Go
nomenclature
read.
doesn't
No, go
matter because
read,
it's
bro.
just the name of it. But then we say the name doesn't matter because it's just a representation of the land. And you say we're stupid because that's your point. That's not your point.
No,
Your
bro. You
point
just
is
switched
that the
sides, bro, and just took my
no,
point.
I didn't.
Yes, you
No, I
did,
didn't.
bro. You
Okay.
just switched
All right.
sides, bro. You just switched
Okay.
sides and said, well, there it doesn't matter. Yeah, nigga, okay, if it don't matter regardless of it. There was a back migration, stupid. And you niggas
That,
just
that
agreed to it.
you babbling. Now you just babbling. Oh
Like
yeah. Okay.
I'm lost as fuck, bro, at why y'all
I
even
am too.
moving around and lying right now. Just for you to
So
come to the
okay,
conclusion, yeah, we got it because of a back migration.
do you
Yeah, I
believe that
know.
most Black Americans today come from the transatlantic slave trade? Do you believe
What?
that?
Okay, what
I
does
just
that have
want
to do with
it's a
anything?
yes or no. Okay, the reason why I'm asking is because then if we believe that, then we can start from there. Where did the people from West Africa migrate from? I'm just trying to go down a road with you. But we gotta
Huh?
do we agree that most Black Americans today have a lineage that's probably strives from the transatlantic slave trade, right?
They are E1B1A or L2, some L3.
Is that a yes
Majority
or no?
L2.
I'm yes or no.
Majority of black people are E1B1A. The women are L2 or L3.
Is that a no?
Hey,
Like
can
I don't
can I,
know
can
how
I get in
clear
for?
that can get, bro.
Can I ask the brother a
That's not.
question?
I really just want a yes or no.
That's a clear answer,
A
bro.
clearer answer would be yes or no.
It's a clear answer, bro.
Okay, it's really not, but okay.
Yeah,
What if I don't know
absolutely.
what E1B1 or none of that is? What if I
Well,
don't know what that
nigga,
is?
go read, nigga.
Hey,
Okay,
let me ask you
you
a
could just
question
say yes
after
or
you
no.
invest in. So
I'm listening to what you're saying, and I'm kind of following along. But I do need some points and like some numbers. Like, how many people do you believe back migrated into Africa? 'Cause I did hear you in a previous conversation said that like they took over and took their women and stuff like that. Like, how many people do you think came into West Africa and during that back migration period?
I mean, these is haplogroups, so this has got to be a large group of people.
Now, okay,
An exact number I can't give, but these are
okay,
definitely a large group of people though,
okay,
traveling
cool.
at
So
once.
from that exact same study that you're referring to, this is when early humans were forming, right? This is the back migration that happened after the out of Africa. They reverted back in. This is when they met up with DE and they mutated outside the continent and they came back in. At that point in time, there was only roughly 1,000 human beings on the face of the earth. Are you aware of that?
Mm. You
So
said 1,000?
yes, 1,000. 1,000.
Nah, that can't be right.
Look it up yourself. Look it up. So at that point in time that you're referring to, when you're making this claim about them taking over and doing this type of stuff, it wasn't a lot of human beings on the earth, and so the people that came back in would have a large impression in the West and Central Africa, based on the numbers. So like when you look at West and Central Africa populations today, you still see A00, you still see B, like in the Yoruba populations, which I also heard you mention. You mentioned that they took over their population, but right now today, 8% of the Yoruba populations are still A00. So that means that they were infused into that population in its crux. I'm not disagreeing with you with your point of about the migration happening. I'm saying that the amount of influence was minimal because these are early human species, early humans that are still developing their populations. And once these
Yeah,
populations,
I'll agree. If it was only 1,000 people, I'll agree to that, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
okay, well we on the
That
same
shit.
page then.
Yeah,
Shit,
you
like
can't say you took over a block, bro. It was only
yeah,
like 5 niggas there.
that's my point, my nigga. That's my point. So
Yeah,
what you
yeah,
saying
yeah,
definitely
yeah,
did
yeah.
happen, but let's put context behind it. You see what I'm saying? Niggas can just mob through this bitch and lay niggas down. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, that shit do. That shit sound
You see
crazy.
how context matter a lot, bro?
Nah, that's a fact. For
Yeah.
real.
Okay.
Nah, for real. I definitely I gotta
Yeah.
look into that, but definitely if it was 1,000 people, that
Well, we don't know for
that's
sure how many people it
definitely
was, but like they
yeah.
estimated to be like 1,000 to 1,100 human beings on the earth that was at that point in time that was modern human species. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that ain't enough to be talking shit. Yeah,
Yeah, it's not, bro. Yeah, but that's all I
that's
wanted, man.
it.
But for the majority of information, bro, you be good. You be with the shit. I know you with Yap Gang, and I fuck with Jashu Strong, and you know what I'm saying. But that little
Yeah,
part
yeah,
right there
yeah.
is very fucking important. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, 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 yeah. Definitely that do make it look a lot. I appreciate that.
No doubt,
For real.
man. All right, bro. Y'all have a good one.
Definitely. All right, God, peace.
Yeah, but the diversification of haplogroup E is mostly along the Bight of Benin. That's where we see the most diversification. We see multiple subclades of E all along the Bight of Benin, all along the area where African Americans were picked up and brought on ships in slavery, transatlantic slave trade. That's where we see the source you can cite on that is the paternal representativeness of the paternal line of the Bight of Benin. Anyone can access that source with a email address once again. But that's where we see the most diversification is along the Bight of Benin, and they are accompanied by uh, definitely other out of Asia, out of Africa markers. They are accompanied by E groups, they are accompanied by D groups, and they are accompanied by EM96 along the Bight of Benin. So, but a lot of those are allegedly out of Africa, haplotypes, or that originated outside of Africa. It was far more, I don't know, was he speaking to the population At what date was y'all talking about the population, Blue?
He was saying during the time of the basically like the modern humans coming back, that back migration into Africa.
It's far more populations. It's more to suggest that populations were thriving. You do have bottlenecks at certain times, but it's nowhere near just 1,000 people, or anything like that. Even when they say the Arabian Peninsula began to empty back out because of desertification at around I say what's that global maximum
70
the ice
Kai.
age, between
Yeah,
50,
60 Kai, something like that. Yeah.
it's like 25,000 year intervals where we have global maxims at 25,000 year intervals according to scientists, but that would have put it approximately at 50,000 years in the Arabian Peninsula. 50,000 years ago, that number comes up again, so but it's massive dispersal. It's not small. That's why we have all those diverse groups of L3 concentrated in South Arabia. Jeff Rose points that out, that you have nearly all of the diversified branches of L3 concentrated in South Arabia.
Yeah. Makes sense.
That's like a central re-entry point.
Almost giving it the center of gravity.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So at the end of the day, no matter what, no matter how much African DNA you got, you still Asian.
It's African.
Some fucking way.
Bro, you keep saying that, bro.
No matter what, you Asian or
That
Arab,
nigga said no matter how
what,
much African DNA, bro. You keep saying that.
no matter what.
Like,
Because
bro,
these so-called
you just told me you was
entry points
sub-Saharan
that match
African, but then you back migrated and got in contact with Neanderthals. Your mic should be muted. Your mic should be muted for a little while. Like,
nobody can deny facts.
nigga,
so the back migration doesn't mean anything.
Nigga, first off, you said that they found Neanderthals in North Africa. You lied about that. Your source they say nothing close to it. It said it started out with
DNA.
Ghost DNA, which ain't even no
and the ghost
Neanderthal.
DNA had nothing to do.
That's talking about homonyms in Africa. Those are talking about pre-homonyms in Africa. Outside of the Denisovians and the Neanderthals. Stupid.
So again, oh shit.
So that ghost DNA ain't got nothing to do with no Neanderthals. Stupid.
That had nothing to do
That's
with
a
ghost
separate
DNA. That paper
it's
had nothing to do. Again,
you don't know what you're reading.
Paper had nothing to do with ghost DNA.
Nigga, that's
do you know what?
Nothing, huh?
This shit. It absolutely nothing to do with ghost DNA. It was that wasn't even the paper that I was reading. The paper didn't even mention ghost DNA that I actually was reading. That was an intro on before I even went into the whole paper. You fucking slowpoke, slow down, stop assuming. Now, back to what I was saying. No matter what your ancestors said, no matter what your history tells you, some magical way, through some magical back migration, through the Bight of Benin or some other entry points, these Asiatic Arab that made these Africans un-African. This shit is amazing. Asiatic Abos, y'all. Abo Asiatic show. This shit is ridiculous, yo. Y'all gotta go. Y'all might as well go argue with them about what they not. Because I'm not accepting it. When I took those 2 DNA tests and they showed me, one showed I had 84% sub-Saharan African ancestry and the other one said 94.80% Afro, all this Asian shit you been trying to yell at me went out the window, dog. So
You need that family
investing out the blue, you can throw that shit out the window too. Cause my family tree ain't got no Arabs or Asians in it. No matter how much I want to throw this back migration bullshit up.
But Sabio, what do you
Hey,
say to
my ass.
What do you say to your Yoruba genetics? You don't acknowledge
I'm not
Yoruba
Yoruban.
genetics?
I'm not Yoruban. I can't speak to Yoruba
just
DNA.
asking, bro. You don't
I can't
acknowledge it?
speak. I do acknowledge it, but I can't speak
You know
to it.
they're the composite basal Eurasian, right? You know that, right?
Hey, that's them. It's not me. My DNA doesn't have basal Eurasian. We went over it. No, how many times how many times when I got my DNA test did you join my channel and try to force that shit on me?
I'm not trying to force nothing on you.
Stop
I ain't trying
it.
to force nothing on you now, bro. I'm just saying.
Stop it, bruh. Just keep it away from me. Keep it away from me. You can force it on those that have the basal Eurasian. Keep it on those folks.
There's a lot of people.
Don't force it on the rest of the African population that doesn't have basal Eurasian, because that's fallacious and misleading.
What is science is misleading, Sabio?
No, the way you use science is misleading.
How am I using it if I'm just reading
by trying to say every person has basal Eurasian because the Yoruba has basal Eurasian. Huh?
What about the Mosi? What about the Fulani? What about all of these people that they say have?
Let them have it. That's that. If they have it, that's them. Then does that equate to the other African people on the continent of Africa? That's what I'm trying to get you to see. There's other people besides the Khoisan, the Yoruba, and the ones you're mentioning. Does that have to do with anything to do with the Isan people?
I'm mentioning the ones that we are made up of.
Does that have anything to do with the Isan people in Nigeria?
African Americans don't have Fulani DNA.
Hey, there we go. You're running from your own question. I answered yours. Can you answer the question I just asked you? Does that have anything to do with the Isan people?
The Isan? You don't have Isan DNA, Sabio.
I do. I have 33% Isan DNA, nigga. The majority of my DNA come from the Isan tribe.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. So again, I'm going to ask you, does that have anything to do with the Isan tribe of the Edo state in Nigeria?
Oh, the Edo state in Nigeria? You know about the Edo state?
It's 35 nations or tribes.
Mm-hmm.
I know a little bit about it. I've been studying up on it.
That's what's up. Edo state is interesting. They got that red. They wear that red.
Hey, are you going to answer the question?
They wear that red regalia for their celebration.
Are you going to answer? Are you going to? That's cool.
Mm-hmm. They wear that.
But are you going to answer the question I asked you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Does that have any? Does the basal Eurasian have anything to do with the Isan tribe? Because from what I've seen, no.
Well, the E markers do. You know, that's the crux of the argument. That's the crux of the argument, Sabio.
Oh shit.
The E markers.
This nigga that ran to the E markers. You see this? You see how when I answer his questions, he won't answer mine. He'll dodge and throw in some other shit. Go ahead. You can have this Arab shit as much as you want. Bro, you can have the Arab shit as much as you want. You want to be an Arab, Asiatic, black man because that's what you believe and that's your belief. Elijah Muhammad led you for 50 plus years of your life and you're not going to run away from it. You can't abandon the lie. I understand. You can't abandon the lie. It's drilled into your psyche.
No, that was blue debate, you know. I just happened to, you know, stand on some of the information that Blue stand on. That's been like that, you know, for a minute. Ain't nothing new for me. I know you know that. It ain't nothing new.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said it's embedded in your psyche.
Well, if that's what you choose to read, you know what I mean? Just like what you choose to read, I suppose is, you know,
no, because my information is my what I choose to read is subject to change when new information presents itself. So I can be wrong today and something new can come out. I can be right today and be wrong tomorrow because information is always changing and updating. Unlike your information. So your Bronze Age, Iron Age information can't be updated and corrected.
I read from an up-to-date source, if that's what you mean, Sabil. My source
You
is
right.
up-to-date, bro.
You right.
My source is relatively new. It's 2017, December 2017. Carriers of mitochondrial DNA, macrohaplogroup L3 basic lineages migrated back to Africa from Asia around 70,000 years ago.
When
That's
did
a
we ever
relative. That's a
when did we
relative
ever
source.
deny that back migration though?
I never said you denied it.
So why is that even brought up? A back migration in your right? This shit is weird, bruh. It's like the Ta-Nehisi shit. How you try to force this shit get weird to me, Afro. It's like you look at it with that religious lens and you don't want to take it off. You have to sometimes in order to be genuine in these conversations. And I know you love genetic sources, but if you're going to look at the genetic sources with the taint of your religious upbringing, then you're not going to be looking at them genuinely, because you're going to have to force that religion into the conversation to make it fit, and that's the disingenuousness of the conversation.
Yeah, well, I don't think archaeology and linguistics and genetics, I don't think that's necessarily a religious conversation. I don't have to bring up religion to talk about genetics.
No, I'm not saying you bring it up. I'm saying your lens is there. The lens is
but
there.
I don't want to keep it on me, man. You could, put it.
Oh, no, you want a panel. We can
Yeah,
talk about anything. Like I was saying in the debate. Like,
but you didn't find nothing substantive in Blue's argument. You didn't find
absolutely
anything
not.
of substance.
No, because you already know I don't think we're the Asiatic black man. So how can I find anything substantive in this argument? I disagree with this whole premise from jump.
But I mean, you should be able to distinguish between his narrative and whatever data points that he was speaking to.
Yo, the moment he said that we are the Asiatic black man and
what do you think about the data? What do you think about the data points that he cited, though? Outside of the narrative, what do you think of the data points that he presented?
They were cool, but they didn't help him.
What's cool though? Were they correct?
I would give him, if you want me to grade him, I gave him a 4.
So you don't like his interpretation of the data points?
No, it was horrible. It was horrible. Dev, let Blue and Kyle up.
Appreciate it, Savion.
But yeah, I'm just a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm more interested in the actual migration patterns than the.
He had composure. He was composed when he was presenting. Like, he lost composure in the questioning round. When Chris was questioning, he lost all composure. Chris had to call for the moderator and all that. That shit was bad.
I think he deflected.
I think that looked bad on Chris.
Yeah, he deflected.
That looked bad on you.
Calling for a moderator.
But it was his time to question you, and you wasn't answering his questions. Then he was trying to present videos and
he was lying
and arguing and all that. That was bad on you.
I'm gonna answer a question, bro. He lying about.
You should have waited. His source was right there.
Hey, Blue, let me tell you this. I think that this, right? I think that if you and Chris would listen to each other, y'all would get full understanding of the entire picture. Because, like, I'm not going to sit here and say that you did a terrible job. Because, like, a lot of the shit you were saying on point. But then I said earlier, context matters a lot. And then the same way with Chris, context matters a lot, too. And if y'all could converge what y'all are saying, and one another can understand each other's point of view,
really, like, where our arguments, if our arguments would have actually clashed, they didn't really clash with each other. You know what I'm saying? That was the
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're right, you're right. I mean,
like.
I think y'all argument was based on like, because I have been talking to Chris about the populations and shit. So like, I think he may have had that angle, right? So what I'm saying is like, there is no denying. Like, let me back up for a second, right? I think we have a misconstrued understanding of what African populations actually are. First and foremost, I believe that for some reason we don't think that these Levantine or Middle Eastern populations came back into Africa, because they definitely did. Now they didn't affect all of the population, like as far as like 100% of the population, but they do have strong influences.
Right.
And right, so what within these different population groups, there is no set standard amount of DNA that one population group would have, because populations, these are dynamic groups of people. The mother might fuck somebody from the Fulani group and they have a baby. Now they Yoruba, and then the Yoruba mother, they just had a kid, may mess with somebody who's Mandinka. Now you got different population groups added to the equation. All these things are fluid. You know what I'm saying? Like all of them, and like we go through this, and I think the thing that's bad is that we suffer from the Abrahamic faith's understanding of how the world
Facts.
actually works, right? And
Bingo.
and I'm not trying to demonize it. I'm just trying to say that, hey, in real life, that's not how this worked. There was not a tribe of Shabazz. There was not a tribe of Ephraim. There was never a tribe of Joseph or whatever name it was, right? And so, but when you come into an understanding of some high level, intricate detail type of shit, and you have a base level understanding, like this is the tribe of Sabaz that came from West Africa, they moved here and took over some shit, you don't get the full context of what the science is actually telling us. Does that make sense what I'm saying,
I don't
bro?
believe. Yeah, but I don't. I don't believe that shit.
No. I'm speaking in
Oh, okay.
general. I'm not speaking
Yeah,
in
yeah.
you
Oh, okay,
particular.
okay. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
speaking
yeah.
like
Okay, okay. Yeah,
I'm speaking on how we have the conversation.
but
Like
yeah.
how we have the conversation. I'm sure because you understand the conversations are made from a very, very God said this type of point of view, where it has to be this way, right?
Yeah, to me, and that's why I was confused on the DNA for a while. Is because of that. I think when you can remove that, it's kind of easier to digest what they saying. Like, okay.
And that's what I was just saying to Afro.
Yeah,
When
so
you
like
can
so
remove that,
you
it
are
makes the
completely
conversation
right
easier to have.
that E started in Northeast, well, in East Africa, then the E that we split from EV38 came to West Africa. This is about 20,000, 30,000 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying,
Yes,
Blue?
I'm gonna correct you. It's older than that, brother. E is
What?
older. The E diversification is older. It's in the Hadza and the Sandawi in East Africa early. In the
No.
Hadza and
That's
Sandawi.
so you argue with me just to argue. I
No,
said
I'm not
something
arguing. I'm not even arguing with
No,
you.
no. Listen to what I just said though, bro. Because Blue heard me. That's why he didn't jump in. I said when they came to West Africa, not when they was originated, fam.
Yeah, I'm talking about where they originated, though. We
But
should
I'm
discuss where
not
they
though.
originated.
That's the point. You're making an argument where there is no argument.
I'm not making an argument, brother.
No.
I'm just
Well,
making
why
a
would you cut?
statement.
Why would you cut me off and say that you disagree when I'm saying the same thing? If you are aligned with the scientific community, I'm saying the same thing that you should be saying as well, right or wrong.
Well, I just
Bingo.
wanted to point out the exact origin. We have the genetic
Oh
ancestry of
my
the
God,
Hadza.
bro.
We have the genetic ancestry of
Who?
the Hadza and Sandawi.
Nobody's arguing that,
That's
bro.
that
Like,
I'm not arguing with you, bro. I'm just making a point.
oh
So
yeah,
people know where it came from.
so you want the type that has to make the point if a point gonna be made. That's your type.
No, bro. I was just making a statement. Carry on.
All right,
I don't see why
cool.
you're so offended. Go ahead.
No, I'm not. I'm offended because you jumping in trying to make the point that I've moved past already. I'm like that's kind of weird. But anyway, my point is there's multiple migrations that's happened over tens of thousands of years that different mutations or different groups came into West and Central Africa and came back into Africa, period. And we got to take that into account when we're doing these quote unquote genetic analysis or whatever we call ourselves doing on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? We got to actually understand the science, and we got to remove all type of preconceived ideas of how this world actually works and deal with what we can falsify. You know what I'm saying? And like we're not doing that on these conversations. We're talking about what we want to be. not what really is. And that's what makes the conversation so difficult, because I can easily say without a shadow of a doubt that people from Northeast Africa and the Levant area came, and I'm Yoruba, they came and infused themselves into what we now know is the Yoruba state and Yoruba populations of people. No one denies that. You see what I'm saying? But to say that these people came in and colonized these groups, that's a farce. That didn't happen. These people created a civilization together. They came in. They didn't have ethnic groups back then. They didn't know about no fucking Levant, no Muhammad, no fucking tribe of Shabazz. These are
Yeah,
motherfuckers
but
that's looking for
no,
food.
hold on, wait now. I got to stop you there too. Now, the Yoruba do have an oral tradition of Oduduwa that states that
Okay,
hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. According to Cambridge, the Yoruba do have an oral tradition of Oduduwa that he came from Mecca or Medina. And we also have the La Amarudu, which is a subsegment of the Yoruba that carry the same oral tradition, as well as
Okay,
others.
so
But we can
can
cite the
I
Yoruba.
interject to
We
that?
can
So
cite the Yoruba.
that is not a Yoruba tradition. That's
That
a
is a
tradition.
Yoruba.
No,
Oh yeah.
listen. Let me answer your question. Then you can argue back with me. That is not a Yoruba tradition. That no Babalawo would ever tell you that. Who that came from was a German scientist named
No,
Derek Lang.
that came from Cambridge. That came from
I'm
Cambridge.
telling you
I'm telling you where it came from.
I'm telling you
Cambridge.
the paper that Derek Lang
I'm
wrote.
telling you where it came from.
I don't
Cambridge.
care
And
where
it's
I don't.
not just Derek Lang. I
Yes,
know Derek
yes.
Lang.
Derek
I know Derek Lang. That's a
Lang
separate
studied the
paper than the
population and
Cambridge
said,
source.
and that is the epitome of the
That's a
Hamitic.
separate. That's a separate
Bro.
paper
Can you let
from
me
the
talk, bro?
Cambridge source.
If you go, okay, go ahead. Then when you're done, I'm
That's
gonna
not
go.
the source I'm citing. I'm familiar with Derek Lang's work. He talks about Kingdom Burnham off the coast of Lake Chad, stretching to Kano, the city of Kano. I'm familiar with Derek Lang's work. That's what I'm saying. I'm citing a different source from Cambridge, but we can also utilize Derek Lang.
All right, perfect. So Derek Lang is bullshit because what he was doing was trying to. Bro, I just got
Are his
quiet. Let you
credentials
finish, bro.
bullshit?
No, but here's a search.
Is his accreditation?
Oh my god, bro! Like,
let him finish, Afro. He let you get your shit out.
This is why I can't have a conversation with you religious ass niggas, man. But y'all are rude as fuck. Y'all don't have any intellectual capabilities
You say
to have
his
a fucking
bullshit based
conversation,
on
bro.
what, bro?
No,
Based
I'm
on-
telling you why. I'm telling you why it's bullshit.
Afro, let him talk. You being
I'm telling
rude.
you why
Let
it's
him talk.
bullshit.
Let him talk.
Because what Derek Lang did and with that Cambridge paper that I have in my fucking Google Drive that you're referring to,
The Cambridge paper is not based on Derek Lang.
Yo,
I know this,
Afro,
my
can
nigga.
you
What the
shut
fuck?
up?
And so what they were doing, they were interjecting the Hermetic hypothesis into their research based on their religious belief. This is why me and Blue had a conversation a second ago about how religion can sometimes interject and interact with your actual scholarship. And what Derek Lang did, he was trying to interject the biblical narrative and place a placeholder on these people as being Canaanites and Israelites. This is the same thing that Cambridge paper does. And if you actually read the rebuttals to that paper, you can go to what is it called, the Scholastic website. Oh fuck. I forget the name of the site. I could post it in the chat when I pull it up. But I'm subscribed to the emails and everything. And so each report. These are Nigerian Yoruba people. They are fucking discredited everything about that paper because they said that this is not our oral tradition. This is something that's being posited into our belief system. And so what happened after that happened is a lot of the Yoruba people who are in Catholicism and Christians, they adopted that understanding and then started writing religious texts about that. But in the actual belief system, because I have been inducted in the Shay my personal self, and you do not get taught that. Oduduwa is the spirit that created the universe. He has nothing to. I mean, he's created the lands. He came down on a golden chain with the egg, and he was the metaphorical founder of Ile Ifa. Like that and this is a metaphor. And what they tried to do was assign a place of birth to the progenitor of a spiritual system of a people who had never had any contact with these people in the Middle East, bro. Like, stop.
I mean, I respect what you're saying, but you know, I don't think any of what you said debunked Derek Lang's work or the Cambridge source. You know,
the people themselves
respectfully, the people themselves. bro.
The Yoruba people say this is not true.
So you saying it's just you're not basing it on any source. You just saying it based on somebody you saying you heard it from.
No,
It's not a solid source, bro.
what I'm saying is I have been inducted into that particular system, right? So the Babalawos and the Ifayanlas that actually teach that exact same system where he just interjected in said that no, this is not true. This is not our history.
So when you see the signal in the genetics that Yoruba people have had contact from Asian or Eurasian sources at 7,500 Ka, at 4,000 Ka, we know that exists in genetic papers. I can pull that up. I can demonstrate that right now.
Yeah, I'm not.
Hold on. 1 second, bro.
Yeah.
Don't you think that adds credence or validity to said oral traditions that we are discussing that are not only amongst the Yoruba, they are amongst the Lamarudu, they are amongst definitely Fulani. They all have Near East Hausa. They all have Near East. These are Nigerian populations. They all have Near Eastern oral traditions, many of them. And then when we see an influx of Eurasian genetics at 7,500 Ka, at 4,000 Ka, that appears to be substantiated. Wouldn't you say?
Okay, so let's deal with this individually. So the influx of people that come in, like, so you have the Fulani population. These people are Berber people that came around and migrated. Those people that does not prove that one person came from the sky and ended up in Egypt. It came and established. No, we're talking about Oduduwa, are we not?
Yeah, Oduduwa, but
okay, so
you're totally discounting the point when they say that there is a Meccan or Arabian source for Oduduwa.
No, I know. So let's back up for a second. Let me calm down for a second. I'm not saying that people from the Middle East never came to the Levant region, because that would be farce. Can we agree on that?
That people from the Middle East didn't come to West Africa, you saying?
I'm not saying that because that would be farce. That would be a misleading statement, because people populated and moved around all the time in Africa. I'm not saying that. What I am saying specifically is that Oduduwa is a mythical character that never existed, that could not have come from Egypt, because he didn't exist in real life.
They don't say Egypt, bro.
Canaan.
The myth, yeah. They say Arabia.
Okay, that's fine. They say Mecca, but Mecca didn't even exist at that point in time. Are you aware of that?
Am I aware of what? That Mecca didn't exist?
They actually say Mecca.
Yeah, the location in the Arabian Peninsula existed.
That location did not exist 7,500 KYA.
No, 7,500 years ago. I don't think
that's what I meant, man. Look, man,
I would agree.
We're on the same page, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm just my words just jumble. So I'm saying that place did not exist. So the
location existed, but
how would they have known that though, bro? How would they have known that Mecca existed when they didn't know what Mecca was?
Well, yet and still, we see the consistency.
No. Answer that question.
We see the consistency with the African oral traditions, and we see the consistency with the genetics.
Okay, the genetics do not tell you that consistently. I'm saying that there are certain like I can give you one right now. The Ijibu people. The Ijibu people. These people are Yoruba people. They say specifically that they migrated from the Levant area, and their genetics back that up. But these people are still Yoruba people. They don't have A00 name mix. They don't have ghost population mix. They don't even have E1B1. Not E1B1. They don't even have EP252. But they're E1B1. Explain that one to me. You can't, because these people are a later population that migrated down and settled in Nigeria.
Yeah, black folks.
That's fine.
I don't disagree with that.
That's fine. Like I'm not the one that's saying that the Egyptians were not dark-skinned people. You know what I'm saying? But that term black that we gotta work on that too, because like the people who are the Berbers, these people were dark-skinned people.
That's right.
And they could be confused and misconstrued.
Can you say that again? Can you say that again?
But hold on. But let me get.
No, a lot of people don't understand that Berbers is dark-skinned people. The original Berbers, the Turibi Fulbe, people like that, Fulbe.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm having a real conversation about the populations. I don't give a fuck about no fucking color of your skin, because in those same populations of Berber, you have the Amaza people. The Amaza were amalgamation of people that came from all around that area, especially in the Mediterranean area. But these were indigenous people from Northeast Africa that also fused with other Berber populations.
Mm-hmm.
So like this is what I'm saying. There is no skin color to a population group. There is not a genetic haplogroup that's only in a population group. Ethnic groups are made on all that shit.
Yeah, I think
and I think
it's in the air. That's a question that's in the air right there, because we can look at the concentration of certain haplogroups. The concentration would be in a sub-Saharan African setting where you have populations that are essentially of darker stock. We can look at those concentrations. So I don't think that statement is wholly true, that it's not pertaining
not
to
wholly, but where I would agree is it causes confusion in a way. Like right now, because we saying E is Asiatic, people are saying you're Asian. And that's just too like E coming from back migrating from Asia and E being Asian is two different things. Like that's two different conversations. And I think when we have it, people jump to not you. You know what I'm saying? I just think when we talking about E, people jump in the mongoloid features. Like, well, you should look like a little. You know what I mean? Basically, a little mongoloid, basically.
Nobody on this channel would say that the Khoi Khoi, these motherfuckers is African. You would not say that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all gotta be honest about y'all. If you're gonna be a scholar, be honest. You know what I'm saying?
African? No,
they African as fuck, right? But guess where they started from? They didn't start in fucking. They migrated back into the African continent, bro. Like what? Like 40,000 years ago.
I already know, bro.
I'm telling you they are. You know what I'm saying?
I don't need you to tell me. I already know that. I've been saying that.
But you wouldn't discredit their Africanness and their own ethnic identity. You wouldn't say
I never
they
do.
Asian. But are they Asiatic?
Well, according to
ain't no whale, nigga. Ain't no whale here.
Most people call them Asiatics. I know they Africans.
We're not gonna do that, bro.
But genetically, they call them Afro-Asiatics. They call them Afro-Eurasian.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. You tell me that the Khoi people in South Africa, they Asiatic now too?
But you just said it, and you're right. They got out of Africa DNA in the Khoi. That's a fact.
Nigga, most people do. And most Europeans have African DNA, but what are they called? Europeans, my nigga. It's about where your last genetic mutation transpired at, bro.
I mean, you could tell the difference between an RV.
It's called a molecular clock, man. The molecular clock defies the origin of a group of people, bro.
You mean to tell me you can't tell the difference between an RV88 and an R1B269?
Nope.
Yes, you can.
No,
yes,
you can't. Nigga, no, you
R1B269 is predominantly a European.
So you're telling me that you can look
clad.
at so
RV. Hold on, bro. RV88 is in Cameroon. It's Cameroon.
Okay.
That stock is predominantly dark skinned, thick lipped, robust African features.
But people, do people have that same genetic marker that are not though?
Some on the fringes, but you can tell the difference between these populations. No, you can tell. I said on the fringe.
You can tell the difference between an ethnic group.
You can tell the difference. You can tell the difference between an R1B V88 in Cameroon versus an R1B269 that is essentially predominantly Western European. You can't tell the difference. Yes, you can.
What you can tell. What you can tell the difference is the people. You can tell the people in Cameroon are different from the people in fucking whatever the fuck you just said. You cannot tell
Western Europeans. That's the dominant clade is R1B269 in Europeans.
You can have two clades in two separate areas and they express their genetics differently, bro. And you know that.
Well, we know the RV88 is the father, is the elder. Is the father clade of the R1B269.
And how do they look?
We know
how they look.
Dark skin, thick lips, brown skin.
So you light skin with thin lips, you can't be RV38 now?
I didn't say you can't be.
That's my point. That's my point. You are pigeonholing your argument,
I'm
bro.
not pigeonholing anything. I'm showing that there's a nuance and there's a difference that we can distinctly pick up between the R1B269.
You can't pick up on that, bro.
That is European.
Nigga, if the professional geneticists can't pick up on it, why you think you could pick up on it?
Where is it located dominantly?
If the professional geneticists that are fucking
where is it located dominantly in Europe, bro? R1B269 is R1B269 is a European dominant Western European class.
And EP252 is dominant in fucking West Africa, right?
RVA8 is dominant in Cameroon.
That's fine.
Those are dark skinned, robust features.
Where they come from? Where they come from?
They come from outside Africa.
That's my point, my nigga. You can't tell. The people in Cameroon look just like the other people in Cameroon, and there's gradiency.
Yes, they do.
So you can tell me, you can just walk up to a nigga in Cameroon, and be like, "Oh, nigga, you RV30, you from Europe." That's what you can do.
But
you got that level of expertise in genetics.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
No, that's the argument that you're making, though.
That is not the argument that I'm making. Argument that I'm making is that the V88 is a dominant clade in Cameroon. The people that haplotype belong to, they have distinct phenotypical characteristics that are robust and African. In Cameroon. In Cameroon.
In Cameroon.
R1B V88.
Brother, listen. Hold on. Let me calm down for a second.
We can look at the Fang. The Fang tribe are dominated by RV88. Fang, African Fang tribe. And those people are distinctly, robustly African features, bro.
That's fine, because of what major thing identifies them and makes them have African features? Could it possibly be the fact that they're in a isolated environment on the African continent, surrounded by other people that have other characteristics that are not in their ethnic group, mixed in with them? Could that be possibly it?
Or it could be that they came in looking like that.
Nigga, stop.
We don't know. We don't know, bro.
No, we do know. You just not being. They
dominant.
You're not being genuine in your conversation, bro. Because you want people to be fucking Asiatic, bro.
No, I didn't say you the first person that said Asiatic. I didn't say nothing about Asiatic.
Nigga, your name Asiatic, Afro-Asiatic, man. So stop.
I didn't say nothing though. Asiatic.
Yeah, but I talked to you a couple times. I know you're an angle, nigga. How about that? I know you're trying to go back.
We can tell the difference between them, bro. We can.
You can't, bro. You can't.
In Cameroon, it's the RV88, the elder clade. The elder clade is living amongst dark-skinned, brown-skinned, robust feature African type people. When we look at the younger clade, that is R1B2. When we look at the younger clade,
type people, man.
Hold on one second, bro.
No.
We're not when we look at the younger clade, we see it amongst Europeans.
With no suit on, you got no umbrella on, no parachute.
Jumping out the window.
You jumping out the window, my nigga. You on some real.
I'm not jumping out the window, bro. The R1B269 is predominantly a Western European clade,
bro. Your paternal haplogroup makes up a fucking minimal, a minuscule part of your DNA.
Why would you try to minimize it? Why?
Nigga, because if you got fucking,
I think we got mother and father.
If you got 64 grandfathers, nigga, you only tracing one.
We get genetic material from our mothers and our fathers, bro.
Bro, listen. If you got 64 grandparents, you're only getting 1/64 of that DNA. I mean, you're only getting the results of one of 63 other people. It's 64 total, right? So you're only getting the genetic code of one of them, but you still have 63, a vast majority of your DNA that's being made up by other people.
Yeah, but the paternal and the maternal have equal value. That's it.
No, they have equal value as far as the genetic mix up, but then you got to also take in consideration that each of those 32 or 31, if we take it one from one, each of those 31 have influence to your genetic makeup as well.
Yeah, but Kyle, that ain't got nothing to do with R1B269 being a
It
predominantly
do.
Western European clade and R1BV88 being
It
in
does.
Cameroon and being a robust African type. It ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. We can
It
tell the
has
difference.
everything to do with it, bro. Because if just simply because R1, B1, whatever you were saying, is there
V88, man.
Was R2D2 human? Did he have any of these genetic markers?
Nah, no R2D2
I ain't
But
gonna lie
Kyle,
though, man. That's
Kyle
how
know
that
about
shit
this
was
stuff.
sounding to me, bro, for a minute. And then I just started reading that shit. That's why I had the debate with Chris, because the shit is actually interesting. Once you can visually see it, it is actually it ain't as difficult as that shit sounds. It's just you gotta be able to visualize what you're looking at. You know what I mean? For a minute, that shit like rocket science, though. I ain't gonna lie. What the fuck these niggas talking about?
Nah, he's trying to make it seem like everybody that was on the continent of Africa had the same features. That's why he said the word African features. I'm supposed to automatically know what that means or what that looks like, and nobody on planet Earth, including him, can say that.
Yeah, that really wasn't my point, but
that's what you
I
said, though.
understand.
That's what you said, fam.
I understand that's
Like if that's not your point, well, why are you saying like you throwing confusion to the argument?
No,
You saying this, you say wild shit, and then I go on a fucking tangent because you say some wild ass shit that don't make no fucking scientific sense, and now you like, oh, I didn't say it like that. I said it like this.
Hey, bro, I didn't say anything that didn't make scientific sense. I can quote.
Everything you
Hold
said
on
didn't
1
make
second,
scientific
bro.
sense, bro.
I can quote the papers right now.
That don't
R1B.
mean that you right
Hold on.
though.
Listen, hold
You
on,
saying,
brother.
bro? You saying
What?
that you can look at a motherfucking
So
Cameroon
why you don't?
and tell them they fucking haplogroup, nigga? You
I
full of
didn't say
shit.
I didn't say I could look at them and tell they
You
motherfucking
literally just
haplogroup.
did,
See, you
bro.
want
You
this to
literally
go.
just did.
I'm gonna fall back because you want this to go ignorant.
No,
That ain't what I
bro.
want.
You said you can look in Cameroon and tell a motherfucking. Am I tripping right now? Did you
No,
not just say that?
what I said about Cameroon is I said it's a dominant clade in Cameroon that is RV88 that is far older than the R1B269 that we see in Europe, and that clade in Cameroon is a dark skinned, brown skinned, robust African type that we see that R1B88 in those people when we see them now. They are dark skinned, robust. What I mean by robust is thick lips, broad nose, brown skin, features. That's what I'm talking about. A robust phenotype that is distinctly.
Where did their father
Hold on, bro.
Where did
Hold
their
on,
father clades come
hold
from
on. Let me.
R1? Where did R1 start at, bro?
Hold on.
No. Answer that question. Where did their father
let me
clades
finish
start
explaining my point. Now, when we look at the R1B269 that is dominantly Western European, what do we find? A pale skin, dark hair to blonde hair, European type, predominantly amongst that population, where we see that haplotype, that haplogroup, that male line represented. We find those populations look distinctly different. The one in Africa is the elder. The one in Europe is the younger. The one in Africa is the original. And it does come from outside Africa. It comes from Asia. It comes from Asia, to answer your question, bro.
Would that be because of a back migration that infused
Yes.
themselves into the indigenous African populations?
Yes.
And then mutated into a subclave of its original clade? Would that be possible?
They came from Asia, and they did integrate into in Cameroon, in West Africa. Yes, they integrated themselves, and West Africans have been coexisting there with the Fang tribe and with other tribes that possess these markers. Yes.
Gotcha. So that paternal lineage came from outside of Africa into Africa, and then settled with the indigenous populations and replicated itself, right?
Yeah.
All
They
right.
still there. They still there.
So that would mean that the indigenous population of those people are not R something, right?
No, some of them aren't. Some of them aren't. Some of them
You
aren't.
just, bro, we literally just walked through
I said
it, bro.
some of them aren't. I said some of them aren't.
How?
They don't
Sway?
all have. They don't all have to be R. If you have a foreign male population coming in, they can coexist next to other haplogroups that are not the same as them. What's wrong with that?
And then they would intermingle, they would have sex and have babies, right? They would share
Right.
cultural continuities, all that stuff right there, right? They would develop a culture together, and they would be a mix of the culture, right? So the culture would be an expression of multiple haplogroups in an area,
Yeah.
right?
That's what the Fang is. The Fang tribe. It's just
Okay.
dominated by V88. They just dominated by V88.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna argue with the domination factor because it's places in what is it in Benin,
Fulani and Hausa too. They got a lot of V88.
Yeah, they sure do. They sure do, and they all but you can tell that they came from outside of Africa and they migrated themselves in and they mixed with
Sometimes
these
you
local
can,
tribes.
sometimes you can't. You know,
You
depends
just
on.
said I thought you was the lookership expert. You could
I'm
look
not
at the
talking.
motherfucker.
I'm not talking about lookership at all, bro. I'm just talking about populations.
You talking about looking at a nigga, bro, and telling what tribe they come from. My point is that you cannot look at
No,
an African.
I definitely didn't say that. You know, I'm only going off of what the description that we can see now. They have a robust phenotype.
There is no phenotypical description of genetic groups, bro. There's a phenotypical representation of the majority of the population, but it does not encompass or embody the entire representation of everybody with that phenotype.
So you telling me, as intelligent as you are, and as well studied as you are, you have never heard the term robust phenotype in reference to Africans? You never heard that term in your study of anthropology?
Yeah, when you're dealing with the E population, like a lot of the sub-Saharan African population,
so why do you make it an issue when I described them as robust?
No, because those sub-Saharan groups I'm talking about, they have the genetic and distinct differences from other populations that are also E and also in that same group. Sub-Saharan African, it just means below a certain area. It doesn't mean that you all the same group of people. They have these groups of people have different mixing that they've done over their lineage and their tenure and being in their places, and each group is comprised of different mixing methods and methodology over a series of thousands of years. Simply because you share an ethnic group or a tribal name does not mean you are attached to a specific path to get to that point.
I mean, but when they say sub-Saharan African, though, I think we can agree they're not talking about South Africans. They're not talking about they only really talking about the West Coast of Africa for the most part.
Nah, they talking about the people in South Africa. These people are sub-Saharan Africans. They also are they have very, very strong Bantu population from the Bantu expansion from West Africa. So these population groups are in abundance there that are also classified as sub-Saharan. You have B populations down there. You have A00 populations there and AO populations that's down in South Africa as well. So we're not talking about a monolithic population group. We're talking about the embodiment of the expression of one's DNA, which is the phenotypical representation, not the haplogroup representation. Phenotypically, you could look like a certain group of people, but genetically you don't have to be that group of people because that's not how DNA works. Like a nigga could be in right now. I did my 23andMe. I did Gen Match and what's the other one? Anyways, it's not important. But I did 3 genetic studies, and in my genetic studies, I got people that relate to me that fucking live in fucking England, white as hell on my map. They pop up. Hey, you my 14th cousin. You my 3rd cousin. You my 4th cousin. You in England. I ain't never been to England, but you know what I'm saying. I know my dad ain't never been to England.
Hey,
but
man.
how? But we cousins genetically. How is that? And we got the
I wouldn't
same
even want to know no
haplogroup.
shit like that. That's crazy.
Contact somewhere.
That's practice between we family. That's weird as hell.
That's what.
That's weird as hell. I wouldn't. I don't know if I would pursue all of that. I wouldn't So how do you feel about having white family?
I don't give a shit. I'm not one of these racist ass niggas on the internet, man. I understand how genetics work. Like somebody 1,000 years ago fucked somebody and they got their genes and they spread them back to Europe more than likely. You know what I'm saying? Like that's literally how it works, man.
Right.
Like I'm not tripping off that.
No, so I'm saying like when people today say, well, we all mixed anyway, so you might as well just get a white woman or any of that type of shit. You agree with that type of shit?
I can't tell another man what to do with his life and with his thing.
I said agree or disagree.
I got myself, me personally, I got a black wife, I got black kids. They all, you know what I'm saying, look just like me. But if another person decides to go down that path and intermarry into, you know what I'm saying, white people or Chinese people or whatever, I'm not finna be mad at them for that.
Is we all one race, my brother?
He said, are we?
I said, are we all one race? Just the human race.
Yeah, exactly. That's it.
All right.
Damn. Hey, hold on, bro. I didn't think you was gonna say that.
How did you know?
All life comes from Africa. Like I'm not one of these super bleeding black Pan African niggas that ain't in touch with reality. I understand that all life came from Africa. Then there's genetic mutations that happen. You got SLC 24A5 that happened in the Levant area that brought blonde hair and blue eyes to the equation. And these people that came from Africa, they then settled in the Europe and mixed with like the Denisovans and Cro-Magnon and the other humanoid lifestyle. Like I understand all of this shit. And so what I'm saying is not a political or whatever point of view. This is just facts.
Yeah, I don't think it's racist to understand the differences and the similarities. I don't think it's racist, but I think we should acknowledge the things that are different and the things that are similar. But it's definitely, I don't think that I'm not a person that I don't believe that race does not exist. I believe that it is a category that has been put upon us by Europeans. They have utilized it to treat our people and deal with our people in a certain way. They based it on phenotypical observable differences. They based it on geography that was different from theirs, and they based it on a historical narrative that was different from theirs.
Yeah.
I don't believe all of that disappears just because
it's the social construct that exists. Like social constructs exist.
The way that Africans look is not a social construct. The texture of their hair, the color of African skin, the texture, the thickness of the lip is not a social construct. That is quantifiable. Those are quantifiable differences.
No, there's not.
Those are quantifiable differences within populations.
Let me respond to that. So
it can quantify the amount of melanin that's dominant in the African populations.
That's
you can
fine.
quantify that the average cranial, the skull shape.
Now you get into cranometry, and that's fucking pseudoscience. The thing is, though, you can also look in different populations that have the same proximity to the equator and see same or similar representations in those populations. Let's go to the Americas.
Similar, not the same, though.
The people in the Americas have those same phenotypical representations, but they come from different genetic backgrounds. The same thing in the Negrito population. The same thing in South Asia population. These people have kinkier hair, they have fuller lips, they have wider noses, and they have darker skin. But it does not mean that they are part of the population group that we actually sprung out of. And so the fight for me is to have for black people to understand where we actually come from on this earth and love and respect that particular place, because we have been there for at least 40,000 years independently, and we developed our own culture and we brought that culture to the Americas and we infused ourselves into this system here. All of that I just said is all cool and fine, but when you pretend like those things that 40,000, 30,000, 25,000 years ago did not happen, that's problematic because it removes the culture and the identity that we have in our plight as African American individuals.
Wait, hold on. How you gonna end off with some imaginary shit like African American individuals? I thought race wasn't real.
African American is an ethnic group.
Right. Under a race.
A race is not an ethnic group. You can look it up yourself.
I'm not telling you a race is an ethnic group. In America, it's structured.
You just said I can't end it. I can't end it with race, but I didn't end it with race. I ended with the ethnic group. Did I not?
The words he's saying. You've been talking. Ethnic groups in America are structured with race underneath race.
No,
are they not?
No.
So how are they structured?
They're structured by the fucking people. Like, okay, so if you believe that race exists, then I can see how you
could possibly
make
that. We're talking about a fact right now. This ain't a belief.
Huh?
We're talking about a fact.
The facts are there is no such thing as race. That's a fact. Since we want to talk about facts.
In America, there's a fact that there is a such thing as race, and they qualify it with ethnic groups.
That's not a fact. Ethnic groups are different than the pseudo concept of race. If you don't understand that, then I'm not sure how far we can go in this conversation.
Well, I mean, we can't go at all if you're not acknowledging what the United States Census would be acknowledging as race.
There is no race. I'm talking about in the world of science.
Right. I'm not talking about in the world of science. We're not in the world of science.
I am though, so I'm not going to shift my I'm not going to shift my perspective on reality to acquiesce to your faulty premise.
My faulty premise?
Yes, your faulty premise. Your faulty premise requires me to
African American.
Your faulty premise requires me to subject myself to racism, and I'm not going to do that.
So you don't believe racism?
Wow. This channel getting more and more full of crack ass niggas. Boy,
you see how crazy it sounds though. They don't believe. So what?
Like, I'm gonna just set it off. These white boys popping up out of nowhere on this bitch, niggas. These white boy ass niggas popping up out of no fucking.
And very, very intellectual response, my brother. Keep it going.
Yeah, bro. I mean, how much do you think, bro? Your response to an intellectual rebuttal is to fucking call me names, nigga. You call that ignorant. I don't want to get into the race stuff.
This ain't not you can't pull up.
I don't want to talk about that race stuff. That's not an intellectual.
You can't do that over here, boy. We're having a conversation about science, nigga, and you interjecting the pseudoscience, and you want me to bow down to a fucking premise, nigga, and I'm not gonna do that, nigga. I'm standing on my shit, nigga. Nigga, this your premise. Niggas ain't my fucking premise.
You ended the fucking sentence with African American, nigga. Dumbass.
I did, dumbass, and African American is not a race, dumbass. You stupid as fuck, boy. Come on, man. You with a real one right now, boy. Try.
So again, so in America, it's a race. Go somewhere where it's not a race, and maybe you can be right. But in America,
right now, nigga, it's not a race, nigga. Go pull up a study right now and see that, and show me African American is a race.
Study.
Show me right now, smart guy.
I just told you.
You know everything about everything, but show me that shit. Show me the African American race.
I just told you where I would get it from.
You'll get it from out your ass, boy, because you full of shit.
I would get it from the U.S. Census.
No, you wouldn't, man. You would get that shit from 1873 or 1700s when fucking race was a social science that was practiced, that was debunked in the early 1900s. Nigga, that shit is pseudoscience. You believe that shit because that's where you study it.
Science, bro.
I'm talking about science, nigga, and you not.
Second time I said that.
You talking about?
So I don't know how you went back to science if I told you the first time I
shit that you think, nigga. There is no such thing as a African American race, nigga. That's the dumbest shit a nigga have ever said.
Okay. Share my screen, please, Dale.
Record the screen, nigga. I'm right here. I ain't going nowhere, nigga. Play this shit back tomorrow, and the next day in the hall, that boy, nigga. Ain't no such thing as African American race, nigga. You dumb as fuck for that shit.
They was talking about a genetic topic, though.
Yeah, but I tried to tell them I wasn't.
That's my entire point. I'm talking about genetics. Me and Africa, as you have been talking about.
Right. So now you finna help it. So you finna bail him out?
No, I'm just letting you know that a genetic discussion I mean,
right? But
African
when I
American is not going to come
specifically
up. I'm saying African
in
American is not going to come up in a genetic discussion. Nowhere. You're not going to
America,
find no, huh?
in America,
Yeah, even in
again,
America.
when he
Yeah,
said
yeah,
trans, I said in America. He
yeah,
tried to
even in
refute that.
America. Yeah,
Okay.
even in America. If you're having a genetic discussion about genetics, your DNA test is not going to come back and say so and so percentage African American. It's going to be
Yeah, we're
false.
not
That's
talking
a
about
false
DNA.
statement. So
Yeah,
in his context,
we're
yeah,
not
in his
talking about
context, what
DNA.
he said was correct. That's all. That's
No,
all I was saying. Y'all trying to
right,
blend.
know,
Y'all trying to
you just
blend or drag another side of a discussion in which they were not talking about into what y'all talking about.
Yeah, I ain't dragging shit into nothing because I'm going off of what he just said.
You
Okay?
ain't saying shit that I'm
When he
saying
just
though.
said there is
You
no
ain't, bro.
race,
You
and
ain't.
I
No,
told him in
now you
America
lying.
there
Like
is a race.
that's one thing you
Hey,
gotta do,
fam, I
bro.
just
Be
listened,
honest,
fam.
nigga. I was not talking about no social political group, nigga. I was talking about fucking genetics, my nigga. If you are not equipped to have that
So
conversation,
what I would do
nigga,
is say
we can do this
rewind
later.
it, because I was clear on what I was talking about, bitch.
No, the fuck you
I don't
wasn't,
get in
nigga, because
conversations
you
about
no
genetics.
what you
Little bitch
want me to
boy.
do,
I
you
don't
want
get
me
in
to
conversations
change
about
what the
genetics.
fuck
I
I'm
was
talking
clear.
about to meet your
I
fucking
was
slow
clear.
ass needs, nigga. And I'm
I was
not gonna
clear.
do that. Nigga, we are
I
talking
was
about
clear.
genetics. We're talking about haplogroups and the fucking expression of DNA and phenotypes, my nigga. And you bring your dumb ass on here talking about some fucking black and white racism, nigga. I'm not talking about that
You
shit,
said
nigga.
African American.
Fuck out of here.
You said it.
But I'm not one of them,
You
but you're
said
not
it.
gonna talk crazy to me,
You
nigga.
said
The
it.
fuck you think you is, bro?
You
I'm
said
not
it.
gonna
I
do
don't give
none
a
of that
fuck
shit.
how many times
Nigga,
no pussy
man,
nigga pretending to be
whatever,
smart,
nigga. We're not going for none
like
of
he
that
ain't
shit.
said.
You
You
don't
said it.
come here and bitch
You
boy
said
how I
African
talk,
American.
nigga. Nigga, you
That's
don't
the only
come
reason
bitch
I
boy
came off
how I
mute.
talk,
Like,
nigga.
hey,
The fuck
so
wrong with
now
you?
African American is a
Nigga,
race? Now it's a race again?
you
Now
said it
you
was,
deal
nigga.
with
I
race?
said it wasn't,
Well,
nigga, clown ass
come
boy.
on, fam.
Nigga, I said
Everybody
it
heard
was
you,
not a
nigga.
race, clown
Everybody
ass
heard
nigga.
you, but we gonna
But
pretend,
no, they
right?
heard you, you
Because we all of
clown.
a sudden in this era
You
now
a
where ain't nobody
clown, nigga.
pro-black.
You a
2
clown, nigga.
days
You
from
want to
now,
hop
niggas be
in because
pretending
you
again.
bored right
Get the
now,
fuck
nigga.
out of here.
You a clown, nigga. You a clown ass nigga, bro. You're not finna come here and
I
change
bet
what
you
I'm
if we
saying, nigga.
rewind this motherfucker, you say what I
No,
said.
nigga, you rewind it, nigga, and you,
I
nigga,
bet you
Dale tried to
rewind this
save
motherfucker,
your
your
ass,
stupid ass
bitch,
stood up here and
boy.
said, ain't no,
Nigga, Dale tried to
no, it's
save you,
not.
my nigga.
You
Dale
said
tried to
no.
save you, nigga.
Deb ain't Deb just as
You need
dumb
to
as
humble your
you.
ass
If he
down,
think
listen
he
to
can
Dale,
save
nigga. He tried
me,
to save your motherfucking
you hear
ass, boy.
me? He
The
just
fuck
as
wrong
dumb
with
as
you,
you
nigga?
if he think he can
You out
save
here
me,
talking about
nigga.
African Americans are race,
Rewind
nigga.
it.
You sound dumb as
Rewind
fuck.
it.
You sound,
You the
nigga,
one
you
said
said
that
that,
shit.
nigga.
He took it back to genetics. You came out of genetics when you said African American, didn't you?
Nigga, no, nigga. What are you talking about? What do you
Ain't African American
what
a
is your
race?
nigga? What is your argument, my nigga?
Is
What's your
African
argument?
American a race? Is African
No,
American a race?
nigga. I said that in my in my initial rebuttal of the bullshit you said. I said no, nigga. African American is not
Right.
a race, nigga.
Right. So when I pulled it up to show you that it's a race here in America, you said what? You're talking genetics. You're talking science. And I said I'm not. We could have left it there, but instead you wanted to keep going. Because in America, I'll say it again, in America, yes, African American is a race.
And again, I'm not talking about it in America, nigga. I got a passport, nigga. I travel the world. I'm talking about the world consensus of fucking science, my nigga. I'm talking about the scientific literacy beside this shit.
Right.
There
Change it.
is
As
no
long as you
fucking
change
race
the answer,
called
it's fine with
African
me.
American, you dumbass
I'm
nigga.
glad you
Because
changed the
races
answer,
don't
man.
even
We
fucking
good to go.
exist. Dumbass
I'm glad you
nigga.
changed the answer. You travel, nigga. We good.
Yeah, nigga. All right.
That's
Bye,
why you
nigga.
said the first
Get in your
time.
feelings, nigga, because
That's
you
why
fucking
you had to say the
dumb,
first
nigga.
time.
Y'all
The
dumbass
first
niggas
time
get
you
on my fucking
denied it,
nerves,
though.
bro.
The
You
first
think
time
you
you
think you
denied it,
think
though.
because you can talk
That's
loud,
why you just
nigga,
had to
that
switch
nigga
it
that you right,
now.
nigga, but you
That's why you
wrong
just
as
had to
fuck,
switch
my
your
nigga.
answer now.
There is no
That's how
such
you had
thing
to
as
switch
a
your
fucking
answer.
race, nigga. I stand by that
African
shit, nigga. We
American
having a
is
conversation
certainly a
based
race.
on science, nigga. There
But you
is no
don't
such thing
believe
as
in
race.
race. And
Nigga,
I
there
can
is
see
no
in the
such
chat, a
thing as
lot of y'all
the
don't
fact
believe
that
in
you
race.
believe in race,
But
that
y'all gonna
if
be
you a
crying when
dumbass
Trump
nigga.
has the next
If you
thing
believe
based
in
on
race,
race.
you a dumbass nigga. How
Y'all the
about that?
same niggas, man. Same
What,
niggas.
okay, well, what race the mixed people is then, nigga? Dumbass boy.
Mulatto.
That's a race now. We got a new race called mulatto. Then what about the mixed people? They mix with somebody else. What they
That's
call?
new.
Dumbass
You
boy.
think that's new? You think that's new?
No, nigga, this is based off systematic white supremacy and
let's do this
racism,
one point at
and
a
the
time.
fact that you
Let's do this
accept
one at a
that shit,
time.
that
Let's
means
see
that
who's
you a
really
dumbass
intelligent.
nigga.
Let's see who's really intelligent. You think mulatto is new?
Oh my god, nigga.
I'm saying you're playing dumb, pretending to be
No,
smart.
nigga. I would say you playing dumb, but you just might really be dumb, my nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Like dead ass serious, but you don't understand how any of this shit works in real life. But you get on here with your fucking bravado. You think you just talking about some real shit.
I don't know how what works in real life.
But you gotta be the dumbest nigga on the
I know
fucking
how
panel.
race works in
You
real
gotta
life.
be the dumbest thing on the panel.
I know
right
how
now,
race works in real life. I know how race works in real life.
Yeah, okay. You know how
it ain't real.
works.
You're confused.
You know how
I know how
you
race
don't know how
works
race
in real
works
life.
in real life.
Can anybody ride
If
with
you
you
knew how race
confused?
works in real life, then you wouldn't even say that dumbass
I
shit.
know how that shit work in real life. I do.
Race is real,
Yes, I do.
especially within the
Race
confines
be
of America.
hurting these niggas that
yeah.
fuck white hoes. Race be hurting these wish they was white ass niggas. I already know, bro. I see through you, fam. You ain't fooling me. Dale can't help you, nigga. I don't know who the fuck you thought you was talking to.
All right, you done yet? You done? You done? All right, so again, my nigga, you are the victim of white supremacy, not me, nigga. I
Yeah,
understand
but
that
Kyle, though,
there is no supreme
he
race
got
over anybody, my
a
nigga.
point, though,
But
Kyle.
you are on here with your fucking dumb ass,
We know how race
talking that
works.
crazy dumb
I'm a
shit,
We
victim
know
of
how
trying to
white
race
convince
works.
other
supremacy.
niggas that's dumb to believe
We
your
know,
dumb ass, nigga. But
we
if you
know
check
how
niggas,
race works in
they
real life.
understand, nigga, that you full of shit. And
We
you
know
don't
how
know what the
race works
fuck you
in real
talking
life,
about.
bro.
You saying that
You don't
African
even never hear me
Americans are
talk about no
racist
white
people,
supremacy,
bro.
bro.
I'm just saying.
Nah.
Niggas be mad because race is real.
No, nigga, racism is real, nigga. A concept can be born from a faulty premise, my nigga. And that's what you don't understand. I'm saying that the racism in America is definitely a thing that can be felt, nigga. But there is no such thing as fucking race. There is no African American race of people, my nigga. You gotta be the dumbest nigga in America if you believe that.
Well, I showed you where I could show you that, but you didn't want it. So,
Bro, Kyle,
you
so
remember
you
you
saying
crashed out
that
when I told you where I could show you that at? Remember your dumb ass crashed out? This ain't science, nigga. We don't need to experiment with this, nigga.
Nigga, I'm talking about science, nigga. I'm talking about science. I don't give a fuck what that geopolitical shit you talking about. I'm talking about science. The conversation that me and Afro Asiatic was having was about science, nigga. We're talking about phenotypes, haplogroups, SNPs,
the one where you was being
STRs,
African
nigga, and your dumb ass coming to my some fucking race.
The one where I asked you if we was all one group, and you said yeah.
So I said what now? Say that one more time.
When I asked you was we all one race, and you said yeah. That conversation.
The human race, my nigga, it's only one group of species called humans, and they all have individual differences based on their phenotypical representation, my nigga.
We all one race, man.
Laugh at that shit, dumbass boy. Laugh at that. Laugh at that shit, dumbass boy.
Fam, I'm gonna keep laughing at it. I can't believe niggas running around saying we all part of the human race and race ain't real and like nigga, what? What America you live in?
Who taught you that shit, boy? Toby, who taught you that shit?
Toby.
Taught me what? Taught me what exactly?
Who taught you race was real? Who taught you that you was a black, you was a Negro, a nigga? Who taught you that shit, nigga? The white man did, boy. But
no, my grandmother actually did.
Okay, well, she was a victim of racism herself, man.
Oh.
It doesn't mean it's real. The same way that these motherfuckers in fucking Alabama and Mississippi were taught that they were fucking Native Americans, your grandma lied to you, nigga. How about that?
Yeah,
maybe you thought maybe she was wrong. Maybe there was no such thing as a black race, nigga. You had considered that idea?
Yeah, I considered it, but it's the people who say that are typically coons, fuck boys, niggas who wish they wasn't black. And then when you start looking into the America we live in, America will not only show you that you're black, but they also have a little box you can check when they give out forms and information that also you can identify yourself as black or African American. You know, when you say African American,
so that would be the
same way
systematic
you
racism.
identified African American.
That would be racism, not race, nigga. Again, I'm talking about genetics, my nigga.
Without a race.
Maybe I need to slow walk you and hold your hand. and give
How do
you
you
a
have
fucking
racism
cookie
with
when you
no
get the
race?
answer right? Do I
Damn, how do you have racism with no
give
race?
you a cookie when you get the answer right, my nigga? Do we gotta do that, my nigga?
How
Because you're
do you
talking about
have racism
racism.
with no race?
I have said multiple times today that racism does exist, my nigga.
So how do you
But
have racism without race? Explain that.
because it is a social, bruh. Oh my God, it is
So they
it's
socially constructed race and made it real.
nigga, that is a construct. Do you understand that is a social construct? Do you understand that? Like a social construct and a fucking genetic construct are not the same things. Do you understand that?
That's great. We live. Is time real?
Just like this. Okay, let me give you a better example.
Time real?
Let me give you a better example because you're fucking
I'm
ignorant.
just asking a question to see if you
Are
ideologically
Bloods
consistent.
and Crips two different
Is
groups of
time
people?
real?
Nigga, Bloods and Crips are definitely two
Is
groups of people,
time
right?
real?
They're
Is
not
it
the
really 3
same
o'clock
because of
right
their
now?
social political
Bruh,
alignments
I'm just
to
asking
a
you,
party,
is
my nigga.
time real? We dealing with social constructs. Is time real? Nigga, is it really April 27th? Fuck, nigga. Yeah, I know. You're not ready, bro.
This is the.
You're not ready, bro. I'm intellectually above you, and whatever fuck nigga agree with you. Is it
You
April
think so?
27th, nigga?
You think so?
Is it 5 o'clock, nigga?
All right, go ahead. Keep
I
on going.
dare you to answer.
Tell me
There you
more
go.
about how.
It
Tell me
ain't no
more about how
time.
this social
It ain't no
construct.
date.
Tell me more
It ain't
about how
no
this
time. It
social
ain't no date.
construct
Be
translates
honest.
itself to
It's all
genetics.
social constructs, right?
Tell me, niggas, you so smart, nigga. Tell me how a social construct transfers over to genetic haplogroups. Let's go.
Yeah, we're just talking about social constructs, period, bro. I am not.
So you see
Don't say
what you
the
niggas
rap.
try to do? You try to move the conversation from science to social studies, right? And
No,
I'm
you
talking
moved it when you said
about
African
science
American,
and
and then you said
genetics and
there's no race,
biology,
and
my
then you
nigga.
said it's all a
And you
social
talking about
construct.
fucking social
Now you trying to hit
constructs,
the
my nigga.
rewind button like a motherfucker.
No, because
You
if you
to,
would
man.
shut the fuck up and listen for a second, you will understand that I'm agreeing with you that your
I got no
social
play
construct
button.
that you're agreeing with does exist, my nigga. I'm saying that I am not talking about that. And for you to try to shoehorn my conversation into talking about what the fuck you talking about is some dumb nigga shit. Because I'm talking about genetics, my nigga. But if you want to talk about political alignment and social alignment, we can have that conversation as well. We can talk about racism. We can talk about the infrastructure of white supremacy in America, my nigga, because I'm able to do that. But I was specifically talking about genetics and biology, my nigga. So you can't
Right, and when you were
converse.
talking, no, bro, because when you were talking, I asked you a specific question. Well, damn, it sounded like you believe in just one race, the human race. You said yes. Then you ended that next statement off with African American. You did that.
What did I say about
African?
What did I say about African Americans?
Some shit. I was only
you don't even know, my nigga. I was talking
No,
about
I
how
don't. But I couldn't believe you.
I was talking about how us as quote unquote African Americans have a unique understanding of how fucking racism works in America and how we are an amalgamation of all different ethnic groups in West Africa. That ties us back to the fucking Asiatic the Asiatic conversation that we was talking about.
How do you have racism?
So you jumped in the conversation and you didn't know what the fuck you were finna dive into.
How do you have racism with no race?
Now you defending yourself with all fucking might you got, and you're fucking losing. You looking really bad, bro.
You're literally
looking really bad, bro. You're dead man walking.
Can you have racism without race?
Yes.
All right. So you can have racism without race, just like you can have socialism without a society. You can have narcissism without a narcissist, right? You don't even need any part of it. Just get the ism.
You know what? At this point, I think you're trolling, so I'm gonna let you talk, man, because I know what you be doing. You be trying to get under a nigga's skin to see how smart he is, and then you fall back. But look, you did a good job.
No,
you got me heated up
there's
for a
nothing
second.
to fall back on. You're literally telling me that you can have nationalism with no nation.
Nigga, you know there is no such thing as race. But
I know your argument, but
nigga, hold on. Listen,
I'm telling you, there is a thing such as race.
Hey, hold on. I ain't gonna listen to you. Listen to me for a second. You understand that there is not a scientific thing called race. There is no genetic markers or haplogroup that tells you what race you are. But in America, I do agree that there was races that was put onto us. We was black and we was white or we were Asian or whatever. I agree with you because those are social constructs. But my point was we were having a genetic argument about haplogroups and how haplogroups do not determine the ethnic group or a race of a person. And this is where you interjected. And I was talking about African Americans not being a consistent ethnic group or haplogroup prior to coming to the Americas, but we have one centralized system that united us, which was the oppression of the quote unquote white Americans in that society. So now that takes us into the social argument or the social economic argument. So now if you want to have that conversation about racism in America, nigga, let's have it. Because I'm okay with that. But you can't shoehorn me and force me to agree with some shit that does not make sense according to my premise to fit your premise. But if you want to have the economic argument about racism, nigga, let's go for it. Let's do it. Racism does exist in America. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's what you said. That's the way to get around not dealing with race exists in America, which is how racism can exist. You identify racism based on race, right?
Which is a fucking social. I mean, it is a pseudoscience. Is racism is race a social? I mean, pseudoscience or not?
Is race a pseudoscience?
Yes.
I guess. I wouldn't apply it to science.
Okay, so cool.
Apply it to a way of life in America.
No, stop. We getting somewhere. So that's my point. That's why I personally do not use pseudoscience to make a point if I'm talking about something intellectual. And so what I'm saying is that there is a structure in America that's set up, it's called racism, that is using a social construct which is based in pseudoscience to propagate the well-being of certain groups of people that are advantageous in other groups of people. This is where you have your prison industrial complex. This is why you have disparities in education and income in black communities, because white people, quote unquote, when they came to the Americas, thought that they were better than us. And what I'm saying is that if I dispel that image of racism, I mean, of race in the community, they have nothing to stand on.
There is no racism without race. So, like, if you're telling me race is a social construct, then the racism would be a social construct too, wouldn't it?
No, it doesn't have to be. So you can build constructs on theories or misplaced ideas or bad hypotheses. So you can build ideas on top of that. Those ideas do not have to have a substance as its base, but once the ideas take place and take off, these things are called epithets. An epithet is kind of like when you have, like, for instance, the Israelites. I hate they came to mind, but Israelites are a eponymous ancestor. They didn't have to have a real ancestor. They had a collective idea that something was real, and they pushed a narrative based on that fake idea, and they made it real in their active world by their activities. And what I'm saying is racism is similar to that. There is no scientific bounds or boundaries or even structure to even identify that race even exists, but they constructed a paradigm based on these false narratives and false premises that they have, and then people started to live in that false premise and false paradigm to push forth an agenda that one particular quote-unquote race was better than the other race, and now we live in a society where racism affects us all.
Yeah, so again, I mean, like I said, we can call race a social construct.
But do you agree with that or not agree with it?
But I don't disagree that about it being a social construct. I never did. But bro, hold on, bro. But that's why we just got into a 15-minute argument. No, we got into that because you're limiting this understanding to science. When I'm telling you, no, it's on paper. This is what we live by in America. This is what we live. This construct you're referring to, this is what we live by.
Okay, so I look, bro. Matter of fact, let's start over again, okay? Because this is our first time having a dialogue. I apologize for being aggressive and calling you out your name.
You're fine.
Well, shut up, bitch ass nigga. Let me talk then. Fuck. I tried to do my best, my nigga. I tried to be a nice, simple human being.
That shit don't. Yeah, I don't do that, bro. We straight, fam. I don't carry nothing.
Nah. But so what I was saying, I was talking about the genetics aspects of things. Now, if we want to have that conversation, like I don't think we disagree on too much when we're dealing with what we're dealing with here in America.
No, because again, I didn't know where you came out of genetics. Because I assumed when you said African American, you're moving into race.
Nah, I wasn't. I was talking about ethnic groups. I was talking about how we actually are collective and like so like. Okay, let me back up for a second. So we were talking about different ethnic groups and haplogroups in West Africa, right? And then we were talking about how these haplogroups are all fusions of different haplogroups and genetic markers and stuff like that. And then I said America, or African America in particular, because we all are an amalgamation of all of those different groups. It could be R, it could be B, it could be A, it could be all these different groups. And now we're called African Americans and we have a similar plight. It doesn't mean that we're the same quote unquote race of people. It means that we're the same ethnic group of people that have to form the alliance together against a system of white supremacy in America. That's why anytime I ever use African American, that means that we are a collective. We're not a genetic collective, but we are a collective of people. And we have a common plight.
Right. Well, that's why I say they don't use anthropology or biology or genetics to determine race. They say that's what's in the census. So that's why I was saying, like, I hear you. Sure, it's a social construct, but it's no different than time in the day. It's what we live in. Why run from that and just say, oh, it's a social construct, so we'll have to deal with it? No, we have to deal with race, which is racism.
Yeah. No, I get it. And so me personally, the way that I personally have chosen, this is Kyle's personal interpretation. I think it's more powerful to cut off the base and blow up the building at the fucking structure than to attack the top window. The top window is the effects of it. The foundation is the idea that there is something called race. And so for me, I dismantle the foundation. I say that nigga, race don't even exist, so you can't even be racist. You just a bigot. You don't understand how evolution works. You don't understand how the genetics work, and that's what I'm saying. And so when a person is racist toward me, they don't understand how none of this shit works in real life. That's my point.
So Kai, if I said white America made racism real, what would you say to that?
You're right.
Okay.
Hey, ha.
Right. As long as we agree there, I mean, that was, you know what I'm saying, that's where I need to get to. They didn't make race real. They made racism real because they built on the fucking epithet. Yeah, but I just think, in order for racism to work, you have to be able to identify race. I think they made race real.
Yeah, because you gotta think about it. You had motherfuckers with 3 teeth that was like, yeah, I'm better than this black guy because he's black. Nigga, that don't mean nothing, nigga. Man, that's race. That's a race-based science, bro. I don't agree with any of that shit. I don't agree with that nobody's better than me. I don't agree with nobody better than y'all. You know what I'm saying? We all got our own lives and our own destinies.
You just like you're calling me names. Brush the fuck up.
Yeah, because you deserve this shit at that point in time. But now that we cool, now that we're on the same page, nigga, you all right. Nah, man, but it just, we good. I don't allow people to overtalk me. I'm gonna overtalk you to fuck. You know what I'm saying? This is how I raised, man.
That was real nigga conflict resolution.
Yeah,
yeah, we good. We 100. That was good shit. Like I said, I do think maybe I came when I jumped in, I might have misunderstood the tail end of what you were saying because I thought you looped race back in. But if you were saying something completely different, then maybe I misheard. I'm like, well, wait, what? Didn't you just fucking say race ain't real? How the fuck this might be African American? So, yeah, that could be me.
Nah, we Gucci.
I don't know shit to debate on. All right, let me get over here, see what's going on over here.
Who debating tonight again?
Yeah, you got a double header. You got Madon and Akmalak. You got Damo debating Rio on Psycho Channel. Okay. That's gonna be heavyweight right there. That's gonna be the one. If Madon debate missable.
Yeah, once you said Madon, I was like, next channel. All right, 8 o'clock is Domo. All right.
I better leave. But I gotta pay attention at least to see what happens.
Damo got to show up. I mean, not Damo, but Don got to show up. You know, his reputation is starting now. You know, look faulty. But yeah, hopefully show up. I seen you pulled the article up though on Robert Smith earlier. Yes, I seen you pulled that up. So,
yeah. I just wanted you to see it, so you know I wasn't capping the shit. Because you know how some niggas be on some hate shit, but nah, it ain't got no jam, bro. Trying to hide money and shit. But I'm glad he didn't go to jail. You know what I'm saying? That would have been that would have been a worse look because a lot of people don't even know what happened with that shit. But he avoided an indictment, so you know that's what I'm saying, he good, but didn't look good though. You know what I'm saying? It looked like nigga was hiding money. Then they caught him hiding more money. Like it's like, damn, bro.
Damn, man. I like to think everything is a conspiracy, man. They targeting that black man. That black man spoke out about reparations and donate that, you know, completely absolve those black brothers' college debt, man. It's just like the very notion, or just it's crazy, man. That you know, it's unfortunate that. So, it's disheartening. But so I don't know. I'm still kind of like, because I do know he spoke out. So I don't know. But just because I'm thinking about the timeline in which he spoke out in regards to us getting reparations, and I know that preceded the charges, but that doesn't. I'm just thinking it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they wasn't already investigating him just because he spoke out about that prior to them actually levying any type of official federal charges against him. But yeah, but that kind of it's unfortunate now. We had a brother in the struggle, man. For real. So in other words, that's like saying, "Oh, he did that for a tax write-off." People do certain things, they're like, "That's a tax write-off." So it's like, you know, you're not really giving. Is that really giving? If you're gonna just turn around and write it off?
Hey, I see Domo in the chat, man. Domo, hit the link, man. Give me 5 minutes to charge my phone back up to like 3% so I can talk to you.
Damo here, he in the chat.
Yeah, he in the chat. He was coming in and shit.
That's how pathetic this debate is.
But Domo got a debate today?
Yeah, this debate at I think it's debate in a couple hours.
Oh, I was like, damn, that nigga. This nigga in the chat. He ain't even worried about that motherfucker, huh?
Nah, he worried about it.
What they debating?
Actually, what they debating again?
They debating if a nigga has been more beneficial or detrimental. but he debating last year's champion, formidable opponent. I mean, Domo want to win the championship, bro. Let's just be real. Like, I'm saying, nigga, think you the best. So, nah, he going in. He coming in against the reigning champion, reigning MVP. And so we just now coming back to the league, but niggas still been doing their thing. So
reigning MVP.
Yeah, he threw a tough matchup first round. So, yeah, I know he want to win, though.
Hell yeah, keep getting smacked around by all these non-collegiate brothers.
That's damn sure. Yeah, smack it down one round.
Come up saying like he was checking somebody. Don't try to tell people about the debate. And I was thinking of, he's right. That is a battle of the minds, intellectual, prowess on display from both sides. Yeah, I get that to you, but at the end of the day, also with the flip side of that, the flip side of that is, I mean, I still feel like there's merit to having, like, not what the sister was saying as far as like, because you can't have a debate in your expertise. Like, if I have expertise in bricklaying and you have expertise in electrician work, like, there's no debating that. I can, we can show each other, we can exchange knowledge, but like we're not going to debate our expertise. You feel me? So I didn't really understand that aspect, but I did get her when she was talking about as far as like the brother Wall Street really had to use it for example when you felt like the 14th Amendment is moot. It's not. It's like I disagree with that, but I also feel like certain debates are not like we shouldn't be having certain debates. Like not every debate moves us forward. It keeps us in a state of going way back 30,000 years and like yeah. So at the end of the day, it is a medium to to illustrate intellectuality. You feel me? To challenge, and so I do feel that, but I still feel like I said, I do still feel like we should be what's the word? Pivoting to, not saying the debate, we should not debate, but I feel like we do need to, be more, what's the word I want to use? Be more police-like, policey-like, but yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Because you got somebody who feel like the 14th Amendment is, we shouldn't be debating that. Like that shit is, but so it's just really, I guess at the end of the day, it's really subjective, man, right? It's really subjective, man. Subjective. Said the dude played that because he was running from the feds. He was running from the feds with his white girl, huh? Let me stop. Damn. That's disheartening, man. Yo, what it do? What it do? Too much time at our disposal, Don't act quiet now, no. Don't come foment. Don't be fomenting, stirring up that. And then when it's What he say? Scorpion, get over here. Shoot. Yeah. Race in America. I'm taking that though. That census, the Census Bureau, their synopsis on race in America, because that's quick. People be quick to try to say race does not exist. Races are social shit. Where you from? Timbuktu? Planet Pluto? Jupiter? Oh, okay. We talking about America. We ain't talking about Jupiter and Pluto and all them other planets. All them other planets, man. Yeah. Like I said, this would be the best investment you all get. $60 on Amazon right here. Filtration. You know, this is the one right here though. Go ahead and get on with the get on. Shout out to Purpose, you know. That for carbonized, filterized. For real, that's what we need to be talking about. How we can optimize and put these black babies in, you know, in STEM, social justice, for real. Those daily conversations, just, you know, that's focused on current events, you know. History's important, but all that 100,000 years.
Yeah. Hey, let's have a let's have something like a recess segment.
You said a
where we
what?
can probably a recess, you know, like a little fun topic we can talk about right quick that's not deep. What you think about the was deep, but the Shannon Sharp situation with the Shador mix?
Well, I know he got warned. He was forewarned. So he was forewarned.
But we
Monique
can
told him.
mix it with the Shador too. Like it seemed like they send an example of you still a Negro. And it kind of boiled my blood that my people not seeing what they're doing. They're not just playing Shador when they pick him up the 5th round. They saying we don't care how cold you is. If we don't want to rock with you, we don't want to rock with you. I wish Shador would say, like Tim Couch did, not Tim Couch, but it was a quarterback from Nebraska where they didn't even play football when they tried to play. I wish Shador would have said, you know what, I ain't gotta play no football for you bitch niggas.
Yeah, but see, I could
And
only
really
agree
get
with that under two terms, though. I could only agree with
Yes.
that if it applied to like a Travis, because he's just a freak of nature, right? But also, like I said earlier, we could make the race argument if they had stayed their ass at a black school. And so now we can make all these spooky hocus pocus arguments that, oh, they don't want to see the black man thrive and all that. But this is simply a nigga and his son that bought into a white program. And so now you had to go on white folks' terms. Like it just was what it was.
That's crazy. I'm
facts.
agreeing with Wall
That
Street
was the
Willie.
realest shit I heard.
And,
Yeah,
and
that was real.
and this is definitely
But but
shallow
but
as
they
fuck.
still
Cut this shit,
Oh,
GA.
no,
we
you
talking about
gotta keep it
sports?
shallow for the listeners at
Yeah.
times, bro. You gotta have gym class. You can't just always be in biology. You gotta get a, you know. But what I'm saying is this: it's bigger than Deion Sanders and his son. They're trying to send a message that we run this shit. We don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. Because remember, LeBron James pulled the nepotism off. Deion Sanders tried to do it, and that's why they put a stop to it. Like, no, y'all not getting y'all own people in. We gonna let them in. That's the point I think they
Wait a minute.
making.
What did they stop? Dude still got drafted. What the fuck are you talking about, my guy?
All right, hold on. First of all, he is supposed to get drafted 1st round. Cool.
Says
3rd
who?
round,
Says
I can
who though?
understand.
Says
Listen, hold on. Just let
who?
me finish. Just
No,
let me finish,
wait.
homie. Homie,
Okay, go
just
ahead,
don't
bro.
do that. Cause I'm real low winded. I don't even talk long.
You're right.
Okay,
Go ahead.
cool. He was supposed to be drafted 1st. Now, if he got drafted third round, I feel what you're saying. The 5th round was a statement they're making to people. Cause you know he better than how many players got drafted in them 4th and 5th and 3rd. when he was supposed to be top 5, that was a statement saying y'all not running nothing. That's all I'm saying. It was a statement. It had nothing to do with his talent. It was a statement made to niggas thinking, oh, you already rich, huh? You already blessed, huh? Well, all right, we gonna show y'all gotta bow down too, just like the inner city cats gotta bow down.
But
And that
how
was
is
the
he still
statement
got
because it wasn't
drafted?
racial, but it was because that's $40 million he lost where he got drafted at and went to Cleveland, the shithole teams. Man, you better
All right, so
watch it.
look,
Wait a minute.
seeing
Wait,
seeing
wait, wait,
Jameis
wait, wait.
Winston's career, right?
Oh, stop,
Is
stop,
Jameis
stop,
Winston
stop,
fifth
Willie.
round?
Stop, Willie. Pump your
Y'all got
brakes.
it. I'm gonna mute up anyway. It's cool, bro. Y'all got it.
No,
Y'all
no,
got it.
because
Nah, don't go nowhere, bro.
no, don't go nowhere. You run a lot of stop signs. You're gonna call $1 billion club a shithole team, and they still had money to pay a dude 200 million, and he ain't even produced yet. They in the hole on a black quarterback. So I get your
Who in
merit
the
when you say
hole?
Cleveland is
Cleveland? But I ain't talking
Deshaun
about the
Watson,
fifth. I'm talking about why did he get drafted in the 5th round?
and I keep asking you
That's the
what?
question.
No. The question that I
Like he
ask you,
Bronny James or something.
the
Go
question I
ahead, you got
ask
it.
you,
My
who
bad.
say he's supposed to go in the first round? Clearly,
All
we can
this,
go back. We can go.
all the media said it. All the scouts said it. They was like, "Who better, him or Cam?" And they like one of
Wait a
them.
minute.
Not all them other 4 quarterbacks they what's dude's name? Starch. What's his name? It's 4 other quarterbacks too they picked before him. It was supposed
Okay,
to be him and
but wait a
Cam.
minute, wait a minute. That's what. Hey, bro, if you want to have the mediocre conversation or this shallow conversation, stop running the stop signs. You know. So, are you saying Shadur is better than Cam? You saying he better than Cam Ward, another Heisman candidate with numbers and performance as well?
I'm
Are you
saying
saying that
they neck
another
and
black
neck.
man? They neck and neck. Do you watch football? Are you just looking at some numbers and paying attention to the height? Respectfully, bro.
Wayside Sunday.
Oh, he left? And that's crazy because I'm an advocate for two. Yeah, I am. I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of Shador.
Okay.
But it's just amazing that everybody in this circle who's so anti-boule, so anti-established, and so anti-entitlement that niggas is really making this a conversation and they don't have all the damn
Let's talk about
facts together. And I came up. Let's talk about it.
it. Let's talk about it.
It's Sunday. I'm with the shits today. How you want to come? Yeah, I'm with the shits.
Yeah, man. We'll talk about the side that we may not want to talk about. Let's talk about the slave side.
Well,
Side of
I'ma
Sunday.
just say this about Shador. He gonna have to show his ass. That's all I'm gonna say. They
Period. The
did
end
him.
bottom
I feel
line.
like they did him wrong. I feel like he should have got drafted a lot sooner. But whatever, he's gonna have to show out. He can't be a Bronny.
Well,
Hey, now
I'm a,
why
I'm
you
a,
think he didn't get drafted sooner? Was it a collusion of GMs saying don't
I
pick
don't
him,
I
or
don't
was
know.
it his
I feel
talent?
like
That's what you got to ask yourself.
I don't think it's his talent. I think he's
bro.
talented. From what I've seen of him, watching him
Yo, the nigga
from
skipped the
high
combine,
school,
man.
that
The
what
nigga
does that
skipped the
mean?
combine. You already
That don't
setting the
mean
tone
he
that you're uncoachable. Let's
Mm-hmm.
be
Yeah,
That
real.
is fact.
And then
that
That's
could
fact.
your
that
daddy
may be.
wants the coach. Your daddy
Hey,
is moving up in the coaching world. Who wants
hey,
that on their back every Sunday they lose? Maybe we should
and
just let
Willie,
Dion coach.
and, and hold on.
that could be a possibility.
No,
But
that's a fact.
That's cold.
That,
That's the coldest rebuttal I heard. That's cold right
no,
there.
Every weekend you lose. And we're looking toward the sidelines, and maybe Dion would be a good fit at the head coaching position. You think Mike Tomlin gonna take that nigga?
yeah,
No. Mike Tomlin said, I am going with Mason Rudolph. whoever that nigga is, I don't know his name, but that's my starting quarterback. Like, I'm not gonna
No,
have some nigga on my back about to get me fired. That's just politics.
no. Well, that whole antics that Dion does is not gonna work in the NFL anyway. Number one, the shit barely works at a Colorado, and if he went to a Power Four, they'll definitely shut even more that those antics down. But
I'm saying it'll work on ESPN, and it'll
no,
work
nah,
night after night
it
after
don't.
night.
It don't, Willie, because they have their own PR. Just like Dion got a whole public relations company, the NFL have PR divisions as well. But you're making very valid points that there was sentiment. No, I'm not coming to your
Mm.
camp, coming by. You're making sentiment with no, my son is not going to go to this game. I'm not going to go to that team. I'm gonna determine where when you talk with that type of arrogance, even before
And
you
they
get to
check the
this moment.
uncoachable box.
Well, I'm not going to say he's not uncoachable because that really is not who that
I'm not
kid
saying he
is.
is, but I'm saying those scouts and head coach, yeah, they're gonna check that box.
Well,
Problematic, possible problematic. You know what I mean?
but not because of the kid, but because of his father. I'll say that.
And
I'll
not
give you
even
that.
because of his talent. His talent's pretty good, but we've already come on, look back at the last 10 years of quarterbacks that were a complete bust.
Yeah.
Like, ain't no telling
Exactly.
whether it's gonna
E-
transition into the league.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a fact. So why are we trying to make this out? Are they trying to humble son? Are they trying? The son still got picked up. It's a whole lot of dudes that are just happy getting undrafted free agent contracts. Nobody talks about all that talent that's left out there. So what?
Mhm.
What are we really
All that
talking
black
about?
talent, that black gold, that black athletic gold
That they getting it at a discount. They get it
discount.
for cheap. But nobody don't. We don't talk about that part. Oh, what about Shador? Nigga, please.
Hmm.
When the whole
Mhm.
narrative, it was cool. Well, yeah, he had to leave the HBCU so he could have a better opportunity at the draft. How that play
Yep.
out? Nobody want to say that shit.
Right.
Right. That's the other part of the narrative that I'm looking at. Like, so would he been better off staying at the HBCU?
Nah, if you him, you just him.
I say this, if he did, I'd be ready to put my dashiki on and go boycott right now. But don't
No,
talk
Willie, all I'm saying
no
is,
race shit to me when you
How you feel
left.
about this, y'all?
it-
I'm
That
Black
Morally,
shit's
History
blacks
whack.
Tuesday.
are morally
You
blacks
try to
are.
be black too hard.
yeah, I'm just saying, Joker's coming with this old fuck narrative, man. I'm here for the shits. Let's talk about it. Let's be shallow.
So,
This not even a quarterback year.
we need more from our black athletes, man.
What you
More.
had? 5 out of 32 teams
If
really
he
needed a
wins the
quarterback.
starting position, it's going to, he has to set the tone for his career from day one. From the
But
moment he walk in the training camp, he
Huh.
has to set the tone. And hey, that's all I'm gonna say. If he gonna show out, he gotta show out. If he gotta let his talent talk. Like, hey, I don't know what else I can say. Like, if it was he skipped the combine, hey, that's on him. That's neither here nor there. He has to deal with the consequences and move forward. And the best thing he can do is let his talent shine. Gotta go
and
win a starting position. If
and
he
that's a
don't,
fair point.
then he
True
gonna
story.
be Bronny.
No, I mean, no, I'm not
Fuck
going. I'm
around,
not
be a
going.
Michael Sam or something.
No, I'm
Damn.
not. I'm not putting dude in that category. That's not what I'm not gonna do. I'm just saying everybody got their panties in an uproar all of a sudden because bro got drafted in 5th round.
I don't have my page in the uproar.
Well,
I'm just saying he
everybody
got to
else
do
got
what he
their
got to
panties
do.
in an uproar. Everybody, this whole draft class and undrafted free agents and anybody that got an invite to a training camp got to do what they got to do.
They got to do what they got to do.
Are
I'm
you
just
guys
Even the
familiar
saying.
with
number one
the NFL's
pick got to do
depression
what they
era
got to
ban?
do.
Are y'all familiar
Shit.
with that? The NFL's depression era ban on black players. Y'all familiar with that? When they had
I'm very,
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with it,
signs
Daddy.
that Negro go home. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Why?
I'm just curious about that. Interesting.
No, I'm just saying your point about the whole modern day slave auction was a better conversation than where we at right now. Talking about why should do it and go in 1st round when niggas don't even talk sports over here.
If nigga said he didn't go first round because he's trash, then hey, that could be it too.
No,
It'll all show out. It'll
I'm not
all
saying
show
that.
up in the game. You feel me?
Lingers
That's
on in
how I
the
look at it.
owner's box. Yeah, I was reading a book and I took that little excerpt and it led me to an article talking about NFL's depression era ban on black players. Lingers on in the owner's box. Makes sense. Yeah, man, that's interesting though. I knew there was a point in time we was prohibited from playing in the league, but I didn't know that they had signs read "Go home, Negro" or Negro go
No,
home.
wait. You
Yeah,
you you
this is
lose
what
me on that, did he?
huh?
There was a time when you didn't have a black quarterback because there was the whole intelligentsia thing. They not intelligent enough. You
Mm-hmm.
hell, just a couple of years ago, I think Dallas Cowboys lost to the Texans, and you had motherfuckers around here talking about, see, that's why you can never have a black guy being a quarterback. In 2022. It was certain positions. Okay, yeah, they can have those beautiful be the beefy lineman or that vicious linebacker or all that, but no, he can never. He's not intelligent enough to be the quarterback. That's the brains of the team. Why you had guys like Randall Cunningham out there doing it? Why you had your Michael Vicks out there doing it? Why you had a Doug Williams out here winning Super Bowls in a scab year? And then turn around and got traded. Won a Super Bowl and turned around and got traded. So it's always been there. It was the whole thing about black coaches. So I mean, what the fuck are we really talking about? Do we wait till now to get outraged over some trivial shit?
Yeah, now that's a fact.
Yeah.
So tell us why you mad, my
Tell us
brother.
why you mad.
Yeah, Sir Drop. I mean,
I'm not mad. I'm just just a little vexed, irritated, annoyed.
Oh no, it's not you, dude. That was Sir Drop said we was having a recess moment. So I'm just on the playground. We playing, right? I hope nobody's getting offended in my tone. I
Yeah,
soften
the
it up
brother
a little
brought up
bit.
sports. He brought up sports. Yeah, let's we can segue into it, but I'm gonna segue. My transition is gonna be different than
No, you got a good one. That
counter.
shit. Yeah, Thursday through this past Saturday was a modern day fucking slave auction. Talk about it.
This brother, I'm assuming the brother played football, Anthony E. Pryor, and he had a book called The Slave Side of Sunday. And the book this is detailing it really reminds me of $40 million slave. Really, it's like literally what it is as far as the parallel between or showing how the black athlete in history, fast forward to these modern times, is not the same. Like the modern athlete of today has detached themselves from the community, but no, this
Wait
is
a minute.
part
Who?
the modern
He say wait, say that again. They say black
the,
athletes.
the modern day athlete. He
Uh-huh.
feels like he or she feels like there's not that immediate connection to the community. Like thinking of Muhammad Ali, those black athletes, black athletes
Facts.
that are actually, that they connect
Wait.
themselves with the community.
Hold on, bro.
You
Who's
notice? Remember how all the kids wanted to box like Muhammad Ali when he came out and changed his name, and then when he changed his name, that made a staple in the community, and everybody like, yeah. And it was for the war, and he like, I ain't about to go to the war for this and that and the third.
wait.
It
Okay.
had a bigger effect than Javante Davis, is what
Okay,
he's saying.
are we gonna talk about? I want to address that issue. Is Diddy? Are you saying that, or is the author saying that? Because are we gonna just fill the conversation with some fluff? Or are we gonna really address that? Because I'm calling cap. If the author
Calling
wrote that,
cap
I'm
on
calling
what?
on what that. If that's the author saying that, or whatever you just said, if that's your position or the author's position,
So
I'm calling.
case in point, there's not 1,000 Jalen Browns in the NBA talking that community black talk. That's my prime example,
right there.
Too
No,
turned
no,
up.
no,
It's a
no.
reason
Real
why
quick.
it ain't many brothers in there talking about building communities in there. Each black man that's in a play for a team should be talking that talk. Should be talking what he talking, but they're not. You think that's that's not happenstance.
No, no, and I'm gonna push back and saying that's
That
cap
was
again.
fun.
I don't care how loud you talk. To sit there and say that black athletes are detached from the communities when you got hundreds of them, if not the majority of them, going back and giving it to their communities. That's
But
bullshit.
but that's only like 3 hours out of a whole year. Hold on, bro. Look,
Yeah, but there's not a lot of them though. There's like few in
man,
between.
it's not none of them. Look, bro. I know LeBron James personally. That nigga
Source
ain't
up,
gave me a nickel.
nigga. Nah,
Listen.
source the fuck
No,
up.
look, man, I knew the
No.
nigga when he was 5 years old, nigga. I don't walk the nigga to school, bro. It's a community a brotherhood they in. And that's where they money go, bro. That nigga don't come to the hood and just be like, yeah, I want to give back. He give back in a different way where everybody make money. So he might give back on a scholarship plan or give back on taking the whole hood to motherfucking Cedar Point, right? But that's still only like 10 hours out of a whole year. They're not connected no more. We was connected to them. You not gonna see these niggas just going into Walmart. Back in
That's
the day, you would see
bullshit,
Wilt
man.
Chamberlain in a corner store, bro. Real
Yeah, that
talk.
you sound real trivial and uninformed right now, and you sound disconnected.
No, you
If you
just
say
want to troll and debate, bro. I'm just trying to
I'm
drop some
not trying
gems
to
for the
debate you,
people.
I'm calling straight. I don't even debate. I'm
All right,
calling
cool.
bullshit
What
on
was
what you
foolish
saying.
about what I said, man?
You're saying
I
that
love to
these
hear it.
guys, you're saying that these guys don't give back to their community. When they come back and do a training camp, that's giving back to their community. When they sponsor initiatives in the
Not
marginalized
enough
communities,
is what we saying. We don't say they don't give people money and give
okay,
turkeys and bikes away.
no, no, no,
We
no, no.
saying, bro, the money they got supposed to change the community.
Oh, so now
Only
you
take
pocket
5 of
watching.
them niggas to buy the whole neighborhood.
You
It only
now you
take 5
counting
of
now
them,
you
bro, to
counting their
buy every
pockets.
house in your neighborhood.
Now you counting their pockets. That's
I'm
what you're
not
doing,
counting.
right?
Yeah, I'm
You
counting
saying
their
they ain't
pockets. They
doing
got
enough.
the money.
How
I
you know
don't
what they
got it,
got?
or I would be doing it. I would buy my
Really?
whole neighborhood if I had their money.
Yeah,
I'd
well,
get 5 or 6 of
are
my
you
homies
doing
together,
anything with what you
bro,
do
and
have
we'll
for your
buy the
neighborhood?
whole hood, bro.
Are you doing anything with what you do have? Ain't nobody say you had to buy the whole hood. What are you doing with what you do have for your hood?
Oh no, they do stuff for the community. I'm not saying that. I'm saying this. They
Well, what
not
are you
allowed to
saying
do.
then? You
I'm
just said
saying
they
they're not
disconnected.
allowed. I'm saying they're not allowed to do enough. Do you know this is the reason why if somebody give you $1 million, the tax is 1.5, so they really got to give you a million and a half just to give you $1 million, bro? They're not allowed to just do whatever for everybody, bro. They money is counted by an accountant, and you can do this, that, and the third. If they do something out of line, they get in a fucking phone call by everybody. You gonna fuck around and get your whole economy shut down. Keep playing with us. Look at Kanye West. You can just make a statement on Shay Shay Show, and your money done. Let alone giving this fucking broke ass nigga $1 billion. You can't get this dude $2-3 million and he ain't got nothing.
Tad,
He not part of the
this
brotherhood.
shit retarded.
Yeah,
Now it's
I hope. No,
retarded.
no, no,
Make it
no. It's not.
okay, cool. How is it retarded?
No, I just want to say I hope everybody is hearing how your position has changed
I
from
just
there.
want you
Not.
to say
No,
how
no,
it's
no.
retarded, dude.
No, bro. I let you go there, even though you say you weren't long winded, but you long winded. I just want to hear.
You right. You
I want
got it. My
everybody
bad.
to
And I was
understand
tripping.
that your position has changed. That them niggas are disconnected to now. They're not allowed, and you're kind of rationalizing why they not doing enough. Close quote.
On how
Your
much they
words.
can do. They only allowed to do so much. You got
Oh,
it.
now they only allow, but before they they
To do
they
so
they
much. Right.
tax.
That's what
They
my
did
whole premise
tax.
was.
No, that's not okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm here for the shits. It's GA with the shit Sunday.
All right, then cool. Look at Charlie Murphy and Eddie Murphy. He couldn't even put his own brother on. That was his blood brother. He had to get it out the mud, just like Eddie. Deion Sanders couldn't even put his own son on.
But Eddie put
What?
up a lot of
Bro,
black people
these
though. Eddie
Jesuits. All right, cool.
representation in
Y'all
the
got it. Y'all got it. My bad. Y'all got
Yeah,
it.
because you make no sense at this
Eddie put
point.
on a lot of black people. He put on John Witherspoon.
And when they wanted to
You'll
take him
catch
out
it
of that
later.
movie,
This
he said,
nigga
"What
was
was the
finna
movie?
go into the Jesuits. Let him go.
Coordinate. White folks
Let
didn't
him
want
go.
John
Not
Lewis movie in that
deity.
movie.
Yeah, like Archie Manning.
Deity. Let him
Like
go into
Archie
the.
Manning
Let him go
said the
into the
same thing.
Jesuits.
Like Archie Manning
I
said the
want him to
same
go into
thing
the
Deion
Jesuits.
Sanders said about his son, but Archie Manning ain't get ridiculed because he one of them. So if we gonna
Wait a
talk
minute.
about the Jews, let's talk about them. When Deion Sanders do the same thing, his son get drafted in the 5th round. When Archie Manning do it, ain't no gossip about it, and they
What what
better
what
not say nothing.
what did Archie Manning do, sir?
He said, "Hey, anybody can't draft Eli Manning. He only gonna go to one team, and if y'all draft him, don't expect him to sign." That's what Deion Sanders said. Hey, my
Oh,
son ain't
wait,
going to any old team.
wait.
Hold on,
Can
you asked me a question,
can you source that? Can you source Archie Manning saying
bro.
that?
Bro, this is common knowledge.
No, it ain't
Everybody
common
know
knowledge.
Eli Manning's situation.
It's
Common
not common.
Everybody.
knowledge.
It's not common knowledge because it's
Man,
not
all right,
true.
cool. Y'all got it. I'm gonna mute up, bro, because it'll turn
Yeah.
into a salting match. Because now
No,
you trolling, because you
we
know
asked
this
you the source.
information.
No, it's not true
No,
what
but
you're
you
saying.
know it yourself, though. I don't gotta show that.
I
Everybody
didn't say
know
that about
Archie
Eli.
Manning told Eli,
Eli, Eli
bro.
was Peyton's
If
little
you don't know
brother.
that, then we can't have a
To the San
conversation.
Diego.
You
Well, I'm
got it.
asking you the source. Make me smart, Mr. Historian. Make
It's
me
All right,
smart.
Google.
cool. Just go to Google and put in Archie Manning. Put stipulations on Eli Manning in the draft. And it's going to bring up billions of stories. But you should know this if you're trying to come at me when I'm telling you something.
I,
What you thought I just made it up? Why I
yes,
got to pull a source for something so simple is what I'm asking you.
it's not so simple. We don't
Oh,
talk
man, I
sport.
don't need no
We
source,
don't
man.
talk
That's
sports.
common
So we don't
knowledge.
talk sports over here.
Cool, me neither. All right, cool. So Eli Manning, Archie Manning said the same thing that Deion Sanders said. Remember when Deion Sanders was saying, I know the background and my boy ain't playing for any old team, so don't draft him. You can look that interview up, right? That was probably like 4 weeks ago. Cool. Archie Manning said the same thing about Eli. This is why Eli had to go to the Giants. Giants didn't have no first, second pick or none of that shit. Huh?
No, I'm
I'm
asking you. I'm
giving
still
you the
asking.
game.
I'm
So now
still
I'm
asking
telling
you.
you how they judge the Negro and Deion Sanders
Oh
and
my
Archie
God.
Manning. They do the same thing, but it's different results. That's all I'm saying. Now
Are
the
you? Are you?
rebuttal would be Brian and his son and the nepotism, where they be like, why would they let that
No,
go?
that
I'ma
was
say
straight.
that's the NB. But you
No.
got it.
Let's keep it football. And I asked, would you source that statement from Archie Manning? And if it is true, which is not, why would he say that? Do you know enough about Archie Manning
All right,
since
so if
it's
it's
common knowledge?
true, if
Why did
it's
he
true,
say that?
you would be like, cool, drop that was fire. If it's true,
Yeah,
if
if you
it's if
source it
what I
out.
said is true, you would say what I said is fire.
No,
All right,
I would say,
cool. All right, no, hold on,
I
cool.
stand corrected.
Hold on, cool. Just type in Stephen A. Smith collusion on Shador Sanders, and he
We
gonna
talking about
break it
Archie
down
Manning,
for you.
bro.
I'm giving you the
I'm
source.
you see,
And
you
you
just got
still trying to argue. I knew you was trying to argue, dog. You don't
you just
even want me to be right at all for some reason.
because
Bro,
I'm
I'm not
calling
lying to you,
bullshit
bro.
on your recollection of
All right,
history,
cool,
bro.
man. Y'all got it, man. Y'all got it. I'm gonna mute up and let somebody else, change the narrative.
Yeah.
Just look it up, bro, so you can be like, damn, that weird ass nigga was right. Bro, but I'm not really even trying to be right. I'm just trying to tell you it was different standards for them goddamn Jews
Hey,
than
so
it
you
is
want
for
you
them
want a source,
Negroes.
GA?
That's all I was saying.
So the
You want a
Mannings are
source,
Jews
GA?
now? Yeah, give me the
It's
source,
in the
man.
chat. It's in the chat. Look in the chat.
No, if I click on it, I'm gonna go off. Just
You want me to read it out?
come in, cite your source that Archie Manning said that, and then go into why. And even if Archie Manning said that, I'm gonna concede to that.
That's a waste of time. Y'all can do it, but I just told y'all. But now niggas always gotta prove theyself. That's our problem. I don't gotta prove nothing. Just believe me, and then if it come out to be wrong, it's gonna make sense why it's wrong. You're not gonna
What world
believe
you
me in
live
the first
on?
place.
Well, I'm not gonna believe you when you
Talk
sound
about
crazy, bro.
Black
That
power.
ain't crazy. All right, man. All right, y'all got it.
Ain't no athletes, modern athletes doing that, walking around black fists in the air. And they ain't, man. They
It's
disconnect.
crazy to even make the stance that they is.
Huh?
It's crazy to
Huh?
even make the stance that they is.
What you mean, Aaron? Well,
Exactly what I
that
said.
sound.
All right, so GA, it's crazy for you, right, to
Mm-hmm.
make the stance that athletes of today in 2025 are doing the same shit that Muhammad Ali was doing, that our athletes of the past was doing. That's
No,
asinine.
no. What's asinine is you're not listening to what I said.
I
Deity made
listened
the
to
claim.
everything you said.
Okay, did you hear when bro said that the athletes today are detached from their communities? I
Yes,
call cap on
and
that.
I call that asinine
Well,
And why are you calling it asinine? These
because
brothers
you can
are.
because
I
you
can
can
look.
literally see that the athletes of our time are not nothing nowhere near compared to the
Hmm.
athletes of before time.
Wait, 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 wait,
Period.
wait, wait,
No, no,
wait,
no, 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 no.
wait, no, no,
That
no, no.
wasn't the
Let me read
claim.
something. Go ahead, because I want to after you, but
Damn.
I'm gonna read something. Go ahead, GQ. Go ahead. I mean, GA.
That's still not what was said. You're trying to
Why
compare
today's
them.
athletes so lost? Go ahead, though. It's important.
So do I gotta? You want me
No,
to
you tell me
replay
to
it?
go
You want me to
ahead and
replay it
then
for you?
You're essentially saying they ain't lost. What you're saying, I'm essentially saying the modern day athlete today is lost. What's it say? This is the rise, fall, and redemption of the black athlete. That means there was a rise and there's a fall, and how the black athlete can redeem himself too. He ain't just criticizing. How can the black athlete redeem himself as well? So he ain't just doing this. No, my bad. Go ahead if you want to say something.
you keep telling me to go ahead. When I
No,
start
because my
talking,
bad,
you
because
you
I
get
told you to go
emotional.
ahead, but I wanted to read something, but I was telling you to go ahead because
Okay, go ahead and read it again, bro, and go ahead and get it all out, and then Aaron, I'm gonna come back to
get
you.
it all out, get it all out. So
I
Yeah,
just
get it
want
all
you.
out.
I
today's
just want you
athlete lost.
name me one athlete GA in 2025 that you can compare to Jim Brown. That
Go
or
ahead.
you can compare to Muhammad Ali.
See,
Just give
you
me
trying
one.
to make a comparison, and that's not the
That's
argument.
but I
Those
think
brothers was
so.
on a
So
much larger
deity
platform.
was
Can I
that
read
not
this
your point?
excerpt? Can I read this excerpt,
Deity
please, brothers? Can
deity
I
was
read
that not your point? Was your
that?
point not that athletes of today are not the same as athletes of?
Essentially, they lost. Essentially,
Hey,
they're lost and they're detached
I
from the community as it pertains to.
See, that's what he said. They're detached from the community, and
Yes,
that's why I came
and they don't
in
feel
on.
like there is no immediate. Oh, shit, ain't my people. There's not a body. It's the reason why we don't have a bevy of Jalen Browns walking around thinking
hold on,
like
hold
that.
on, real quick. GA, can you
Reason.
just give me one athlete then that you can compare?
No, but did you hear what he just said?
He's too
I'm
smart.
not.
They
Can you
almost
give me one
traveling.
athlete, GA?
If I'm not mistaken.
There's a
I ain't
multitude of
with the fluff.
athletes.
I'm not with the
No,
fluff. Give me
there
one
is no
athlete.
fluff. No, hey, Aaron, you're clearly trying to make a comparison of a Jim Brown or a Muhammad Ali who is doing something on a national scale of a civil rights or this to the athlete of today. What he
That's
just said, and he said it again, and you refused to hear it, was that they're detached from their communities as if these guys have got out and they went back and they don't reach back, which is not true.
That's not what
That's
he
what
said.
I'm.
He's no.
They're even more
That's what you
wealthier.
took from
Black
detached.
athletes today
He
are
didn't
more
say that
wealthy
at
and more
all.
powerful
Your
Bro,
today.
our
your
Jim
definition
Brown,
More
of
wealthy and
detached from
powerful
the
today, like he
hold on,
said.
our
Deity, one
Jim
second,
Browns
one
is
second, one
Kanye,
second.
what
More
I
powerful
mean,
Yo,
today.
Kyrie
yo,
Irving, bro.
the way you
Okay.
distinguishing what deity is saying is totally different than how I'm distinguishing it.
Okay, well, tell me what you're distinguishing, and then I'm gonna did it.
I've explained it like 3 times, but you keep
All
giving me
right, one more
pushback
time,
saying
man. That's a
No,
good
you
bill.
keep
One
make
more time.
who is this coming in?
No, I said one more time, explain it. This a good bill.
Etiquette.
You
okay.
said you
Aaron.
explained it 3 times. I said one more time.
Yeah,
I ain't
yeah,
hear.
yeah.
So I
Explain it one more
said,
time, Aaron.
give me a comparable athlete of 2025 compared to an athlete in Muhammad Ali's times on the political stance of them being detached.
Now,
Give me
now you
one
see
athlete.
how. See, you came in with a question, and that's not an explanation. You came in with a question to why I'm pushing back on what Deity said that the modern athlete is detached from his community. That does not
Yeah.
sound the same to me, bro.
Okay.
I
So
don't, I
what
So
don't
you
even
he's
know
just
how I'm
saying
okay.
hearing that.
one,
So
it
what
ain't
you
one,
just said.
is what he's
What
saying.
can you say what you just said one more time?
I'm saying you said you explained it 3 times,
No,
but
no.
you gave me a question which keeps comparing a modern athlete to somebody a previous time, a Jim Brown or a Muhammad Ali. That's not an explanation. That's a question. So you and
The expert
explained it.
speak,
And I'm
y'all, and I
saying the deity read the modern athlete is detached from their communities
Okay, so
night and
deity,
day.
read that the modern athlete is detached from the community, right? Am I right?
yeah,
Yes.
Okay,
that's a
so
that's a that's a
GA, hold on, deity, real quick. GA, can you give me a modern athlete who's not detached from their community in the same realm as a 1950s, 1960s athlete?
You see how you trying to pigeonhole this?
Yeah, I'm trying to make you. I'm trying to get you to give me something comparable. I'm trying to get you to give me a comparable.
The
And
answer
it
is a
sounds like you
checkmate too, though.
That's not what the statement said, and that's
Hey,
why I
OG,
said I
the
called
answer is
cap on it.
checkmate. Just tell him nobody. Once you tell him nobody, ain't nobody from
Oh
2025 can even
man,
compare to Muhammad Ali and them on what y'all talking about. It's
that's
a
a apples
checkmate,
and
and that's his
oranges.
whole point.
That's a apples and oranges. Do you want to be athletes? Or do you want to be politicians? That don't just because you're not making a political stance on this or that, that does not mean you're detached from your community.
okay.
I
Can I
mean,
read some,
how
y'all?
are
Can
you
I read
missing that?
some, y'all? Because we love
Not
saying
really.
experts, we love talking about
Listen
academia.
that.
I read what the
That's
academia is saying.
selective.
Maybe that can dissuade you, because maybe we're so firm in our beliefs that maybe if I read something, then maybe, oh, you know what? I actually agree with that, and maybe it'll crack that cemented belief system, and you believing it that's not true, and it is, brother.
Hey, it's definitely true. Now they always use the puppets, right? The people with the big money, the entertainers. They always use them to pump the narrative, right? Now back when he talking about Jim Brown and them, they was pumping that civil rights movement, but we had people in the movement that was actually talking that shit. Now we got Kyrie Irving saying the earth flat. You got Shaq the earth. You got Bron saying Trump. You know, they watered down
Ain't
the
no mission.
athlete
There's
that
no mission.
people listen.
There's no
They
sense of mission.
watered down.
There's
They
no mission.
watered down.
There's no
All right,
mission. Let me
cool,
read this
man.
right. Y'all gonna make
That
me
be
go right
that
here, y'all, if y'all
bullshit,
don't mind.
man.
Let me read
But
Y'all
this
that
right.
be
both
that
on this. Hold on,
bullshit
y'all
though,
both
boy.
on
You
the
could have
same
let me
page.
finish, bro.
Y'all just over talking each other. Y'all both on the same page.
Yeah, man. You could have let me finish, man. You must got the power to boot me or something. I
I
don't
don't
know
got the
what
power.
that
I don't
was,
got the
bro.
power
Cause
to
I
do
was
that.
almost done,
I wouldn't
but
do
it
that.
triggered you real
Nah, nah,
bad.
nah, nah.
No, it
Don't
didn't
no
trigger you,
no,
but
Brody.
you're
That's
being
just
very
Brody. That's
elongated,
how
my
he
brother.
is.
You're being very elongated to get to the
Well,
point.
I know I just
Like, let me
talk
get to
slow.
the
I only
point,
was
my bro.
talking for
Like,
30 seconds. I just talk slow.
I ain't
That
talked
shit
at
wasn't
all.
long at all, bro.
I've been having ad-libs, but I ain't said nothing. I've been very graceful. But go
Oh, I
ahead, though.
thought you was the other dude that was
No,
just asking the
no,
other
I ain't
dude
said
That's why I'm
questions. The
saying
one
y'all
with the
two on the
A.
same page.
the experts
No,
got to
the
say.
one with the A was
30,
the
bro,
one talking. Bro,
30
let me
years.
finish saying what we on the
You got
same page. All
an
right, cool.
opinion
Look.
based on an observation. Like, nah,
All right,
that's
man.
sufficient.
All right, cool. Now here's my stand on it. Um, the media, they all puppets, bro. All of them is, even Jim Brown and them was puppets, bro. Let's get that out the way. But the stuff they had them saying was more influential to the people than the stuff they got the puppets saying now, and the things they got the actors doing now, and the things they got the rappers doing now, and the things they got the singers singing about now. It's different from the 60s, from the love and soul and R&B, hip hop and all that, when it was all black love and and all that, that changed to what? Drill music, bitches stripping, motherfucking entertainers ain't giving a fuck, just give me the bag. All of them turning into straight boule members and Freemasons. So now, that's all he's saying is the message that the athletes gave back then was more impactful than the message that the entertainers and athletes impacting on our community now. But y'all got it.
Yeah, shout out to the widow's son.
What the hell did I just hear?
You nothing, Sabio. But Aaron, do
I
you
read
want
some,
to
y'all.
elaborate? Do you?
I read some because everybody been giving their opinions and
Okay,
been
go ahead,
very
Daddy.
opinionated.
So what's the pushback,
Okay,
man? What's the pushback
let's
on
see what the
what the
experts got
nigga
to
just
say.
said?
Let's see what they say.
Man,
So
niggas just haters, man.
Y'all niggas so weird on these panels, bro. Y'all, one day you feel this way, the next day it's the complete opposite. Like what?
Oh, I'm trying to hear your argument, bro. And double
First
I
one,
ain't
cross
he
got
my
no
gotta
way
he
through.
argument for
gotta
you,
say
GA. You
something
ain't answering
coherent.
questions. You
First one, he
fluffing.
gotta say something coherent.
He said a bunch of shit
That
that's
was a bunch of
coherent. You
ramble. That was a
nah, he said a
ramble
bunch of shit
route,
that was coherent. You just
bruh.
wasn't able
There was
to
there
understand it,
was
obviously.
there was nothing coherent about what that man said.
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
a
pretty
whole bunch.
coherent.
It was a whole bunch of conspiratorial bullshit. That's why I said, "What the hell did I just hear? We going down the conspiracy route again? Everything is a conspiracy again."
Okay, so this segment right here. Why are today's athletes so lost? The answer lies mainly
Money.
in the success. The answer lies mainly in the succession of devastating spiritual losses Black athletes have sustained since they began participating in integrated sports. The most significant of these have been the loss of a mission.
Hold on. Reread that. I want to hear the first thing that they said. Was it spiritual?
Why are today's athletes so lost? The answer lies mainly in the succession of devastating spiritual losses Black athletes have sustained since they began participating in integrated sports.
What? Throw that shit in the trash.
Can I keep reading on? Like, you gonna just take the excerpt?
Spiritual.
Man, I agree, man. Y'all so gangster up this motherfucker,
Because you're
man.
spiritual.
Spiritual.
Remember what spiritual. You know what spirit is, right? Spirit is literally aura, energy. That's
spiritual
literally what it is.
energy.
That's really all it is.
Energy, deity.
Yeah.
Energy is nothing but the ability to do
Aura.
work.
One's
Energy, aura.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. The pseudo is real, y'all. Here
Man,
it
he
is. Let's go.
dropping, bro.
Let's go into the
He
energy
dropping
realm.
gems,
Let's go
man.
into the realm of energy.
He said, "Let's go into chakras and everything." Go ahead, though, man. Finish reading the article, man.
Take that and just throw the bath with the.
Yeah, man. Just keep reading, man. Good
Throw
shit,
that
man.
shit in the garbage. Throw that book in the garbage.
Imagine if I seen that and didn't read nothing else in the book.
I'm with you, man. I'm with you. Go ahead, finish reading it, man. Dude, he ain't with it. He ain't gotta be with it neither, though. Everybody got their own ideology, man.
He could shut up and let the nigga read it though. That's what he can do.
The most significant of these have been the loss of a mission informed by a sense of connection to the larger African American community. The most significant of these have been the loss of a mission informed by the sense of a connection to the larger African American community and a sense of responsibility. See, and a sense of responsibility to the legacy of struggle that made possible this generation's phenomenal material success. This sense of mission has been a cornerstone of African American survival, a source of strength and inspiration, a sense of being part of a larger cause has historically permeated nearly every action of the Black athlete. For many of our most prominent athletes of every race, their victories were fueled in part by the notion that they represented something larger than themselves. Facts.
Now, I disagree with all that you just read because they ain't supposed to be giving shit back to Africa. But continue, though.
Oh, okay, yeah, all right. Let me see.
Okay, so the whole premise, from what I'm getting, because he laid it out.
I'm not.
Hold on.
Still like right here. I'm not even done.
I understand. I just want you to understand that the loss that he's attributing, that this shit is attributed to, has to do with the loss of spirituality in the Black community. So these Black athletes are not spiritual, even though you hear them up there talking about praise God, thank Jesus, praising God all the motherfucking time. The shit is stupid as fuck, but keep reading.
Community? Did you hear about the Black athlete feeling like Feeling like the modern athlete feeling like there's a responsibility because I come from this community. What are you missing? All you seen was you consume spiritual and just apply that to the whole spectrum of what he said.
I want you,
Period.
so young deity, I hear all that. I want you to understand that he's painting the around the loss of the spirit. So all this connection with the community and all this giving back to the black community of it with the black athlete is attributed with the spirituality. You have to read that and understand that this shit is connected in his mind.
You do realize that spirit doesn't just mean hocus pocus, right? You do realize that, man.
Man, y'all is tweaking right now. Y'all
Okay,
is
so
tweaking.
hold on. Can you shut up? Can you shut up real quick? Can you shut up real quick so I can go ahead and break down the definition? Those qualities regarded as forming the definitive or typical elements in the character of a person, nation, or group, or in the thought and attitudes of a particular period. Spirit doesn't just mean hocus pocus. It means the fucking attitude. It's another word for attitude.
Ego.
The moral. Your morale. It's another word for morale. It ain't always dealing with hocus pocus bullshit.
Ego. Personal feeling. How I feel.
You know,
shit.
Everything centered around me.
I'm looking at the etymology right now. What the fuck? Like, wow.
Wait. All I'm saying one statement
beyond all get out at this point.
Because right now you guys are really sounding like walking contradictions right now. You make this
How?
whole
Explain. Hold on. No. Explain that. How is we sounding like walking contradictions? You gotta explain that.
And I'm going to speak to it because first of all, this conversation started because Shadur is being railroaded. He's being broken. He's being all this. Everybody's in such outrage over Shadur. And fuck the rest of the people that's been neglected in this whole process. And then we want to come back and then make a statement to say, oh, you shift gears and say these athletes are detached from their communities and they're not doing enough, which I call cap on that. And then I get criticized. And then you want to come back and compare him to somebody doing a whole different time period. And now we talking about some goddamn spirituality. You
So where the
motherfuckers
contradiction
are
at, GA?
confused.
So where the hold on,
One
GA. So
contradictions.
where's so
One
can you
minute you
explain? Can you explain the contradiction?
yeah, 'cause 1 minute you're doing big outrage over somebody who's being abused, close quote, by a system of white supremacy, and then you saying the nigga ain't doing enough, and now you're all on a whole nother tangent talking about attitude and spirituality.
Yeah. So let me ask you this question again. Where did I contradict myself anytime in the time I spoke?
The whole conversation
Give me
started
one
saying
example.
He said
When
the
I
whole
give me,
conversation
I'm
is a
not talking to. I'm not
contradiction,
talking to you,
yo.
Sabio. Like I said, give me one example where I contradicted myself.
I'm giving you an example that you even said you explained it, and you asked the same question 3 times. Give me an example of somebody to a Jim Brown, and that was not my rebuke. My rebuke was saying that these guys are detached from their communities, and I'm
Okay,
calling
so I
cap.
didn't contradict myself. Basically, what you're saying. Thank
I'm
you.
saying the whole thing is a walking contradiction. You want to make it personal now, and you still using selective hearing about what I'm trying to convey. I mean, it's just my public school education that I can't get the point across.
It might be because my private school education is not.
Yeah,
It's not.
private. I know.
It ain't catching. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
catch the contradiction in between
I
what was
get it.
said.
Yeah, private school is very selective in their hearing.
I guess so.
Hmm.
So what's up with the truth? Are you saying that Shadur got shafted in this draft? Because I think that's what it started with. Nobody on this panel was talking about him except for him about 3 weeks ago.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I've been following dude since he arrived.
So you do if you've been following since he arrived, so you know he was his mock draft. He was supposed to be for a long time. He was supposed to be one of the top draft picks, not fifth.
Yeah.
Based on what?
The mock draft.
Oh,
Oh,
not the mock draft. I'm gonna say the scout reports had him as a first rounder, but no. But if you really pay attention,
Courage. So fuck.
Go
That's what
ahead, Diddy.
spirit means,
Go
man.
go go ahead, get it out. You know,
Literally, look,
Man,
you
spirit is
got
bullshit, did it? Damn, ain't you figure that out? If people had spirit, they
you
wouldn't
ain't
be
come on
going
here
what
and
they're
rap
going
like
through.
you put me off. Do what you want to
That
do,
shit
Dad.
don't mean nothing.
You a hater,
Dude,
bro.
I ain't do nothing to your mic. I
You
ain't
want to
doing
come
it to
on here
your mic.
and
You can't project your how you feel on somebody else.
say nothing. But when
Try
I
to
say
make your
stuff,
point.
listen. The fuck?
Mic going in and out.
yeah, it is.
That
So
nigga heard spirit and went off.
I know,
well,
right?
No, Diddy, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Sabio.
Christianized.
no, but Aaron, can we get back to the whole the patch for the community?
Yes,
Because
sir. Yes, sir.
yeah, so here's my point on it. That statement is very, very inaccurate, and I'm calling cap on the author because these young men be engaged in their communities from the time that they're in college. Then, even once they do make it, they get engaged and they come back and they give back. If you've been listening to the channel for a while, you just heard Miss Mo's cousin Keon just did a whole football camp for free. I'm a product of the Payton Brothers football camp when they will come back and do football camps in the city.
Yeah,
So,
I think Diddy's point was totally different than what your point
but
is. Your give back is I think different than what Diddy give back
well,
is,
that's what I'm
and it
saying.
would be
So maybe,
different from mine also.
well, okay. Then, so we
When
when
he
we
was
say
speaking
detach,
about the athletes of, because he brought up Muhammad Ali as his example.
that's just an
Can y'all hear
example.
me
But
still?
what? Yes, I hear
Said
you.
my
Can you hear
service was
me?
going bad. Can y'all hear me?
Can you hear me? I hear you.
I can't hear nobody if y'all talking.
Hello? Can y'all hear
Yeah, I
me?
think. Yeah, you good, Price. I think
My
Aaron out of
service,
there. Though.
I went. Yeah, my service went out. I don't know if y'all where I stopped at, where I
Can
got
you
cut
hear?
off.
Can you hear Price though? Price was talking.
No, I don't hear. I hear you, Dev. I don't hear GA.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
You speaking,
Hello?
GA?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, he's still talking right now. Just
I'm
go
gonna
and
go
come
out.
back. I'm
I'm gonna
right
go out
here.
and come back. My fault.
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm right here. Yeah. What's up, Vince Chocolate? Dr. Lamb, Camille, and Mari.
So that be my thing right there, man, because I advocate I support collegiate athletes and I see the work and stuff that they do on time and trying to be pillars and positive attributes in their communities, from going to visit kids at school and reading to them at school. When they do make it, they come back and they give back for the food drives and stuff that they do in their communities. Because a lot of athletes I work with, they in marginalized communities. So to say that these guys are detached, that's a strong word in my opinion. Now if you feel they're not doing enough, when you come back and say, well, they can buy the whole block. I mean, they still operating within the system. And that's to the stronger point of the modern day slave auction. But
Yeah, they can say the same thing about them. Shit, they trying to tell them what to do with their money. What give people that are not directly affiliated with the athlete or the institution some sort of, I guess, I don't want to say authority, but I mean, damn, to tell somebody what they need to be doing with their money, that shit kind of bold, yo.
yeah, to say you ain't doing enough.
So today, the black athlete, while potentially more powerful than ever, is at a historical nadir, a historical decline. When the face of black sports is Kobe Bryant or Mike Tyson, or even a raging capitalist like Bob Johnson, it's clear that the sense of a larger mission has collapsed. A once dominant culture icon, the inheritor of an outsized legacy of glory and struggle, has become a spectacle that exists at the pleasure of its white owners. African American athletes today have the potential to be so much more than that, and God knows we need them to be more than that, more than politicians or clergy. Contemporary black athletes have unfettered access to young minds, even when at times they seem to have lost their
And
own.
God knows.
Even at
And
times
God
they seem like,
knows.
you lost your mind, huh? They
And
got
God
access to young
knows.
minds. That's facts. They
What's
do.
This
what's
nigga,
this
he
dude
need an
name?
update quick. That nigga said, and God knows.
What's this
Throw
dude
that shit
name
in the
that wrote that?
trash, bruh.
What's the dude name that wrote that? What's the dude name that wrote that?
It's making you. This brother is William C. Roden, has been a sports writer for the New York Times since 1983 and has written the Sports of the Times column since 1990. He's also served as a consultant for ESPN Sports Sports Century series and is a regular guest on its show, The Sports Reporter. In 1996, Roden won a Peabody Award for broadcasting as a writer of the HBO documentary journey of the African-American athlete, the graduate of Morgan State University in Baltimore. He lives in New York City, Harlem. Shout out to that black man.
Yo,
Okay.
what's going on?
What's the date
How
on
y'all
that
fellas
source?
doing?
Well, go ahead, Marley.
Hey, how y'all fellas doing today, man? I ain't hear from y'all in a long time. How's everything been going?
I'm here with the shits on Sunday, Marley. I'm here with the Sunday shits. I'm doing grand, sir.
All right.
What's up, Brad? That shit
Hey,
was
but how
wild.
you know we talking facts, right? If you look to the modern age athlete, all we got is Ron Artest that changed his name. Remember Kareem changed his name from Lou Alcindor, and Muhammad Ali changed his name from Cassius Clay. Now the thing what you gotta understand what make them puppets. When you look up the real Muhammad Ali, the real one, he killed more niggas than any European in life. And Muhammad Ali changed his name to that. So you still got to understand he was told to take that name when you know who the real Muhammad Ali is. The real Muhammad Ali, never mind. Just look that shit up. Y'all gonna be like, damn,
Are we
that's
not looking it
crazy.
up? Just tell us why that's relevant in
All right,
2025.
cool.
What
It
you
was a
just said.
Muslim dude. It was a Muslim dude that killed more niggas than Genghis Khan. He killed more niggas than anybody in the world. That's who Muhammad Ali is, right? So now Cassius Clay changed his name to Muhammad Ali. We going, yay! When it was the devil pulling a wool over your eyes, pulling a trick on you. When you find out who the real Muhammad Ali is, you'll be
What's the
like, damn, they put it right in our face. They puppets, bro. Period.
what's the context of the real Muhammad Ali killing his own people?
The context of it is just like 9 Muhammad Alis, but the actual Muhammad Ali, just put in Google, put in Muhammad Ali killed the most Negroes in history, and then
No,
it'll
I
show
don't. I
you.
don't. I don't want that in my search history. I was just trying to get an idea because you actually pointed it out to only one that was doing the killing. So
Yeah, he was like a dictator.
oh, okay.
He was a dictator. He was like, it wasn't him that killed them. It was the
Yeah.
army of his people and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I
GA,
got you.
so GA, you said you don't feel like black athletes have abdicated their responsibility to the community with treasonous vigor. He feels like he feel like that you know that the modern day athlete has abdicated, you know, the responsibility when it comes to the black community. You know, to the so far to the extent that he's saying that it's treasonous. You know, they stand as living active proof that it does not necessarily follow that you they stand as living active proof that it does not necessarily follow that if you make a man rich, you make him free. That's facts. The contemporary tribe of black athletes is the greatest proof of that yet. But it doesn't have to be this way. Like the Sankoof bird of Africa mythology, we have to look backward to see our way forward. Facts. Studying a history of how black athletes have confronted and mastered a series of obstacles and dilemmas over the centuries gives insight into the contemporary dilemma. Facts. It's not nearly hopeless. This book sets to tell the story of the rise and fall of the black athlete, but also to point the way toward redemption. Facts. It will seek, which is a solution. It's not just about just pointing out a problem. It will seek to tell this exciting, rich, epic story with honesty and respect for its complexities, but it will also be driven by a sense of purpose to find in it that its history lessons will help illuminate the still darkened path to real power for the black athlete. Yeah, man. Real black power.
We ain't even gotta go back to Muhammad Ali. What I just want to find the athlete that's in these times comparable to a Craig Hodges.
Okay.
Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick.
Ah, fuck no.
Oh, why? Because his mama's white.
Not at all. I don't feel like
So,
that was a real
so,
movement.
it's
That's me
so.
personally, GA. I don't feel
Oh
like that
no,
was
I'm just saying you asked for an example, but you still did not elaborate your position. You asked the question, And I even just gave in and just answered your question just to move the conversation, Aaron, just to move it forward, man. Because
I
I'm
hear you, and
saying,
I said no.
okay, okay. Well, I digress. Y'all got it. Them niggas ain't doing enough.
No, nah, I'm not. I
Them
just
niggas detached. They got out and they forgot about everybody else. They forgot about the hood. Them niggas ain't shit.
get them
But
niggas
I'm
out.
mad you ain't pick him in the first round. That's
That's
the
for our
walking
entertainment.
contradiction part. Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We like to be entertained.
So this book is a map, a look back at roads crossed, a glimpse forward at roads not yet traveled. It's difficult for professional athletes to focus on anything historical beyond yesterday's game. They are so focused on the here and now, the next game, the next season, the next contract, that many have no sense of what came before and none at all of what is coming around the bend. History suggests that African American athletes should be ever on the lookout, for real. History suggests that African American athletes should be ever on the lookout. African American, hence the decline of Black Americans in baseball. My bad, I don't want to deviate. Their predecessors were excluded, blocked, persecuted, eased out when white owners and management decided that they weren't needed or wanted. Today's generation of pro athletes may be wealthy, but they are simultaneously cheered and resented. A tension that cannot last forever. That's deep. They are simultaneously cheered and resented, and that tension cannot last forever. That's interesting. The community of black athletes, like the black slow down. The community of black athletes, like the black community at large, is wealthier and in some ways more powerful than ever before. But in some other ways, it resembles that wandering lost tribe. A fragmented remnant unable to organize itself to project the collective power it embodies, but is afraid to use. Isolated in summer camps, prestigious universities, and pampered as the budding millionaires that many of them will become. Today's big-time college and professional players are far less prepared to deal with the racial realities that exist in America than any previous generation of athletes.
Hey, GA, I just want to apologize and let you know I understand your contradiction point now. I see it as a contradiction and a conundrum.
Yeah, it is. It's the ultimate paradox. I
I
agree,
see
bro.
exactly what you're saying.
Okay, hey, Diddy, but can I ask you the date of this book that you're
This book,
reading?
brother, was written
What's the
2006.
publication date? Okay,
2006.
2006. Okay, thank
We
you,
can say
bro.
20 years.
I'm gonna go on out. Y'all brothers have it. Y'all got it. The playground is. I'm not built for the playground. I'm going back to the peanut gallery.
Like it's applicable though.
You tough.
Applicable to now though, GA.
So what is Shadur Sanders supposed to be a victim of?
I don't know, Dale. I really
They're
don't.
trying to put him in the same box as goddamn Carmelo Anthony and George Floyd. I mean, damn, what the fuck? He got done wrong. Who done Shadur Sanders wrong?
The NFL colluded on not drafting him early, bro, because of Deion's stance. Now, like GA said, it's a contradiction though amongst us who feel like he should have went should have went higher, but yet we've pushed back on athletes who we say are detached from the community. You can't be blackety black outright and expect to be in these what's the word I'm looking for? These places and get ahead being blackety black. You get what I'm saying? That's where I see the conundrum.
Because we still in the same system. I agree
Yeah.
wholeheartedly with what you just said, Aaron. That shit is like insanity to me.
Also, so you're not expressing that what I'm reading is not germane. You're saying that basically the pushback or the controversy between, as far as the community with Sanders' son, and that is the conundrum, right? Or
No, I'm saying a lot is true, but then it's like 1 minute when you advocating for these guys saying, yeah, they're getting done wrong, and then you say, well, damn, nigga, you ain't doing enough. I'm like, well, how much is enough That dude's still operating in the same. He may be operating at a different level, but they all guys and gals are operating within the same system.
System.
Yeah, he got hundreds of millions, but guess what? His boss got billions.
Yeah.
And we seem to overlook all that. Well, they need to be doing more. And then on top of all that, guess what? They got to go talk to the government. The government be like, man, give me some of that.
But the brother Sir Drop kind of elaborated on that a little bit. It may have went over a different way, but that's kind of what he was explaining. Like athletes can't, even if they wanted to go in and fund their whole community, they in a system with people who are above them. So as soon as you buck the system, you out of here. So that's where it's the
Yeah, but but to that point, he first of all he shifted from them niggas ain't doing enough to they can't do enough. No shade, but to that point, we saying, well, nigga, you ain't doing enough. And they just doing something. It's like that everything's supposed to change or it's supposed to be a happily ever after, but you're neglecting the fight when a joker do come and give back. When he does come back and donate to his alma mater, when he does come donate to a civic center, when he does come back and just show a presence in the hometown. Not like I ain't never going back. That's when I hear words like detached from their communities, that's that's what I see. And then when I said these young men are not coming up like that, whether they're at a PWI or whether or not, they always go back home for whatever reason or not. And not saying all do, but I'm gonna say the majority. And I've seen it, and they contributed while they there on the ground until they make it. They're building in the community. But they're
I
like local
understand your point
heroes.
now.
I agree. I think I ain't gonna say I disagree because I understand what you're saying, but
It's like a conundrum, Diddy. It's you damned if you
lost
do, you
pride,
damned
though.
if you don't.
Lost pride, man. The black American athlete or the delegation of black athletes is a lost tribe. Man.
But see, Diddy, that's where I feel like our problem is the athlete. The athlete shouldn't be like how that. But you made a few quotes on that book about how the athlete influences the young minds. It's really our problem that's their only influence.
But no,
You know what I'm saying?
but see, he's giving us insight to how that the athlete has a grip on the young minds, while times look like he lost his mind. I'm paraphrasing that.
For sure.
That was a bar to me, for real though. And that's really like, yeah, bro.
But them shouldn't be the only influences, especially not the major influence of the
Exactly.
child.
True. But
I mean,
sports is $1 billion. Is go ahead.
no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead and because it's $1 billion industry. I think that's what you was about to say. Go and finish that thought.
So I'm gonna read. So unfettered access to. So basically, you're talking about unfettered access to young minds, even when at times they seem to have lost their minds. They exercise phenomenal influence on styles and tastes, but their reach could potentially extend so much wider and deeper. For instance, there is growing and persistent poverty in our communities, and less access to or even hope for a substantially better life among many in the so-called underclass. The divide between the haves and have-nots is greater than ever, but the diminishing of hope among the poorest of the poor is even more troubling. Who better than the black athletes to bridge this divide? Many athletes come out of the most economically disadvantaged communities in the nation and have used sports to catapult themselves from poverty to wealth. Occupants of two worlds, the world of the streets and the world of the wealth. These athletes can speak from a perch of power and influence while holding the kind of keep it real pedigree that makes them relevant to the core black community, which is true. But now
keep
that
it real.
but now that they occupy a position where they can be more than pardon me. But now that they occupy a position where they can be more than mere symbols of black achievement, where they can actually serve the communities in vital and tangible ways, while also addressing the power imbalance within their own industry from a position of greater strength, they seem most at a loss, lacking purpose and drive. Given the journey that has led to this point, contemporary black athletes have like I feel like we're getting away from the body and we're focused on like how GA is referencing, singularly how how we've seen, was it Eric Dunn, the football player that constructed that whole like homes and communities for low income families. I want to say Eric Dunn or Warwick Dunn. He played for the St. Louis Rams.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes. I know what you're talking about.
yes,
Yeah, a
yes,
lot
yes.
of them have initiatives like that. But go ahead.
When we say a lot, brother, like I don't want to say quantified, but it seemingly that just feels like it's not in tantamount to the tribe,
If you give me some
the
time, I
NBA
can go
tribe.
back. No, no. If you give me time, I can go back and just and come back and bring it back to the panel of every athlete and whatever initiative that they have and what they do. A lot of it is like you say, uh Habitat for Humanity type initiatives, women's shelters initiatives. We're not going to even talk about who has the breast cancer awareness initiatives. A lot of them, they tie some PR into it, and then it's hundreds of them that do camps across the country that gives back and go back and speak to these. So I'm just saying, define detach and then define what's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So could we say was
I
my
I
choice?
can I can definitely if that's gonna just make the conversation better from what I'm saying. I got a little time this week. I'll go back and do that. But just know I'm a petty ass nigga now. When I start finding out shit, then I start running commercials. You know.
You say you petty?
Yeah, I be petty, man. But no, Diddy, me and you get along like that, man. It won't be antagonistic petty, but yeah,
No, I definitely,
I'm just saying, and I'm
respect.
attacking the author's statement to say that they're detached, and I just that's igniting to me when I know different
Uh
because
huh.
I see the young men at college. They start early with it.
Indeed, yes, indeed.
Hey, peace, power, profit.
Greedy.
That's the
What's up,
lamb.
Miss Mo?
I just wanted to add my little 2 cents if I may.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm going on mute.
No, I was just gonna I just want to add to the conversation in reference to how we can benefit from as a community how it actually here's an idea of how it actually could work, right? Uh when you think in terms of the problem tree, you identify what the root of the problem is, the cause and its effects. And out of that conversation or discussion, you create what's called a logic model to create a community based to create a community based organization or community. But I would use the community based organization in this example because it could be made up of different leaderships. You have the entertainer, the athlete, or the person of influence. You have individuals who have the voice of the community or who have the closest reach to the student, whether that be a coach, a little league coach, or a high school coach, or a teacher or educator. Then you have your your subject matter experts, which we would call the PhDs or the professors who are doing the research out there. Then you have your concerned parents and your social clubs, and you have the students themselves and your local volunteers. Then you have your governmental agencies, your politicians, and then you have also have your corporations who are all involved. And together, bringing those individuals to the table together. What you do with the athletes, since we're using sports for an example today, what you do with the athlete, when you bring the logic model together, you have your inputs, activities, your outputs. Let's say it wrong. Yeah, your inputs, your activities, your outputs, and your outcomes. Your inputs is all those different entities that I just named. Your activities is the sport itself because that's what's going to organize that those individuals that we're trying to reach. And then the the inputs is how you're going to do it. Are you going to do workshops? Are you going to do conferences? Are you going to do camps? It's going to be many training sessions. Your outcomes is, what are you expecting for these individuals to get out of it? Whether we're talking about the youth, are we talking about young adults? Are we talking about different generations of age group? What it is you're trying to do with it, and that logic model would help you outline out how it can be done. And then out of that, you decide, are we trying to create an entity in our community where we govern a particular uh maybe idea, or we just want to galvanize as a social group and move forward. All entities can be their own leaders. It's just a matter of, are you making it legal, or are you just going to be governed by a particular document? If it's not going to be something corporate, like incorporating a business or a nonprofit, then maybe you want to just operate like a social club because you're more comfortable that way. Then you decided you're going to have a governing how are you gonna hold each other together? And usually that's done by having a group charter where you identifying the strengths and the weaknesses. Who's gonna be the spokesperson? Who's gonna be the marketer? Who's gonna do the note taking? Who's gonna be the person who's on the ground with the kids? Who's gonna get out there and fundraise and bring in that money? Or maybe you already have the investors, and that would be, i.e., maybe your entertainers or your athletes, or maybe your predominant business owners who can give back in that entity. Who's going to caretake? Who's going to do the logistics? Who's going to pay attention to the security? Like, it's so many facets that comes along with building a community or caretaking the community or giving back to a community. The question is, the money can be there, but who has the time and the interest? Because it still comes with work. Because the person who has the money, that's one thing, but who's going to govern it? Who's going to make sure that the all rolls a squeaky wheel? Or are we just going to expect them to dump the money and then there's no oversight? And then how are we going to evaluate that? How are we going to evaluate our successes? Are we going to do it by surveys? Maybe we start off with a pre-assessment of what we have going on and use that same assessment to do a post-assessment to evaluate it. Or will we go around doing little focus groups, deciding how the community feels about our initiatives and what we're doing? It is so much work that's involved with building from grassroots or the ground up. We're super excited in my area, and I say this last little bit because um, we fortunate to have two professional athletes in my family, CD Lamb and Keon Coleman. But now they just drafted three more in my community, in my parish. Oh, we about to turn all the way up because what we've done is say, hey, I don't need your money, but your presence alone is going to allow corporate to fund us. And with that, we're going to take those students and build programs and do career paths. And we're not going to take them too far out of what they're doing as an athlete. We're going to push them into things like human performances, how to create smart devices, similar to what uh, Q kids are doing, how to manage, putting them in these leadership positions. But we are leveraging the activity, and we're definitely leveraging the athlete, because when they show up, we know the kids are going to be excited, they're going to be motivated, and they're going to come. And we're going to encourage them to encourage the kids to participate in the programmatic piece of it. And then out of that, we're going to build programmatic institutions along the STEM line or any other lucrative educational pathway. And with that, we hope to change a community.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of response because that's actually contributing to tangible things that can actually benefit a community versus how somebody feels about a contract bonus or in this case, the only thing I've heard is that he didn't get selected fourth or fifth. He got selected 144. So now he's in a worse position now, which is I'm not trying to exaggerate this, but this is crazy, man. So if he would have got drafted high, his expectations would have been high. So they don't want him to get drafted fourth or fifth and then go out there and throw up potatoes or interceptions and not get enough yards. But since he's drafted 144, at least if he's maintained what he's done in college or even excels, they can say, oh, he's a low draft pick, but he's leading all rookies or he's up there. So I actually think it's a positive and a benefit to him to not be under as much pressure to perform by getting drafted in the later rounds. But for some reason, this out of the blue interest in the NFL draft by the black community and trying to throw him in the same box as some victim of white supremacy is wild as crap.
Now, I agree with you on reality, but if we gonna touch on the conspiracy throne, um, it's the statement they making. You know the statement, "You still a nigga." That's what they saying, bro. Like, I don't care what you is. I don't care how smart you is. I don't care how much money your daddy got. You still a nigga. And that was their statement. To me, that's what I'm
Who
getting
said
out of it.
that? Who is they and who is
The
saying that?
actions is saying it. They not saying nothing. The actions is.
Who is
That's what
they?
the actions.
I think
All
that
right, the NFL owners, them Jews that own them 32 teams.
Well, one
Yeah,
of them is
them.
the Arab. One of them is the
All
Arab,
right,
and they is
cool. And
right.
he probably for the
Yeah,
Browns.
yeah.
But what
Well,
I'm
just
saying
no.
is it was the
He from the
point.
Jacksonville
You
Jaguars,
missing
and
the
they
point.
are right.
You
You
missing the
are
point.
right. No,
You
you're missing the
missing the
point.
point.
You're
Bro,
right.
you just cut me off to try to drag me or some shit, man. Listen, bro.
Yeah,
If
because
you
you
look
sounded
at it from a
crazy.
comic, hey man, I could really turn up too, bro. I'm not trying to do that. That'd be fucking the shows up. What I'm saying, if you looking at it from a whole, right? Why is all these people getting drafted over the most iconic person in the draft? It's not because of his talent. Don't say that. It's not. It's not because of he got injury prone. It's not because of that. It's because your daddy Dion and y'all was talking that shit to us like y'all run something. So now, like, the only thing, the best rebuttal I heard was today, and dude was like, they don't want to deal with the headache of Deion Sanders. That's the only thing that makes sense. Other than that, bro, they blackballed that nigga. Like my channel be shadow man. They did the same thing.
and
Okay.
other
So
Bro,
athletes, other pro athletes are
That's
saying.
good. Your channel.
I'm
That's
saying that
great.
that if
that's good.
other
That's a hater mentality, dog. See, this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. You the
Bro,
type
don't
of
don't pay don't pay him no
Conspiracy.
mind, bro. Don't pay
Conspiracy.
dude no mind, Sir Josh, bro.
I was just
Conspiracy
saying
theorist
Don't
makes
all
even
right,
talk to
if
cool.
two.
other if other pro athletes are saying, wow, they've never seen nothing like this in NFL history, then and they've been through all of this, then how can we not say that it's something that went on behind,
Wait a minute. Okay.
outside of
Well,
the
Exactly.
athletes?
okay. Let me present another argument.
Checkmate.
So how many teams needed a quarterback this year? Does anybody know?
Four,
Yeah,
four
a
or
lot of
five.
teams.
Bro.
Four,
No,
But when
not a
your
it was the
lot.
same.
quarterback,
How
hey,
many?
listen, bro.
It was the
If you
I can
same
needed
give
a
you
with the
five.
Browns,
I
the
can
linebacker,
give you five
Steelers,
off rip right now. The
the
Titans,
Saints,
the Giants, New
Yeah,
Orleans,
it was
Seattle,
yeah,
9 that
Cleveland.
want to be exact. But that's
yeah.
still beyond the point. If you got a measly line, you need
Oh,
a linebacker, but Shador's still there, you going to say, fuck that linebacker. This is a talent right here. You could trade
no.
Shador for a
Hold on,
linebacker.
Drop. Wait. Hold on, Sir Drop. See now you're talking beyond your first point that this is a business, and then you asked the question. I cannot even remember it now, but the main thing is return on investment. That's what that is. So I give you
Right.
merit on. No. Let me finish because I give you
I
merit
agree with
on.
you.
Okay, but what I'm getting at is you said something very powerful. I agree with, but I'm saying it's true. Now what? Because they do have more money than old boy's daddy, and that's the system that they operating in. If you look at these organizations, when you look at their documentation, they're called clubs. and they preserve that probably since inception. So they are clubs, and they do operate at the clubs. And when they develop a consensus, they act on it and such.
Ain't that called collusion?
Collusion,
It is.
exactly.
It is. It's sanctioned. It's
Exactly.
legal
So
or
that's our
whatever.
that's the whole pushback, bro. Why is it any pushback against that? If that's our pushback, they colluded together. It shouldn't be no pushback.
Hey, Aaron,
Yes, ma'am.
your homeboy Trump made a phone call.
Exactly.
That's what I say.
Oh man, Trump
That
is
they just cost that
Hey,
nigga $36 million.
Trump said pick that man up
Trump
and
is
quit playing.
appropriating, and when bro gets in there to show that he's him, he'll make that back up in sponsorship.
For
He'll
sure,
be
for
like,
sure. This just the
so
problem was
okay. My
it's
thing is,
blatant collusion.
why is this the outrage among common folks? Because any other day, this nigga is boule.
Yeah, because we ain't never seen this before. That's
We ain't
all.
never seen it.
Wait,
We ain't never
y'all
seen
saw
this
y'all
before.
saw it happen with Kaepernick. What the fuck are you talking about? It
We
happens
ain't we
every
ain't,
draft.
we
It's
ain't
so
never
much
seen it with
black
that black
talent.
daddy.
Hold on,
With
hold on,
that
hold on. You saying we saw this when Colin Kaepernick got drafted?
No, when he got blackballed, it happened
Yeah, we
then.
not talking about the black ball. We talking about them concluding on the draft pick, not on him making this. Colin Kaepernick situation is totally different than Deion Sanders. I mean,
The,
than
the,
Fedor
the,
Sanders.
the- it's still the same action. The dynamics are
It's
different,
right.
but
It's conclude. It's collude. Damn, I
yeah,
keep on messing the word up. But it
collusion.
ain't
I know what
this.
you mean, bro. I know
It's
with
the
different
same thing,
scenarios,
bro.
so I'm gonna leave it alone. But and then it happens year after year after year when so much black talent gets neglected. You have guys be picking up kickers in the fifth round, and they be leaving quarterbacks, running backs, wide receivers, offensive linemen, defensive tackles. Edge rushers, they leave them out there. You have edge rushers don't even get picked up. There's so much talent that gets pushed off into the CFL and the XXL, but just because they don't have that notoriety or celebrity, it goes unnoticed.
GA. Let's go off of money, right? Let's go off of what counts, the pockets, right?
Okay.
If Shador Sanders goes in the first round like he's supposed to, right? How much money is whatever team bringing him in? How much is that? That franchise is going to make more money than any other. From Shador is going to make more than any other. Make more money than any other team that has a quarterback that came out of this draft.
Wait a minute.
So
Wait. Let me clarify before you go further. Are you saying if he gets on the field and he's productive and you got some type of turnaround narrative that happens in
no,
Cleveland?
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying the fact that if he gets drafted in the first round before any of those other quarterbacks, not Cam Ward, but anybody out there, Cam Ward, if he gets
Oh,
drafted to their team, they're gonna make money instantly. For example, look at Bronny James. Just off of his name alone, all the jersey sale, how much money they made. If I'm a business owner looking at that, I'm going to draft Shador automatically just off the revenue. But if I'm in a good old boys club, if I'm part of a club like you said,
hmm.
and I'm talking to these other peoples in this club, and we coming up with a reason not to select him. It's I'm gonna have some pushback. You feel me for that as a person who's watching this. I'm gonna have some pushback. Why aren't y'all drafting him knowing that he can make you a bunch of money? To me, it looks like they don't want him there or don't want him to get drafted early because of Dion. What Dion said, his stance on not wanting to coach unless his son is there, and just Dion in general. I feel like it was his father.
Okay, you lose me. Well, that's a good point. I do feel like it was some antics and some humbling on it. He paid for some of his who his father is or some stuff his father did. You won't get no pushback on me there. But what I'm getting at is who is going to get a market share. It's going to be some people following him just because of his origins. There's people already in his camp. He already got people on his. Hell, you got Mo talking about, yeah, I'm buying a jersey.
You know
See,
it, and I'm gonna get all y'all on the
yeah.
panel one, and I'm gonna get y'all a legendary T-shirt, and I'm gonna get y'all a
No,
watch.
I think the t-shirt. I don't do jerseys. That's a little bit too much for GA.
Too much fandom.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And
I be
But
damn,
feeling
you
like that
definitely
too.
getting
but
one.
but
You and Good Tit, y'all number one. Y'all getting the jersey. Damn,
no,
you getting
go
one.
go on
Yup.
with that, Mo. Stop it, Mo. Stop it, please,
Number
please,
two,
sis. No, but hold on. But
legendary.
wait a
I
minute.
take an
Wait a
extra
minute.
large, Dr.
Wait,
Mo.
wait a
I
minute.
take an
Yeah,
extra large.
look. I am not the ops. Y'all gotta understand. I'm a fan of two. Y'all don't even know the background on where GA pick up this story. I'm just saying that yeah, the first three picks in the NFL draft was black, but ain't nobody even talking about that. We don't even talk about all the talent that's left out there and all the cheap talent whose name's gonna come up, and you're gonna realize, oh, that was an undrafted free agent.
And
But
the
GA, they
HBCU players that got picked up, Alabama A&M, South Carolina State,
Yes,
but they
all
yes.
listen, the difference is they daddy wasn't a Hall of Fame nigga pushing good character on young black men. That's the difference.
ooh wee.
That's debatable right there. I ain't gonna even get into that because I know we got a fan on the panel. I'm not gonna get into that. I am not gonna
Uh-oh.
get it.
Y'all
You
ready for me
can't
to put my
you can't make
conspiracy
me
kufi
mad.
on?
Mm-mm.
You ready for
No,
the conspiracy
Don't make
kufi?
me don't make me go get my blenders.
no.
What if him getting draft late is all to set him up for this legendary
Okay. Has anybody
campaign
heard
he's
about? Okay,
making?
no. Let me go and throw this out here. Let me throw this grenade out here. Has anybody heard about Shallow? What about Shallow?
Yeah, Shiloh. What did he
Tampa
go to the
Bay.
Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay, baby.
He
All
he got
seven,
drafted. Wait.
all
He got
seven
wait,
He
wait,
ain't
Colorado
wait.
he
players.
ain't get drafted. He got
Nope.
Okay,
They gotta go
he's
work
an
hard.
undrafted free agent. Am I
Mhm.
right? Or was it an invite?
You're
That's a
No, it
right.
big,
was
You're
undrafted.
correct.
You're
yeah.
right.
That's a huge difference. But ain't nobody in uproar on Shiloh on
Cause
all that
Shiloh
talent he was.
Shiloh
Because
was never projected as a top cornerback.
Yeah, they was fighting to get him in the draft.
Yeah.
wait a minute, they was fighting to get him in the draft. Really,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah,
That's how.
Shiloh wasn't
Yeah, he
he
wasn't
wasn't
picked.
yeah, he
That's
wasn't picked to come
that's
to the
the
draft.
rhetoric around why they say they didn't go to the combine.
Yeah, when he didn't get picked, he said, "Let me go get my
Wait,
daddy. I need to get on the
wait a minute.
team."
Wait. Did they not go or were they not
No,
invited?
Shiloh
Were they,
was not invited. Shador
okay.
and Travis was invited.
Okay, so that's a difference, Aaron. That's all I'm getting at, bro. That's a difference in not attending and then not getting invited. That's
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 what
a
I'm
huge,
saying. That's why I said
yeah,
it's a difference in Shiloh and Shador.
yeah.
Shador was actually his talent was there. Shiloh's it ain't no pushback because
Because he's
we
about
were
average. He's an
yeah
average
yeah
defensive back, and but
yeah.
and now we'll say Shador's numbers say he's an above average QB. But are we gonna say he is he
He's not the best at
nah?
all. No, no.
Okay.
Shador isn't. But he's better than fucking what's his name?
Gabriel.
Tyler Sherrill,
Oh yeah, some of the
Dylan
guys that got
Gabriel.
yeah. See, that's where that whole black personal. I had to give consensus. I had to agree with y'all on that part right there. But the outrage, I'm not gonna be outraged
I feel you,
because.
GA. I ain't outraged either. I just wanted to I see the pushback from people, and I just came up here to push back against the pushback.
But I'm
But
just saying
I'm not outraged.
the internet is on fire and it's crazy because it's a whole lot of narrative that went through there because bro put up consistent numbers at Jackson State and they say no, you couldn't do that at a Power Five school. Then he went to the Pac-12 when Colorado was in the Pac-12 and did the same numbers and
Yep.
even beat some contenders and it wasn't no pushback. And he said that was the same thing we did at HBCU. And then they came back and they moved to the Big
Pac-12.
12,
Big 12.
even though the Big 12 was disintegrating or whatever. And so but I'm just saying the numbers was there, but I mean when they showed up against an Oregon, it wasn't there. When they showed up against an Arizona State, it wasn't, you know what I'm saying? So I, no,
Given the same team with the same talent, you don't think Shador would have threw just like those other quarterbacks?
but he did miss Mo. But
I
at the end
know.
of the
That's
day,
what I'm
they yeah,
saying.
they and
Yeah,
but I
because
know some.
Shador ain't had no damn line, and he still made it happen.
That's another thing. See, these are all the dynamics, the stuff that you're saying now. those are dynamics that the offense was tailored a certain way. They never had a strong running game or this or that. And then, you talk about guys like Cameron Ward, who played on I think he went to
Miami,
Jacksonville as
Miami,
well. Yeah.
Miami.
Did he go to Jacksonville or Miami? I thought he went to
Miami.
Jacksonville. Okay, my bad.
Oh, Jacksonville.
Jimmy Horn, the guy who was
Panthers.
catching all them passes from Shador. So hey, I'm just saying, man.
Jimmy at the Panthers. DeJounte is with the Ravens.
Yeah.
Cam
So
Rock.
he's kind of like sucked the air out the room because he didn't go in the first round. And I'm
No,
just
not just the
saying,
first. That nigga went. He didn't even go second or third. He went the fifth. That was
it's
like
but
a. They was. It looked like they was sending a message with that one.
that's all. It's about Timmy. All he got to do is he gonna beat that white boy that they picked up first. He gonna beat them out, and then he gonna get to negotiate his contract.
Yeah. Who
Roll
they
with
got?
it.
Who they got? Flacco and Damn, they drafted a nigga. They drafted.
Watson.
Now Watson ain't gonna be there.
Oh yeah, he hurt, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
just
well,
got Flacco and
but
then the other guy they drafted,
Gabriel.
yeah, Gabriel.
Gabriel.
He'll,
Yep.
he, yeah, he'll beat him out, but he still going he got stuff to do, and it is what it is. But it's a whole lot of guys didn't get an invite, or they got you undrafted free agents, and they still got to put work in, and they don't even get to negotiate for millions. They get to negotiate for a few 100,000. Got to make the team, got to make the 53 cut, and they got to or at least a minimum do a practice squad or sign an XFL deal or CFL deal or what is it, UFFL? What is it? The other semi-pro team. So I'm just
And
saying with it.
Shador ain't want to go to the combine. He ain't want to go and talk to certain teams. So that
Mm.
was they was like, oh, so they. That's why I can see what people were saying the bug breaking shit. They like, okay, we gonna teach you a lesson, nigga. We
Nah.
on this shit.
Yeah, that's the humbling part though. When you read
Yeah,
the documentation on these organizations, this is not corporations. They say this is a club. This club
yeah.
has bylaws. This club has guidelines. So yeah, it's some political bullshit that came with that. But okay, if you say you built for this,
He ain't
you
the
built
first
for
person
this.
that didn't participate in the combine. They had quarterbacks that didn't participate last year. With
Like
top
who, Ms.
picks.
Mo?
With top picks and they ain't win no Super Bowl yet.
Well, and then I'm just saying, I look at old boy Caleb. What is it, Caleb Williams that went to Chicago?
Oh,
The
my
brother.
bad. Was she talking? Was she talking to her? I thought she was on the phone.
No, you talking to us.
Oh
Oh, my bad.
no, I'm just saying, Caleb.
Come on back.
Caleb ain't had.
Hold
Oh, my bad, Dale. Go ahead.
on. Yeah, Dr. Lamb.
Damn. That's why you getting a jersey.
My bad.
Go ahead, GQ. GA. I'm chilling.
No, I'm just saying. He didn't go in the first round. So what? That's all I'm saying.
That's over.
It's a
Huh?
lot of guys that would have loved that fifth round pick. I bet you that
Heck yeah.
I just hate that it costed my boy 30 plus million.
he'll
He'll
get
get
it
that
back.
back.
We gonna get it
And
back for
plus,
sure. You right. You right.
then he done
Hey,
already
he'll
made
get
that in
that back in the
college.
first day. And all them jerseys he gonna sell. He gonna be on
No,
back order.
he gonna get that back in the NIL deals that he roll over to Cleveland.
Yep. And
So
he ain't even gonna be on the team yet, and he gonna be making sales for the Browns. They need
yeah,
to be
Yeah.
appreciative.
but
That's
you
what
see
I
how we
said, Dr. Mo. The Browns hit a lick.
Hey,
but
yeah, y'all need to
but
be
but
appreciative down there in Cleveland.
oh, I'm
Where
glad
Cam?
you here.
Where
I am so glad my brother here because that's my point though, Aaron. So are we mad about where he got picked at, or is he detached from the community? But you already said, you know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I hear you. That's why I had to concede, man. I
That was
understand your
saying,
point.
is this time next year we gonna be dogging him out? Hey, that nigga ain't doing enough for Cleveland. He ain't doing enough for Colorado. That nigga he ain't doing enough for Jackson.
I'm just hey GQ. I'm glad Aaron on our side today.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
So
I'm
Me
when
usually
was
me and
and Aaron
GQ
always
usually on
on
the
the same
same
side.
point.
Yeah. Me and Aaron
when
always on the same side.
I mean,
when
GA.
Yeah.
when was Shadura in the community? Like,
Oh, he
Never.
just was. Hold
Never
on.
ever.
hmm.
He just went. Let me tell you how effective he gonna be in the community. on his trip to the Steelers, he had there was some little flag football athletes in the airport on their way to their little game thing. So he told him he was gonna come. He went out there. He made those little boys' day. He gonna be very effective in the community. You
If
just
he
wait.
any, I'm hoping if he anything like his father, I got good hopes for him. Cause I
Yeah.
got
The
respect for
views and
Dion.
opinions are of the panel members
Yeah,
themselves.
y'all don't rock with Dion.
I
Yeah,
rock
definitely.
with him.
I love Dion with his character
Oh,
building up
He
on
I rock
ain't
with
defense.
he
Dion.
ain't
I ain't
got
gonna
that
never.
Jackson State little badness
Oh, he
thing
got some
going
beef.
on.
He got some
Yeah,
beef
he
with
got a
him.
little
Okay,
beef going on.
Nah,
okay.
Yeah, I
nah,
got that beef too, GA. You know we got the
yeah,
same.
nah,
But I
Oh,
mean, what
nah,
the hell? What you
GQ.
gonna do,
watch
man?
this. What? Hey, watch this. Watch
No,
this,
I call
GA.
out. Okay, go
God
ahead,
did
Mo.
it. God did it.
You see what I'm saying? But see, hey, man, don't make me start airing Dion out on on here, man. I know we don't do the black ineptitude and stuff over here. You know, don't don't make me go behind the scenes on y'all with that stuff now.
Hey, truth, bro. That was the young Dion, bro. He's talking
Me
about
and me and
Dion
White
Nah,
Sanders
Shador,
made a
me and
song
White
called
nah.
"Must
Shador
Be the
ain't have
I'm
Money."
a
talking
privileged
about
life, though.
post prime. Miss must be the money. Miss
Yeah.
Patricia song. Don't make me do it. I told you I could be petty.
Shador had a privileged life though. He didn't come up hard. Like, he ain't like he had to, you know, he had to work hard and play football and had to leave football practice and run to flip some hamburgers and
Why he
he
gotta come up hard, GQ? Why he gotta come
No,
up hard?
no, he don't. But he's a good kid. Let's hold
I
up. For
think
him,
GQ making the point towards his sentiment towards the community.
Oh,
right.
yeah.
gotcha.
No. What I'm saying is he don't. I mean he had it good, but yeah, he's a good kid. He's not
Yeah,
a
he
he
is.
don't. Yeah, he don't come off as a spoiled brat. And he's really in a rock and a hard place that hey, I'm gonna respect my dad. I'm gonna honor my father and stuff like that. You
I
know,
love it.
I don't
I love
yeah.
understand. I don't understand. Well, they said he was protesting his brother not being invited to the combine. That's why he didn't go.
And that was kind of part of that, but there was a lot of conversation before the draft even came out with the whole Heisman discussion, and and GQ. I'm a little closer to the conversation than I probably should be because I'm petty and
Mhm.
mad and disgruntled, but I still advocate for that young man.
Me
You
too.
That's
know, yeah.
Me
and y'all
too.
know how
And
Dion.
I hope
Dion one of
and
them
I
sweet
hope he
Man,
dudes.
do.
y'all stop
I
it,
hope he
man.
do
Look,
very well to make make them regret letting him those 143 picks before him. Make them 31 teams regret not picking them up.
But they
well,
gonna expect this
that's his
gangster.
job, man. Let's be realistic, right? Let's just. I keep having to come on here and be a dose of reality for y'all, man.
Ain't that a bitch?
I hate having to be that guy, bro.
No, do
But
it, KL. I've been trying to
but
do it, and I got
All right,
antagonized.
Kanye, I got enough money to buy you a jersey too. You want one?
yeah, give me a jersey, Dr. Lamb. I appreciate it, man.
I'm definitely getting me one, Dr.
That's
Mo.
right.
Shit.
But let's be realistic, okay? So as far as the NFL draft, people who are expected or projected to be first round, second round draft picks don't go to the draft. Like they don't participate in the combine. Can we all agree on that? Like you
He
don't.
was not projected to be a damn first
Yeah,
round
yeah,
draft pick.
yes, he was.
No,
Yes,
he
he
By
was.
was.
who? By
Yes, he
who?
No,
Not
by
was.
no
by the
by no
scouts.
sports
Yes,
analyst.
yes, yes, he
No,
was.
by the
By zero
Wait,
scouts.
sports analysts.
no,
No, the
yes,
scouts.
he
Go ahead.
was, bro. Like, so, like, you're not being honest in the conversation.
By niggas in the barbershop, yeah, but niggas
No,
I know
No,
sports
I'm talking
analysts.
about.
GQ. By the scouts.
I'm talking about in the projections from ESPN, CBS, ESPN,
They had him in the first round.
CBS.
They did
Yes,
GQ. They
yes,
sure
they
they
did,
did.
bro.
Yes.
Like,
They
so
had him one too.
you're not being honest in the conversation. Like, let's be honest in the conversation,
Mel
right?
Kiper had him as the number
Ma-
one quarterback.
Yeah, Mel,
Okay.
Mel Kiper has Shadur as the best available pick the entire draft.
Damn.
So
Yes.
let's talk about that, right? So the issue is that Shadur came off arrogant as fuck and didn't care about players and wanted to be a rapper.
let's talk about that part because you got one job, right?
Mm.
And he did not. He wanted to be more than just the job description. Nigga paying you 130 million dollars a year to be a football player, and then you need to be a football player. But he wanted to be a lot of different things. And so what happened is that the NFL coalition of owners came together and they fucking right or wrong, they decided, hey, we're gonna humble this nigga and get him on board, right? And they did not decide to draft in the first 3 rounds. And then that fourth round came around, and the teams needed other players. That's what literally happened, bro. I got so many people that I can bring on this channel that are in the NFL that play ball, like actively in the league. And they'll tell you that, like, I literally anyway. But we need to we need
Did
to we need
Cleveland
to
did Cleveland get slick on them? Did Cleveland jump before they supposed to jump?
No, they
Yeah,
didn't.
no,
They
no, no. You are right.
Yeah.
Cleveland wasn't supposed to make the move when they made the move, and they jumped and said, "Hey, we're gonna take this motherfucker. Fuck y'all." Cleveland was not supposed to take Shador.
Cleveland
Let's be
dirty Mac
100
on them. Cleveland
because
dirty Mac on
hey
their ass.
hey, but Kaya, to your point, there was an interview about a week before the draft, maybe 2 weeks, but he said, "Hey, I went to two bad programs and turned them around, and I'll go to any team and make it better." It was something, and I'm paraphrasing, but that happened, and he had to come back and clean that up a little bit because he caught smoke from the peanut gallery behind that
yeah.
comment or that interview. And
Nah,
after that,
that's why the Saints didn't pick him up. The Saints was
eh,
finna grab him first round, but he was talking spicy about how amazing he was, and he was like, you know what? Let me go ahead and grab a defensive end. Let me go ahead and grab a linebacker.
exactly. And then to that point, last year there was a quarterback. I think it was a white guy that you start hearing this thing. It wasn't so much his talent, the character. It was a white guy that got snubbed by the Saints. I can't remember his name right now, but he had a little character flaw or something that happened off the field. And joking like, what the hell is character got to do with football? That
He
was the
wasn't that. He
conversation
wasn't
last
that.
year.
Yeah, now, by no means am I saying Shador is a
You don't
is
even
a
remember.
bad football player. Shador is he is a great quarterback. I'll take that back. Let me rephrase this. He is a good quarterback, but he could
He
be
great.
great. No, Shador is not great.
He
I'm being
great
honest.
right now to me.
No, yeah, maybe to you, Dr. Lamb, but he
Yeah.
is a really good quarterback. He is a good pocket passer. He and he could be great. He could be one of the greatest that we've ever seen. We don't know that because that's the same way we felt about Tom Brady. Tom Brady wasn't great coming out of college, but he and Tom Brady went 6th round. Tom Brady went after Shador went right now.
Yep.
I was
You
about to
know what I'm
say
saying?
that he went sixth round.
These are things that we got to understand. Like think about it for a second. Teams only get 6 picks, and if you got a person that you don't know about that is potentially great or potentially not that good, you're gonna take your chances on what you know is a better fit for your organization. And like, bro, like people that understand sports, bro, don't have this argument. Like it's us in the
Yeah.
community that's having this argument. Like,
Oh nah, the whole sports world is having this
no, they're
argument right
Everybody
not,
having
now.
bro.
this
Like,
argument
Even
right now.
No,
brother,
but
brother,
no,
it's
no,
on
just
it's
no,
his
on.
they're
Hold
not.
on, real quick.
They're not
Yes,
having
they
the
are.
same argument that we're having. They're not having the argument if he's gonna be effective.
ESPN right now is literally having arguments about the NFL colluding. What are you talking about?
No, no,
yeah.
no. I'm not talking about colluding. I'm talking about is he fucking good enough to be in the first round draft pick?
Bro,
Oh,
that's the argument, bro.
But
That's hold on real quick. That's literally the argument. They wouldn't be talking about the NFL colluding if he wouldn't been picked in the 5th round. If he wouldn't have been picked behind 8 or 9 different quarterbacks who weren't better than him. Only quarterback who was better than that man was Cam Ward in the draft. There's no
All right.
reason he shouldn't have got picked after Cam Ward. Whether it was in the end of the
Name
1st round.
name one instance that a good player like what we are doing Monday night quarterbacking, and we are hypothesizing that Shador is going to be this great athlete. But I
No,
want
I'm
you
not
to
doing
name
any of
no
that. I
no
want you to name me.
listen to what I'm saying because you believe in Shador, right? The same
No.
way that
No.
Wait, hold on.
You
The
just
same.
asked me a question and I said no. You said
No,
you believe in Shador. No.
no. So the same way that Tom Brady's fans believed in him, but was
No.
it was it
No.
collusion when
No.
Tom
It's too.
Brady got what? Just let me answer the question. Answer the question. Was it collusion when Tom Brady got picked in the 6th round?
No, it was not collusion because Tom Brady wasn't at the level of Shador Sanders in college. So no, it's two totally different situations. Can't even
Yeah, that,
compare Tom
yeah.
Brady
So you
and
telling me that
Shador
Tom
Sanders.
Brady wasn't a beast at Michigan?
No, he wasn't the beast at
No,
Michigan.
Oh my
wait.
god.
No, but
Oh
yeah,
my god.
that's not even fair, man. Tom Brady was an afterthought as long as not until Drew Bledsoe got hurt that
Exactly.
yeah, nobody cared, you know.
And nobody cared about Shador until his dad became the coach of Colorado Buffaloes, bro.
Which was
That's a
no.
retail
That's
part.
not true.
Yes,
That's not true.
yes, that's a fact.
Yeah, I
No.
thought
Bro,
he came
his
out of high
name was
school.
everywhere when he was at Jackson. When he was at Jackson State. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
Man,
Jackson
No,
State.
there's no
No, I
way
thought he.
there's no way in the fuck that Shador Sanders would have got drafted in the first 5 rounds at Jackson State, bro. Let's just be
Exactly.
Yeah,
real.
That's
that's
why
a
they
fact.
went.
yeah.
Exactly. That's why they went
That's
to
a
That's
fact.
Colorado
that
State.
That's
Right.
a fact. That's a fact.
that's
They didn't
Exactly.
wait.
So that's why he
wait.
went to
See, that's
Colorado. No, I'm going to finish
he
up the
no
point.
he didn't
That's why
play at Colorado State, bro. Like you don't even know your facts.
I
He
didn't mean
played at
state.
Colorado.
I didn't mean state. He went and played at Colorado, and he did his thing. He was the second best quarterback out of this draft. You can't name me any other quarterback better than him, other than Cam Ward. If you can name him, and that got drafted before him, name him for me.
I don't know. Statistically, maybe there's a couple of
Nah,
them.
Who,
I'm just gonna
Tyler?
say no. I'm going with Cam Ward. Is just the numbers. Other than Cam Ward, I
That's
won't say
it.
nobody else. Yeah, but gameplay is.
Listen, so numbers wise, Shador Sanders had the best numbers. He on paper he was better than Cam Ward. He was better than everybody else. Jackson Dart, like he literally won quarterback of the year award, right?
Yep.
So
Yep.
Dolph
like,
is a close run too. That's a close run. And the other the brother that did the guy
You
from
making my
LSU.
point?
no,
Yeah,
but listen to what I'm saying.
Tyler
But
Shough.
do y'all remember Charlie Ward? Charlie Ward won the
Jay
Heisman
Mays.
Trophy.
yeah,
Charlie, do y'all remember Charlie Ward won the Heisman? He was a quarterback from Florida State. Do y'all know who that is?
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, we
But
know
I
And no,
Charlie
no, no,
Ward.
no.
but
Let's not yeah, but it's about the fit for the organization. And
Ohio State just sent
no.
was
about
Charlie
10
Ward a
bum.
good fit for any NFL organization?
Ohio State just sent about 10 bum quarterbacks to the NFL
Wait,
after
wait,
Thank
Shador
you.
wait,
first
wait, wait,
time.
wait. But hold on. Let's speak to that. Let's speak to that because there's it's a little irony with that because Dion and Bo Jackson messed it up for Charlie Ward because he won the Heisman, but he also played basketball and they went to the finals that year, didn't they?
Yep.
And they was tired of dealing with that damn two sport shit. The owners hated it,
Yeah.
and he
Now
was
see now you making a great point, agent, Mr. Freeman. And
yes, sir.
and guess and guess what?
Take
And
that
guess what?
goddamn agent off your name, GA.
I'm not because y'all niggas don't like ages. I'm bootleg agent,
But
all
but
that.
look. But guess what? Shador Sanders was not a one trick pony. He was a rapper. He was a fashion mogul. This nigga doing the season was in Paris doing fashion shows. He was trying to
Commercials.
he commercials. He dropping albums, and like these are not favorable quality that you want to have for a nigga who you want to pay $40 million a year. Now that
NFL.
does not discredit how great of a football player he is. But for a person that's finna invest $40 million in a salary cap to one particular athlete, it should give you some pushback. It will give me pushback if
Well, I give you the locker room presence, man. That's what it's about because quarterback is a leadership position. So, is he going to be able to lead in that locker room, man? That's probably was his biggest downfall with all the extracurricular activities that you're talking about.
yeah, man, the nigga was a rapper, bro. Like, come on, man. And
But
The rapper is what.
But let's say this: he still could be a rapper, but could be an amazing quarterback. Like the nigga was he was the most accurate quarterback in the NCAA. Let's say that he was also the most durable, and he was also the most sacked quarterback. With me, he has toughness. I'm saying that, but he also wanted to be a rapper and wanted to be a fucking fashion model. Can we?
I think
Can we?
people don't
He
know.
did rap and he did do fashion. Don't
People
be
don't know
coming for him.
Allen Iverson was a great rapper. Had a cold ass album out, but the NBA him put that motherfucker in the garbage can. Like, hold on, this ain't.
And that's what the NFL finna do should do shit. That's what they did yesterday. They like, man, nigga, you are a fucking quarterback, nigga. Stop rapping. And I bet you that he don't drop no other songs until at least 4 years down the road. I can guarantee you that shit.
Until he get ready to get up there. Yeah.
But you
Yeah,
see,
'cause
you see, you see what I'm saying, right?
They definitely did Allen Iverson like that. And that boy album was cold. I had the little bootleg copy the other day that they leaked. I had the leaked copy.
But you see what I'm saying, though, right, man?
Yeah.
The man doing too many things. He can't focus on the fucking NFL fucking playbook, man. You know how many plays in the fucking NFL playbook?
You must not know who Major Nine is.
Major Nine?
Yeah, Chad Thomas.
Nah, I don't.
Yeah, I see.
What did Chad Thomas do?
Type in Major Nine on Apple Music.
No. Tell me about Chad Thomas. Like, what did he do?
He's he's a former NFL player, and you can look up his rap name, Major Nine, and see he was in the league and rapping at the same time.
Yeah, but no. I'm talking. I'm talking. No. I'm
Nobody know
talking
who
like
Major
so.
Nine or Chad Thomas is. So
No, what
What
I'm
about
talking about?
Antonio Brown?
I don't know who Major Nine is.
we
I
know
don't
AD
know.
is not in the
What
league anymore.
What about
No.
Le'Veon Bell?
So you talk about AD like
What
he
about
started
Le'Veon? What about
he
Le'Veon Bell?
What
no
about
they start rapping after their professional careers are over. And secondly, as a quarterback, you gotta be doing film 8-9 hours a day off top. You don't have time to drop music. You know what I'm saying? And so when you picking a quarterback, especially out of college, you want somebody who's dedicated to understanding the offense.
I feel you,
Understanding
Kyle. I feel
understanding the
you.
offense means you got to understand every team's defense that you got to approach so that you can pick apart that offense.
I feel you. That's a
one
great
thing about it?
argument.
One thing
He
is
dropped
this
to the
now.
fifth round
Now the
because he was a
NFL,
rapper. I feel
those
you.
teams made a lot of assumptions that he would not be focused on his game. But I understand the leadership part of it. But because none of those things you named interfere with his play in Colorado.
Yes,
And
they
Look
did.
at all them knuckleheads we got in the
Yeah,
NFL.
yeah, but yes, they did though.
How?
That's the point. Okay, so you don't think
You
that
think he'd have won the Big 12 if he hadn't have been rapping and fast following this shit?
No.
no? He would have won the Big 12. I'm being honest,
if he
right?
had a
So
fucking line, he would have maybe did won the Big 12.
yeah,
Can
and
we say
that's
his
what I was.
line sucked
That's
and he
exactly
still
what I
made
was gonna
nothing
say.
out of something?
That's
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 why
exactly what
that's
I was
why
gonna
Mel
say.
Kiper had him his stock so high because
Yep.
the nigga had literally nothing. He had Travis Hunter and Jimmy Horn, and he made a whole lot out of nothing with them niggas.
Y'all gotta know that boy football IQ is through the fucking roof.
Nah, but
It's nice.
Exactly.
he literally had it in at Colorado the best receiving core in football. He had.
Who?
I'm about to tell you. He had.
Webster, Levant. Go
Yeah,
ahead. I can tell you Xavier Weaver.
He had Travis Hunter as the X. He had fucking LeJounte Webster as the Y. He had motherfucking the Z
Mario.
as Shepard, and they was switching
Yep.
Miller, and then on the X, the X, they would have Shepard, who was also a first, a
Yep.
pick that went to the fucking Jacksonville Jaguars.
Jaguars.
Like
Yep.
three of his starting receivers went to the league this year, and he got a nigga that was a freshman that fucking is gonna be a beast next
What?
year.
Who
Oh,
went to the league from his? Who went to the league from his O line?
I
That one guy, ain't it? The
nah,
one that
that
went to. Oh,
I
so
don't think
he
nobody
wasn't
went to.
online?
I don't think nobody went to the league from the offensive line.
Oh, was he on the
line,
defensive line?
I
yeah,
think it might have been a defensive line.
Oh, okay.
defensive line, they were straight, but O line, they ain't had nobody go
Yeah.
to the league. The offensive line was fucking terrible. That's
Yeah.
why they had.
But,
That's why they had to
That's
have
why he has. Then he had the most. He was sacked the most in
wait
the
a minute. Think
Yeah,
about what y'all just said.
he got sacked like 58 times last year, bro.
the
Like
most in the
But
league.
yeah.
but that's the trade off for that high QBR. But y'all spoke to some that where is he going to have that type of receiving core again in the pros?
He won't. He won't.
Okay, okay. I'm just saying we.
His QBR wasn't high though,
Yeah,
GA. It
his
was like
QBR wasn't
70.
high,
Nah, it really.
What you talking about,
It,
It
GQ?
was
it
70
was.
something, 78 or something.
but that's
That's
because of the
no.
line. If
That's
he go
straight
to a
though.
good team, he may be able to get a better line.
Yeah.
Give him more time on a drop back.
But
Yeah,
what
they
what?
were taking in consideration the fact that he had a terrible offensive line, and they was projecting him to be a better, like not even better, but they were giving him an accurate reading according to his fucking offensive
Okay.
line that was terrible.
But nobody's speaking to the point that the offense was geared for higher production in the air. I ain't hear nobody mention that. We
But
talked
GA,
about
that I got pushback. I'm pushing back
okay.
against that when I bring up the line. Yes, he has some good receivers, but you can't get your receivers the ball if you can't get the ball out. And he was
No, but he
able
was.
to do that under those
Yeah,
Did,
yeah.
circumstances,
did you
which
ever
is
watch
why
him play
of
and
course
saw
I
the
went to
route?
a game.
That was saying. So you saw the Dinkin Dunks then, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's why I think he should have been drafted so high because he actually played in the pro set. He played in a professional style offense. Like
Yeah.
yeah, we may not understand it, but like he called the plays on the line. Like receivers have fucking they have route trees, and he adjusted the route trees on the line. So he did an amazing job. Let's bring that. Let's understand that. You know what I'm saying? Like but that comes from having understanding and having a commitment and dedication to your all season work with your receivers, so you can all be on the same drill. And this
Which
is
is
the
my fault. My fault.
that is the reason why they brought Will Shepherd in to be on the team with Shadur Sanders. If y'all just look this shit up, like I always keep telling y'all, yeah, they brought in Will Shepherd, the big body receiver, 6'3" receiver that came from Vanderbilt that played at Colorado because he understands the route tree and what Shadur needs, and he already has smaller receivers that are possession receivers and deep threat receivers, but he has his check down. The check down is the most important receiver on any type of quarterback understanding because if all else fails, you got your check down receiver. This is
That's
why it's important for people to have these conversations to understand football.
well.
And
listen.
niggas
Well,
understand
listen.
Who
Let's
his
fucking
let's
coach?
let's
What's his
understand this.
offensive
Let
line
us
was
get
an NFL coach?
why you let us understand this. All right. Let's get to this. So your understanding first and foremost is that it definitely was not racism that got him to 144 instead of first top 10, right?
now I wouldn't say it was racism. I would say that his fucking relationship to his dad and his arrogance was perceived
So,
negatively
so
by
not so not racism.
Oh,
All
yeah
right.
I
because
agree with you, Kyle.
yeah
Okay.
because if it's racism then you gotta look at the fact that the first three picks off the board was black people.
Right. 80% of the draft was black. So yeah.
Yeah,
But
I don't give it.
okay,
I don't put racism in it.
I just asking the question now. And secondly, I want to address that Cleveland move, like you were saying. So Cleveland did play the rest of the NFL, jumped out there and grabbed him. Like fuck that, I'm getting him.
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
They definitely what they weren't supposed to grab him when they grabbed him.
Hey, well, shout out to Cleveland, then shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, Cleveland.
Skip is saying that they jumped because they thought that Dallas was gonna take. They switched with Dallas, didn't they?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and the OC from Cleveland was Deion Sanders' teammate
I was gonna see
in
that.
NFL. Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they were
he already knew
teammates.
he liked Deion, and he was like, "Man, we got one we missed on." They picked
It just
Gabriel.
sucks. They gotta go against
They
us
got two
Bengals.
quarterbacks because they picked another quarterback before him,
Yeah,
right?
Dylan
Yep.
Gabriel. Yeah,
Forty-two.
Dylan Gabriel, and
They
but
got
he's not.
Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, and him.
Mm.
Yeah,
Now,
but
what happens when we find out they
Dylan
were working
Gabriel,
him?
bro. Dylan Gabriel ain't gonna play because he 5'9.5", bro. He can't see on the fucking defensive line.
Have
Like
you
he's not.
seen that? Bro, they got clips of this nigga, bro. Bro, the clips is crazy of this
Now,
Yeah,
nigga,
but
bro. And he
he
got
now,
picked.
Kyle,
Dylan
I
Dylan
was
Gabriel. See,
What you
Kyle.
saying, Aaron? I don't get it.
that
What you saying? What
religion
you saying
shit,
They
about the
got
spirit
clips of
thing,
this
y'all
nigga
can have
throwing the
that, man.
ball that look crazy, GQ, bro. Like, there's no way he was supposed to get picked over Shador.
Okay.
Man, look,
Kyle,
the genetic shit and that black shit. I may know a little bit about that, but that football shit, I know about that. And Dylan Gabriel was,
I feel you, my nigga, on that.
yeah,
But look,
Kyle,
so Shadua,
Kyle.
so
Wait.
Shadua definitely going 1,000 parts, Dr. Mo. Shadua is going to be definitely back number 2 quarterback in Cleveland, from what I'm hearing y'all say right
yes.
Yeah.
So let me give you my perspective, just from a person who played football at college, right? So Flacco is he's number one right now, right? Flacco is he
now.
was
Old as
brought.
hell.
Flacco is the quarterback from the second position that could be the starter, but it's not projected to be the starter, right?
Right.
So you also have what's the nigga name? Kenny, the white boy they
Watson.
Kenny
brought from
Pickett.
Yeah,
Eagles.
garbage, straight garbage.
Yeah, so they brought him in as a backup potentially.
Yeah.
Now,
Watson.
Gabriel, he gonna get he gonna get, he may be the practice team starting quarterback. Great, right?
So
But
it's a good
but
chance Shadua could jump to number 1.
it's
Yes.
a huge chance. It's likely. I'll
That's
say that
what's
right
up.
there.
That's what I want to hear.
Hey, Kyle, when I found out that the offensive line coordinator on the Browns and Dion played on the same team, I almost in my little conspiracy, I'm like, oh, it's marketing. Oh, they about that money. How many? You know what I would like to find out? How
What's
many
that?
more people watch the draft all the way through than previous years?
Yeah, that's a fact because the number was definitely up.
Oh, to get more people watch the draft. Okay, Dr. Moore, I got you.
Because all I mean,
Marketing in the draft.
yeah, if you search through, I mean, that's just another aspect. Everything you
Yeah, no,
guys
I
say, of
get it.
course,
I
is
get it. That
true.
makes sense now. That
But
makes sense.
to because Dion like to make power moves on. I'm gonna tell you who made a really good analysis. Andre, I heard him on another channel. And Andre was talking about how when Dion was at Atlanta. And they made this marketing move. He probably could tell it better than I can, and how I mean, how much more money that they made. Because Dion always looking about the bag, how they can make more money, how they can
Mm-hmm.
leverage those opportunities. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, how his teammate is the offensive coordinator and they having a hard time picking him? Is this another type of move?
As he should, as Dion should, as far as
That's right.
leveraging,
Cause he
and
a
and
daddy.
and, and
He a,
I don't know though, y'all.
only thing I say about that is probably half the offensive coordinators or athletic directors that were former NFL players. Dion probably played with them at one point in time. So
But
he probably,
GQ and
I'm sure he's not the only one out there that Dion played with, because Dion played with every guy. Dog.
Yeah, but then let's think
GQ and
about it
Dr. Mo,
realistically.
you gotta
Let,
think
let,
they left a lot. He left a lot of money on the table if they bust that
They,
move.
I mean,
he'll get that
he
they
back.
gonna
didn't
make it up
know.
on the back end. They got to, shit. Money ain't the thing with them. Well, we saying Dion definitely about the bag, but they know how to get it up on the back end. You know what I'm saying? And then for him to come in that late and come in there and just imagine if he's successful and make it to the playoffs, in the first couple of years. Come on, man, that's gonna.
That
He
mean, but
he
he
go
that
back
mean he
when
go.
he go back to the table and them teams trying to talk to him, there's gonna be a ransom.
Yeah,
Yeah, but he got to go back to the table though. That's the thing.
But he
but
ain't gonna be hurting in the meantime. He ain't like he broke in the meantime.
the deals in so when you get signed to an NFL contract, your first deal is your chump off deal. That's a small change deal.
Yeah. Even
Your,
if you first
your
round pick, even if you're number one pick.
yes,
Yeah.
Facts. The
40
first
mil?
no the okay so 30 mil versus 30 mil versus okay so 30 mil up front versus $35 million when you dealing with endorsements and scholarship. I mean, not scholarship, but promotional contracts. And so Shador is gonna make way more than any. I'm saying this emphatically. He's gonna make way more than any Cleveland Brown quarterback on endorsement deals. Can we agree or there?
Hey, I would even go
Bro, you
farther,
know
say
how
he
much
gonna
money
make
Yes.
more
Deshaun?
than
You know how much money
he
Deshaun?
gonna make more than
Hey,
anybody in this
Hold on,
draft class.
real
look
quick,
at
y'all,
look
real
the
quick,
power
y'all. Do
move
y'all
Travis
know how
make.
much
Oh,
money Deshaun Watson got, bro, from the Cleveland Browns?
Yes, but Deshaun Watson did not get. Deshaun Watson did not get endorsement deals.
I hear you. My
The
point,
man
my listen.
Shador got his own shoe coming out of college. Deshaun Watson does not have that. Check
I
or
hear
not
you.
check.
My
you see
point
what
is
So
you see what
what I'm saying.
Travis got? Travis got
that's
his
not a
his
long
deal for
story
him
short.
and
My fault.
his little brother. I say,
Facts.
woohoo! They making
Long story
power
short,
moves.
that's not a smart
That's that
idea.
Dion tree,
That's
Dr.
not
Mike.
a smart idea to try to make my son go in the fifth round and lose out on all these M's for a couple years, just to hope that he does succeed and do his thing to go back and renegotiate. That's not a smart business move to me.
Yeah,
Would be
to you it's not, but check this out though. So
You don't
like
know the whole
so
story.
the first round draft picks they get longer contracts than the fifth, fourth, fifth, and sixth round draft picks. Can we all agree there?
Yep.
Yep.
Like I didn't want to. I want you to
Yes.
understand what I'm talking about.
Yep.
So like if you a fourth, fifth, sixth round draft pick or even seventh round draft pick, your contract is shorter, right? So they give you a shorter initial contract, but for Shador, he's gonna get way more endorsement money up front because he's already signed with Nike. He already got his deal with Nike, and he now has a story to tell about the little guy that's pushing himself to the front of the franchise.
There you go.
You
That's
know
what
what I'm
I'm
saying?
talking about. That's
And
what
so
more I
like,
was leaning on.
nah,
yeah,
y'all. He's not
But
gonna.
yeah,
He's not
what
gonna
are
make.
your
Hold on. He's
expectations?
not going. He's not going to make more
What are the
money.
expectations for him at 144? You know what I'm
He's
saying?
not going to make more
His
money than he would have made if he went to the first round. He would have had the
his
same. He would have had the same endorsements plus the money from being a first round draft pick. There's no argument you guys can make
Give you that. We'll give you that.
that
his,
No, we give
can
you
make
that, Aaron. I
sense.
ain't gonna. No, we can.
his
No,
no,
daddy his daddy
I'm
said he
not saying,
made more in
I'm
adults.
not saying that he would have made the exact same amount of money. I'm saying that if one was to be because he wasn't going to be a first round draft pick, but if you're going to be a second round, or third round draft pick, it's more advantageous to drop your draft picks to a third or fourth or fifth round draft pick and get a shorter contract, but
yeah,
then get more endorsement money on your contract.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
His
yeah,
daddy said that's what happened.
and come up for free agent earlier and be able to go to that table early.
Not
Yeah,
all the
that's what I'm
commentators are
saying.
saying that.
You would make more money as a first. You would get more endorsements as a first round draft pick than you would as a fifth round draft.
No,
Not if you
no,
should
because
do it. He got more.
he already got the
He got more than
endorsements.
every first. He got more
In
endorsement contract than
NIL,
every first round draft pick in this draft class.
NIL changed
Understandable.
everything, bro. We got
Understandable, but y'all, we
you
he would
got
have.
you got to rethink
He would have more.
your
He would
thought
have
process, fam.
no. You have to rethink yours. He would have more if he went in the first round. He would have
Yes,
more endorsements. They would be bigger. They would be way colossal. They would be way more colossal than they are now because he would have went in the first round.
yeah,
I
no,
don't
no,
know. I don't
I'm
know,
with you.
Aaron.
I'm
I
with
don't
you.
know, Aaron.
So,
That name carry a lot of weight, bro.
but do you understand that he was making $6 million a year a
In
year now
college.
in fucking in college, and the average NFL player
Listen,
only makes one.
brother. Every point you're going to make is still going to make more money if I'm drafted in the first round, brother. Respectfully, literally any point you could think of, I'm going to still make that money plus more because I was drafted in the first round rather than in the fifth.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no. I'm saying as opposed to a second and third round because the first round draft pick that got fucked up because of his attitude. Can we agree to that?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they say they're not going to draft this man in the first round. So it would be better to get drafted in the fifth round or
Yes.
fourth round than the
Then the
second
second or the
round
third.
or third round because now you got a shorter contract and now you can renegotiate faster and get to the
Yep.
money faster than you would a second round draft pick.
That's what they said. Because you locked in, right? You locked in the
Yeah.
3 to 5 years. Yep. That's what they said.
That makes sense to me.
I'm just talking dollars and cents. Because when you fucked up the
You
first,
talking strategy. You talking planning and strategizing, and it makes sense because Dion and them got a team, man. They think they. I'm sure they thought out all of those things too, man. So yeah,
His daddy said, get in, and I'll be there
yeah.
next year.
And the kicker that made it make sense because I understand like my homeboy Percy Coleman was he was a beast, right? But anyway, he actually dropped out of the NFL draft in order to be picked up as a free agent so that he can get more money. Like
Yep.
so being in the NFL draft is one thing if you
Yep.
just need to be picked up, but if you have a substantial dollar amount that you're looking for, it's more advantageous in some cases to drop out of the draft and then be picked up as a free agent and earn it, especially if you are a good player, to earn the money that you have instead of being given it being free agent. I mean being a draft pick.
first round or
Ryan Clark didn't get drafted.
There you go.
There's a couple of more people, and they were great.
Y'all
Don't
do
worry.
realize, hold on real quick. Y'all, whether he was drafted in the first round or the fifth round, he signed a 4-year deal. He would have signed a 4-year deal if he was drafted in the first round.
His daddy contract could be up by that time, and he'll be going to another team.
They
And
either
and and that
they
four
both
and that
4 year
four
they
year
both will be
deal
4-year contracts.
that no
His signing
the
bonus
4 year
listen, his
deal
signing bonus would be bigger, higher, and his actual contract would be higher.
the 4 year deal has buyouts and the buyout. So right now his deal is like I think it's $4 million over 4 years. Right? He could
It's
buy out that
4.6
deal,
million.
huh?
It's 4.6 million.
Okay, so 4.6 million over 4 years.
A million a
And
year, a little over a million a year, bruh.
he
Versus
but no listen to what I'm saying. He made 4.6 million last year as a NIL player.
I understand that point, bro.
And
But bro,
what I'm saying is if another team if he performs at a good level and another team wants him for like maybe let's say 78 million, he can buy out that 4
yeah.
million and join into another contract where he signed to another team, a better team, and he'll just cash out that 4 million, the $3 million he has remaining on this contract.
It makes sense.
no,
It's
no,
it's
no,
cheaper.
no, no, no,
It's a
no. It
cheaper
don't make
buyout,
sense.
Aaron.
GQ, do not go with this. It do
No,
not make sense.
it's a cheaper buyout, Aaron.
Yeah,
We
this is
we
about
gotta find the
buyouts, man.
we don't know the buyout. We do
No,
know
we do. If,
we
if we
don't know
know
the
if we know
buyout.
the contract, we know the buyout. The buyout is the contract, bro. The buyout is always the contract.
Yeah.
Okay, so he could buy himself out in the with the first if he was drafted in the first round, right?
Yes, but it would be a
But it
higher
costs a lot
buyout.
more money to buy him out, though.
If
Exactly, but his contract would be more money. That's the point,
if he
y'all.
if he was
I
if he
got you.
was a first round draft pick for $40 million versus a second round draft pick for $3 million a year, then if he get picked in the fifth round as a $1 million per year, $4 million total contract, he could buy that out easier. And another contract would it would make him more what's the word I'm looking for, more attractive to other teams because he has a very, very small buyout.
He'd be damn near like a free agent.
Yeah,
Y'all,
basically.
y'all, y'all, y'all. We doing math right here, right? We doing math. This this is simple. If I'm a first round draft pick and I get signed to $40 million for 4 years, the 40 divided by 4 is what?
That's 10 million a
10
year.
million a
All
year.
right, that's 10 million a year versus 1 million a year.
Yeah.
You saying my buyout is for what on the
No, we
$1
can
million
argue
dollar a
with
year?
argue with
No,
you about
wait,
that.
Let's walk through this. So the buyout on a 4 year, $40 million contract would be 10 million a year. So if he only plays 1 year, he owes 30 million on the contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then if he only now
Dev, 1,000 parts. Dev, Q Butter, Taz in the back.
yeah, so now if he is on a 4 year, $1.2 million contract, his buyout will only be
$1 million or $1.1 million a year, and his buyout will be easier, especially if he's getting offered a longer contract because this is his second contract. The
So,
second
brother,
contract in football is always your biggest contract.
exactly. So, boom, off the $1 million a year, how much money you think they gonna offer him after he buys himself out?
What
They gonna
what he worth?
the second contract is a lot bigger, bro. Like
So,
the first.
throw me out a number.
Okay, I don't know a number, but I'm gonna throw you a hypothetical number, right? Let's say
Mm-hmm.
if he comes in and shows his ass at Cleveland and looks like he's a starter, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he's a starter, they're gonna offer him probably a 4 5 year deal.
Yo,
Oh, I thought it was me.
I thought it was me too.
Uh-oh. The cyber police got Kyle.
we in here.
Nah,
But nah, y'all, just think
my
about it.
phone.
Okay, say that
Nah, I'm
he
here. I'm
mentioned a
here.
number
I'm
earlier.
here.
He said 78 million. If they offer him 78 million off the $1 million buyout, right? And off the 40 million, they offer him 240 million, but he got to pay 40 million. Which one is better?
But okay, so look, I
The
want to talk
200
about
million
no. I want to
profit
talk about
or
reality. I want to talk about reality.
78 the
In in
76 the 77 million.
in his reality, right? This is what I want to deal with. I don't want to deal with hypothetical situations. In his reality, he got a 4 year, $4.2 million or $4.6 million contract, right? That means that means his contract is $1.25 million per year, right? I just want somebody to agree with
Yes.
me or tell me my
Yes.
math wrong.
Yes.
Okay,
I
so he
went
getting
I
one
went
point
out.
two. He getting $1.2 million a year or whatever the change is. And what I'm saying is, if you are in that contract, you are an easy transfer or easy. It's easy for you to buy out your contract and go to another team for a larger deal because if the other team offered him 75 million or 100 million for 4 years, that's $25 million a year, and he only has to pay $3 million back out of his buyout contract versus paying a larger amount to stay at a fucking sorry ass team. This is how like LeBron, this is how Steph Curry, this is how all athletes negotiate their contracts based on their buyout. The buyout amount is more important than the contract amount if you want to be in the game for longevity.
Yeah, but the buyout is always gonna go up based off of the money. So
No, it's
if you
not.
go
Your buyout is based on your initial contract, bro.
based
You
off
can't.
of hold on, brother, listen to what I said. The buyout is based off of how much money how much money they're offering you, right or wrong.
No, okay. So the buyout is based off the initial contract.
What is it's a lot of stuff inside of a contract. So inside of the contract is based off of numbers, right? The
No, no.
buyout is
So
based off of a percentage of the numbers, right?
okay, let's deal with
Brother,
let's deal with.
it's oh no. I don't want to get us off task. This is simple, right? You was talking about a contract, right?
No, no. I want
Inside of the contract are details.
And you forgot to cut
You
the
gotta mute
sausage.
up, Dr.
Dr.
Mo.
Mo, you got
Oh,
mute up
I'm
a little bit.
sorry. Cut your
You're right.
sausages.
yeah.
Inside
No,
of the contract are the bylaws of what we're agreeing to, which has to do with what? Numbers, right? The amount
yes.
of money. So
So
my question is, the
no.
buyout is based off of the amount of money, right?
So yeah, so can we just agree to his contract amount, and so we can have this conversation because we're not having a conversation based on reality. You're able to change it based on how you want to perceive it to be. And I'm saying that in this particular contract, his contract is 4.6 million over 4 years, which equates to how much per year?
A million and some change.
Okay,
A
so a
million.
million. So I'm acquiescing to your point, right? So that means that
What
after
point are you
this,
hold on, real quick. What point are you
after this,
acquiescing to?
to the point that he gets 4.6 million a year. I'm
Why
like,
you acquiescing to that? And that's a fact. You said it yourself. We can look that up. That you
okay,
not
that's
acquiescing to
cool, but
me.
I'm saying that we're agreeing right there, right?
Okay,
That
okay.
so we are both agreeing that he gets 4.6 million over 4 years. That means that he gets 1 point something million dollars per year, right?
Yes.
We are right now we are in complete agreement, right?
Yes.
And so if that means that after the first year, he owes 3.6 something million back on his contract if he does not fulfill his agreement, right?
Say that one more time.
That means that after his first year, that he only owes $3.6 million if he doesn't fulfill his agreement, right?
It'll be a little bit over 3.6. I mean, a little bit under 3.6, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So 3.5, whatever amount we want to agree on. I'm not even gonna argue that amount of dollars with you. I'm saying that now he got 3.5 million or 3.6 million that he is owed to him or is owed back if he was to decide to buy out his contract, right?
Mm-hmm.
And typically, the second contract for NFL players is the biggest contract. Can we agree
Agreed.
to that?
Agreed.
I mean, let's say that after the second or third year, he gets offered a contract for $100 million to go play with Dallas, or $100 million to go play with Miami, right? Because these are players, teams that are going to need quarterbacks, not now, but in the future.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I want to take this deal and y'all can buy out my contract. They can buy out a simple $3 million contract or $3.3 million contract or $6 million contract easier than they could buy out a $20 million contract if he was a first round draft pick to the Browns, right?
I don't know what you mean by easier.
Nah, bro, you was right. You was right there with me, man.
I was
Fuck.
with you until you brought up the easier.
It's
I'm with what
cheaper.
makes
It's
more
cheaper,
sense.
Aaron.
Cheaper,
It's
man.
cheaper.
I don't agree that it's cheaper.
It is cheaper.
Bro, what the fuck, bro? This is
Can I explain
crazy.
to you why I don't agree? Think that it's cheaper, GQ?
Go ahead, Aaron.
No. First of all, I gotta say this. You are
Let
preposterous.
let him explain why he
This
don't think it's cheaper. I just want to hear that. We gotta
okay.
hear this.
Because we going off percentages. If the contract for 100 million, right, and you only paying what you just said, the
3.3 million.
the 3 million.
You
All
paying
right.
you paying that off.
All right. Now say they offer him 240 M's, and he
Whatever it
was the
is.
first, and
If
he
it's
was
500 million, it don't matter. They only got
no,
to pay.
no,
They
because
only
you
have
got
to pay.
GQ.
They
You
only
think
have. Listen, Aaron. They only have to pay 3.3 million to get him out of the contract that he's in. They got to get him out of that contract to sign him to the new big money contract. So if he was a first round pick and he had 30 million left on his contract, and Dallas or Miami, whoever wanted him, and they wanted to give him 100 million, they would have to pay. They would less likely do it because now they got to pay 30 million to get him out the contract that he's in. Do
that
you
makes
understand that?
that makes sense. That makes
That's
sense.
that's
That's
all
what
I
he was
was
saying.
saying, bro. I'm sorry. But we on the same page now, I believe, man. Wait, like that's all I was trying to say to you, bro. And he did a better job than I did explaining it.
But my thing is, if he was a first round draft pick, and
He
say he
would be
got the
making more money. I agree with you. We both agree. We all agree on that because 40 million is definitely more than 4.6 million.
you get what I'm
Yes,
saying?
man. That means you got a larger buyout.
but
Yeah, you
even if
got
he didn't want to do the buyout, he still got 40 million for them 4 years. So I feel you, Aaron. But
exactly.
but we
Plus
just
the
we
plus
just
the
we just,
new
we just
contract that's coming.
strategizing on some future how we really trying to say how it's not, it could be detrimental, but how it could be beneficial to him on the second year, third year coming up off the contract that he's on. It could be more beneficial that he did go fifth round versus second or third and having a higher contract. Now he got more maneuvering room. If he want to leave, he want to go somewhere, and they offering him some big money. That team, he'll be more attractive to that team because they won't have to pay as much to buy him out the contract that he's in.
So
Exactly.
best case scenario for Shador is he come in, start, and take them to the playoffs. Don't win nothing, but take them to the playoffs. That boost up his
Oh yeah,
his stock to the point,
Exactly.
or say take him
Exactly.
to the playoffs 2 years in a row. Now that third year coming, now he negotiating to get out of that contract.
yeah.
I
Motherfucker,
okay.
hold on, come with some real. He take him to the playoff
But
2
see,
years in a row.
that's what come with both sides is a double-edged sword because that's come with a lot of risk. You
Yeah,
have to perform. On the
yeah.
opposite end, you feel me? Even if you
You getting the
ain't
bag through the gate.
you
In
get what
my
I'm saying?
yeah,
And if you if you perform like I said, if you do that, you say you come out the first round and you take the Browns to the playoffs 2 years in a row. Now your contract looking even crazier plus the 40 M's you got. That's my point. It's more money coming out of the first round, no matter what point you come at it.
The only monetary difference in being a first round draft pick and a second or third round draft pick is your signing bonus. Like let's just be honest about that. Let's just throw it out there. So when you a first round draft pick or a second round draft pick, you get a larger signing bonus, which is additional money outside of your contract that's guaranteed to you throughout your contract. Now your contract also negotiates how many games you gonna play. If you hurt, you don't get a certain amount of money, stuff like that. If you make penalties and stuff like that, these are all things that are taken into consideration with NFL contracts. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're on the same
I
page.
agree with Aaron, and you're right, Aaron. It is a double-edged sword, and also a gamble that they took. You know, it's a gamble that they taken that he's gonna get it in a good starting position, and he's gonna be able to be successful, and then everybody gonna come running with the bag, including Cleveland, because if he take them to the playoffs 2 years in a row, that's gonna be all incentive for them to say, man, we're gonna throw this old contract in the garbage. We're gonna give you the 100 million if you stay here with us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Most niggas don't negotiate their contract after their contract expires. They negotiate their contract prior to its expiration. You
For
know
sure.
what I'm saying? And so, like, for Shadur's sake, you know what I'm saying hypothetically, I don't know this man pockets. I don't know what kind of deal he already got working in the background. I'm just thinking from a person, from a business aspect.
Yeah.
If he gets out and shows his ass in training camp, he's gonna start renegotiating his contract in late summer or late spring this year.
Say for the year, even up.
Before the year, yeah, exactly. Before the year, he gonna start renegotiating his contract, right?
Yeah, because he got enough money by himself out that contract.
Yeah, because his last year fucking playing in fucking college, he can buy his contract out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like we got
So he can go back to the table with Cleveland real quick. Like, hold on, look, man, y'all see what I'm doing. You know, if they start him and he go to winning the few games and beating some rivals that they ain't been able to beat in 6 years and 5 years, and he go to clowning like that. Yeah, y'all need to give me some more money, man. I could buy this little $4 million contract myself. I'll be a free agent.
exactly. And that's exactly how this shit works, man. You buy yourself out of your contract. Same thing with rap game. You buy yourself out of the contract, and now you a free agent or you independent, and you
Yeah,
back on the scenes, and you can promote yourself. You just so happen to be working for a team called the Cleveland Browns while you
yeah,
renegotiating your contract.
yeah. Makes sense, man. Everything looking up for the young brother. That's bottom line. We glad about that, man. I'm still tripping on Cleveland jumped ahead of everybody else while they tried to blackball them, play them, and Cleveland was like, "All right, suckers, we got them." You know how
Yeah,
much you know how many sold out games Cleveland about to have now. How many, like Dr. Boss, how many jerseys they about to sell, man? They
man. You
just
know
hit,
they already selling his jersey. You know that, right?
yeah, already they hit a lick.
Yeah, they already the top selling jersey in the NFL right now as a Shador
Yeah,
selling jersey.
Cleveland hit a lick, man. and it's valuable because nobody really expected him to be there long. So everybody gonna want that Cleveland, that rookie jersey. You know what I'm saying? Because
Exactly.
he gonna end up in a way bigger market somewhere. He fuck around, end up in, well, I ain't gonna say Chicago, but he end up in New York, Miami, or Cowboys, Washington, some damn where. So you want to get that jersey while you can, shit.
Yeah, and the second selling jersey is
And
Travis
more
Hunter.
to your point, Khalil, because you want to get that jersey while you can, because he mess around, don't be there a whole year, because he can buy himself out that damn little bitty ass contract. So yeah, you gotta hurry up and get that damn jersey. Cleveland hit a lick, man. That's what I see. They came up
Who
there.
want a jersey? Who want a jersey? I
Me.
got one. I got it. I got you. I got you, damn it. Two coming at you.
Yeah, and look, man, if he don't want to buy the jerseys and buy himself out, his daddy can buy himself out for $3 million. Man, his daddy just signed a $48 million deal with the fucking Colorado Buffaloes, man.
54. 54.
Oh my bad, $54 million deal. You
For
know what
4
I'm
years.
saying? Yeah, man, these folks, yeah,
Look
we
up
talk.
how much look up how much Colorado has made since Dion has been there.
You better
I
know
think,
it.
It's light work.
yeah.
Yeah. It's a standing room only in Colorado since Dion been in that month.
Rate of return, baby. ROI.
Yep. My bad. Y'all talking about football. That's why I came up here, man.
No, it's all good, man. You put it in a perspective for us.
I like the fact that y'all had that conversation and y'all didn't have to say races or all the other little nuances. Y'all kept it on football. Good job.
Mhm.
Hey,
Good
it
job.
was
Nah, they
very
weren't talking about
difficult,
no
Dr.
football.
Williams. I almost went to the goddamn
Come
the
on,
race
Dev.
school,
Bring it,
man.
They,
Dev. I've
they
been
weren't they
waiting for
weren't talking
you.
about no football. They was talking about how he got fucked over.
We were talking about money.
Oh, we talking about them dollars though. We talking about the dollars though. Wait, oh
Man,
Taz, you want a jersey
Diddy,
too? He gonna be in
Diddy,
Cleveland. You want a jersey, Taz? I will wait for you.
Diddy was up here reading why athletes were disconnected from their hometown communities. That's what I got out of that.
And I
Maybe,
agree. I agree. I agree.
maybe,
Part of your big
maybe,
contract is that you cannot do nothing for your damn people, because as soon as you start doing it, now they want to blackball you and look at you side eye and shit.
but I'm saying though, but I'm saying though,
Allen only
from,
took a knee. He did nothing but take a knee. He didn't build a center or after school pro. All he did was took a knee.
and he still took the money from what you call Nike
Nike.
after that. And what I'm saying though, when we get a promotion at the job or when we get a bonus, I mean the community. Yeah, I mean we looking at the community like, hey, I'm finna do for me. I don't see how the onus is on celebrities or entertainers to automatically direct funds based on whatever, whether they need it or not. But I'm saying it's not across the board. It's only selective. And in this case, I think Shadur is under a lot of pressure, and it's gonna remain. Like, this ain't no short-term remaining, cause you're gonna be under the microscope, throughout.
From what I
Yeah.
got from what Diddy was talking about, it ain't had to do with money. It was literally the message, the sentiment of the athlete in today's time is totally different. And he gave reference to Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali wasn't known for giving money to the community. So I don't think it had nothing to do with funds. I think it had to do with the sentiment of today's athlete versus yesterday's athlete.
Yeah, we were still fighting for civil rights when Muhammad Ali was coming up. So at the peak of it.
I mean, that's all I be hearing people talk about is civil rights. What is DEI if not a civil right?
I mean, he went to jail for not signing up in the military draft. Like he literally went to jail. Like, we gonna lock you up and take your goddamn belt.
Yeah, that's you making the point though. Like, where's those type of athletes today? Excuse me.
I'm saying it's not the same time today.
No, it's not the same time, but it's, we still have plights today, and we just don't see those same sentiments from those same individuals from athletes as we did before.
Well, that's what I was trying to get. I was trying to see if he was gonna keep reading, or was there some other point that he was gonna get in terms of what is. I mean, what's the expectation? What you want the athletes to do? I mean, y'all showed how y'all reacted about them standing up for Black Lives Matter. Y'all had y'all reaction. Y'all didn't really give a fuck about them standing up for Black Lives Matter.
Boycotted for 30 minutes.
I
You
mean,
called it yesterday though, Dev, when you said that what you expect the whole NFL system is buck breaking. That's what it's all about. Any goddamn.
Yeah, ain't nobody. I don't see nobody boycott in terms of buying merchandise, subscribing to subscriptions. We're already not going to the fucking game. So, I mean, what you gonna say? No.
Who is we? You use we a lot with a lot of your stances. Like,
Yeah.
a lot of niggas go to basketball games. A lot of niggas do a lot of stuff that you say we don't do.
No, I know NFL games cost a lot of money, and it takes.
And a lot of niggas be there tailgating and then going to the game.
Right. No, they
These
tailgating. They not going through the gate though.
Nah,
And
they
they
going through
definitely
the
ain't
gate
holding
too.
season tickets to the motherfucker. Very
They ain't
few.
holding season tickets, but they going to the games. I don't know if y'all go to games or not, but when I go to games, I see a hell of a lot of niggas, just like me.
Nah, it's just like the NBA and baseball, yo.
Yeah, I see a lot
I
of
say
niggas at the
75,
NBA.
25.
Field, I see 80.
Seven white folks for every 3 black folks.
Hell yeah, 85% white.
Straight like that. Tell me I'm lying, Aaron.
Yeah, you probably lie. Or you just don't know. I ain't gonna say you lie. You just don't know. When the last time you been to an NFL game yourself?
2005.
Okay, yeah. So I don't even think your stance is even really
I'm buying
valid
you a
because you
ticket,
don't go.
Dennis. You coming with me, Dev? We gonna meet up in Cleveland, all y'all.
Oh shit! It better be before October 1st.
It ain't gonna be
If it's
before
snowing,
nothing. You
uh,
coming?
21 degrees, 45-mile-an-hour winds. Yo.
That's
No,
the
what a
best
nigga better
part.
do is hurry up and get them tickets because them motherfuckers gonna be sky high in a minute. Shit.
Oh, we probably should have got them. Probably should have got them when they made the announcement. We behind the power
Should
curve.
have got them last year
They
because
probably ain't released
Cleveland Brown
the
tickets last year for about $30.
Oh, season ticket holders probably selling them now.
Yeah,
Now
because they ain't released the schedule
that's
yet.
gonna cost
Yeah,
about that $30 ticket gonna be about $300 now. Shit.
yeah. When the schedule come out in May, right? That first
I
seemed
don't
like
know.
I remember either the first couple weekends in May.
Is it May?
I want to see them ratings. That's what I'm waiting for because they know they're gonna get them dollars. I would be. I know. I need to be talking about this on my channel so I can make some money too. Shoot.
Yep. Cleveland hit a
I
lick.
think the Cleveland Browns curse, yo.
And you see that one person, he had a whole little costume with all the quarterback names on it. They said they had what 50 quarterback starters.
Man,
I
That's
don't know if it was that much,
crazy.
but it was a lot. Yeah.
there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of
Yeah,
names.
them and the Bears curse shit.
Hey, y'all got Caleb Williams, bro. What's going on?
I mean, damn. At least we've been to the Super Bowl in the 21st century. I mean, shit.
Hey, watch yourself.
I
Watch
don't,
yourself.
I don't think the Browns even really care about
1985.
winning.
It's 40 years now.
I don't think the Browns really care about winning, man. They make so much money, bro, between them and the Bengals.
I said that in the 90s.
Yeah, I don't think they really care about winning. They make a lot of money.
I feel like that about the Bears too. They make buku money. They stay sold out, winning or losing.
Yeah, the loyal down in the deep dirt monsters of the Midway fans. They're gonna always focus on defense first.
But it's one family that own 2 NFL teams.
McCaskey?
Nah, the
Oh,
Browns.
oh,
They
Paul
own
Brown.
they own
They
the
own
Bengals
the
too.
they own the Bengals too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
It's just the Bengals, the lightweight took off the past, couple years, bigger getting a lot of revenue. Shit. They you see the Browns ain't getting no better.
Yeah, you can see the field from the highway coming across the bridge on 75.
Oh, we getting better. We come to bring change, baby.
Oh, y'all finally decided to let me on this bitch.
Yes, you want a
Finally.
jersey? Because I got one
Nigga,
for
you
you
been up
too.
here. What the hell
Yeah,
you
you've
talking
been up
about?
here for a minute.
Do you
Oh,
want a jersey?
what kind of jersey you got? CD?
Shador. Legendary. Number 2. Which one you want?
Nah, ain't nothing legendary about that, fam. Niggas still got
Oh,
a show.
I got. Now I got to give you one too. God darn.
Oh, you didn't get the memo past no hating tonight.
No, I ain't hating. Because I was kind of listening to what y'all was saying. I ain't really down on Shador. I just don't know when he gonna get his opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Just being honest. Like, when does his opportunity come? I don't think he gets one this year.
Yeah, because they spend a lot of money on those boys. Shit, they're not going to tell those boy to sit down.
I mean, they got Deshaun. They still paying. I mean, Flacco probably gonna register as a starter or a backup. But even they draft what's the name too from Oregon. So you know what I'm saying? They draft Shador 5th. So I mean, he would have to win out the backup spot. Which I mean, I guess we'll see him in preseason. But
what's the trend for one team with 4 quarterbacks on it? What's the pattern?
Drop one and keep one on the practice squad and play 2 on Sundays. But see, I think that. But see, here's something to look at though with Cleveland though, fam. I don't know how they feeling about Deshaun. Deshaun ain't looked too good, and he got a crazy contract. I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to off him and just fuck with them 2 rookies they got, bro. I wouldn't be surprised. They got so much money tied into Deshaun, they could fuck around, change their whole roster, just getting rid of him.
I thought he couldn't play this year, Taz.
You can't play this year. I ain't heard that.
I thought I must have misunderstood what I read. I thought he couldn't play this year. Over them allegations, them allegations and shit.
I thought he was suspended. He was suspended last year though.
My time at
Now he was suspended for the first 11 games last year. Now he might be injured still, but I don't know about him being in no more trouble.
Yeah. No, I heard it was another white girl that came out late over the summer.
Oh, last year, yeah, it was. But he was already out though, wasn't he? When he hurt?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think it materialized into nothing though. But I do remember that it came out last year, like at the end of last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be the question for them is do they stay with that Deshaun Watson experiment or try to get him gone? Because he making some M's. I forget what he's making, but he got a crazy contract to not be playing.
Man.
He got an $81 million cap in 2026.
How much guaranteed?
I don't know how much was because the initial contract was $240 million. I don't know how much was guaranteed.
Shit, I think it was still 9 figures. Or at least before that before he got hurt.
46 million a year.
Yeah, that's a short list of players, period, let alone quarterbacks.
That's a lot of money. God damn.
That's Hall of Fame jacket money.
$46 million a year, man. That's why the white girls coming out the woodwork on his.
You ain't even on the field though, bro. That is ridiculous, bro. 46 M's, you ain't even on the field. That's what hurt the contracting for other players though, bro. It's like, god damn, bro. Getting in trouble and shit. Can't stay out of shit. That was any other position, he wouldn't have saw no money. He was quarterback, so you know them quarterbacks get paid, but he was able to get out of that shit. Because I was surprised he was able to come back for real. They was on his head for real, Paul. They was
I
on
know,
Deshaun.
right? They was finna run him into the ground.
How did he get 240 M's though? Was he worth that?
Potential? Hell yeah.
Motherfucker got an 8.
You remember that last season at the Texans, bro? Remember he taking the team to the playoff team back? Like he was him.
Yeah.
He was
but
46 million a year, brother.
40. What it was 45 million signing bonus or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, remember I was telling y'all that Madon was the worst debater in the league, and that a nigga could. No, for real
I
talk.
hopped on over there, man, and hop right off. No,
this nigga lost the debate to a nigga who didn't even share the screen once. He didn't even know how to use the goddamn fucking screen share.
And still
lost. Bro, Madon is terrible, bro. Like fuck, bro. This shit was pathetic.
And we could tell just by his panel presence. Shit.
Did he share the screen?
Shit the nigga be saying, god damn.
Did Madon share the screen?
Yes, Madon was sharing screen. Madon had his information up.
And was his mic clear? He could talk today?
It was clear. It was clear for the beginning part. Toward the end, it started getting Chopper City.
That rural Alabama connection killing Madon too. But yeah, man, the man make the worst fucking arguments I ever heard in my fucking life, man. Niggas say stupid ass shit. I was happy to have the opportunity to drop Madon yesterday. I had the controls, and I kept telling him to shut up when you and Mike was talking, and that nigga kept talking. I dropped that nigga. I said, you know what? Since they gave me the control, usually I wouldn't do this, but it's Madon. I dropped it there right on off the pedal. Get the hell out of here.
It ain't nothing he ain't used to.
I say, this how Dale be feeling, goddamn. Let's get this nigga fucked up back.
Hey, Madon must have went through what he go through on this panel by all his life, bro. Because his temper do not change, bro.
Oh man, the nigga has alligator skin, brother. He do not
that
get
shit
upset.
bounce right off.
He don't get rattled. It don't matter what you say, how you cuss him out. He don't get rattled. His voice don't. He's still talking the same. He's still making the same bullshit rhymes and riddles.
Yeah, the only time he is serious, he talking about that Bible. You can't even talk about that Bible, nigga. He gets serious.
But he don't know it though, Taz. That's he could. If you said, man, Proverbs 12:7, he couldn't. That brother do not know the Bible, man. He don't know the damn Bible, bro. He couldn't tell you shit, bro. He just be saying. The nigga said Jesus went to heaven on a spaceship yesterday.
Who was saying? That was somebody else that was saying that Jesus was naked going into heaven.
Yeah, that was somebody else saying that, but Don kept trying to say, they said he left on a cloud, on a bright cloud. You know what that bright cloud was? You know what that bright cloud, he kept trying to get ass. Dude like, nah, it was a cloud. No, but Don like, no, it was a spaceship, man. I said, this motherfucker right here.
Motherfucker watching too many cartoons.
Nigga's just crazy, man. He don't know what he subscribed to. He a Muslim, Hebrew, Christian. Well, he worse than Black Jesus Minister, man. That nigga just
Comedic.
yeah, and his name Kimmy.
Hey, I hate Black Jesus Minister, man.
Yeah, I don't like that dude either,
I
man.
hate him.
Black Jesus Minister is cat.
Man, that nigga was everything like Madonna, bro. Black Jesus Minister say he was a Muslim, a Hebrew, Christian. He every goddamn
But he annoying though with it though. Like
Buddhist.
he outrageous.
Madonna's outrageous shit. Nigga said Jesus went to heaven on a spaceship. What's fucking more outrageous?
Yeah, that's some outrageous shit.
I'm on the phone, Joe. I can't put the thumbnail up, but y'all can pop over there if y'all want to check it out, yo.
It ain't started yet.
Oh, okay.
What else? Psycho?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That's Domo and old boy, right?
Yeah.
On
Yeah,
Rio.
I did say I want to watch that.
Yeah, this is a championship caliber debate right here. It's two top dogs.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta check that out. I gotta make a run. Let me go make my little run so I can come back and check him out.
This championship caliber debate here. This nigga Damo drew a first round fucking nightmare.
I was gonna ask you, what's your opinion on the debate topic?
So this Damo's second crack at this topic. You know what I'm saying? He lost the first time he debated in Yame on the same topic. So I mean, I think I actually agree with Damo's position. I just don't know if you can actually win a debate with that position. Like nigga is more beneficial than it is detrimental. I don't think I would take that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's the thing. Like I think he could win it, but it's an uphill climb. And he is.
You see how I was with them goddamn Dominicans, so you know my position. Like, we gave the world some shit that if we gonna be comfortable with it, we gotta be comfortable with it. But if we not,
Hold on, so Domo, my fault, Will. You was still talking? Oh.
No, go ahead.
So Domo on the position that nigga can be more beneficial.
Yeah.
Okay.
Has been. You know what I'm saying?
Has been. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're debating has been like what already has happened versus
He going all the way back from Jim Crow through civil rights and all that.
Them niggas finna start pulling out all type of shit, bro.
Yeah.
The epistemology of the word since 1772 type shit.
God.
Yeah.
This is them niggas. Like
that's the part that'll piss me off.
Like real Damo be like you in front of the goddamn world, nigga. So yeah.
I mean, if he lay out point by point in terms of not being adverse, I don't know if we can translate or who's gonna be able to translate. Well, if it didn't hurt you, it's a benefit. I don't know if that's universal.
What'd you say, Taz? This some United Nations type shit, huh?
Yeah, because it's one of them. Like I definitely agree with Damo's position, but can you win that? Can you convince judges that saying nigga is cool, despite saying whatever argumentation there will be against it? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you can really do that, bro. Like, be honest.
Definitely an uphill climb.
To make it a benefit, just saying nigga a benefit, ooh. I don't know, bro.
That's where it gets nasty. Yeah.
Our universal camaraderie with the word, most of us anyway. But that's about it. I just don't see it as the unifier or something that's beneficial. So I'm interested to see what he come with.
So we ain't got no more arguments about the entertainment and recreation and professional athletes being racist that don't represent white supremacy. Our athletes or entertainers being oppressed.
Niggas ain't.
See,
They tools for sure. They definitely tools.
Yeah, them
It's
niggas
like,
damn sure ain't oppressed though. That's
I don't like what happens with it though. Is like, okay, so like Serena Williams, for example, you know what I'm saying, and whatnot. So if you know what I'm saying, they was quote unquote oppressing you in ways and kind of fucking with you and not, you know, here and there, whatever you wearing, this and that. I do think there's a way where we kind of let them moments go though. I don't think we care about those moments when they're there. You know what I'm saying? I think the Kaepernick moment was about the only one I saw the public respond to. But like when that was happening with Serena or think of another one. Even the WNBA shit and the contracts and shit like that with them. I don't think the public responds to that like that. I don't think we can do that.
No, the public was not supporting WNBA at the height of Michael Jordan dynasty era.
No.
Oh yeah, that's because the game sucked. It wasn't good.
Really?
No,
Yeah,
Comparing?
so what you was doing? You was comparing women athletics to dudes
I like
like
them
they do
Houston.
track and field. Is that what they do in track and field?
Wait a minute. Am
We
I the
ain't we
only
not talking
one?
about track and field. I'm just talking about the WNBA back then.
So
Now
I'm
the
saying the
talent is
definition of
fire.
good. Yeah. We pretty much can be in alignment when we say, "Oh, that was a good game" or "That was a good
The
shot."
NBA devs sucked in the 70s. It was the same thing to
Nah,
me.
let's keep it on the 90s, man. Keep it on the 90s. Keep it on the
I'm
90s.
just saying, it ain't just about women shit. The NBA sucked in the 70s to me.
Keep
That's
it
But see,
on
just
I
the
to
think
me
90s.
though.
thousands it
Keep it.
kind of started to fall off. But the 90s, like and I would say even the late 2000s, them Houston Comets teams, the Cheryl Swoops and old girl, like they was actually good. You know what I'm saying? Like it
But you
wasn't just
only had a select few. It wasn't a dog on every team.
no.
Now you got dogs. Like you got motherfuckers who hooping like they niggas.
I mean, even
Yeah.
back then though, you had the Rebecca Lobos, you had the Dawn Staleys, you had big
Lisa
names.
Leslie was still around. It
Wait a
was like
minute.
Yeah, I ain't gonna say that
I
they
give
have
credit to
more
that's what I'm saying.
names now than
I ain't
before.
taking away from the greats. I'm talking about everybody else.
Okay,
The game itself.
but they here now. So
Yeah, they dogs now. I rock with the WNBA now, and
that's what I'm
especially
saying.
college. More
I
so
wouldn't say
college.
they're here now though, fam. I think that's a reach though.
What'd you say,
Well,
Taz?
they
I
on
mean,
their way.
yeah.
Well, here's my thought, Ted. When you look at the sport, are they more? To me, they represent the sport more. Even though they got their little dynamic going on, but they more true to that. I'm the shit. Than I like them more than the NBA. I mean, yeah,
Huh?
The
especially in
swag definitely
college.
got better in the WNBA, in my opinion. The swag got better.
It got
I'm
Yes,
better.
talking about the game, not I'm not talking about
That's part of
nothing
it.
that
This is
ain't got
entertainment.
nothing to do with
I
the
want to see somebody
basketball.
talking shit.
that's what
I
I'm.
want to see that. I want to see the whole nine. I want the full experience. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
they
mean
I think
balling
it
too.
got
They
more
balling
visible
too.
now.
Like, don't get it
It's
twisted.
I think
the
it got more
NBA.
visible now.
Nah,
You know what I
bro.
mean?
Like
Like
so, I'll say it like this: the college women's game right now is still better than WNBA though.
Yes.
That's true. Very true. Very true. In my opinion, I agree with you. I'm more
Like
excited
it's
about
got a little bit to
their
go.
bracket, yeah, than the men's. But I'm down on the NBA for about the last decade or so.
Damn, that long?
Well,
Yeah,
long as you got black women in the WNBA,
Yeah,
it's gonna keep
it's
going
been
Damn,
strong.
he
about a
just
decade.
popped
I
up
think that after that
like a
Golden State,
ghost.
after that
Hmm?
Golden State yeah, when they broke the record,
The
that's when it
70
started going
game?
down to me.
Goofy the Ghost.
Yeah. They should have won the championship after they won 70 games.
Nah,
Yeah,
they lost that year.
they lost
No,
it.
I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm asking them, should they have won it?
Hell yeah, they should have won it.
Nah, they shouldn't. I mean, how you gonna beat him, fam? You can't beat LeBron when he mad.
Oh man, here we go. Here you
that's what I'm
go. This
saying.
nigga LeBron,
Yeah,
the
a lot of people take it
LeBron
away.
guy.
That's that.
It works out because remember that first finals where they played, where Golden State played the Cavaliers. The Cavaliers were supposed to win that, but then Kyrie got hurt. I think
Yeah,
Love got hurt.
It was
Because
stupid.
if Kyrie would have played, they would have beat them. Cleveland would have beat them that year.
Man,
They
bro,
won
this
their
this
first
nice.
championship.
Nice
If they had Kyrie
speculation.
healthy, they would have beat
It
that Golden State Warriors team.
was up 2-1. Hell yeah.
It sound good, man. Shoulda, coulda, wouldas, man.
But
In
I'm
the
just saying, shoulda,
past.
coulda, woulda happened also in the on that 73 and 9 team. Is
Hey,
what I'm saying.
let the Warriors win this year. Steph better than LeBron's ass.
Oh man,
Steph is better than LeBron. I don't
Ooh.
think so, bro.
The Warriors ain't getting
Let
out
him
the
win.
first round.
If he win it this year, he better than LeBron.
You tripping?
no, he had to go
The
do it
Warriors ain't getting
somewhere
out the
else.
first round,
If
bro.
if he were to win it this year on his back, I would agree with you. If he,
Nah, there's no way. There's no way that you
Bro,
can argue
5
that Steph
chips,
Curry's
bro.
better than LeBron
5
James.
chips
here's why I
in
would agree.
LeBron's era.
They played in the
But
same
Five would
era.
be crazy.
He will never be as dominant as LeBron, but this motherfucker is the all time in terms of threes, in terms of
but,
shooting.
but
There's
He
no
ain't
way.
better than
y'all
Kawhi. He ain't better than Kawhi Leonard.
wait a
He's
minute.
the all time, nigga.
Nigga, Kawhi
And
Leonard is the
not
Michael
a
Jordan, bro.
basketball better than Steph, bro.
The
You know
Clippers
what I'm
gonna
saying?
win it all, man. The Clippers winning it all. You heard it right here.
But
They'll
Can
be
you say
looking
that last year?
fuck.
The who?
No, I said a year before last.
but LeBron done did it in 3 different places. We not gonna get no credence to that.
Nah.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
nah.
Yeah, I
That's a
mean,
We ain't
stretch.
gonna get no credence to that.
yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna leave it up.
I don't know why we don't. Why wouldn't we give credence to that? What are y'all talking about?
Nah,
I'm,
Taz,
I'm,
I say that's excluded because every place he went, he had the top dogs. AD,
Mike?
come on
Yeah, but you
now.
still gotta win though. You still
You
gotta
right.
win.
You still got to win. I can give him credence for that, but it ain't that high of credence.
I'm gonna say that
You
I
saying
seen
Mike
way
had
too many
top
super
dogs?
teams.
No,
Yeah,
I'm talking
Mike.
about LeBron.
Look, yeah, Mike.
Oh,
We got the
Not
LeBron.
whole
Mike.
team. What the fuck? I mean, we be acting like Mike didn't have Scott, a whole entire Hall of Famer. Like, come
He
on, man.
had Scotty, but once you drop that name, that's it.
Nah, Steve Kerr out there, Ron Harper, Dennis Rodman's a Hall of
They
Famer.
were
Like,
not even
Yeah, Dennis
all
Rodman,
stars,
bro. What
let
do you mean,
alone
Dennis
greats.
Rodman?
They were not. Well, Dennis Rodman, yeah,
Bro, Dennis Rodman is the reason they won.
yeah.
10 rebounds plus a game, damn near.
Nigga,
Come
they
on, bro.
won 3 chips before Rodman got there.
Mike is the reason they
Nah,
won.
but that year though, Rodman was the heart of that team.
The
Yeah, but
heart, bro. Even
he
Jordan
said
said it.
only reason they won and they got 3 chips before him.
But Rodman, he was, bro, without Rodman, they wouldn't winning them chips without Rodman, bro. I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
they won the 3 before, but if they didn't have Rodman, I don't think they would have won that many.
hey, cause them Pistons was beasts,
Tony,
man. The
who
bad
coaching
bands
the
of
Hall of Fame?
basketball. Yeah.
Tony, who coaching the Hall of Fame too now?
who?
Come on, bro. Y'all got to be careful, fam. Talking that great. Tony Kukoc.
Yeah, BJ Armstrong, he played his part, but no, but he left. He didn't get part of them other chips. I forgot.
Tony Kukoc is now in the Hall of Fame. I didn't know that. Yeah, Lou, it's over, fam.
Yeah, that's
They got a
white
whole Hall
privilege.
of Fame
Yeah,
squad, bro.
we brought that up the last time we was talking about
Whole fucking
jackets.
Hall of Famers on
Yeah.
the roster. Are you
Kukoc
kidding
was
me?
nice, bro.
At
Kukoc was
large
nice, bro.
jackets.
He the last one, man. That's white privilege, man. Like Danny
Nah,
Ainge and
Kukoc was nice, bro. You got to give it up. He was nice.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah, nah. Tony was the
Okay.
truth. He was the truth.
Whatever.
And
He was
shit,
nice,
when
bro.
Steve Kerr
He
on the
was.
Hall of Fame, that's gonna be the 5th on the Bulls team that's in the Hall. That's
Well, them,
crazy, bro.
the team was nice. It was a team. That's when it was a team sport.
What you
Nah,
trying to say,
hell
man?
no.
The team sport
Michael
on
Jordan averaged 37 a game in the finals, bro. Cut it
Yeah.
out.
Well, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
LeBron can't do that. LeBron can't do that.
Oh, wait, Steve Kerr is already in the Hall of Fame. So these motherfuckers got 5 Hall of Famers on that Bulls team, bro. And there's still
Full
a question.
roster. Yeah.
Yeah, but with a nigga like Steve Kerr, it wasn't off his game. It was coaching and everything involved. You
Yeah,
know what I
but I mean,
mean?
he is the highest percentage for all time 3-pointers, though.
Yeah, he was killing it when he went to Portland for a little bit. Steve Kerr, when he was over there with Pippen. Damn, is it me? It got quiet as hell. What the hell?
Yeah, you killed the vibe, Madonna.
Oh, blame Madonna, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, look, bro, I can't be your scapegoat your whole life.
I know,
When you gonna
man.
get your ass whipped in these debates, Madon? What night is that?
Hey, man, I just lost the debate tonight, man. You
Oh,
know
you
what I
got your
mean?
ass whipped tonight?
No, I
Damn,
ain't
I
gonna
missed
ask
it.
for it, bro. Bro, you gotta go watch it,
God
bro. You
damn.
gotta go watch it. It was horrible, bro. But shout out to Ak Malak, man. He wasn't ready. He didn't have a presentation, but he won. Ain't that a bitch? But it was good. But it was informational. I think it is what it is, Ken. You know what I mean? That's all I can say. It was a good debate. I had a good time.
You gonna take it to the Supreme Court appeal?
Oh hell no,
Oh,
hell no, bro.
oh.
Bro, will anybody go watch that debate? You'll see.
What was the
So
topic?
I'll let the people be the judge. You know what I mean? So
What was the topic?
was did the Israelites right? Did the Israelites in the Book of Mormon? Were the Israelites in the Book of
Oh
Mormon
yeah,
and the
never
land?
mind.
Hold on,
Hmm?
were
My
the
niggas
Israelites in
already
the Book of
lost.
Mormon? Hold on, the title. I'm giving you the title. The title was the Israelites in the Book of Mormon in Jerusalem in 70 A.D. according to the Book of Mormons, and according to the book, they were.
Bro,
Oh,
you
y'all be
lost
trying.
87% vote, bro. 80
Bro, come
fucking
on.
How you
Bro,
even get to the
we
Book
know
of
that was,
Mormon
bro.
though?
You know, and I know there was more than one people voting, bro. Like I'm talking about like people voting 5-6 times. Come on, bro.
70%, bro. This
Bro, it
man,
wasn't even that many people in the chat in the damn building. What do you mean,
he didn't
bro?
even,
Hold on, bro. You know
he
how
didn't
that was
even have
one
a
person, bro.
PowerPoint.
Hold on. In my opinion, bro, I know how those polls work. I didn't do it, but in my opinion,
Damn, he didn't have a
hold on. If you look at,
PowerPoint.
hold on, no chat. If you look at the percentage and look how many people was watching. The math ain't mapping, but I ain't got to do all that. I ain't tripping. I had a
The
good
No,
time.
math don't math either way, bro. If 5 people vote, it's still gonna be the same math. What do you mean? 4 out of 5 is
Hmm?
80%. 4 out of 5 voted against your sorry ass. What are you talking about?
Bro.
it didn't flow good, Madon. It's an unpopular topic. That's just my opinion.
Oh,
But
that's of course it was. Oh yeah, they was.
yeah,
Oh man, come on, bro. They felt like I was big enough to
uh,
white man. So you know what I'm saying. But that
it,
was.
it,
I even said that in my premise. It has nothing to do with Joseph Smith being
So
white.
wait,
It was about.
when it
It was
comes to
about the
that though,
context. Hold on, the
when it
debate was
comes to
about
that,
the.
did the
Hold on,
Lamanites
but
come up?
hold on though. But the debate was about the context of what the people was writing about. Go ahead.
But wait, Madon, did the Lamanites come up? I just want to know.
the who?
Lamanites. Nah, man, he didn't, bro, he ain't even mentioning Lamanites, bro. You gotta go watch it for yourself, because I don't want to seem like I'm
So
being
now I'm
biased.
asking you, how do you
No,
get
you
into
gotta go
that
watch
Book of
it
Mormon?
because, huh?
Hold on, how do you get into that Book of Mormon when it comes to the Lamanites? If you know,
Who the hell is the
Well, when you look at the
Lamanites?
Lamanites,
Hmm?
okay, when you look at the Lamanites, right? But see, the debate went about that. We was dealing with the people in Jerusalem, but when you look at the Lamanites, right? The Lamanites were those who didn't believe the laws of Moses. The Nephites were the one who
and they
did accept
just
the
so
laws of
happen
Moses.
to be the niggas, huh? Skin of
No,
blackness.
they all was niggas.
They just
That's what
so.
you fail to realize. That's why when you
Wait a
go in the back
minute.
of the, hold on, when you go to the back of the book, right? When you go, bro, hold on. If these are, hold on, what was Joseph in the Bible? What color was Joseph
That was
according to
the
the Bible?
only response to the game. I'll
No,
give
I'm
you
gonna
that.
ask you a question because it leads up because you got to remember the Lamanites, the Nephites, they're descendants of Joseph that was in Egypt, bro.
John Smith ain't think they was.
No, that's what the book tell you. The book
John
even
Smith
tell
did
you.
not think
Hold on, when you
everybody
open the
was niggas.
hold on, he tell you who his father was. He tell you, they tell you they from the tribe of Manasseh and descendants of Ephraim and all this shit, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, nothing to do with them Lamanites.
The
That's
Lam, they
us.
descendants, bro.
That's you
They all
niggas.
descend from Joseph,
Some
Uh,
Lamanites.
bro. They all
motherfucking
descend from
Bible
Joseph.
shit, please.
That's the
Bible.
niggas from the little bit that I
Hey,
ever
hey,
looked at when
Willie.
it
Hey,
came to the
Willie.
Book of
Don't
Mormon.
fall into it, bro. We do not go to the
Right.
book.
That's why I said you got to go watch it,
Don't
Willie,
go to
and
the
that
book.
way, just go
No,
watch it.
man, because then y'all got an unpopular topic. It was technical difficulties. I'm on a tablet. I can't pull it up. Even you had to go back and remember how to do some stuff.
No, I didn't.
So
Only thing I had wrong was how you have two tabs up. You have your presentation tab and you had the string your tab. I forgot. I forgot because hold on, when you got your presentation up, it says share and preview. So I'm thinking in my mind I have to use that. But then when I thought about it, I said, okay, yeah, I got to go to StreamYard, and then on the bottom of StreamYard where you see your mic and cam, it says preview or whatever. So that's the only thing I did. That's the only
yeah,
technical I had.
I
Besides,
got
my
you.
Wi-Fi got kind of messed up in the end. That's it.
Well, I'm just saying now. I wish I had stuck around to hear about these Lamanites because I ain't never heard of no Lamanites. But
Well, all it is, Lamanites is basically just the people who
That's the
they were
niggas in the Book of Mormon, like
they descendants
how
of
the
Joseph.
niggas say the
They
Book of
descendants of
Ham is
Joseph.
the cursed people, the Lamanites is the niggas. That's all it is.
so they was eating fried lamb and potatoes. You
Hold
know,
on.
They
Nephites.
some made up,
Hold on.
some made
Hold
up
on. See,
niggas, just like the fucking
this is why.
Israelites.
Hold on.
Shit.
Nephites and Lamanites are the same people. One just believed in Moses and one didn't. That's the only difference, bro. See, that's what I'm saying. You got to understand this book. Bro, trust me, I've understood it for
It's
years. But
made
the
up,
debate
I ain't
some
wasn't.
got
made
to
up niggas,
understand
just like
Hold
the
on, but
shit.
the
Nigga
goddamn
debate.
named
Israelites.
John Smith.
Hold on,
I
but
ain't
the
got to
debate wasn't
understand
about that,
shit from
bro.
that nigga.
We was talking about were the people in the land of Jerusalem. So I showed the timeline, and I also showed the writers of the book talking about what they was doing in the land when they left and when they went back. You know what I'm saying? Just that simple. It wasn't about all the other shit.
You showed that through the Book of Mormon?
Yeah, I showed it. Go look at it. Go look at
But
the debate. It's on Solar Business Debate League.
yeah,
You can go
that's a
look at it.
fundamental contradiction
hey,
right there.
Bro, just go look at it.
Willie,
I showed and proved it, bro.
you know a lot about these Mormons, Willie. Don't let me see you riding through Charlotte with one of them damn on one of them bikes with the
Nah,
Nah,
black
you know
tie
me.
on and shit.
Look, you know me.
GA.
Before
Hold
I
on, GA.
challenge a nigga,
GA,
I
just
gotta know
because
what he talking
hold
about.
on. Now, GA, if I study the ancient writings of the people in what we call ancient Persia or modern day Iran, that don't make me a motherfucking Iranian. That just means I'm studying their documents and seeing if these ancient writings are true or false.
Okay, but the
Yeah, well,
Mormons
that
ain't
Book of
that
Mormon
old,
shit is
bro.
some bullshit.
Yeah, I'm with Willie. That's some
It was
bullshit, bro.
written on
You
ta-
don't.
it
That's
was
just some
written on
straight
tablet.
up bullshit.
We got archaeology. We got evidence from archaeology that people was writing on not only just gold tablets, they was writing on silver, they was writing on copper, they was writing on papyri, they was writing on damn near anything they can get their hands on. Salt tablets.
Show us a tablet right now to say Lamanite. That reference Lamanites on the tablet.
Bro, you're not gonna see that because name changes through it's just like you know how in the Bible you got when they went to Babylon, it was Meshach, Abednego, and all that, but they wasn't their real name because when they went into captivity, just like when we went into captivity, that's why a lot of us got our slave masters' name, last name.
Wait,
So
that's a
the
bullshit
name
argument.
changed in
Their name
captivity.
could have been Meshach, Iraq, and I've been these hoes, right? That could have been their name. But listen, but what I'm saying is though, fundamentally, like the stuff that the Book of Mormon talks about doesn't even correspond with the Bible text, which it
That's
claims
a
to be
lie, bro.
piggybacking off of.
The Book of Mormon fill in the gaps of the Bible.
Oh my goodness,
What
you
the
done
Bible
jump.
don't tell you what this and this is at, the Book of Mormon fills it in, fill those gaps in. I read it. That's how I
Is
know.
there
I
is
read
that where
both
them
books.
Lamanites came in at? Because
No,
you went
Lamanite
from
is just when they went into different captivities, right? Their names got changed to different names, just like just like Meshach and Abednego and all them, their name got changed. That wasn't
The
Daniel.
Lamanites came in
That
when the
wasn't
white
hold on.
man wrote his book.
The point I'm
When
making is
that white man wrote his book, that's when they come in. It don't
every time
correspond with
hold
none of
on,
the
bro.
ancient writings.
GA, the point I'm making is this. Anytime these people or any people go into captivity, a lot of times their names changed. So that's all it is. But when you look in the book, Lamanites and Nephites, they're the same people. It's just one believe, one accept the laws of Moses and accept Jesus Christ. And the other ones, the Lamanites, they didn't. They didn't accept it. You know, just like today, if I accept being a Christian and somebody said, fuck the Christian, that's it. You got some of us that say the hell with the goddamn Christianity in the Bible, and you got some of us that say we accept the Bible. Same thing. We the same. We all black still though, right? You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
So, bro, after you said all of that, you don't show no correlation where the Lamanites was the Lamanites and they name changed to
Well,
the new.
I didn't have to do that in the debate. The debate was about showing that these people mentioned in the Book of Mormon were in the land of Jerusalem during the fall of the Second Temple.
But you still not showing where they was existing before the second temple, and then you
I
not
did, bro. I
showing.
showed they was in Jerusalem. I
I'm
read
talking about
how,
in the conversation. That's all I'm saying right now. The
bro,
conversation we having. You said you brought up Meshach, Shadrach, and Abednego. Them was Hebrew names. What was their name changed to then?
bro, their names were the different names of Israel. They were named after their father's house, just like when I said
Their
uh,
names weren't
hold
changed. They
bro, they was
died.
under
Shadrach,
just like
Meshach,
you
and
got
Abednego.
hold on, you had people under Like they
No, we talking
tribal
about them
name.
three dudes. What was their name changed to?
Their name did not change. I've been these
Okay,
hoes was still I've been these hoes.
Bro, they was Israelites, bro. They all was Israelites, bro, from the Northern Kingdom, bro. Don't you
Is
understand?
that what the
But
story
I'm
said?
saying
Because
there's no document in the Israelite text.
yeah, we just asked them what their new name was. What was their Persian name?
They name was Israel. They was from Manasseh and the tribe of Issachar and all these different things.
No, we ain't asked where they was from. You said their name
It's a
changed.
tribal name, bro. Issachar. What are you talking about? That's why in those ancient times, right? A lot of
Okay,
people.
who name was
Hold on, hold on,
Issachar?
hold on, GA. You gotta listen. You gotta understand cultural context because when you go to the ancient world, right? They a lot those people. A lot of people was named by
Wow.
the house of their father. No, this is a fact. A lot of people was named by the house
All of
of
that's true.
father.
What is the
Hold on.
name?
They was named by the house of their father, bro. What I'm trying to show y'all is that so you have some people
All
that's
of that is
saying
true. What is the name and where is it documented?
in the book itself. What do you mean?
Yeah, because Meshach could be
In the book of the
Manasseh.
white man, in the book of
Yeah, I've
Mormon.
been I've been these
Well,
hoes
they
can
said
be
King James.
Issachar.
Hold on, they said King James. Hold on, they said King James was white. He translated the Bible. So what's the difference?
Oh, now you now you
Yo,
now you
he
gonna bring him
horrible,
in here.
bro. One of them boys was David. I mean, was
yeah,
Daniel, and one of
Yeah,
them was I think Joshua the high priest, and the other one was maybe Zerubbabel or something like that.
yeah, something like that. I forgot.
Yeah, those
Y'all giving us everything but what we asking. We asking what was their name changed to.
Yeah, no,
yeah.
that's what
It
I'm
don't.
telling you.
It
That's
don't
what
even matter.
no, that's what their name was.
It's
Their
all
name was
made
changed
up
from.
bullshit.
Yeah,
Shit.
that's what he ain't stating. Their names was changed. Like when you read the book of Daniel, that's one of those dudes that was in there, Meshach or Myrack, whatever. He one of them. Like the Meshach, Myrack, that was their pet
Meshach. Well,
slave
I think it
name.
was Meshach, Sheshach, and Abednego or something
And
like that.
Abednego, yeah. But that was
Wow.
Joshua, Daniel, and somebody else.
Yeah,
I
Joshua?
think it's a
Wait a
Zerubbabel.
minute.
It
yeah. When
was
they went into the
Meshach,
captivity,
Shadrach, and I've been these
yeah,
hoes.
Wait
Shadrach.
a
That's
minute.
right.
That was
That's right. Appreciate the
Wait.
correction.
So Joshua, the same Joshua that was back there in Deuteronomy, was there
No,
too?
no, not that one. Joshua the high priest. Nah, during the
Okay.
You
second
had
century.
multiple.
Yeah,
See, that's what I'm saying. But that's
the
why.
son of Jehoshaphat.
Okay. Y'all got it, man.
So
I
the
don't know if you
more
got it.
the more black people focus on religion, the less progressive they become. Huh?
But it be conversations like this to be like, man, I knew this shit wasn't,
Bro,
you
have you
know.
came to the South lately? Everybody I know go to church got two car. Well, I ain't gonna say everybody. A lot of people they got nice houses, two garage houses. I mean, they living good. They got a
What about
And
the
they
religion.
and
what
and
about the
they
people?
would have had them even if they hadn't subscribed to the church.
No, a lot
That's
of them
so
people they
crazy.
use
That's a
those principles.
crazy statement.
They
You
use
that's
those principles to to act a certain way or behave or certain discipline. Yes, it is,
Nah.
bro.
nah
Contractors
Look
what
at
and
these
people in
people.
business do not hire you on your principles, yo. They don't give a fuck
I'm talking
about
about
your
black
principles.
people. I'm talking about black people that use religion to support themselves and as a way of living. That's all I'm saying. I see people. I'm in the South. I'm in the Bible Belt, so I see black people that's flourishing that goes to church. They got
but
businesses. They got nice houses. I'm just saying how they use their religion to keep themselves sane.
what about the people that stay in the rural areas?
A
Well,
lot of
that
those
ain't
people don't go to church.
that ain't true.
A lot of
No,
those
I'm
don't go
So
to
they
church,
make
and they
they
live in
that
make
and they
sure they
live
got
argument
their
can be
bag
made for
first
and they
selling
before
live
out.
they go to
regular.
church.
Most
They make
sellouts I know are doing well. That
oh
argument can be made for
man.
selling out.
No,
they
I'm
make
just saying. Okay,
No.
okay, hold
make
I'm
on.
sure
going
that
by that
they
statement
got.
you made.
No, what I'm
Go ahead.
saying is this, right? Okay, you got certain people that use the church to use as guidance and discipline. You got some people that say, "The hell with the church. I'm gonna live life my way," and some of them live reckless. Not to say, "Oh, it ain't because they ain't got no religion is why they living reckless." No, I'm not saying that. I'm just showing the result of the two. So even if the person don't need a religion to do better and move up in life, no. But I know I'm just saying the
That what I'm
people that do.
saying. So the people in the rural communities don't have no religion? Is that what I
Well,
hear you
yeah, I'm
saying?
saying some do and some don't. But majority of the ones that have a religion, they got nice houses, nice cars, and living in. I
You can't
wouldn't
even
say. I would
quantify
say
that, bro. You know you is reaching when you say that.
that's
That
not
is
a reach. I'm in the
crazy.
South, bro. Where
That
you at?
is
Ain't you in the
crazy for
South?
you.
You are you in the
Yeah,
South?
I'm in the South. Yeah.
Okay, most people, church going people, when you go in that parking lot of that church, you see so
I would
many nice ass.
disagree
You
with
don't
that.
hardly see no hoopties in the church parking lot. I'm sorry, bro. You might see one or two hoopties or buckets, but you seeing Benz, Lexus, and Lex Coupe Beamers in the Benz. To
But
all my
you
ladies, you know what I'm
tweaking,
saying?
man. You tweaking, man.
No, bro, go
That
next
is
time,
crazy.
next Sunday.
Is
Do me a favor.
so many
Hold on.
churches.
You ain't gotta go to church, but next
Hold on,
Sunday,
what you got
pull
to
up to a
understand is
black.
it's so
Hold on,
many churches. So while that
bro.
may
Just
be
pull up
true
to
for
any black
some,
church
what I'm
on
saying
Sunday.
is most
Hold
of
on,
those
just pull up to
churches
any black.
are
Hold on, just
slums.
pull up to any black church on Sunday and tell me what kind of cars in the parking lot. That's all I'm asking. I'm telling you, bro.
Uh,
They try
what about
because
the?
they
That's a goofy
showboating.
argument, bro.
No, it ain't because black
That's a
people
Yeah,
in the
goofy
church.
argument.
Hold on, no, let
I
me
can
tell you
yeah.
why
show
it's not.
you.
Let me tell you why it's not. Hold
I
on, let
can
me tell you why
show
it's
you a
not.
ton of
Bro,
churches
hold
where the
on, Willie.
people
Let
have
me tell you why it's not. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why, bro, real quick. You got it. Because we know the people in the church are competitive and they showboating. Now go ahead.
Nah, man. You
No,
so
we don't.
disingenuous when you say that,
That's not
man. Because
even
no,
true.
you ain't even
Like,
considered the people who be riding the church
this is when
bus
you
or who be
goofify
riding the
the
city
argument.
bus. Yeah, that's crazy for you to
Bro,
say that,
I'm just
man.
saying the
Hey,
majority, man.
You said it
What I
no.
already. You
see,
ain't gotta keep repeating it down.
Yeah, and
well,
I'm
he got
calling
a double
cap. That's what
slide.
I'm saying. That's crazy for you to say that,
And
Motherfuckers
two
man.
got
things
more
you're gonna
bills than a
find in
motherfucker.
every
Well, I
beat up
drive by.
hood is
Well,
two
I drive by
things.
them all the
You're
time,
gonna
and
find a
that's what I
liquor
see.
store and a church
When I drive
all
by
over every
churches,
beat up hood in America. That's a fact.
all I'm saying is when I drive by
So yeah, you
black
could take
churches,
Creflo Dollar Church and try to make your point, but
nah, bro, you go
that
to the hood,
that
go to the
doesn't
church in the hood.
encompass
Bro, do me a
black
favor. Just
churches.
do me a favor. Next Sunday, go to a church in the hood and tell me what kind of cars you see in the parking lot. That's all I'm asking.
That's
That don't
crazy,
that
bro.
don't that don't that don't tell the economic
I'm
progression
saying if you go in
barometer.
certain communities, there are no
Yeah.
cars.
I know
You go to
plenty
the
of
average
Well, I
motherfuckers
church
mean,
in New
you in
York,
New
there are
York,
no
that
you in
drive a
New
cars.
nice
York,
car.
right? You in New York, so it might not be where to park. Y'all probably charging to pay park at church, knowing y'all
And
motherfuckers.
there are
So,
churches in Chicago. There are churches in LA. In every hood, two things you're gonna find: a liquor store and a church. So don't try to
so
use Creflo Dollar's church to reflect religion in the communities. Like, nah, it be in the shittiest of hoods.
I said, go to the church in the hood. I've been in the hood. Ain't no church like Creflo Dollar around where I'm at. Nigga, what? Hell no.
So if the
All I'm
church in the
saying
hood
is,
has all this money,
all I'm saying is,
why isn't
a
the
lot of
community
religious
making
people.
progress?
The bottom line is what I'm saying is,
Hold
a lot
on,
of
if the
people that
church in the hood has all these whips in the front, why isn't the community making financial progress? Why the
because they
church
got
is
their
still asking
priorities,
for
they got their
10%?
priority. Niggas got their priorities effed up. That's why niggas
Niggas of
rather
the church.
Oh man, come on,
niggas
dog.
Niggas
rather
of the
have a
church.
nice. Bro, because niggas rather have a nice car and show out and go to church and gossip than really build a community. That's why
And
the church
Creflo
having.
Dollar
Hold
rather
on.
have
That's why.
5
Wait.
planes.
Hold on, bro. That's why when
5.
people go to church, hold on. That's why when people go to church, they come out the same. It don't supposed to work that way. When you go in there, you supposed to come out different every time. They don't come out different every time. Niggas go back to do the same thing they was doing and wait till Sunday to go back. It ain't
Yeah, niggas ain't
reforming these
coming out
people.
different in that church with the bins in front. I know,
Oh,
because
they're
I've
not
gone.
reforming. They're not, bro. That's what I'm saying. They're not reforming their mind for the better, as in community development. It's all about developing what I got, how many business I can get, how much. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about.
And what
It
the
ain't like the
fuck
Nation
are
of
you
Islam,
talking about?
bro. If you ain't trying
Yeah.
to,
I'm saying they're
No,
asking people in the community for 10% that ain't asking for no business, no nothing. They just trying to pay for their kid field trip.
right? It's a come up,
And they kicking in 10% here.
right?
The
It's a
church
come
ain't
up,
really
and the
kicking
people in
nothing
that church
back.
are more, and they competing with each other. I see it all the time, bro. Black people they put on the best fit to go to church, just to, you know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
yeah, you got to be playing, bro. You can't
I'm
be
not playing.
serious. You,
I see
no,
them every day.
you're
Like, what are
literally
you
saying,
talking
bro.
about? Who's competing
Okay,
with each other?
The black people in the church are competing with each other to who got the best car, who the best dress, who hair was laid, fried, dyed, and laid to the goddamn side.
So you're making the argument that it's not a place that fosters anything positive for the community. That's the argument you're making.
What I'm saying is this, bro. How people use religion or whatever the church to pretty much elevate for us on a what we would call
Let's take this.
living like the Joneses.
Appreciate you,
Living
man.
like the
Let's take
Joneses.
this slow, yo. You just said the people in the church are competing to see who got the best car and all of that, right? And you're trying to
Mm-hmm.
act like this is some bastion of progression.
It is because they using certain words from the Bible. It's just like the scriptures say. It's just like the Bible say. People got a zeal with the
My
Most High,
shit switched on.
but not according to the knowledge. No. It's the same thing. People got a love for God, but not according to knowledge. The love of God they got is pretty much
You're
selfish.
not
It ain't
understanding
about.
what I'm saying, though.
I
You
know
just
exactly what
made
you're
an
saying.
argument that the church, hold on, you just said that the church is a bunch of people competing for who has the best car. How is that positive for the community?
Bro,
That
because
was the argument
it's
you
building.
made.
It's big enough. Hold on. The
He
positive
forgot
is.
where we
Hold on.
started. That's all.
No. The positive is that it's making money, right? That's the positive, right? But the negative is that money ain't on building community structure. It's based on building a bigger church. So what I'm saying it's a you got both. You got the positive and the negative. That's all.
Oh my goodness. We
And you're
definitely got to
saying it
censor.
balances.
No, Willie.
You're
Hey,
saying
don't
the church
Willie,
doing
don't do
nothing
it,
in the
man.
community
No, stop feeding
balances
it,
with niggas
man.
having nice cars.
Don't Willie, don't feed the animals. This
He
type of
might
shit
be
gotta
in
be
too deep.
censored.
Yeah, he might be in too deep, Price.
No,
Did he answer
I'm
the
saying
question?
no.
Yeah,
I
let's
did ask
drag
the
it out.
question.
He
Pause.
for,
Oh,
he forgot where the conversation started at, and then the
Yeah,
nigga started talking shit about the church
yeah.
like a
No,
This
Willie,
dumbass.
nigga
no,
said the church has all the
Willie
nice
lost
cars.
it.
This what
No,
he just did
That's
in
what
his
he led
debate.
with.
This what he just
Willie,
Yeah.
did in
bro.
his debate, bro.
No,
Like not even an hour ago.
Willie confused. I know what the conversation was about, bro. I was telling him how people use my basic argument was how people use religion to
Nah,
better
I
themselves.
never
That's all I
laughed
said.
so hard in my life today, man. I
Oh yeah,
watched this
that was
man Madon put together a pretty decent presentation and argument just to get to the rapid fire, bro, and ask 10 questions that destroy his own. bro, had it, bro,
how.
had
That's
it,
what you
Okay, tell me
literally
how.
just did
Tell me.
right now.
Okay, bro.
bro.
Since you made that
You
statement,
made an
how,
argument
Willie?
that kills your
Every
argument.
question you
Crazy.
asked
Okay,
was
how? Okay,
bad, bro.
what question did
You
I ask
got,
that was bad?
bro.
I
The
mean, just
moment
name me
you,
one. Can you name me
first
one?
off,
I could
the
only
one where
imagine.
you brought up about them being in Jerusalem, bro. And, like, bro, and then you brought it up, and then it turned out they wasn't talking about being in Jerusalem. They was talking about being in America. You did
No,
that
they
a few
was not,
times,
bro.
bro.
Bro, there was nowhere in that book, bro. Okay, when you
So
deal with me,
the promised land wasn't
hold on.
America, bro.
No, bro, the promise, like I kept saying to him, bro, the promised land was what Moses said the promised land was. That's why when you deal with
Which was
Nephi,
where?
hold on. That's why I kept saying that Nephi was doing the Babylonian captivity. They didn't, bro. They went, bro. Come on, bro. The promised land is what they went by the law,
Bro.
statutes of,
It
of
said they
Moses,
left Jerusalem, which we all know to be the promised land, to go
and
to the promised land. Where did they go, bro?
they went to the land of Canaan, bro. They went across the boat. They went across the water.
They was already in the land of Canaan.
Bro, the land of Canaan was extended, bro. What are you talking about?
Extended.
How big is Jerusalem, bro? Jerusalem is a city in Canaan. They was in Jerusalem, and they said they leaving Jerusalem to go to the promised land. Where the hell did they go exactly? Because they was already there.
Bro.
Wow.
That was bro. The point was this, though, right? Hold on. This is the point, bro. You missing the point, right? Okay. Because
Oh,
you're
I
dealing with
caught
a
it.
timeline. Hold on. Now check this out.
Akmalak caught
This
it
is how
immediately and just started
hold on.
kicking you around.
This is how now check this out. Now that's why I kept saying now we dealing with Nephi, that was 600 AD. And that's why I kept going to the other book, the last book that shows that they didn't leave Jerusalem to come to the Americas to after 70 AD. After
But they
70
left
AD.
Jerusalem, right, to go to the promised land. Is that what it says?
Nigga, what?
That is crazy,
So how? Okay,
man.
tell me this, Blue. How did they go? Okay, hold on. So if they went to the promised land, how did they go back to Jerusalem overnight? How would they?
Throw
Hold
in
on.
the towel.
Hold on. How was
Throw
they
in the
able to?
towel.
Hold on. I'm
I'm
talking to
trying
Blue,
to
bro.
figure out how
Hold
can
on, no,
you
Blue.
leave the
Now,
promised
hold on, Blue.
land to
Check
go
this
to the
out. Hold on,
promised
Blue.
land.
This is
That's
why
where
I
I'm
felt.
confused at.
Hold on. If they hold on, Blue. Now check this out. Now that's why I
It sounds
read
like you
if
went
they
out like
went,
Apollo
hold on, if they
Creed,
went to
man.
the hold on, if they went to the
Man,
promise,
this
hold on,
dude
bro.
undid
If
all
the
his work,
bro,
bro.
blue, if America was the promised land, right? How did they get back the next day? How did they get back to Jerusalem the next day, bro?
Maybe the
Probably
promised
just
land
the
wasn't that
next day.
far.
That's why I kept, bro.
I
That's why
don't
I kept
know.
reading, showing him that they left Jerusalem, right, and they went back, bro. They went back the next day. That's what I was reading. So that's why I said when you go to the last
Nah.
book, when you go to the last book
It
of the
don't
Book of
escape
Mormon,
the fact that they was in Jerusalem, which is the promised land, and they said they were leaving to go to the promised land. I don't
okay,
see how you try and get
so you
around that
telling
part,
me so Jerusalem was the promised land during the Babylonian captivity? How?
bro.
How, Blue? How was it
Bro,
the promised land when it was getting ramshacked, bro? When they
bro,
were
that's
saying, "Whoa,
Bible
hold
101,
on,
bro.
hold on." If they were saying "woe"
Right.
to the, hold on, bro. During Nephi, while I read, they were saying "woe" to the city, right? Telling them to get the hell out of there.
So
How
I
was
don't
it
think
the
nobody
promised
got to
land?
be a
Hold
scholar
on,
to know
hold on, though. How
Jerusalem
was
is the
Jerusalem was
One
the
same.
on
promised land?
one.
How was it the promised land? Hold on, bro. Hold on. How was it the promised land? And they were saying "woe" and get the hell out of the city, bro. How?
No, this type of bullshit got to be censored, man. Hey,
Yeah, you know
So
better than that, bro.
now that's how
They
you
left the
know,
promised land to go to the promised land. What
bro. That's
question
what
did
I'm
you
telling
ask?
you. Listen,
Okay, so what question did you ask that helped your argument tonight? Which one? What
when
question do
I
you think you asked?
shit, where you want me to start? Okay,
that's
Because
okay.
every
crazy.
question you asked, you had to run from it and go to another question because he started beating you up on every question you
So
asked,
so
bro.
Madon, you do believe John Smith was a prophet?
Bro, a prophet just means to speak, bro. You gotta look up definition
I
of
asked
the
you, do
word.
you believe he was a prophet?
Oh,
Just say yes. Just go on record saying yes.
I
Just
said
say
he
it.
could be considered. He
Just
could be
say it.
considered. He could be
Just say
considered
it.
as a prophet because it just means to
Just
speak. And
say, all right.
he spoke
Thank
and
you.
manifested the Book of Mormon. So that kills that. But like
That
I was telling
kills
you,
that.
Blue.
Mm.
Now, Blue. When I asked him. This is the question why I got him. I
Savior
asked
gonna
him
put a foot
when
in your ass when he pop
I
out.
asked him where did the descendants of Joseph go after Egypt?
y'all got to stop feeding the animals, man. Man, y'all got to stop it, man.
because
This
because
is
like I like
crazy.
because like I like because
Hey
Blue,
yo,
like I
GA, it
told
helps the
him,
algorithm, GA.
when you look at
And I'm
the
finna
people
catch the Domo debate,
the
bro.
people in the
RIP
people
though, bro.
hold on the
Come
people
back
in
for
All
the
the
right,
book
next
Blue.
of
date
but
ready,
Blue
bro.
the
Next
people
time, bro.
but Blue the people of the Book
That
of
wasn't
Mormon
it.
or the descendants. Hold on, the
Hey
people
yo,
of the hold
Madonna.
on, but you got to know
Hey,
this
if
though,
y'all
Blue.
wanna
You at the
laugh,
Hold on, the
crossroads,
if
cause
y'all
you
people.
wanna
gon' be
laugh
Hold on,
hard,
bro. The people
just
in the
go
Book of
watch this
lonely.
rapid
Mormons
fire.
or the
I
descendants
Cause
swear to
you
of
gon'
God,
be
Joseph.
bro.
lonely.
I've
Yeah, go
never
watch
seen
it. Yeah,
nothing
Madonna,
go
like
my
it.
nigga
rewatch it.
Madonna.
Go watch it, and you'll see that the
Madon is a
people.
real
Love.
samurai. Like this
Hold
nigga,
on,
if he gonna go out, it's gonna be death by his own sword, bro. I've never seen that like it. I was
I'm
like,
bro,
gonna
when you go,
sacrifice.
bro, I don't know
I'm
if you
gonna
was
be
hot, bro.
sacrificed.
Maybe you was under the influence when you watched it and caught in the moment. When you go back, you'll see
Madonna.
that. So
I'm gonna be
when you go back and look
sacrificed.
though, Blue, you will see that the people in the Book of Mormon are the descendants of Joseph, bro.
No, we don't want to
man,
hear you say nigga no more, bro.
So
Not talking languages.
like I said, go watch the debate and you will
People of
see.
the Book of Mormon are white grift.
man, let me go. If
That's a
y'all want to
fact.
see some funny shit, man, go catch that shit.
Crazy.
Yeah, go watch that
Let me
debate,
see. Let
bro.
me see what
Go watch
Psycho
that
up
I
shit.
just might.
I'm telling you, go
Nah,
check
For the
that shit out.
entertainment
nah,
factor.
nah. I'm going to see about these what Domo and them talking about though, man. Y'all brothers stay up.
Man, Domo about to get beat up by Rio, man. This is gonna be.
Okay, it got to be better than his Mormon story though.
I mean, that was just some shit Art Malak wanted to do, man. So it was what it
Okay, I got you, man. Ready to take one for the team, man. But don't share that no more, bro.
is. Bro, you watch the debate, you'll see that hey man, even Solar said I won. So I mean, it is what it is. Oh, the Domo debate about to start.
I think it's already up.
Oh, for real? Oh shit. Oh, it's on Psycho channel. That's right.
Let's see. I think this name been up here before.
I love sucking cock.
Oh, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, FBA name on his avatar. He tried to pull out the whatchamacallit. Yeah, I was dropping some headlines in the chat while they was doing their whatchamacallit. Some artifacts from the African American History Museum was removed after signing the executive order. Which ones was removed? I don't say. Yeah, it's mad quiet. Yeah, I didn't want to discuss no science, STEM topics. Yeah, I don't want to talk about politics. I want to talk about nothing that can actually be beneficial in terms of building. And I wanted to see internet ratchet flim flam fights. So that's what y'all been getting all day. I'm waiting on Willa to come through to tell us what kind of engine was in this drag race that broke a world record last night in Charlotte, right outside of Charlotte, 341 miles an hour. Oh, how did it make history? Oh, the first player that was born in Egypt was drafted by the Detroit Lions in the 6th round. Okay. Oh, yeah, born and raised in the South. Wasn't really a thing. You know what I'm saying? By moving to Chicago, Illinois area and being affiliated amongst various groups. Kind of just became a thing. In terms of benefits versus detrimental. Oh boy. Yeah, it's gonna depend on what you're trying to do and where you at. Yeah, we still be live on the debate over. Y'all can check it out. Oh, I see anybody talking about that Brinks truck that dropped 300 bands on the west side Friday. No, that was Tuesday. Non-profit. How do you get rust off of a cast iron skillet?
You can't. Did I tell you the more disturbing news? I thought it's all black. I
Uh,
didn't know it rust.
let me see. Uh, let's see. They saying you can use ketchup.
Ketchup.
Yep.
I first thought you was about to say baking soda and some Coke.
Mhm. You gotta let it sit for depending on how bad the rust is, anywhere from 2.5 to 4 hours, or possibly just overnight. Take a uh cotton cloth, brush the edges, and begin wiping away the ketchup. The iron oxide should come right off. Rinse with water, dry the pan completely, and dry the surface with a thin layer of oil. Just repeat the process if you don't get all the rust off.
Oh, that's good information right there. Everybody left you there. What you doing?
No, you know they got the Damo and what you call debate on Soccer Channel.
Oh, they got a debate. What's the topic? Huh?
Uh, is the word black people using the word nigga, is it beneficial or detrimental?
Sound like I heard that debate before.
Yeah, I think he did it before. Damo did, but he's not gonna be live all night though. He's just gonna do the debate and then everybody gonna come back.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I
Did you
just
catch up with Miss Melanated?
no. She didn't. She didn't text me or call or anything.
Okay, I was trying to get
Huh?
some more updates on the
Oh, what?
federal funding statuses. All I'm seeing is more and more cuts. Section 8, food stamps.
Yeah, but those are as long as you clean it. Those are um social benefits um that you have to be working at least 20 hours to receive, not making more than 1,200 a month. You know, we not in those categories. And a lot of people who are the only group that I'm largely concerned about is the seniors.
Mm,
Those those individuals are either retirees that probably making less than on average probably 2,300, and many of them are making less than 1,000.
mm,
uh some not making anything at all. A lot of them rely on those services, those Medicaid, Medicare services for in-home health care,
Mm,
for quality of life at home, what they call safe homes. I think that's what they call them.
mm,
Um, those are, but those young adults, who have about 5 and 6 kids, who probably, maybe getting some SNAP benefits, you know, they may be affected a little bit, but they just gonna have to get them a job. But the seniors, on the other hand, they don't have that luxury unless they still have the right mindset, or that young vibe where they can get a new skill set. But what's the likelihood of a 67 and 80-year old, you know, back in the workforce?
thought I can
Not
do
much.
some online stuff.
That's what I'm saying. If they opted to, so Goodwill here, they have
Mm,
a program for seniors. And you could Google it. It's called it's like for seniors 55 and older who want to learn a new skill set,
mm,
and they will give them a stipend to get back, get to reclass, I guess you could call it, to learn something new, to get back into the workforce. Um, that's an avenue, but I don't think all states have a Goodwill program.
yeah, that's gonna be regional.
Yeah.
I thought I put the article in the paper where this lady in Texas
Mhm.
quit her job and was
Oh,
reading over that uh,
AI
uh,
prompts, ain't it?
engineer, yeah,
Yeah.
and she made 8 bands in a month.
Yeah. Now, where where some people can really get off, even whether it's AI or technical, is where they can use their skill sets and consult. So, like, I know project management there's a spinoff to that called Scrum, which is I think it's a 2-day training. And man, you go around helping companies teach them how to manage their people, and that's close to 6 figures if you had any type of project management, or you know anything in those related fields. Yeah, I think it's gonna be more of a, as you stated, adjustment, like a how well do you adjust.
Yeah, it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, I agree. I could definitely agree to that. you know but the ones who we affected, and the ones we're always talking about, that demographic of individuals, you know I don't know what they go I don't know what that group gonna do. Those who don't want to just, you
What up,
know.
Lisa?
Oh, so I said they're taking away Meals on Wheels too, which was started because of a series. Seniors were dying because of lack of nutrition. Right. So, so we work with the USDA a lot, and um, those. So although some of the programmatic opportunity, what I think that he probably is doing, he wants to be the person to say he came in and saved everybody.
Save?
Yeah, SAVE. I think at some point that, to an extent, that they're gonna have to give some of it back out. It's just a matter of how, and if they don't, like, we're gonna really create a crisis, you know, because we have more people I don't know. Maybe I might be tripping, but I think we have more people that's probably in need than not.
For basic food,
Yep.
shelter, and yeah,
Yes. Food and shelter. You can leave it at that.
yeah.
Transport. Yep. Yep. We were doing the numbers in our rural areas, and it was telling me how there's people in locations in the area that you wouldn't even think they're in that area. And so many people, they was running the numbers because they were talking about um disaster preparedness. You know, because as we approach that hurricane season, July 1st, you know, we always get have to deal with the floods and things of that nature. And so they were working on disaster planning right now to determine, you know, what's going to be the course of action if something happens. And when they stopped the funding the farmers of bringing food to the local communities to help with the food banks, things of that nature, they was trying to find different other avenues. But remember when we were looking at those grants the other night, and there was a grant that said uh less transportation miles or less vehicle miles for food access. So to me, that would mean creating food hubs, right? So now we will be dealing with how to get the food from the farmer to the local food hubs in the communities. So I think it's opportunity to create a business, really, because the need is still there, right? You still have farmers, you still have food.
Yeah.
Um, the question would be, if you're not going to get a grant to do it, will it be a contract to do it, to get food, transport food from the food hubs, I mean the farmers or the food distribution location? Because the answer to food nutrition and food insecurity, one of the answers was food redistribution, mean to eliminate food waste. So they were going to um I'm not sure if y'all are doing it in the north, but here they were going to like the grocery stores, and when food will come, you know how they take food that's coming up on expiration dates and they put them on a shelf or they put them in this corner and they up for grabs at a low discounted rate. Well, now that here in the South, well, in particular in Carolina, they taking that same food and they're partnering with local community food banks and having them come and pick it up. And those food banks are redistributing that food in their community for free. And you will be surprised who are in those lines, you know. Do they do that for you all there? Y'all do that?
Yeah, that's how you doing it up there.
Yeah, redistribution.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. So that's
yeah.
one.
Northern Illinois Food Bank is the name of it.
Yeah, and the people go and pick it up. Yeah. Um, and then you can pick it up straight from the grocery stores to eliminate food waste
Yeah,
in the community. So that's one method. But what I'm wondering, like the person put in the chat, they eliminating their Meals on Wheels. What I'm wondering um, is nonprofits were taking that charge. So we need people to deliver that food, get that food in different places, and they're not doing it from a grant perspective, then maybe they're gonna start doing contracts. I would be curious to know, because think about it, if they're saying we want to put the money back in the hands of the American people, we want to do merit based and help the businesses, then to me, uh, that would be the only way is to create contractual services for those same nonprofit services that they eliminated.
Yeah.
Regular monitor is in the box.
Yeah, I didn't know we had so many food banks. Yeah, a lot of the Catholic churches are still like one of the primary drivers, at least in my area. I don't know.
So you say yours is the Catholic churches?
uh, out of there are like 8. Not sure how to measure it, but 8 of them distributed once a week, and then there's like 3 others that do monthly distribution. So if you get something on the 12th of March, you
Oh,
can't get nothing until the 12th of April,
oh, I got you. I got you.
like that. But the other ones, you pick it up on Monday, you can't pick up nothing else until following Monday.
I got you.
Yeah. Now Northern Illinois, they do have. I think they switched to twice a week. You can go Tuesday and then you can go Wednesday, or twice within 7-day period. But
Now, did
it's gonna be mostly canned goods. They do milk.
oh, honey, they over here they gets it in, honey. Steaks, chicken, pork chops, you name it.
Yeah,
They get it all.
yeah.
And like,
Those places are not giving out every week though. Those steak places and pork ribs and ribs and stuff like that, and sugar, cinnamon rolls and shit like that. They're gonna be once a month,
oh, ours is every Wednesday.
once a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But again,
Well,
remember
yeah,
we
you don't have the numbers. We're talking. I'm in the town of 180,000 people.
oh yeah, you got too
Yeah,
many.
yeah,
But you know what, Dev? there may be other there may be other entities. Like I said, we have the entities that are doing it, and then we have individuals who are authorized to do it. That may not be published.
Can I swap them out? Mine is too. This is too tiny.
Yeah.
yeah. That's true.
Yeah. So you may have some silent contributors out there. Like I have a veteran friend, that's what she does, but she's gotten older now and she's like, you know, she was doing 10 families and she was like, I'm getting a little bit too old for this. I don't want to be going around the town. Her deal was that she was helping families that could not travel. So she
Yeah,
had to travel to each of the locations and drop it off.
yeah,
So when we talk about helping the community, that's one thing that the our generation, younger generation, have to understand what our parents or grandparents were doing. Are we willing to do? Because they go above and beyond. I
yeah,
have 70, 60, 70, and 80-year-old vets in my chapter that volunteer every day. Still
yeah.
mobile,
Yeah.
you
I
know.
still see some boomers at the one VA spot here. We got a VA spot here that does 2 meals a day and then breakfast every Wednesday.
See,
Like
A-
not every day, Monday through Friday. No weekend. My bad.
and you said this one needs to plug into the box. Okay. And uh they they drive and take people to appointments.
Right. Yeah, they
Um,
wanted me to do that. Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
take people to appointments. And this not just vets. These are just people I know in general.
Mhm.
I mean, if you see how these grown people, and I be like, young folks be talking mad trash, but these older people be putting in work. They be putting in work, man. Constantly. And the crazy piece is that they always say, "Who's gonna take my place?"
Hmm.
And we take some of that for granted. We take some of that for granted until it starts getting threatened, till it's
Yeah.
gone, till
Yeah.
somebody say they taking it away. Then all of a sudden, ooh, why we ain't
Hmm.
got no food in the house?
Hmm.
Well, you didn't know Mama was getting the food back,
Uh,
on the Meals on Wheels, you know, Grandma was getting the fresh vegetables and the fresh meats every week or once a month, the angel food boxes, right?
yeah. Um, but Lisa, homelessness always been an issue out there, in South and North Cali. Like I don't remember no time where, it was majority prosperous or it was a minimal issue, like less than 1%. Shit.
Right, but then that was a huge push last year for housing, help them get benefits and get housing. As a matter of fact, what we sleeping on is a lot of that new development housing is grant money that they're using to house a lot of the vets or the homelessness or the family homeless families or whatever, where they help them getting their benefits, and then they getting that money subsidized through the feds. But this is business. This ain't even nonprofit. This for profit. We sleep on those opportunities, but then again, we also get, depending on where you are, you can get locked out too.
Yeah.
Because I remember we were approached because we do repairs. We were approached, but the caveat was that we had to have a net profit of $1 million. And y'all knew darn
Profit?
well yes, yes, that's how they weaned us out.
Profit.
Profit. We had the
That's
track record.
crazy.
Yes, we had the track record, but when they said a net profit, they broke
Net.
our hearts. Net. The white boy came in and he wanted to be my consultant and to for paperwork, and the contractor, she was um, she built her dynasty on getting general contractors to do all the construction work. She subbed it out, and she wanted to partner, but she was too big to head it up. So they came to us because we were a smaller nonprofit. But what happened was we didn't have that net 1 mil. They wanted to build tiny houses in the rural area. Yep.
Mm. For South Carolina, that's what I'm saying. I probably can see maybe 100,000 or something like that, but damn.
Yeah, that was their deal.
This was government state funded or was it just private?
Yeah, it was state. It came through the feds though. If you look up, I'm gonna get on my iPad in a second and pull it up because we have a lot of. If you look for South Carolina housing programs, you'll see we have a lot of housing programs for either repairs or building.
Okay. Yeah, I had been seeing some alerts for that infrastructure situation down there on 26. Because I was driving
Yeah.
through there when they was knocking down 95.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, they building developments, but those are flood. Let me see. Those are flood areas.
yeah,
Where that area where they're going, there's a up the road from it, and the streets flood a lot. So I
yeah.
wouldn't.
I saw it was real. I didn't realize it was that uneven till I actually got down up in there.
Uh huh.
And yeah, even Greenville. I think I did that last spring. I live streamed, and the where I was parked, the truck was at a 45-degree angle. I was like, damn, I can't even sit. I can't even sit level.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, they coming all the way down.
All the way.
And then I didn't realize that they were the Greenville that uh 385, 380.
Yep. Three eighty
Yeah,
five. Uh
that's
huh.
new. That's new.
Yeah, it's like a spinoff kind of.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, to come to 26.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's like a little side thing that they did going into Greenville. Greenville got that old money though.
Yeah, I
Oh
saw
yeah, that's money.
as that
If I
the
had it
further
to
I
do
went
all
to the
over
grocery.
again,
Yeah, because I had went um to the grocery store area, and
uh,
just like you said, that parking lot was filled with old Buicks.
yep.
Uh, I mean, boomer crowd. They didn't have no walkers with them. They wasn't
Mm-mm.
struggling.
Nope.
Yeah, yeah.
Nope.
So
Listen, they got uh uh a lot of matter of fact, that's what we held the SEC tournament at down there in Greenville. And now they revamping up their downtown. They have those huge festivals down there now. They into a lot of the uh getting into the culture.
yeah,
Um
that whole that it was a couple different strip malls. Them were new construction.
yep.
Them fast food restaurants and them diners, they were brand new.
Yeah, yeah, yep. They sure were. They sure, this one. They sure were. Um Take your time, butterfly.
Yeah, it looks like Quick Trip is trying to step their foot in this market up here. There's
Oh, QT?
yeah, with
Oh
a Q.
man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Them between loves and them,
Hmm.
they not playing.
Yeah,
They not playing. Where there's a loves, there's a QT.
yeah,
Mega Market. And are you familiar with Bucky's?
yeah. I live streamed the one in that they opened in I want to say like Elizabethtown, Kentucky,
Yeah.
and there's one north of Atlanta,
Mm-hmm.
and
We and we we
where
got
they built
one.
is open.
It's near Florence. Yep. It's always
Oh,
been open.
okay.
The one north of Atlanta. You talking about going towards Alabama, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that one haven't been open very long, like a few years now. But we always been open for a long time.
yeah,
We don't know how to. Let's see. So yeah, we talk a lot of the cuts. Um, it's gonna be follow the money. We're
yeah.
we're
The ones in Texas was no trucks though.
the Buckies.
The ones in Texas. Now the one in Kentucky, the trucks only had 6 pumps, and the passenger cars they had 40.
Oh
Yeah, I
wow.
think the one in Atlanta. You know what? I don't think I stopped at the one in Atlanta. I think I went across the street or something. It was too crowded when I went over there. I was trying to get out of there, but I couldn't see a designated diesel area. I was trying to count the passenger car pumps. They got about 50. But
Does it sell food?
yeah, same thing. They had a whole Hispanic section. They had a
Yeah, Italian.
yeah Italian section. But it's nothing around it though. Like soon as you drive out the lot, it's all grass and fields, and that was it. Except for the what you call across the street.
Gotcha.
Same thing in Kentucky. The Loves across the street is brand new, just like the Bucky's. I think they started both of those at the same time.
Oh yeah. And I
Yeah,
love me a Loves because those bathrooms stay clean.
yeah,
There's always somebody there. So when I'm traveling, if I
yeah,
don't stop at a Loves, I'm not stopping.
yeah, yeah. They got the best coffee and best showers,
Yes.
bathroom period. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, they had just started renovating the pilot travel centers and the TAs, the Travel Americas. They were just I don't know how they continue to operate with the highest gas prices, the highest store items, uh, charging people $25 for a shower. That shit was crazy.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I think there was one TA in Ohio though. They turned it into a pilot. A pilot bought them out. I seen a few of them like that. Pilot went in and bought some old
Yes. The
TA.
Travel Lodge, right? You said Nepali bought who?
TA Travel
Yeah,
America.
Travel Lodge. Yep, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah,
Travel
yeah,
America. I mean, yeah, you right.
yeah.
They used to be my hot spot. Yes. Mhm. Okay, that turn. Plug it in over here. Where? Oh, now both of them don't have a signal. No, this is to that. Yeah. Anything else you found?
Mhm. I thought maybe he can't see it. There you go.
Huh? I'm here. I'm over here trying to connect the two monitors to a computer.
Q butter.
Yeah, he stepped up, man. He in transition. He on the road going back from North Carolina to New York.
Did he tell you I reached out to him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. How you
There's
guys
two
doing?
in here. What's up, Mike?
You got it. Having a little cereal before I go to bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the crowd is over on the debate channel. Got a debate about using the word nigger. Was it more beneficial or detrimental? If you want to go check that out. Yeah.
Oh man. That was a hell of a conversation I had with that. Well, I don't know the dude's name because I don't think he puts his name up here. Most people don't. But yeah, that pissed me off. I won't even lie about that. That pissed me off. Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gonna have their conflicts and differences, man. So
It's more than that. This dude
Yeah,
is
yeah. That's what I'm saying. The same grievance you got for him. I mean, it's plenty of people that can go in the reverse. So
no, it's
that's why
not
I
the
was
same
asking.
grievance. It's
Say
not
that
the same
again.
grievance. I went back and listened to the message to listen to that last night or yesterday.
Yeah.
And the dude called me all kinds of names. Pussies, bitches. You know, I don't come on and disrespect people like that. I don't do that. So it's not the same.
Oh
And he did it,
gosh,
and he
it's
did it,
not
Well,
and he did it multiple times. Multiple times.
well,
I mean,
when you go back and listen to the tape, I think there was some contention before he started calling you names. So he was on
what
here.
kind of
I
contention?
mean, I don't see any reason trying to go back and forth to say who was at fault or not.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't need to do that. But the bottom line is that type of stuff, man. That needs to be ruled out. That's what I would think. Because I mean,
But I'm saying the same rule out gotta apply for the other party too. So it
like
can't be
what?
one party
What?
is gonna have a set of rules that are supposed to cater to them, and the other side is just supposed to adhere to those
I
rules.
told the dude. The only thing I told the dude that he was an ignorant motherfucker, and the reason I told him that is because he continued calling me out of my name, that kind of stuff. It's just ignorant, man. I mean, I don't know what's going on with that, but I
Yeah,
don't know. You
that's
know,
not
I actually want to talk
well.
to him man to man about it, simply because you just don't do where I'm from and then what I'm used to growing up dealing with. You don't talk like that to another man unless you want to put your life on the line. I mean, that's
All right.
basically that's what I'm
I
used
hear your argument, Mike. I hear your argument, but like I said, I doubt that either one of you would even have the conversation in a public setting, like at a laundromat or a grocery store. I think the acceptance of excessive behavior on the internet in general has allowed, a lot of behavior that wouldn't be, either expressed, the motivation to do it, and the acceptance or the consent to accept it. So,
It's just not good, man. It's not good.
well, yeah, it's
So really,
never been good. And one
you
thing you can't really point to any time in history where in the Black community that there has been minimal conflicts, regardless of income level, education level, or whatever geographical area. No Black community in any particular section has been free or minimal conflicts.
I disagree with that. I think we're worse. We're a lot worse off now than we were before.
Yeah,
When I
you probably paying attention to it more,
of
or
course, yeah.
videos, live streams. So if you constantly surround yourself with a bunch of ratchet behavior, then yeah, I would imagine your perspective would be that it's worse. But other people navigate or don't associate themselves with that type of behavior or people that display that. It's not
No,
going to be
the
beneficial.
only time I come in contact, I'm being honest with you, the only time I come in contact with that type of ratchet behavior is when I come on here. I don't have people in my life that have that type of aura. I don't, when I come on here, but usually when I come on here, I'm trying to give something that's beneficial or add to a conversation and be beneficial to everybody. I don't come on here to argue and all that. The way that this guy talks, it was just foul, man. It's foul. And it's unfortunate that you got people that will come on the internet, and I stoop to his level a little bit. I never called him out of it. I called him an ignorant motherfucker because I really feel that fits based on, it's just we got to do better, man.
That's all I would say. We got to do better. And it's on me too. I need to divorce myself. When that type of situation comes up, I need to just sign off, because this is not good. It's not beneficial for the environment. It's not beneficial for the culture. It's just not good, man. We got to do better. Got to do better.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're trying to equate your little conflict with one person on the internet. So what is it? Do you have a problem with him, or are you saying that the black community in general is having a problem?
I would say, how long have I been coming on here? Probably like a year and a half, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
I would say in the last year and a half, every confrontation that I've had that's gotten out of the way has been on this channel. I don't deal with people who have the mentality that some of these guys that come up on the panel have here. It's just, it's probably,
So are you saying that there is something wrong with the people on the panel, or is there some sort of communication aspect?
I would say the people who don't know how to hold a decent, mature conversation.
So why do you keep coming back over here then?
Hold on. That's undergirded by respect. Yeah, there's a problem.
So why do you keep coming back to a place where you steady have problems?
Well, I mean, that doesn't happen with everybody you talk to. It doesn't happen.
But you said it only happens on here.
Yeah. For me it does, because I don't normally navigate environments like this. I mean, the people I work around, we don't tell you that these type of conversations don't come up, and they don't communicate that way. You know what I mean? So that's not the type of individual that I run into on the channel that rub me the wrong way are people who don't have the capacity or the desire to communicate with a certain amount of respect and dignity. That's the problem that I have, and that's not everybody, but there are individuals that frequently come up, and most people don't go to the extreme that this cat did, this particular person did. But I would say maybe 3 or 4 times in the last year and a half, all 3 or 4 times has been dealing with specific individuals that come on and communicate like that. And, it's crazy, man. For me, I understand how important respect is. And where I'm from, if you disrespect, that can get you killed, man. I mean, that's just plain and simple. So you don't play that type of game, with people. You don't do that. If you're a real man, you understand how important respect is for men, for real men. You don't go there unless you want to put your life on the line. And that's how I carry myself. But I do that because I value respect. So I give people respect the best that I can, because I know that's something that's very important. We need to maintain that at all times. There's no problem with disagreeing, but all the name calling and all that crazy stuff, that's crazy, man. I mean, I'm not used to that.
So what type of environment do you come from where words would justify you, basically committing a crime? Because if he's just saying something to you, and then
I'm not saying I'm going to do that. I'm not saying I'm going to commit a crime. I'm saying where I'm from. I'm from the hood. That's where I'm from.
I mean, you saying hood. I mean that's also subjective. Everybody is from a hood, Mike.
Okay. Yes. Okay. So there you go. I didn't grow up in the suburbs. I grew up when I came out of my front door, it was a dope house, 1 block to the east, 1 block to the west, 1 block to the north, and 1 block behind me. That's where I'm from. Okay. So
I mean, how are you different from millions of other black people that grew up in the United States, man, in different parts? Okay, I don't understand. You make it. Are you saying that you're different, or you had it the worst, or what basically are you saying?
I'm saying what I'm saying, dude. Are you listening?
Yeah, I've
Saying
been
what I'm
hearing you for
saying.
the past year and a half since you've been coming on the panel, Mike.
Okay, yeah.
You're not the only one that comes from a neighborhood where there's activity that's being riddled with gang activity, crime, drugs. I mean, that's been going on for a century or more.
That's why I'm saying when you come from that environment, you know how important respect is. You don't just, you don't just run up and start saying a whole bunch of stuff that's just off the, you don't do that kind of stuff. You understand, you maintain a certain amount of
So
respect.
you also understand, if you're on the internet, Mike, that it's going to be what it was yesterday, the week before, the month before, however long, whenever you decide to come on this panel, it's going to always end in what? Mike leaving the panel until he decides to come back. There's not going to be no pull up. It's not going to be no arrangements. It's not going to be a spectacle. No, nothing physical. It's always going to end up, I didn't like how that turned out. Maybe when I go back next time, it'll be different. And then every time you come back, it's not different. So
Okay.
that's what I'm trying to understand.
What are you saying? What are you saying the problem is?
I'm not really in a position to try to analyze it. I mean, like out of all the priorities of this panel, of this channel, trying to find a resolution every time Mike comes to the panel, it's not at the top. I mean, it's like a whole bunch of different aspects that we're trying to balance. And if you're having problems communicating or getting along with people on the panel, then some of that has to be taken upon yourself.
Obviously, as a mature individual, you have to acknowledge that, right? But here's the deal. I mean, I went back and listened to it just to hear how everything transpired yesterday, and yeah, it completely out of whack, completely out of whack. And so for me, what I need to do whenever I'm dealing with an individual like that, because I know it's a lot of excuse my language.
No, go ahead and say it. Ain't nobody stopping you.
Yeah, excuse my language, but you know what? It fits. It fits some individuals. I'm going to say that you have to deal with individuals that come on with that type of vitriol. But see, I'm the type of person I don't like living in that type of environment. If somebody got that much hatred and vitriol towards me, I want them to do what's necessary to get it off their chest. Don't sit up and harbor it. Get it off your chest. So I mean, I don't make any excuses for what I do and what I've done. I've earned everything I have, everything, 100 times over. So I don't make any excuses.
You think that does not apply to everybody else that comes on the panel?
Yeah, but I'm saying that I think there's a lot of hate on here because individuals look, when I share the information, they got a problem with it. But I mean, just
what information? What information did you try to share and then you got hated upon?
You tell me. You've been listening on.
No, you're the one that's making the complaint.
You've been on the channel every time I come on.
Mike. You know that I am around hundreds of different people at a time, but on 12-hour live streams, it's kind of difficult for me to go back and recall each and every different episode that either goes wrong or who did what and who did not respond to what.
You have to take my word
for
it.
So that's why I'm just simply asking you.
Yeah, you have to take my word.
If you have an issue with it, seem like to me you just say, "Hey, I tried to come over here and talk about nuclear physics, and somebody hated on me." But obviously I don't recall you talking about nuclear physics yesterday.
You don't. So
you were talking about you wanted to bring up and talk about the draft.
No, that's not what I first came on and talked about, though.
Okay, what did you talk about when you first came on?
You don't remember, huh?
No, I don't.
Okay, the brother was on here talking about he wanted to go into radiological controls, and he applied for a job, and then he eventually gave it up. And I went in to explain it to him how that particular field is not as challenging as he may think. And I gave him some examples. You don't remember that?
And somebody hated on you for that?
Well, that's what I started off with. And then after
Okay,
that,
because you just tried to imply
let me
that
finish
you
my
came up
sentence
on
before you
here.
start
No. You're switching it now. You're switching it now. You and another gentleman, not Taz, but another gentleman was discussing.
The dude I was talking to, he was anything but a gentleman. He wasn't no gentleman.
Okay. All right, Mike. All right. So you saying you gave him some advice, and then something else obviously happened, which you don't want to bring up, but I'm just, once again, I'm trying to get to a point where every time you come to this panel, there's a conflict. So at some point, whether it's a week, a month, a year, 5 years, 10 years, Mike is going to have to make a decision. Whatever Mike is doing, whatever Mike is doing is is innocent, and then everybody else on the panel is wrong or disrespectful.
Now, did I say that? That's why it lets me know that you're full of shit too.
Well, right? that's what like I said, I didn't cuss at you, Mike.
Well,
did I call you out your name?
No, I didn't call you out of yours either.
Did I make any reference to you?
I didn't call you out of yours either.
But I'm saying though, you said I was full of shit though.
Obviously, you are, because you're making absolute statements like that, and you know they're not true.
Well, obviously, Q Butter does not think I'm full of shit.
Well, based on that conversation,
this is his platform, Mike. This is Q Butter platform, yo. I don't make the rules, okay? So if you have a problem with how this platform is ran, just like you did this morning, you sent him a whole bunch of texts and you told him how you feel about what happened yesterday. Want to make adjustments or whatever? That's cool, but you going off on these tangents and trying to determine and hoping that other people change their behaviors. You know, that reality is it's never going to work. So I don't know why you think it would happen on this platform when it hasn't worked in reality.
You know what? This is what I would say too, man. I'm the type of, really, the truth is, unfortunately, I actually care about our community and I care about our people. So I'll come on here to try to say positive things, add positivity to the conversations. But you making these absolute statements like you just made, you know that's not true. That's why I said you were full of it, right?
Well, like I said, when you came onto this platform this evening, there was a conversation that was in the head I was engaged in with Dr. Lamb about helping the community. But instead of engaging in that conversation, you wanted to bring out what happened yesterday, which was conflict. So I allowed you to get whatever you had off. Like I said, you already had the opportunity. You sent Q Butter a text this morning about your discuss board. Now, after that, instead of engaging on the conversation that me and Dr. Lamb was having about helping the community, I allowed you to go ahead and get your frustration off. So after all that, I still don't see no resolution. Obviously, I mean, I don't know if you want me to do something, but for me, I'm not going to sit up here and try to babysit grown adults. I mean, 40 and 50 years old, by that age, I think most people should know how to conduct themselves around other people. If you don't like what they're doing, if you don't like your environment, change your environment. That's all I can say about that.
You know what? At the end of the day, it's going to be your loss. It's going to be your loss at the end of the day, because I already know what I'm bringing to the table. You call Dr. Lamb. Well, my actual name is Dr. Fuller. And I'm finishing up my second PhD right now in nuclear engineering. So you guys, You talk to me like I'm one of your hood buddies, but it's okay, man. I come on here because I'm from that environment and I'm trying to bring something back to you guys through this particular channel. But again, if you don't appreciate it, you don't appreciate it. At the end of the day, one of the questions that came up the last time we was on is, hey, Mike, if we wanted to build something with the Black community and we needed someone to go into the energy sector, specifically with nuclear power technology, power plant technology, would you stay and contribute? I said, of course. But when you're dealing with all this type of hatred, all this type of stuff that's going on, it's unfortunate that men like me, we're caught between two different societies. We can't really deal with our own people because we got to deal with a whole bunch of jealousy and bullshit. And then we can't really deal with the people we work with because we got to deal with them because they're dealing with a lot of preconceived notions about what it means to be in our demographic and to function in these environments. So we kind of a man with no land, no real home in the land that we actually were born in and raised in. Our own people don't respect us, and then the people that we actually deal with on a regular basis, professionalism, even though they have to respect us because we're professionals of what we doing, what we do, they still don't want us there. So it's one of those things where I come back, I'm trying to give back to you guys, and all I get is a bunch of disrespect.
Well, Dr. Mike, let's talk about the nuclear.
Okay, Mike. I'm not finna kiss your ass, man, because you feel that you're more qualified to speak on any topic. Like I said, I haven't really resorted to getting into a conflict with you again as I did the first time you came on the panel. But it sounds like you're asking for something and you're not getting it, but you don't know how to ask for it. So, like I said, you can either wait till Cuba to come back and then you can conversate with him, or you can try to engage on the conversation at hand.
That's actually what
but like I said, I'm not going to spend no more time on it.
Yeah, you don't have to. I don't like talking to you anyway. I don't like talking to you anyway, to be honest with you, brother.
Okay, all right, that's cool, bro.
I'm talking to you anyway.
All right.
But anyway, hey, I'm Dr. Mo. I'm gonna say hello and goodbye at the same time. All right. I'm out.
Oh,
I want to talk to Q when I wanted to come on here and talk to him about something, but about this actually. That's why I came up.
Oh man.
Go ahead, ma'am. Do you have something?
Yeah, Dr. Mike, I want to talk about this. It made me forget. Had something to say about nuclear.
Said you was gonna go. Why are you sticking around now for?
Go ahead. You said something about nuclear. I'll answer the question.
I was about to, but I can't. I lost my train of thought. Um, I lost. I know it's
We'll get the
nuclear and
conversation going back
energy.
in a minute.
We
Yeah,
said
what you
that.
want to do, whether you want to stay or not.
Go ahead.
I know.
Go ahead. And then this devastating you. He was in the Navy, so and I told him he knows my pedigree, so I don't understand why he doesn't think that I have enough common sense and deserve enough respect to not be treated the way I've been treated when I come on here by some individuals. Go ahead, ma'am. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, energy, nuclear, and energy is real big push right now.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I was gonna say.
Did you guys ever get that situation figured out with the company that was dumping?
That's gonna
Or
be
you
a.
guys
That's
thought they were
that's
dumping
going.
waste?
Well, that's gonna be a. That's gonna be
A long term.
Yeah. So what we're hoping to continue to do is try to build the relationship, but at the same time, we are monitoring. They started the construction. I think I had told you about the 40-year license that the state approved, and they also rezone agricultural land to highly industrial to build a new facility to build the nuclear rods. I tell you about that.
Yeah. I think you did.
Yeah, so they broke ground on that, and they have begun to build. But
Which company is this? Do you know?
Westinghouse nuclear
Westinghouse.
fabrication.
Okay.
So the
I'm wonder,
uncertain, huh?
I'll have to look that up. I wonder if they're making the control rods or the fuel cells. Probably the
I
control rods.
the fuel are the fuel cells those little pellets.
Yeah, you're talking
Yeah,
about the fuel now. Okay.
I think I think they are. I think they are bringing those in. They
Okay.
are.
So if they're bringing
The,
in those are uranium oxide pellets.
yeah, those are uranium. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And
Yeah.
they have okay, so the ones they had were, I want to say 3%, and now they have increased them to 5.
Right. The enrichment.
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, yeah. And
Yep.
so um I'm not sure the impact of that, but that was a concern. Also, they say that they recycle, no, not recycle. I guess treat the uranium, or where it's supposed to, or maybe recycle it and then treat it and then release what's
Yeah.
supposed to go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you may, I have to read up on it, but I think you may be talking about the enrichment process itself
Yeah.
because naturally occurring uranium,
Uh-huh.
uranium is about 0.7% enrichment. That's when
Oh,
you find it in nature because most of it's uranium 238. Only a certain, really, you talk about enrichment, you're talking about the fraction or concentration of uranium 235 in the uranium. And uranium is basically in nature, it's about 0.7% uranium 235, and the other portions of it is uranium 238. So when they do go through the enrichment process, typically for commercial plants, they'll enrich it from 3 to 5%. 5% is going to be the higher end of that band, which you were talking about.
right.
So if that is an enrichment facility, then yeah,
Hmm.
there's processing that goes on there. They have to control that waste that they produce from
Right.
the enrichment.
So what we're trying to figure out, if they're releasing the waste into the Congaree River. They say
Mhm.
they're not. And then the second deal is the new facility is to build the nuclear rods. Those long rods that's about what, 8 to 10 feet, or 6 to 8 feet tall.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the rod you're talking about, I think you're you're talking about the fuel rods that
Right. That's gonna charge
the
up.
fuel assemblies.
Right. So they're
Yeah.
building those for their customers because the
Yeah.
customers' demand is to go from 12, it lasts in 12 months to 18 months.
Yep. And yeah, that's exactly what you increase the enrichment for. You increase the enrichment to increase the lifetime of the life cycle of the reactor, of the core. Because when you get to a certain point, right, you burn up all the usable uranium, and they call it a xenon precluded startup when you get too much fission product poisons in the reactor, where you can't bring the reactor critical any longer. So typically, when you initially load out the reactor, you'll have a certain amount of excess reactivity that you load in the reactor that takes its K effective or its critical value, the value that measures its criticality. It takes it way above that. Instead of being at 1 where it normally needs to be in order to maintain constant neutron population in the core, they bring it up to 1.3. That 1.3 excess reactivity has to have a certain amount of negative reactivity loaded in it so that the reactor is not constantly supercritical. So they increase the enrichment um, to 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 uh, to increase the life cycle of the plant before they have to refuel again.
So so the process of doing all of that, will that have any impact on the community? I guess during the process, unless
Mhm.
there's some type of um I guess malfunction of some
Yeah,
sort.
as far as the process of enrichment, the enrichment process, and the
Yeah.
specific effluents that result, or discharges that can result as a result of that process. I'm not familiar with those. I would have to get into, like, I've never dealt with nuclear fuels from the sense of doing enrichment or anything like that. I've got basic knowledge about it, but I don't know the specifics about. Usually it's centrifuging that they'll use, but I don't know what the effluents from that process are, the releases from that process are. So I would have to look into
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
And so the last time we spoke, I had mentioned that our environmental services had entered a consent agreement with them for a cleanup process, because they had found, well, they had an accident, and then they also had found TC-99
Yeah.
on the compound. And so we were interested in finding out, is that something we need to be concerned about?
Yeah. So some of technetium 99, you can look this up to verify that. You probably could pull it up now. But there's a
Hmm.
certain percentage of that comes just just naturally occurring in nature. But technetium 99 is definitely a fission product that can be produced from dealing with nuclear fuels. So, I mean, you have to look at the levels, the levels of technetium 99 in the environment. Is it normal? Is it a normalized value? Is it a value that naturally occurs, or is it something that's higher than the normal background levels that you see? Um, I think that's where you want to start, because obviously, like I said, technetium 99 is a naturally occurring isotope that you can find that in nature up to a certain amount. So if it exceeds that, then you know that there's got to be a source that's producing it.
I think it exceeds it because they're reaching out to Clemson, professor at Clemson, who's supposed to be pretty studied on it and supposed to give them an analysis of what could possibly be going on. But I guess our question would be, if it is, if it does derive from a nuclear issue that may be happening at Western House, then how much of it is out there? Does
Hmm.
it does is it doing any surface or ground? What is it called? Groundwater.
Groundwater
Surface.
contamination.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes, 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 yes.
is
Um,
contaminating the
and
groundwater.
are they dumping that in the Congaree River, which is a water
Hmm.
source?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the only thing you'd have to do to really find out, is because every isotope has characteristic energies based on its electron shells. Uh, so you can take it through some um gamma spectroscopy, and then basically look and see where you have characteristic gammas or characteristic peaks that occur, and
In them areas?
you'll be able to identify the isotope based on those characteristic peaks. You know, basically, you use a gamma flux, and gammas interact with matter through three different main methods. One is Compton scattering, photoelectric effect, and Compton scattering, photoelectric effect, and pair production. So basically, you'll have a gamma that comes in, it'll hit a characteristic electron that's in the electron shell. It dislodges that based on the shell level. It'll have a certain binding energy. When it releases that, it'll give a pulse, an electron pulse, to a detector. And based on that electron pulse, whatever energy is associated with it, you can identify the isotope based on that. So you can do
So,
uh, microscopy to determine what types of elements are in the water that you're analyzing.
so
So I
that's
mean,
what
there's ways to figure out. What's that?
Well, that's what. So the water monitors that Q's working on.
Mm-hmm.
So we hope to identify what sensor or what um device that he needs to add to what he's making to be able to do that for us.
Mm.
That's
Okay.
one of the detections that we're looking for. Well, for the one that he's doing for me anyway, for our location. Because that's one of our concerns.
Hmm. Okay.
But I'm not sure if you've identified it as of yet. I think we're working on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But those are so coming up with those different sensors that you can use to monitor. That's a project within itself. So of course we're looking to tap into the grant sources.
You guys
Uh,
are trying to create cheaper detectors because
not ne-
they're already out there.
no, not necessarily cheaper, but customized.
Okay.
I would say customized for our needs, and the ones that are out there, what Q and G8 them are doing, um, they're connecting based on I with the sensors plus IoT, where it's doing real time feeding real time data to a web. I think something like that. Don't quote me because I'm
Mm-hmm.
learning, but what they're doing is a little. They're taking it to another level for I would say to get data quicker
Mm-hmm.
or in real time at your fingertips. That's what I would say.
Right. Hmm.
Um, but they probably can explain it better because it's their project, of course.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm learning, so I'm new, very new.
I probably would be too. I mean, if they're doing some groundbreaking
But see, when you
research.
would come in, yeah, when you would come into play though to help out is that because you have the nuclear insight. So what they're looking for and what needs to be detected would could come from your knowledge base, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're a
Yeah.
practitioner. So it's
Yeah.
where it's where the researcher, the scientists meet the practitioner in
Right.
between. And then I'm the community based person.
Uh-huh.
So I know I can communicate what we're thinking about, and then you being the practitioner can share what it is, and then they can go look for the device based
Yeah.
on you see how that works. I was trying to
Right.
explain that
Yeah.
earlier.
I would have to, but this summer I'm actually finishing up something right now. Actually,
Mhm.
I was working on it all day. Actually, I started working on it at 7 o'clock this morning. I just stopped right before I got on here. But I'm going to be finishing up what I'm doing here in a couple of weeks, and when I'm done with that, I can start looking into because I'm interested in it as well. I mean, some of the first of all, find out what they're actually doing in this Westinghouse plant. If they're
Mhm.
actually going through an enrichment process or what exactly are they doing, and then I can look more into that and see what I can find out. Because even though I don't know the specifics of what they're doing, there's got to be information out there. And then I work around a lot of people, a few people that have done fuel fabrication,
Mhm.
enrichment, things like that. That's not something I've been involved in. Most of the time, what I've done in my career, I've operated nuclear power plants. I mean, and I've got a federal
Mhm.
license to operate them, supervise the operation of them.
I
And
remember you
so,
saying that before.
um, so that's my background. But obviously, when you have, you get a license to operate or supervise the operation of these commercial plants, then you have to know the theory behind, you know, nuclear plant operation, or they wouldn't give you the license. And then I did that in the military too. I did it on several different submarines. I served on 5 different submarines, so that's 5 different nuclear power plants that I was qualified on. And then
Right.
I did before I retired, I was the director of nuclear engineering and training for submarine learning facility Norfolk. That's the largest operational base that the Navy has in the world. So we had a couple submarine squadrons, and then these are all nuclear powered vessels, and then we had two large carriers that would come over and train in our facilities. We had high fidelity simulators that simulate all the reactor kinetics and dynamics that you would see in a normal operational plant, and we would run drills and casualties on them and then grade those on them. So we had two carrier plant simulators, A4Ws, and then we had an S6G, which is one of the submarine plant simulators, and we had an S8G. And so I did that. That was my last job before I retired, but in the Navy. So I've been around it for a long time and done a lot of different things in it. So yeah, even though I may not know about specific things, I can find out. I know I can find out. So if you have any questions, just let me know.
I would say in a few years, if the administration changes back to Democratic, they're gonna put back environmental protection back in play. And if they do that, there's gonna be a lot of funding opportunities. So I would think about that, especially with what QDM doing, and partnering. I mean, there's still money on the table right now, actually, for assessing, either doing testing or monitoring or educating or planning and development. There's a lot of funding that's still out there to be able to do it. Um, and with your skill set and what QDM are doing, y'all could land some major funding for those projects
Right.
and help
Yeah.
and actually serve probably as consultants to some of the communities who are dealing with those right now, which is a lot.
Right. Yeah. It would. Now I got to look and see what technetium is. I don't know if it's a huge alpha emitter, because that's really what you're looking for, right? When you can actually
Yeah.
get specific with the microscopy that I mentioned about.
Hmm.
You can get specific with a particular isotope, but I gotta have to look it up to see if technetium, what type of emitter it is. But you can have certain radiacs that look for alphas, that look for betas, that look for gammas. You can have different modes of monitoring. And if technetium is a high energy alpha or high energy beta, you'll see, basically you'll be able to see if there's elevated levels of alpha or beta or gamma radiation from the water source that you're sampling. And then based on that, you can go into more fine or refinement of what actual isotope is in the water. But the overall gross level of activity in the water can be determined if it's higher than background or higher than normal, just using a simple radiac. That can either measure alphas, betas, or gammas, or a combination of both. And usually you can get a detector that can measure 2 out of the 3, and you'll have some type of shield mechanism. Like the alpha detectors normally have like a Mylar shield, because alphas can be stopped with a very thin sheet of paper. So you can actually block the alphas out and get whatever beta or gamma contamination that could be in the water. And then you open up the Mylar window, and however your radiation levels increase, that's the contribution of alphas to that total gross radiation activity that's being measured. So there's different things you can do. The detectors are out there to give you a gross indication of if there's any excess activity in the water, but then you can refine that to determine which isotopes are actually contributing to that activity level, just through the microscopy process of identifying those energy peaks. They're going to
Right.
correlate with certain isotopes. Yeah.
I think what makes QDM projects so cool if you're getting the real time data on a web based site, and sticking more to teaching the youth how to analyze that data,
Hmm.
so smoothly like you just put out. But that's all a whole in one,
Right.
a whole process right there. So yeah, this will be pretty cool. So in the summertime, we definitely going.
Yeah.
Hopefully by then we'll have some RFPs we can work on.
I mean, if you guys are engaged in this type of stuff, feel free to. Q Butter's got my number. I think I told you that before.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So anytime you have something you want me to look into, especially I got a big event coming up tomorrow, so I need to go to bed. But um, anytime you guys or you need me to do something, want me to look into something you have that relates to that, just let me know, and I'll because I like to learn. I like to learn about the new things too. I mean, when stuff comes up that I'm not that familiar with, and again, I'm not familiar with the fuel processing like I will be in about a year from now. But I like to learn about. That's why I was talking about even before. I've been in the industry for a long time, but I'm still learning, still growing. So um, I'll be
Cause they
one.
never satisfied.
No, you
They
can't
never
be.
they never satisfied in that nuclear world.
What's that? They
I
who's
said in that nuclear
uh,
world, they're
uh,
never satisfied.
no. No, because it's like you really it's like a zero. You the results of making mistakes when you're dealing with nuclear energy um, too extreme. So when you do things, you gotta do them right.
Yeah, I
You
could
got to do them
agree.
right. So that situation where you guys think they're possibly releasing contaminants to the environment, that's not that's not good. But yeah, so
Yeah,
you
yeah, they
you
say they're
said
not, but we got to be able to have our own, be able to
yeah.
do our own testing
Did
and
you
do the
did you
comparison.
did you say that they had that you guys had already done some gross background testing on the water samples? Have you guys had done
No,
like just to see if the activity level in the water is higher than normal?
no. Well, the kids done some testing, but I don't think that they were testing for that purpose. But now that we're a little bit more educated on what's educated, meaning we have access to their reports, we've read them, and so we've identified their some of the weaknesses that they have and why they have a consent agreement and a clean up initiative. Um, now we're looking to do that. We haven't started it yet, but
Mhm.
our knowledge base, of course, we didn't really know what direction to go in.
You
Um,
all, I can. Well, here's one thing you do when you want to basically, you can buy radiacs. Radiacs, you can buy those. The only thing
mhm.
is, a lot of them have calibration sources, and I'm not sure. I'm not. And those calibration sources can be considered radioactive material. So you have to have a certain.
Oh yeah,
You got to have a
PPE,
certain license
PPE.
to handle radioactive material. You can't just have that. So I'd have to look into it and see. But there's radiacs out there. I don't know what type of controls will be to sell to individuals or individuals of civilians. I would have to. You know what? In fact, I'll look that up probably in the morning. I'll just take a quick look. But
Okay, that's cool. We got
yeah,
another month or two. I can
but
stand by.
those radiacs, that's what you want to use to determine your background levels of radiation. You use those, and really, background means if you go out towards a water source, you just want to take a couple minute count.
Breaking news, breaking news.
Uh oh.
Domo won the debate.
And in my opinion, it was an uphill battle, but he out debated dude. Like he
Willie,
just
you
crafted,
fired.
huh?
You fired.
It was a good debate.
But me and Mike was trying to get our nuclear on.
Oh no,
Okay,
I was
Mike.
just giving the
I guess we can finish out. We done.
I'm gonna drop right
Let's
back
let
out. I
him
was just
let
giving the
Willie do his
breaking
thing.
news, Dr. Mo. I was just giving the
Okay,
breaking
breaking
news.
news. You got it.
I'm back on mute, sis. To the nuclear.
Oh, nope, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. I could be losing you anyway, so I'll stop.
You ain't losing me, Mike. I've been learning.
Oh, so
What's
I
the
talk a lot,
radiacs? A way to
especially when it comes to talking about that. Talk about talking about what I do for a living. I can talk. I can go on for quite a long time. So I was just going to say with radiacs, you take those radiacs and you get a general background radiation level. So that's just, you would take it out towards a water source and without concentrating the survey on the water source itself, you would just get a general background radiation level, see what you're reading. Because you're gonna have background radiation just due to cosmic and terrestrial radiation. So you find out what the background level is. And then once you get a sample, then most radiacs you have to be within an inch or two for them to be effective. And so you'll get within an inch or two of the water sample, and then you'll measure it and you look at the increase in your rad levels and your radiation levels. And there are conversions that you can make based on the type of radiation it is to give a certain Curie count of activity, amount of activity that's in the water, which is a Curie, the amount of Curies.
so if you take the total radiation and you subtract the background radiation, that gives you the radiation in the water.
Yeah, you take yep, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Yep, it's that simple. It's
I'm
not,
keeping
it's
up.
not rocket. It's not rocket science, man. I mean, that's why I was telling a guy the other day. The brother that was on the other day was talking about doing a job like this, similar like this. So I guess he wasn't water chemistry control, but it's common sense. It's not, it's not that deep.
Get it.
So
Okay, we're gonna be ready as soon as I talk with Q. What now? Dev, you say he's still on the road?
Yeah, he in motion.
Yeah. He better not call my phone at 3. Man, Q, I was talking to Q. Q was talking to me last night, telling me stuff, and I was with him for a little bit. All of a sudden, I fell asleep. It was all I heard was Sister Mo, Sister Mo. All I could do is bust out laughing. I said, I tried, Q, I tried, but I'm so tired.
Yeah.
You did your job when you're on that road. However, hour and a half you can get to stay up. You did your job.
I was trying. I did not make it. But I caught the first 30 minutes though. Yeah, I'm excited. I don't know,
Let me
Dev, if you
ask,
have talked to him already.
yo, Mike. So, is there a level when you measure those levels that it? My bad, my
You went out
screen closed.
you went out,
Is
Willie.
there a level that you can measure where it has a negative effect on human beings?
you mean rad levels? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's federal limits for the type of exposure you can get. There's federal guidelines on that. Yeah.
But what do the guidelines restrict? Like if a river is over those levels, then what?
Well,
Mm.
I mean, typically, like I'll give an example, and I don't think I understood your question. Ask your question again. What's your question?
I'm
I didn't.
basically saying you said there are guidelines, but I'm
Yeah.
saying once a waterway is above the levels in those guidelines, what's the protocol then?
Oh, well, you're talking like Yeah, why rad levels in drinking water and stuff like that. I'm not familiar with those, but I'm sure that they are. The guidelines I was talking about is whole body exposure to radiation, to a radiation source. If there's something, it could be like it can be drinking water that has activity in it, some type of isotope in it. There's limits to your whole body and to your extremities, your eyes, things like that that the federal government sets up that you cannot exceed as a non-radiation or occupational radiation hazard. So if you actually if you're working in fields that deal with radiation, then those guidelines are different. But for non-occupational exposure, they're set in stone. So usually your whole body limit is about 5 rem per year, 15 to your extremities, 15 rem per year to your extremities, your eyes, things like that. So if you exceed those, then that's a problem.
If radiation gets into water, does it flow or does it contaminate like and expands out?
Singular source. Yeah.
Yeah.
Singular source. Okay.
So let me say this too. There's that a lot of people don't understand the difference between radiation and contamination. So say you get a radioactive isotope like technetium 99. It can both contaminate you and irradiate you. And the way that when you deal with radioactive material, you got to deal with the two aspects of it. One is contamination, one is radiation or radiation exposure. So I'd like to make this analogy because it helps people understand the difference between the two. Basically, dog poop. I'm going to call it dog poop. Dog poop, right? When you look at the big pile of dog poop or whatever, just say it's that. It's kind of gross, but you'll see where I'm getting at, what I'm getting to. So basically, you look at the pile of dog poop, right? The contamination is the actual physical material. So as long as you don't physically come in contact with that material, like you don't step in it, you don't put your hand in it or fall in it, then you won't be contaminated. Radiation, you don't have to. Radiation is like the smell.
Right.
Radiation is like the smell. You don't have to be in physical contact with it for
It
it
to
to
have an
affect
effect.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you can actually, the radiation that comes off of it, you can be, 10, 15 feet away from it and still be affected by it. Not just yeah. So, so there's different ways that you deal with, and similar ways that you deal with radiation versus contamination. Contamination, you just don't come in physical contact up with it, and you're good. With the radiation, you have to use time, distance, and shielding, where you don't, if you are within an environment that has a radioactive source, you minimize the time that you're there, or you maximize the distance from that source, or
Oh.
you use some type of shielding where you shield that
Oh.
radiation from
It's
your
a
body.
buffer
So
between the
you just
radiation and the person.
so you just gave me an idea.